Chapter 3:30. Chaoga City, Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Shangguan Hen returned to the Huangfu Hall. The great Miojin, who had lost face earlier, returned once again. Gu Hai had asked Bingheim repeatedly about the purpose of the Solar Divine Palace's visit, but Bingheim looked around and didn't answer directly. At this moment, in the Huangfu Hall, the great Miojin stared at Gu Hai for a while. Gu Hai? Last time I saw you, you were only in the higher heaven state. Now you're already in the Yuanying state. Last time, I should have killed you earlier to avoid future troubles. Humph! The great Miojin said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, Great Miojin, just say what you want. Why did the Solar Divine Palace send you here? The great Miojin glanced at Bingheim. Bingheim stood to the side, but remained silent. You saved Queen Hua. Master sent me to thank you and give you a big gift. The great Miojin said solemnly. Oh, big gift. Gu Hai looked at the great Miojin in confusion. You saw the gift. It's her. The great Miojin suddenly pointed at Bingheim. Oh, everyone looked confused. No wonder Bingheim looked around earlier. How could she say that she was going to send him away? Bingheim bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Master sent me to assist Emperor Dahan and stay in the Han Dynasty to make plans for the Han Dynasty. Bingheim said solemnly. Shangguan Hen, Tang Chu, and the others all looked confused. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Tai of the Solar Divine Palace sent Bingheim to assist him or to spy on him. You want to stay in my Han Dynasty? Gu Hai asked with a frown. No one dares to disobey Master's orders. I'm here on orders. I will do my best to assist the Han Dynasty. Bingheim said solemnly. He traveled hundreds of millions of miles just to escort Bingheim here. What do you want to do in my Han Dynasty? Gu Hai asked with a frown. During this time, I studied the Han Dynasty. The Dahan Emperor created a special position. Set, Legion Commander. This was different from the Legion Commanders of other armies. In the Great Han, a Legion Commander was a title akin to a noble. Furthermore, the Great Han Dynasty was very strict about it. Until now, there were only two Legion Commanders, Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan. Gao Xianji is a divine strategist. He has been successful in opening up new territories. However, I can't see anything special about Chen Tianshan. I want to stay in the Han Dynasty and do not need any other official position. I want to be the 3rd Legion Commander. Bingheim said solemnly. The 3rd Legion Commander of the Han Dynasty? What abilities do you have? Gu Hai asked indifferently after a moment of silence. I know almost all the grudges of the Holy Lands and dynasties. I know the map of the Divine Continent in my heart. I know all the history of the large sects and large countries from ancient to modern times. When it comes to strategizing, I have never lost to anyone. When it comes to politics, I believe that aside from you, no one in the Dahan can compare to me. Bingheim said bluntly. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. The great Miojin, who was at the side, said indifferently, Gu Hai, don't be so doubtful. It is only because you saved Queen Hua that Master was willing to send Bingheim to you. Humph. With Bingheim's abilities, it would not be difficult for her to establish an imperial dynasty. Your Majesty of the Dahan, are you still worried about my origins and not daring to use me? Bingheim said with a faint smile. Shangguan Hen frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. Previously, he had mentioned to Gu Hai that he did not have a memory of Bingheim. Naturally, Shangguan Hen's memories were of prime Xuanwu. However, this Bingheim's origins were exceptionally strange. Gu Hai did not believe that Tai Yi had truly given him such a big gift. It was just that he did not understand Tai Yi and could not guess what he was thinking. You want to be the commander of the Third Army of the Dahan? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. That's right. Bingheim said resolutely. The Han Dynasty, the 24 cities of the Divine Continent, compile a policy theory to appease the people and give it to me. If I am satisfied with it, I can make you the commander of the Third Army. What's wrong with that? Gu Hai said indifferently. All right. Bingheim nodded. Bing Ji agreed straightforwardly and left Huangfu Hall. Naturally, the great light sovereign deity did not want to remain here either, so he followed. Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, Tang Chu, and the others were left behind, frowning as they watched the two leave. Your Majesty, this is a little strange. This Bingheim might have ulterior motives for coming to the Dahan. Tang Chu said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. We know. That Tai Yi could not have simply given her a gift. However, we know too little about this matter. In that case, Your Majesty, although Bingheim was very arrogant earlier, if she really has the ability, are you really going to make her the commander of the Third Army? Shangguan Hen asked in confusion. If she really has the ability, so what if we make her the commander of the Third Army? It all depends on her ability. Gu Hai said with certainty, but she is still an unstable factor. Tang Chu asked worriedly. It's fine. I will immediately send a message to 9-5 Island to get Meng Tai to come to Chaoga City. The embroidered uniform guard has been recruiting during this time, so there should be a large number of usable people. A grave look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Yes, Tang Chu answered. However, that great Myojin seems to be opposing us at every turn. Gu Hai asked in confusion. Ha, I might know something about this. Shangguan Hen said with a faint smile. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. The great Myojin can be considered one of the top figures in Solar Divine Palace. However, he is only loyal to Tai Yi. He is too loyal. So loyal that he will immediately eliminate any factor that is disadvantageous to Tai Yi. Shangguan Hen said, We are disadvantageous to Tai Yi. Gu Hai asked in surprise. Because Your Majesty saved Queen Hua. More accurately, you saved the reincarnation of Queen Hua's earthly soul, Xiaoro. Xiaoro is very attached to Your Majesty. This is a fact, right? Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Huh. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Although Queen Hua's will is the main one, Xiaoro's memories and attachment are fused into Queen Hua's thoughts. After all, Tai Yi was born extraordinary. He had countless women in his life. No matter which woman he wanted, she never rejected him. There was only one person, Queen Hua. She never paid him any attention. The more this was the case, the more Tai Yi wanted to obtain Queen Hua's favor. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Tai Yi pursued her bitterly, but he failed. Yet, Your Majesty, you obtained Xiaoro's attachment? Tai Yi did not say anything, but as the most loyal great Myojin, he naturally did not want you to remain in this world. Shangguan Hen explained. Gu Hai was stunned. So, the great Myojin is opposing me at every turn because of this? Last time in the innate puzzle world, he saw the signs and wanted to kill me? That's right. So, it is as Your Majesty guessed. Tai Yi sending Bingheim is not a good thing. Does Your Majesty still want to keep her by your side? Shangguan Hen asked with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. If Bingheim has that ability, I don't care about Tai Yi. Shangguan Hen smiled, feeling gratified. At the very least, he made the right choice. Despite knowing that Tai Yi was strong, the emperor was not moved. After making some arrangements, Gu Hai used the Dahan dynasty's luck to send a message to the world. His voice instantly reached the ears of all the Dahan citizens. Tell the Dahan citizens that Qinglu City, Mentian City, and the other cities lost by the 12 divine foothold dynasties have officially returned to the Han Dynasty. The friends and family who were cut off due to crossing the border can be reconnected from now on. We will set up camp in the 24 cities and will give the Dahan citizens a peaceful world. Boom. His voice reached countless people's ears. Chaoga City's citizens had been paying attention to the luck and were prepared. They did not think much of it. However, the citizens of the 11 cities that Huangfu Chaoga sent back found it impossible. Although these people had become the Dahan citizens, they did not believe in the Dahan dynasty's strength. How capable could a dynasty on a small, barren island be? How could they snatch food from the Day One dynasty's tiger's den? However, Gu Hai was the one who said it personally. A sovereign's words were not a joke, so it had to be true. The former cities of the divine foothold dynasty returned to their original positions. Your Majesty is mighty. Many of the citizens celebrated. News of victory was more effective than countless placating policies. Many of the citizens immediately submitted. As for the citizens of 9-5 Island, they did not know what happened. They only knew that the Han dynasty's territory increased again. However, the newly recruited cultivators of the Thousand Islands sea-goggled. The Han dynasty's development is too ferocious, right? Indeed. His Majesty took down the divine continent's 12 cities again. In that case, aside from 9-5 Island, the Han dynasty has 24 cities, right? Fortunately, I joined the Dahan. I am now an official of the Dahan. Ha ha ha. The newly recruited officials cheered excitedly. Guqin was still sorting out administrative matters. However, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. The stronger the Dahan was, the more authority Xiao Chun would have. Only 2 years had passed, not counting 9-5 Island. The Dahan had already taken down 24 cities in the Divine Continent. What would happen in the future? If it were Xiao Chun, it would be impossible. Montez no longer had any desire to rule. Now, he focused on controlling his embroidered uniform guards. In a valley at the border between the Han Dynasty and the Day One Imperial Dynasty, after Chongming, the former commander of the 8th Army of the Northern Expedition Army, obtained the barbarian inheritance he had been quietly cultivating in the valley. What a powerful cultivation technique. Ha ha ha. Val Gu Hai, when I master this cultivation technique, watch as I destroy your Chaoga City and wipe away my previous humiliation. Ha 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 ha. Chongming cultivated proudly. Black energy surged around Xiao Chun. Countless scarlet bats flew around in the black energy. These bats looked much more ferocious than before, and they seemed much stronger as well. Chongming was focused on cultivating this cultivation technique. He did not know that his clan, the Chong clan, was frantically searching for him. Chapter 331. Use our soldiers to help Dahan defend the country? Gao Xianji is really bold. He even dared to write a report to the Grand Marshal, asking for help. Humph! One of the strategists snorted. When one of the strategists spoke, the other strategists started to criticize him. Although Gao Xianji was good at fighting, there were too many soldiers in the Northern Expedition Army. Furthermore, Gao Xianji was unable to carry on and needed reinforcements. Help Gao Xianji? That was to help Gu Hai defend the country. Using our own soldiers to defend someone else's home? What a joke. Grand Marshal, recall Legio 6. Yes, Grand Marshal. Gao Xianji has played enough. He should be back soon. All the strategists tried to persuade him. Obviously, they didn't want to help the Han dynasty. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. You are all thinking too simply. Huh. Everyone looked at Sima Chongkong. When the general is outside, he can't obey the orders of the emperor. Sima Chongkong shook his head. Mr. Sima, are you saying that Gao Xianji dares to disobey the orders of the Grand Marshal? Even if Gao Xianji is bold, there are others, right? Informed by Liz Han and the other generals to bring Gao Xianji back immediately, one of the strategists said. The problem is, will by Liz Han and the others still listen to you? Sima Chongkong shook his head. Huh, what does Mr. Sima mean? Everyone was confused. Sima Chongkong didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Jinmu of Silla. Are you saying that Legio 6 only listens to Gao Xianji now? Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. It seems that Legio 6 is indeed surnamed Gao. Sima Chongkong smiled bitterly. Humph, Jinmu of Silla snorted. It's a pity that the Grand Marshal's many rewards couldn't move Gao Xianji's heart. Alas! Sima Chongkong sighed, slightly. All the strategists were stunned. Some were in disbelief, while others were in shock. Gao Xianji had been leading the army for several months, but she had abducted the Legio 6. Is that true? Grand Marshal, do you want to try? Perhaps. A strategist said with a hopeful attitude. Jinmu of Silla didn't say anything. As Sima Chongkong said, it was no longer suitable to test the waters. Grand Marshal, Gao Xianji's request for help is in Zhaoga City. She is confident that she can lead the Northern Expedition Army to Zhaoga City? Sima Chongkong frowned. She wants us to protect Guhai's imperial capital, Zhaoga City? How is that possible? Grand Marshal, we are not Guhai's private army. All the strategists refused. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Grand Marshal, Gao Xianji's report. Sima Chongkong said seriously. Keep it and don't release it. Jinmu of Silla said lightly. Northern Expedition Army. Main Hall. Bang! The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition Army smashed the table into pieces. The three armies are all being held back by Gao Xianji, Grand Marshal said coldly. That's right, Great Commander. Great Commander believes that the people's hearts are not stable yet and must immediately take back the 12 lost cities. That's why he sent the 3 legions there. However, Gao Xianji kept making things difficult for us, constantly obstructing our 3 legions, making it impossible for the 3 legions to seize a single city. Grand Marshal, I heard you say that Duke Changsheng has already gone to the Deqian capital. The war should be ending soon, right? We don't want to think about the cities in Yingzhou. We must take back the 12 cities that were tricked by Guhai. Yes, Grand Marshal, the armies are fighting with the Jinmu of Silla in Yingzhou. Should we call them back? Take back what belongs to us first. The soldiers analyzed the situation. The Grand Marshal narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, the final result is not out yet. We cannot withdraw the troops in Yingzhou. Once we withdraw, the Jinmu of Silla will quickly move south. At that time, we will not only lose the 12 cities. The other armies are holding back the Jinmu of Silla. What about Gao Xianji's army? Are we not going to take back the 12 cities that we lost? A soldier frowned. Fighting with the Deqian and losing cities is one thing. Humph, how dare a small empire try to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth? Gao Xianji's army is limited. I will personally lead the troops and take him down. Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes, the group of soldiers responded. Outside Qinglu City, the Qinglu City Lord sent large amounts of supplies to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji only camped outside the city and did not enter. Thank you, General Gao. You defeated the Yuan army. The Qinglu City Lord said gratefully. Once the Yuan dynasty soldiers entered the city, the Qinglu City Lord would lose the position of City Lord that he had just regained. He would become a prisoner again. Naturally, The Qinglu city lord was very grateful to Gao Xianji for defeating the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Don't worry, Qinglu city lord. You are the subjects of the Han. Gao Xianji has the duty to protect you. Activate the city defense formation. During this time, everyone who enters and exits the city must be strictly checked to prevent accidents. Gao Xianji smiled. Of course, of course. Our injured soldiers are placed in your cities. Please take care of them. Gao Xianji said solemnly. The Legion 6 also had casualties. The injured soldiers were placed in various cities. General Gao, don't worry. We will use the best medicine and find the best alchemist to treat them, the Qinglu city lord promised. Thank you. Gao Xianji nodded. After sending off the Qinglu city lord, Gao Xianji naturally took care of the large batch of medicine and weapons. In Gao Xianji's camp by Liz Han and a group of generals stood in the main camp. General, your guerrilla warfare is amazing. The 3 legions of the Northern Expedition were all fooled by us. Ha ha ha. By Liz Han laughed. General's guerrilla warfare is invincible. All the officers and soldiers burst into laughter. My guerrilla warfare? Ha, you're overpraising me. I've only learned a little from the Emperor. Gao Xianji shook his head and smiled. Huh. The generals and soldiers' smiles froze. It's nothing. General Bai Li should have some information about me, right? My military strategy and fighting style were all learned from the Emperor in the past. Therefore, your praise is too high for me, Gao Xianji said with a smile. The generals and soldiers looked at Bai Liz Han. Bai Liz Han frowned slightly and then smiled bitterly. General, we are blocking the Yuan army here. Some people say that you are defending Dahan, Bai Liz Han said with a frown. The generals and soldiers immediately looked at Gao Xianji and became serious. Gao Xianji was silent for a while and did not deny it. He nodded and said, That's right. Huh. The generals and soldiers were confused. Bai Liz Han also frowned. Legio 6 is indeed defending Dahan, but didn't you see? Because of our Legio 6, for legions of Daewon's northern expedition are being held back by us, right? Gao Xianji said with a smile. Huh, that's right. Including the Legio 6 of the northern expedition that we destroyed, our achievement is the best among the southern army. It's all thanks to the general's prediction. That's right, General. So what if we are protecting Dahan? As long as we can hold back the Yuan army, it will be a great achievement. Because of us, the other legions have a much easier time. That's right. We are holding back most of the northern expedition. Helping the Han dynasty is just a matter of convenience. The generals and soldiers nodded and agreed with Gao Xianji's argument. But Bai Liz Han was still worried. After all, Jinmu of Silla had given him the task of persuading Gao Xianji, but Gao Xianji was helping Dahan. How could he persuade her? Gao Xianji took a deep breath and said, Generals, I know that some of you are still angry about me leading the army to the south. How about this? I won't force you. If you think that I am wrong, you can leave with your army. I won't blame you. Huh. The generals and soldiers were stunned. At the same time, I will write a letter to Jinmu of Silla. In the letter, I will not erase any of your achievements. I will also emphasize that I am the one asking you to go back. Don't worry. As long as you want to leave, Gao Xianji will not stop you. Gao Xianji said solemnly. Grand Marshal, Bai Liz Han was confused. I'm leading the army to the south, but I'm taking all of you with me. Moreover, we'll face the encirclement of the Northern Expedition Army in the near future, which will be even more dangerous. I won't leave. If anyone wants to leave, it's still my brother, Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji won't stop you. I'll see you off personally. The generals and soldiers were silent. "Damn it, General! I will follow you. I will follow you wherever you go. General, I will follow you too. General, I won't leave. I want to kill more Yuan army with you." During this period of time, Gao Xianji's restraint was effective. On the battlefield, life and death were the best places to cultivate brotherhood. For a moment, almost everyone followed Gao Xianji's lead. Even Bai Lizhan seemed to have figured it out after a moment of hesitation. "General, Bai Lizhan will follow you," Bai Lizhan said seriously. Gao Xianji noticed the change in Bai Lizhan's attitude and bowed slightly to Bai Lizhan. "General, you can't." Bai Lizhan's expression changed. He bowed to Bai Lizhan and then bowed to all the officers and soldiers present. "General," everyone wanted to stop him. "Gao Xianji thanks you for your trust. Although the battle is difficult, Gao Xianji will do his best to protect all the generals and soldiers." Gao Xianji said seriously, "Thank you, General." All the generals and soldiers bowed. As Sima Changkong expected, all the Legio 6 soldiers were waiting for Gao Xianji's orders. Chapter 332. Zhennan City, Jinmu of Silla's study. Jinmu of Silla looked at the report in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. As Gao Xianji expected, apart from the Yuan army in Yingzhou, the Northern Expeditionary Army has surrounded Gao Xianji, 5 million soldiers, but Gao Xianji only has 700,000. He has been dealing with them for a long time. Sima Changkong sighed. "Gao Xianji." Jinmu of Silla's face gradually darkened. Jinmu of Silla had always been thirsty for talents and took good care of Gao Xianji, but Gao Xianji still went to Zhaoga City. It was obvious that his heart was still with Dahan. Jinmu of Silla's efforts to win him over had not worked. 5 million soldiers. They will meet in Zhaoga City in the end. Zhaoga City? Can they stop the 5 million soldiers this time? A strategist asked with a frown. "Grand Marshal, Gao Xianji asked for your help in the report from the past. Are we still going?" Sima Changkong reminded him. Jinmu of Silla looked at Sima Changkong. "Mr. Sima, what do you think?" According to the news from the past, Daewon's Grand Duke, Changsheng, went to the capital to ask for peace. It has been a while. There should be a result soon, right? The days of the war are numbered. Let's form a good relationship at the end, Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Jinmu of Silla narrowed his eyes. "But if Guhai doesn't die, I will never get Gao Xianji." Sima Changkong frowned slightly. The group of strategists in the study also fell silent. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Ha, Takashi Rieshin, I'm back." A woman's voice sounded. Not many people dared to call Jinmu of Silla by his name. A woman's call made the faces of all the strategists sink. But in the next moment, they heard the woman's voice and opened their mouths wide. He didn't have time to turn his head around. Bang! The study door was kicked open. Jinmu of Silla. This was his study. Without his permission, who dared to kick his door? Were the guards outside, all useless? Bang! Long Wanyu suddenly jumped into the study. "Princess Wanyu." The strategists immediately bowed, respectfully. King Shunwu and Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Long Wanyu. She was the only one who dared to kick Jinmu of Silla's study door. Under certain circumstances, Long Wanyu even dared to kick His Holiness's study door. Deki Anqing doted on her too much. He doted on her so much that even Jinmu of Silla, the Deqian's third prince, could not do anything to her. "Wanyu, didn't you return to the capital? Why are you back?" Jinmu of Silla asked with a frown. Venerable Lu Nian followed behind them with a bitter expression. "Grand Marshal, please forgive me. Everyone, please forgive me," Venerable Lu Nian said with a bitter smile. Everyone immediately shook their heads and smiled bitterly, indicating that it was fine. Forgive me? This was not the first time Long Wanyu kicked the door. Quick, bring me to my brother-in-law. The old man already agreed. Send me to my brother-in-law, Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. Huh. Jinmu of Silla looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. Princess Wanyu, previously I did not allow you to leave because of His Holiness's decree. When you returned to the capital and sought His Holiness's decree, why did His Holiness agree? He is currently at war with Daewon, Sima Chongkong said in shock. Dai Qianxing treasured Long Wanyu dearly. Why would she risk her life on the battlefield? Furthermore, after the previous crisis, His Holiness should be stricter. What war? The old man already announced a ceasefire. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. Oh, Jinmu of Silla's expression changed as she looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian nodded and said, That's right. His Holiness already agreed to Daewon's envoy. When we left, we were discussing the details. I believe that Duke Changsheng has already brought the imperial decree to Northern Expedition City, right? The imperial decree that His Holiness gave you should arrive soon, right? The old man said that the war is about to end and allows me to go out. Quick, quick, bring me to my brother-in-law. The old man even brought an imperial decree for my brother-in-law. He wants you to escort me there. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. Jinmu of Silla's expression changed. The Grand Marshal and the 5 million-strong Northern Expedition Army should not be far from Chaoga City, Sima Chongkong said with a frown. Organize the 3 armies and set off for Chaoga City in 6 hours. Jinmu of Silla immediately ordered. Yes, 2 days later, at Northern Expedition City, a fleet of flying ships carrying Duke Changsheng arrived at Northern Expedition City. Lord Chang, you are back from Deqian? An official welcomed him excitedly. Indeed, I am back. The negotiations are done. The war is over. Ha 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 ha. Where is the Grand Marshal? Changsheng asked with a smile. The Grand Marshal? The Grand Marshal is leading 5 million-strong Northern Expedition Army to attack Chaoga City. It seems like he wants to kill Gu Hai and exterminate De Han, that young general said with a smile. What? Kill Gu Hai? Changsheng's expression changed. Indeed, your young master, Chang Ming, is still missing because of that Gu Hai. The Grand Marshal will definitely seek justice for Lord Chang, that young general said with a smile. Kill Gu Hai? That's not good. Men, quickly bring the flying ships to Chaoga City. Changsheng immediately said in a rush. At the border of the Han Dynasty and Daewon Imperial Dynasty, in a valley, a large number of blood-red bats were flying inside. Boom! With a loud bang, countless black gases suddenly exploded, and the surrounding mountains were instantly razed to the ground. The countless bats suddenly converged and flew into a man in a black robe in the valley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha! I have mastered my divine skill. Gu Hai, you despicable man, I will avenge my previous humiliation. Ha! Chang Ming soared into the sky, and a pair of bat wings suddenly appeared on his back. Bang! The huge bat wings flapped fiercely, and Chang Ming suddenly shot toward Chaoga City like a stream of light. Far away from Chaoga City, Gao Xianji was riding on a flying ship. A large number of troops followed behind. Soldiers, Chaoga is in front. Once we reach Chaoga, we will be safe. Gao Xianji shouted. Yes, the surrounding soldiers answered. However, after several days of battle, only 300,000 soldiers were left of the original 700,000. Their morale was much weaker, but as long as Gao Xianji was there, the soldiers would not feel tired. Not far away, another flying ship flew over. It was by Liz Han, leading a group of soldiers to meet up with Gao Xianji. Have the wounded soldiers been sent to the nearby city? Gao Xianji looked at Bai Liz Han. Yes, General. We've already sent them over. However, these 5 million yuan soldiers are too ferocious. Bai Lijian said bitterly. Don't worry, Chaoga City is right in front of us. Once we reach Chaoga, everything will be fine. Gao Xianji comforted him. But, General, the Grand Marshal hasn't reported back. Will the Grand Marshal send reinforcements? Bai Lizhan asked, worriedly. Gao Xianji led the troops to protect the Dahan and asked the Jinmu of Silla to support them. If they were in Gao Xianji's shoes, Bai Lizhan would never do such a stupid thing. However, if the Jinmu of Silla did not come with the reinforcements, the remaining 300,000 soldiers would be in real danger. The 5 million soldiers of the Northern Expedition had surrounded them during this period of time. Even if they tried to escape, they would not be able to escape. Don't worry, everything will be fine once we reach Chaoga City. Gao Xianji comforted them. Yes, the soldiers suppressed the worry in their hearts and answered. Gao Xianji's army continued to march toward Chaoga City. Behind them, the Northern Expedition was naturally in hot pursuit. They were about to reach Chaoga City. Once they took over Chaoga City, everything would be over. On a flying boat, the Northern Expedition commander, Day One, sat on the throne on the deck. He looked into the distance and smiled slightly. Speed up the pace. We will reach Chaoga City within a day. Yes, the soldiers answered, and quickly left to carry out the order. Chaoga City. The battle reports from all directions were constantly gathering. All the officials were worried. Outside the Huangfu Hall, they requested to see the emperor and waited for the emperor's decision. At this moment, in the Huangfu Hall, Gu Hai did not greet the anxious officials outside the hall. Instead, he was looking at a very long policy theory in front of him. In front of him stood Shangguan Han, Bingheim, Tang Chu, and the others. Emperor Dahan, although the preparation time was a little long, but after all, I don't know much about the 24 cities. I need to understand before I can write a policy theory to pacify the people. I just finished writing it today. Please correct me. Bingheim smiled confidently. Gu Hai read very carefully. As he read, he also used a red pen to draw on the policy theory. Bingheim frowned slightly, but still waited patiently. After a while, Gu Hai returned the policy theory to Bingheim. Overall, it is not bad, but there are a few points to be discussed. Gu Hai smiled. Not only was it not bad, this policy theory could be considered as amazing. Bingheim did not lie. Her literary and political skills were extraordinary. For a moment, Gu Hai felt that he had found a treasure. Of course, as a ruler, he naturally could not show such strong appreciation. Therefore, he found a few points to apply some of the different theories of the past on Earth. Impossible. My policy theory is perfect. Bingheim took it in disbelief and read it carefully. After reading for a while, Bingheim said in shock, "Tax system? You exempted the income of the people at the bottom of the class from tax. The people at the bottom of the class pay less tax, but there are many people at the bottom of the class. This is a huge tax. You don't want it? No. You increase the tax on goods? By dividing the goods into categories and separating out some of the goods that need to be taxed, you can collect taxes more reasonably and effectively, and you can collect much more." Gu Hai explained. This can be done? You have to pay taxes when you buy things, but no one will find out. In this way, you can benefit the people at the bottom of the class. The people will love and respect your policy more. Bingheim looked at the column of tax reform she wrote in surprise. Originally, Xiao Chen's calculations were already perfect. However, compared to Gu Hai's, everything seemed so rigid. Bingheim blushed. Overall, it is not bad. Commander of the Third Corps, you Gu Hai was about to speak, but before he finished speaking, a guard rushed into the hall. "Your Majesty, Gao Xianji's army has arrived outside the city, but the Yuan soldiers are chasing after them. They are in a difficult situation," the guard reported. "Oh," Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "They are finally here? Phew." Gu Hai suddenly stood up, swung his sleeves, and slowly stepped out of the Huangfu Hall. Bingheim looked at the policy theory in her hand that Gu Hai corrected, bit her lip, and followed Shangguan Hen and others out of the hall. "Your Majesty, you are finally out." Outside the hall, the ministers were anxious. Chapter 333. Zhaoga City. Gu Hai, wearing a dragon robe, stood in front of the square of Huangfu Hall with his officials looking at the Bat Army in the south. The flying boat had been destroyed. Gao Xianji led 100,000 wounded soldiers to Zhaoga City while resisting the pursuing soldiers. "Hurry up! Zhaoga City is right in front of us. We will be safe once we reach Zhaoga City." Gao Xianji shouted, "Protect the general." Bai Lizhan shouted and protected Gao Xianji in the center. Squeak! The bats were chasing the 100,000 wounded soldiers. These were all giant bats, the largest of which was about 30 meters in size. They looked ferocious and swooped down again and again, even opening their mouths to eat the soldiers who couldn't escape in time. The giant bats seemed to be stepping on people in black robes. Around the people in black robes, there was rolling black gas, and in the black gas, there were countless small bats raging everywhere. "Your Majesty, those giant bats are bat monsters, demon beasts. Those with black gas around them and countless small bats are vampires. This is Daewon's Bat Army. They are cruel and ruthless. Any army or city targeted by them will become a dead city." Shangguan Hen said with a frown, "Gao Xianji's army, there are only 100,000 soldiers left." "No, Your Majesty, look." Tang Chu opened her eyes wide and pointed to the distance. It turned out that behind the Bat Army, there were many giant flying boats moving slowly in the sky. Behind the flying boats, the soldiers followed closely behind. The mountains and plains were completely surrounded by large armies in all directions. Gao Xianji's army was being driven to Zhaoga City in a hurry. The battle cries outside the city immediately attracted the attention of all the people in the city. Some people looked up from high places, and when they saw it, they all looked terrible. Did Daewon's army come out in full force? So many soldiers? This is bad. Countless commoners revealed worried looks. Last time, Chong Ming had brought an army of 500,000, which was already shocking enough. But now, as far as the eye could see, there was an army of 5 million. The people were worried, but Gu Hai's expression did not change. "He didn't come? Jinmu of Silla didn't come to help us." Bai Lizhan said bitterly. "Let's keep moving forward and enter Zhaoga City," shouted Gao Xianji. "General, will Gu Hai open the city gates?" "Once the city gate is open to let us in, the ferocious Bat Army will follow us in, and Zhaoga City will be breached." "That's right. The Yuan dynasty soldiers have been keeping us in suspense. They are not going all out to kill us because they want to use us to force Gu Hai to open the gate. Will Gu Hai open the gate to break the city?" A bitter expression appeared on the faces of the soldiers. The bat demons and vampires all looked gloomy. While they were raging and eating Gao Xianji's army, they were looking at the city gate in the distance. The vampires only drank blood, but the bat demons swallowed people alive. At this moment, everything depended on whether Gu Hai was willing to save Gao Xianji and the others. "The emperor will open the gate," Gao Xianji said firmly. As they got closer to the city gate, all the soldiers looked worried. Only Gao Xianji's eyes were firm. "Open the gate," Gu Hai said in a deep voice. His voice was immediately transmitted through the sound amplification array. In the distance, the soldiers guarding the city were worried. The bat demons and vampires had transformed into more than 100 million bats. This terrifying number made them panic. Could they open the gate now? However, Guhai had already made arrangements. The soldiers guarding the gate were looser. After receiving Guhai's order, they immediately opened the gate. Quam. The city gate opened to welcome the wounded soldiers. It's open, it's open. The city gate is open. Go in. All the soldiers shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. Everyone listen up. This general has already obtained the great commander's permission to break through the city gates. You can eat the city as you please. Ha ha ha. Everyone, listen up. This general has already obtained the great commander's permission to break through the city gates. Roar. The leader of the Bat Army, a vampire with a ferocious face, roared. Roar. Rumble. The bats rushed toward the city gate. Your Majesty, you can't open the gate. The vampires are coming in. There are many demons. Quickly close the gate. Your Majesty, the people are more important. A group of officials shouted in horror. However, they saw Guhai suddenly fling his sleeve. A marionette pole flew out from his sleeve and was fully activated. Boom! The marionette pole suddenly flew into the sky, enlarged 1,000 times, and was thrown out fiercely. When it was thrown out, the marionette pole suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. Boom! In the distance, all the bat demons and vampires swooping down from the sky suddenly stopped. What's going on? I can't move? Me too, what's going on? I can't control my body. Countless bat demons and vampires screamed in horror. Humph! Guhai stretched out his hand and waved. The undying divine flame immediately rushed up the marionette pole and rushed toward the countless vampires along the transparent thin line. Guhai had the undying divine flame, but there were too many enemies this time. Previously, the undying divine flame only dealt with dozens of vampires and Chuetai, but now the Bat Army was countless times more. The undying divine flame couldn't cover all of them, so it had to be precise. It had to follow the transparent thin line and hit every vampire and bat demon. Boom! Suddenly, the vampires and bat demons were covered by a fire dragon, and they screamed in pain. Ah, help, it's so painful. I can't move at all. Help, General. Let me go. Ah, what kind of fire is this? Why can't I block it? The fire seems to be burning my soul. No, the painful screams stunned Gao Xianji's army. The hundreds of thousands of bat demons that had chased them down just now were all controlled. The vampires were controlled, and the little bats they transformed into couldn't get any closer. In the distance, the marionette pole floated high in the sky, blooming with holy light. As long as they were covered by the holy light, would all these vampires be burned to death? What a powerful cross! General, what kind of magic weapon is Guhai's? Is it a cross specially used to restrain vampires? A series of exclamations sounded, and all the soldiers looked at Gao Xianji excitedly. However, Gao Xianji didn't know. The screams of the vampires and bat demons resounded through the world. The undying divine flame burned them, and they couldn't be put out at all. Besides, they couldn't move at all. At this moment, large numbers of vampires and bat demons were burned to death. The screams made the Yuan army in the distance change their expressions. In particular, on a flying boat, General Daewon's face suddenly darkened, and he stood up. What's that? Someone looked at the huge cross in astonishment. I don't know, but it seems to have frozen the Bat Army. It's the nemesis of the vampires and the Bat Army. A general's expression changed. Nemesis? It's just a marionette pole. Do you think I don't know it? Give me my bow and arrows. General Daewon said coldly. Soon, a subordinate brought a purple bow and arrows. General Daewon stretched out his hand and pulled the purple longbow. The longbow bloomed with a purple aura, and the long arrow was knocked. All the purple aura flowed into the long arrow, and the tip of the long arrow emitted a purple light. "Go!" the Grand Marshal shouted. Whoosh! The long arrow suddenly shot out like a purple rainbow from a distance, heading straight for the marionette pole. "Oh no, it's the purple pole arrow. Be careful, your marionette pole can't block it," Bingheim said anxiously. Boom! With a loud boom, the string puppet was blown into pieces by the arrow. Gu-hai waved his hand, and the broken marionette pole instantly returned to Gu-hai's sleeve. Countless bat demons and vampires could move again. However, the undying divine fire shrouded their bodies, and they were still in pain. They kept hitting it, but it couldn't be put out. Undying divine fire? Is this the undying divine fire? No. Some bat demons recognized the undying divine fire. Quick, enter the city and kill the person who set the fire. Only then can the fire be put out. Kill Gu-hai. The cross has been broken by the Grand Marshal. No one can control us anymore. Quick, kill Gu-hai. The fire is so painful. I want to kill Gu-hai. Gu-hai doesn't have the cross anymore. Quick, enter the city. The vampires and bat demons rushed into the city in pain. A group of officials suddenly looked anxious. Even Bingheim looked worried. Emperor Dahan, I know that Gao Xianji's army hasn't all come in, but the marionette pole has been broken. We can't stop them. Please close the door. Ha! On a floating island not far away, the great Myojin sneered. Apparently, he also thought that Gu-hai's indulgence of Gao Xianji's army to enter the city was to condemn Zhaoga City to eternal damnation. Go! Gu-hai yelled, but it was the same action as before. He waved his sleeve, and an intact marionette pole shot up into the sky. The same marionette pole floated in the sky. The bat demons and vampires who were about to rush into the city couldn't move again. The great Myojin's expression froze. There's another one? Bingheim? The vampires and bat demons. Countless officials of the Dahan. A large number of vampires and bat demons were burned to death, and their karma and 3 souls were converted into heaven-replenishing power. Gu-hai repaired the marionette pole in his sleeve. How could this be? Why does Gu-hai have another cross? No. Countless bat demons and vampires cried out in despair. On the flying boat in the distance, the Grand Marshal's face turned gloomy, and he pulled the longbow that he had just put down again. Bam! Another purple pole arrow was shot. Boom! The marionette pole exploded into pieces again. Humph! Let's see if you can take out a third one. The Grand Marshal snorted. At this moment, the broken marionette pole was put away by Gu-hai again. Everyone was anxious, and the vampires were about to rush over. Gu-hai waved his sleeve. Go! Another one flew up into the sky. The Grand Marshal. Bingheim. The Great Myojin. Chapter 334. A third cross? Who would have thought that Gu-hai would be able to take out 3 crosses? The Great Myojin, Bingheim, and the Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition froze as they looked at the marionette pole that was emitting holy light and burning the vampires and bat demons. Bingheim's lips trembled. Why would she say anything when Gu-hai had so many crosses? It would only make her seem ignorant. The Great Myojin was speechless. They wanted to see Gu-hai make a fool of himself, but Gu-hai made the impossible possible time and time again. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition was the most conflicted. He had already shot 2 arrows. If he shot another arrow, would Gu-hai take out a 4th one? Did the spy say that Gu-hai had so many identical treasures? Whoosh! The Grand Marshal waved his hand, and the 3 armies suddenly stopped. Grand Marshal, Why aren't we moving? A general asked with a frown. No, we don't know how many more marionette poles Gu Hai has. We can't take the risk. The Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Get into formation and stabilize the surrounding mountains. We can't let what happened to Chongming happen to us again. We can't let Gu Hai use the Earth Dragon Vein to set up the formation again. The Grand Marshal ordered. Yes, sir. Immediately, the army stopped and began to arrange their troops in formation. But what about the Bat Army? The general from before asked anxiously. The inextinguishable divine flames burned. In the blink of an eye, half of the Bat Army had been burned to death, and the remaining half were on the verge of death. Those are marionette poles. They can control those below the Yuanying state. Those who open the sky palaces are slightly restricted, but they can break free. The Grand Marshal said coldly. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Immediately, 3 soldiers jumped out. Let's go together. The Grand Marshal said coldly. Yes, sir. Boom. Turning his head, 3 armored soldiers stepped into the sky and soared into the sky. At this moment, at the city gates, boom, the city gates suddenly closed. Gao Xianji's army had all entered the city. They're in. Ha ha ha. They're in. By Liz Han, and the other soldiers shouted excitedly after escaping. General Gao, His Majesty has already made arrangements. The others will be taken care of. Please follow me to meet His Majesty. An official said respectfully. All right. Gao Xinji nodded. After making arrangements for his subordinates, Gao Xinji took Bailey Zhan and boarded the flying boat. Then, they headed in the direction of Huangfu Hall. At this moment, the Northern Expedition Grand Marshal gave the order. The 3 generals of Kai Tian Palace stepped into the sky. While flying, the Northern Expedition Grand Marshal knocked his bow and shot another arrow. Boom! The marionette pole exploded once again. Whoosh! The marionette pole exploded and was stored in Gu Hai's sleeve. The great Miojin, many officials, Bingheim, and the others looked at Gu Hai expectantly. They wanted to see if Gu Hai could take out a 4th marionette pole. This time, Gu Hai did not do so. 3 marionettes were already suspicious enough. Why would he take out a 4th one? Moreover, the gates were closed. The great Miojin even activated his eye of insight to see what was going on. Unfortunately, Gu Hai did not take it. Grand Marshal, save me. The fire is so unbearable. Help. The vampires and bat demons were writhing in pain. The undying divine fire was close to them. Even though they were surrounded by water, the undying divine fire continued to burn in the water. Bastard, I'll do it. The 3 Kaitian Palace generals flew over. Boom. The 3 generals attacked at the same time. Boom. An icy blue energy rushed toward the vampires and bat demons who were burning in the fire. Buzz. Under the effect of the icy blue energy, the power of the fire was expelled from their bodies bit by bit. Thank you, 4th Army Commander. Thank you, 7th Army Commander. Thank you, 9th Army Commander. The rescued vampires said gratefully. Unfortunately, only a few tens of thousands of vampires and bat demons survived. Moreover, all of them were injured. They retreated in fear and did not dare to move forward. These are the 3 army commanders of the Northern Expedition Army. In the records of the Shenlu dynasty, they did not open their sky palaces 10 years ago. Perhaps something happened in the past 10 years that made them open their sky palaces? Tang Chu said with a frown. Newly opened sky palaces? They are not even comparable to Chui Tai. The 3 of them together are only comparable to Chui Tai. Shangguan Hen sneered. In the distance, the three army commanders took out their swords and sabers. Break. The three army commanders used their sabers and swords to break the city walls at nearly the same time. Although they had just opened their sky palaces, they still had the strength to open them. When the sabers and swords clashed, they immediately produced a world-shaking might. Boom! The three army commanders worked together and produced a loud sound. The city walls in the distance shook. They can break the city gates. Many of the officials showed horrified expressions. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. "Your Majesty, let me give it a try," Shangguan Hen suggested with a frown. After all, the marionette pole earlier was just a treasure that Gu Hai released. Now that the other party's subordinates were attacking, it was not appropriate for Gu Hai to make a move. At the side, Bingheim's expression changed. Then she said, "Your Majesty de Han, let me try." "Oh." Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. "If it does not work, it is not too late to ask Mr. Shangguan to make a move. Your Majesty, you should be careful of that Northern Expedition Army Commander Day 1, Qin Zibai." Bingheim said, "NNLY. Qin Zibai? Northern Expedition Army Commander Day 1. Gu Hai looked into the distance and nodded. "That's fine too." One strategy paper already proved Bingheim's abilities. To think that she could deal with 3 heavenly palaces? However, Gu Hai showed some anticipation. Whoosh! However, Bingheim stepped forward. Her figure flashed, and she instantly moved into the distance. Everywhere she passed, she left behind an icy rainbow. Boom! In a short while, Shaochen arrived at the city gates. The barrier in the city blocked the outside world. However, it was easy to leave. Bingheim instantly arrived before the 3 commanders. Does Gu Hai not have anyone else to send? Why did he send a woman? One of the commanders sneered as he stopped breaking the city gates. "She is rather pretty. Ha 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 ha. Beauty, don't follow Gu Hai. The Grand Marshal is here. Follow me." "That's right. Following us is better than following Gu Hai." The 3 commanders revealed lewd smiles. However, in the next moment, the 3 raised their weapons and chopped at Bingheim at the same time. Bingheim did not expect the 3 to be so sinister. The 3 weapons instantly chopped her down. Bang! Bingheim immediately exploded. Gu Hai's face sank. In the distance, the Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition, Qin Zibai's face also sank. It was settled just like that. Bingheim's body exploded, turning into countless ice shards that scattered everywhere. No, this is not her body. Suddenly, one of the commanders' expression changed. You only discovered it now. Isn't it too late?" Bingheim's cold laughter came from above the 3. The 3 immediately looked up. Then, they saw Bingheim suddenly forming a complicated hand seal. Wung! A huge ice mirror suddenly appeared behind Bingheim. A glaring ray of sunlight was guided by Bingheim. The 3 of them immediately squinted their eyes and tried to protect themselves. However, when the 3 of them regained their vision, they found themselves in a strange environment. There were ice mirrors all around them, surrounding the 3 of them in a large encirclement. In every mirror, there was a Bingheim standing. The 3 of them were shocked. In the outside world, Gu Hai and Qin Zibai's expressions darkened. They saw Bingheim forming a hand seal. Suddenly, cold air shot out in all directions. The entire area within 100 li of the city gate was immediately sealed in ice. The ground was instantly covered in ice, and snow started to fall from the sky. In the center, a huge ice ball that was 100 zhang tall surrounded the 3 commanders and Bingheim. A gentle breeze blew past, and the ice ball emitted waves of cold air. No one knew what was happening inside. The great ice mirror technique. Shangguan Hen's expression changed slightly. What is the Great Ice Mirror technique? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Shangguan Hen showed a shocked expression and said, Strange, strange. This Great Ice Mirror technique is an inherited technique of the opposing force of the Solar God Palace. How can Bingheim know it? How can she be a member of Tai E? Strange. Oh, Your Majesty, this Bingheim may not be simple. She can use the Great Ice Mirror technique. The three of them are finished, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Whoosh. This was because Qin Zibai, who was far away, also noticed the strangeness of the ice ball. His expression darkened. Bastard. Qin Zibai took a step forward and headed toward Zhaoga City. It took him only a short while to arrive at the location of the ice ball. Break. Qin Zibai extended his hand and struck at the ice ball. Boom. With a loud sound, the ice ball exploded. The moment the ice ball exploded, Bingheim shot out and flew toward Gu Hai in the city. Open the formation and let Bingheim in, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, the official in charge of the formation answered. Whoosh! A hole appeared in the formation. Bingheim entered the formation and headed toward Gu Hai. On the other side, Qin Zibai did not chase after Bingheim. Instead, he looked at the inside of the ice ball. The ice ball exploded, and a large amount of cold fog filled the surroundings. Qin Zibai waved his hand. Boom! Immediately, the fog dissipated, revealing the three commanders inside. However, the three commanders had all turned into ice sculptures at the moment. They were all dead with their eyes wide open. Emperor Dahan, I did not disappoint you. Bingheim flew in front of Gu Hai with a smile. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the distant Qin Zibai. Good, good, good. Gu Hai, your Zhaoga City really surprised me. You killed my 3 legion commanders who just opened the Celestial Palace? Qin Zibai looked at the city with a cold expression. Qin Zibai, the commander of the Northern Expedition, Day 1? I am just taking back what belongs to me. Why did you abandon your Northern Expedition and focus on attacking me? Again and again, you let your subordinates wreak havoc in my Han dynasty. Do you think that the Han dynasty is already yours? Gu Hai said coldly. What belongs to you? The 24 cities of the Divine Foothill dynasty belong to me, Day 1. Originally, I did not want to make a move personally. However, you repeatedly acted recklessly and killed my generals. Don't blame me for being merciless. The city guarding formation? Do you really think that this barrier can keep me out of the city? Qin Zibai snorted coldly. As Qin Zibai spoke, he threw another palm strike at the city guarding formation. A humongous red, manifested palm materialized in the air and descended like a meteor, brazenly crashing into Zhaoga City's formation. An intense collision rang out, causing countless citizens in the city to cover their ears in pain. Arg! Miserable shrieks rang out incessantly. The tremors were too intense, and the entire Zhaoga City shook. The citizens covered their bleeding ears and raised their heads in agony. They saw that the indestructible city guarding formation was now covered in cracks, crazily extending in all directions like a spider web. The might of one palm strike almost broke the formation. Qin Zibai opened the Central Heavenly Palace. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Central Heavenly Palace. Bingheim's expression changed as well. She looked at the floating island in the distance, where the great Myojin was. However, Bingheim could not deal with the Central Heavenly Palace. She hoped that the great Myojin would make a move. The great Myojin sat in a pavilion on the floating island, drinking fine wine as he revealed a cold smile. Why would the great Myojin help Gu Hai? What a joke! It would be even better if Qin Zibai killed Gu Hai. In the plaza of Huangfu Hall, the officials looked anxiously at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not panic. Only a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he seemed to have made a decision. With a cold look in his eyes, he stepped forward. Chapter 335. Under Qin Zibai's palm strike, countless cracks appeared in Chaoga City's barrier, as if it would shatter at any moment. The destruction of the nation is today. Everyone felt extremely anxious. Even Shangguan Hen showed an unsightly expression. Are we going to break into the city now? Bingheim looked at the great Miojin in the distance. However, why would the great Miojin help? However, just as everyone worried, Gu Hai took a step forward. Citizens of the Han Dynasty, citizens of the Divine Foothill Dynasty, I, Gu Hai, am not talented. In the end, I would like to borrow Huangfu Chaoga's old memories to ask everyone to lend me your strength to protect the 24 cities. I have promised that I will give everyone peace that will not lose to the Divine Foothill. However, I need everyone to work together with me. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. If we succeed, the nation will prosper. If we fail, the nation will be destroyed, and we will become slaves. Citizens of the Dahan, if you do not betray me, I will not betray you. I am not joking. Please lend me a hand. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The Sea of Providence clouds instantly transmitted his voice to the ears of all the Dahan's citizens. Naturally, all the citizens on 9-5 Island raised their hands. In Chaoga City, the citizens also raised their right hands, lending their strength to Gu Hai. The citizens of the other 11 cities that Huangfu Chaoga had given Gu Hai also raised their hands after some thought. Only a small portion of the citizens of the 12 cities that they had just conquered raised their hands. However, the 12 city lords immediately stepped forward and continuously used the sound amplification array formation to appeal to all the citizens in the city to raise their hands and borrow Gu Hai's strength. After all, to the officials, once the Dahan dynasty fell, they would lose all their power. Perhaps they missed Huangfu Chaoga. Gu Hai's words moved the citizens, or they did not want to be slaves anymore. One citizen after another raised their hands. Rumble. The citizens' strength slowly flowed toward Chaoga City, entering Gu Hai's body through the Sea of Providence clouds. Rumble. Surging energy exploded around Gu Hai. A strong wind blew, and the surrounding officials were forced to retreat. In the past, Huangfu Chaoga was able to use the power of a country to block Luyang of Gojoseon. When Luyang of Gojoseon was at his peak, he seemed to be even stronger than Qin Zibai. Right now, Gu Hai wasn't receiving as much power as Huangfu Chaoga, but it was still 60%. Surging energy converged, and Gu Hai's body seemed to emit a flame of energy. Outside the city, Qin Zibai's eyes widened as he sent out a third palm strike. Boom! With a loud boom, Qin Zibai's palm strike shattered the powerful barrier protecting the city. The tremendous force shook the entire Chaoga City like a surging storm. Ha ha! Mobilizing the power of a nation? Gu Hai, you're still lacking a bit. Qin Zibai said with a cold smile. Rumble! A mountain peak suddenly appeared beneath Gu Hai's feet. It was the dragon vein carrying Gu Hai, quickly heading out of the city. Whether I'm lacking or not, we will know after we compete. Qin Zibai, the people of Dahan are already as strong as iron. The people can lend me their power. You can't take away any of the Dahan's cities. Gu Hai said coldly. The mountain peak carried Gu Hai to the outskirts of the city quickly. Gu Hai's aura surged continuously, and the storm around him grew increasingly stronger. By the time Gu Hai reached the open space outside the city, his aura had reached its peak. A strong might and pressure spread out, kicking up sand and pebbles in the surroundings. On the floating island in the city, the great Miojin said coldly, Qin Zibai, when you first entered the central heavenly palace, Gu Hai mobilized the power of a nation in Dahan. Unfortunately, only half of your people gave you power. Furthermore, they were not sincere. Now, their power has reached the peak of the central heavenly palace, but they can't go any further. You are still slightly weaker than Qin Zibai. Dahan, you are too fast. Qin Zibai arrived in front of Guhai as well. Ha ha! Guhai, you want to fight me personally? You don't want to threaten me with my Yuan dynasty captives? Qin Zibai said coldly. Will threats work? Even if I kill 1,000,000 Yuan dynasty captives, will your heart waver? Guhai sneered. No, Qin Zibai said coldly. Since you won't, why should I use them to threaten you? I am enough, Guhai said coldly. You are stronger than Huangfu Chaoga. He is willing to go against the world for loyalty. However, you have the spirit of an emperor. Can you go against the world because of your own will? I will leave your corpse intact. Qin Zibai said coldly. You think that I will lose? Guhai revealed a cold smile. With a flip of his hand, the crimson saber suddenly appeared in Guhai's hand. The crimson saber could increase Guhai's strength. Holding the crimson saber, Guhai's strength suddenly soared. Humph! Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows and flipped his hand. Whoosh! Qin Zibai also grabbed a crimson saber. The shape of the crimson saber was identical to the one in Guhai's hand. Huh! Guhai frowned. A replica of the blood prison. I have one as well. Let's see if you are better than me. Qin Zibai snorted coldly. The two's crimson sabers chopped down at nearly the same time. Suddenly, the crimson light of the two sabers soared into the sky, dyeing the entire place red. Then, two huge crimson arcs of light clashed. Hum! The two crimson sabers' saber lights clashed, creating a huge storm. The storm rushed to Chaoga City and knocked down a large portion of the city walls, which had lost the barrier. Rumble! The surroundings turned chaotic. Green veins bulged on the crimson sabers as if they had bulging veins. Guhai and Qin Zibai showed ferocious expressions. The two infused almost all their strength into their crimson sabers. Cold sweat appeared on Guhai's forehead as he showed ferocious expressions. Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. Ha ha! Your crimson saber is actually more exquisite than mine. Is it more like the blood prison? It can give you a greater boost in strength. However, your strength is still slightly weaker than mine. You are also slightly weaker when it comes to mobilizing the power of a nation. Break for me. Break! Guhai roared with a ferocious expression. Hum! The place where the two sabers clashed suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. When the bloody mist exploded, Qin Zibai and Guhai paused. However, neither of them took a step back. A crack appeared on Qin Zibai's crimson saber. As for Guhai's crimson saber, it had completely shattered. The crimson fog that filled the air earlier was the result of Guhai's crimson saber exploding. Ha 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 ha! I told you! Now, you don't even have the blood prison imitation saber that can boost your strength. What are you going to use to fight me? Qin Zibai sneered. Shangguan Hen, Gao Xianji, and the others all showed worried expressions. After all, this crimson saber had helped Guhai defeat stronger opponents many times. However, even the crimson saber shattered now. Great Myojin! Bingheim shouted anxiously at the great Myojin in the distance. However, the great Myojin lazily leaned against a stone pillar in the pavilion. He revealed a cold smile and said, "Doesn't Guhai have two sabers? If one is broken, there is still another." The great Myojin was unwilling to make a move. Bingheim felt anxious. Two sabers? However, it seemed that only the crimson saber could boost strength. Indeed, she saw Guhai use his left hand to cover his chest with his wide sleeve and draw the Life Ender saber with his right hand. Buzz! The moment the Life Ender saber appeared, it gave off a dense, cold chi. A bone saber? I heard that you have an evil saber. However, aside from giving off some black chi, can this evil saber compare to the imitation saber in the blood prison? With our current strength, is this black chi still useful? What if some small skeletons come out of it? Ha ha. Come, let me chop it up. Qin Zibai said coldly. Gu Hai took out the Life Ender saber and stared at Qin Zibai. Then he sneered, "That's right. The Life Ender saber cannot boost my strength. However, that is because it has not been unsealed yet." Huh. Qin Zibai frowned slightly, showing some doubt. Unsealed, there are still countless cracks on this broken bone saber. How can it be unsealed? If it could be unsealed, wouldn't you have done so long ago? Why wait until now? As Gu Hai held the Life Ender saber with his left hand, his right hand suddenly moved from the hilt to the tip. As he moved, the cracks on the bone saber healed at a strange speed. Gu Hai was using his heaven-replenishing energy to repair the Life Ender saber. Huh! The great Myojin in the distance suddenly straightened his body, finally showing a change in expression. As Gu Hai repaired the cracks on the Life Ender saber, the saber suddenly gave off a soul-stirring energy. Even someone as strong as Qin Zibai felt a sudden jolt in his heart and soul. He felt dizzy, as if the bone blade in front of him was the most evil thing in the world, and it was creating an evil spiritual world. A piercing cold intent rushed towards his three souls. "What saber is this?" Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. "The saber's name is Life Ender." Gu Hai held the hilt with both hands and swung it at Qin Zibai. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, boundless black fog seemed to appear out of nowhere, instantly covering the place. Everything turned pitch black except for the bright white Life Ender saber in the center. Then it turned into a heavenly saber and chopped at Qin Zibai. Humph! Qin Zibai snorted coldly and swung the crimson saber in his hand. The two sabers clashed. Shing! Xiao Chun easily chopped the crimson saber in half. It was like nothing in the world could block the Life Ender saber. Then Xiao Chun swung the crimson saber at Qin Zibai. What? Qin Zibai's expression changed as the threat of death enveloped his entire body. He did not resist at all. His figure flashed as he retreated. Boom! When the Life Ender saber swung down, the black fog in the air vanished, and the place regained its brightness. Phew! 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 Gu Hai panted heavily. When he activated the Life Ender saber earlier, he instantly drained half of the energy that the ordinary people lent him. Half! Half! Gu Hai's strength suddenly decreased by a large amount. Indeed, the complete Life Ender saber was still not something that he could control. Crack! 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 After Xiao Chun swung his saber, the Life Ender saber regained its normal appearance. The original cracks reappeared. Huh! Gu Hai's face sank. When Xiao Chun repaired the Life Ender saber earlier, the heaven-replenishing energy in his body had been drained in an instant. Could it be that he only repaired a facade earlier? If he wanted to repair the entire saber, he would need a boundless amount of heaven-replenishing energy. As Gu Hai held the Life Ender saber, he looked up at Qin Zibai. However, Xiao Chun saw that Qin Zibai had already retreated to more than 10 kilometers away. The saber had torn apart his clothes. The sharp saber had even chopped off most of Qin Zibai's hair. Only the hilt remained of the blood prison imitation saber in Qin Zibai's right hand. The shield in Qin Zibai's left hand had also been chopped in half. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. However, Qin Zibai broke out in a cold sweat. That Life Ender saber nearly chopped me in half. Chapter 336. The Universe Origin Shield. the blood prison imitation saber. Qin Zibai looked at the saber hilt and broken shield in his hand. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. These were his two strongest treasures. Earlier, Gu Hai chopped them down with one saber strike, breaking them into two with one saber strike. If not for Qin Zibai fleeing quickly, if not for the universe origin shield and the blood prison imitation saber blocking for him, Qin Zibai would have died. No matter how strong Qin Zibai was, he could not be as tough as these two treasures. Qin Zibai, who was covered in cold sweat, looked up at the distant Gu Hai. Gu Hai's aura had weakened significantly. The life ender saber in his hand returned to its original state, covered in cracks. Gu Hai, Qin Zibai said coldly with some fear. Gu Hai took a few deep breaths and recovered. Then he held the life ender saber and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Grand Marshal Qin, do you want to try again? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Qin Zibai narrowed his eyes and said, Humph, your life ender saber cracked again. Indeed, it cracked. However, I can reseal it again. Grand Marshal Qin, do you want to do it again? Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. If you could reseal it, would you be speaking nonsense with me? Qin Zibai asked sullenly. Gu Hai held the saber hilt with one hand as he prepared to reseal the saber with the other, just like earlier. Gu Hai no longer had the heaven-replenishing energy. However, he could not lose his arrogance. Otherwise, if the other party saw through him, he would be in trouble. You can try. Gu Hai showed a cold expression. Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. He could guess that Gu Hai was at the end of his rope. However, Qin Zibai did not dare to gamble. If he lost, he would die. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. Qin Zibai's expression also turned sullen. However, the two's battle strangely stopped. The surroundings were completely silent. The people in the city and the soldiers outside stared at the two fighting to the death. However, no one stepped forward. They did not have the ability to do so. At this moment, rumble! Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the north. However, he saw hundreds of flying boats coming from the north. Over there, quick, quick! Long Wanyu stood at the bow of the airship in the middle and shouted in surprise. Jinmu of Silla looked into the distance and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Gu Hai versus Qin Zibai? Furthermore, he was frozen? That's impossible, Sima Changkong said in shock. Not only Sima Changkong, but Jinmu of Silla also clenched her fists. When she looked at Gu Hai, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Jinmu of Silla saw things from a different perspective. In the past, when Gu Hai defeated Liu Yang, it was to avenge Huangfu Chaoga. He used this hatred to mobilize the power of the world. Now that he was evenly matched with Qin Zibai, he must have mobilized the power of the world of Dahan. How long had it been? How many months had it been? The people of the 24 cities of the Shenlu dynasty were willing to lend their strength to Gu Hai? How long had it been? And he had already won the hearts of the people. This was what Jinmu of Silla feared the most. Boom! The hundreds of flying boats arrived in the blink of an eye, causing a huge gust of wind. Gu Hai and Qin Zibai's faces sank as they looked over. Takeshi Ryushin? Qin Zibai's face turned cold. The current situation was out of Qin Zibai's expectations. Why did Jinmu of Silla come? Shouldn't she be waiting for Gu Hai to be killed by me? The situation became complicated. Dealing with Gu Hai seemed to have come to an end. Qin Zibai started to be wary of Jinmu of Silla. Behind them, some of Qin Zibai's 5 million troops also arrived in the hundreds of flying boats. Boom! The two flying boats immediately faced each other. The soldiers on the flying boats grabbed their bows and looked at each other coldly. Qin Zibai, long time no see. Jinmu of Silla said coldly. Jinmu of Silla, are you here to help Gu Hai? Qin Zibai asked coldly. Jinmu of Silla did not answer him. Instead, she turned her head to look at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, you are really capable. This king underestimated you. Jinmu of Silla said, seriously. Jinmu of Silla, welcome. Gu Hai is sorry for not welcoming you. Gu Hai smiled faintly, but did not reveal anything. Brother-in-law, ha. The old man finally agreed to let me find you. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. He stomped on the ground. Bang! Long Wanyu immediately jumped to the peak, where Gu Hai stood. Cluster Lord, be careful. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed, as he and the group of Long Wanyu's guards immediately flew around Gu Hai. Suddenly, a group of people appeared around Gu Hai. However, he suddenly frowned as he held the bone saber. You just came from the Deqian capital? Gu Hai asked, feeling bewildered. Of course. I spent a long time on the old man's side. Ha, don't you think so? Old Baldy Lu Nian? Long Wanyu looked at Venerable Lu Nian proudly. Old Baldy Lu Nian, Venerable Lu Nian, smiled bitterly. Although Long Wanyu's words were not pleasing, she did not have any bad intentions. Perhaps she acknowledged me by scolding me like this? Venerable Lu Nian nodded. On the other side, Qin Zibai continued looking at Gu Hai coldly. Kill Gu Hai now. Is that still possible? Not to mention whether Qin Zibai could deal with Gu Hai. Even if he could destroy Gu Hai, would he still be able to obtain the 24 cities of Dahan when the Jinmu of Silla's army arrived? Qin Zibai's expression turned increasingly sullen. Jinmu of Silla turned to look at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai, withdraw your troops. This king is already here. Your efforts have already failed. Humph. Failed. Not necessarily. Dissatisfaction flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. Ha. Gu Hai, I'm back. Ha. Suddenly, wild laughter came from the distant horizon. Rumble. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a large number of bats flying towards the center of the battlefield. At a glance, there were at least 10 million bats that covered the sky and earth. Among them, there were even some blood-colored bats that revealed ferocious expressions. The bats surrounded a man, giving off a red light. This was Chang Ming, the former commander of the 8th Army of the Northern Expedition Army. Chang Ming was injured by Shangguan Hen's snake venom and fell into the valley, obtaining a fortuitous encounter. As soon as Chang Ming arrived, he saw the chaotic scene at the moment. However, Chang Ming believed that he had mastered the divine skill and was not afraid at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the center of the battlefield with the rolling bats. Gu Hai, I'm back. Also, that despicable person who poisoned me. Come out and die, Chang Ming said with a ferocious expression. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats flapped their wings frantically. The ordinary people in the city showed worried expressions. Chang Ming, Qin Zibai said with a frown. Grand Marshal, are you here to deal with Gu Hai as well? Ha. Is this the Jinmu of Silla? Grand Marshal, you deal with the Jinmu of Silla. Leave this Gu Hai to me. Chang Ming's eyes were filled with determination. The huge bat wings on Chang Ming's back flapped, revealing 2 scarlet fangs in his mouth. Who is this unlucky person? Long Wanyu looked at Chang Ming with disgust. Ever since Gu Hai risked his life to save Long Wanyu had completely accepted him as her brother-in-law. Her mother was dead, and her sister was dead. The only family in this world was Gu Hai. Now a black-robed man had appeared out of nowhere and dared to insult her brother-in-law. No matter how she looked at him, she did not like him. Little girl, what did you say? You said, I have an unlucky face. Ha. Chongming was so angry that he laughed. Isn't that so? With your appearance, you must have suffered greatly at my brother-in-law's hands. You still want to seek trouble for my brother-in-law with that wretched appearance of yours? Long Wanyu immediately scolded without holding back. Chongming was favored by the heavens, pampered, and spoiled by the Chong clan. However, no matter how pampered he was, could he be more pampered than Long Wanyu? So what if I scold you? If you make me unhappy, I don't care who you are. I will scold you all the same. Venerable Lu Nian leaned forward, showing some bitterness. Long Wanyu did not care about how strong Chongming was. However, Venerable Lu Nian did. Given his aura, it was clear that he had opened the heavenly palace. Even she was not a match for him. Long Wanyu was really foolish and bold. Jinmu of Scylla's face sank as she raised her guard. No matter what, Long Wanyu could not get injured. Otherwise, His Holiness would definitely blame her. Chongming stared at Long Wanyu for a while. Suddenly, he discovered that this Long Wanyu seemed to be even more detestable than Gu Hai. You said I have an unlucky face. You said I have an unlucky face. Little girl, what do you know? This great me is blessed by heaven and earth. Everything goes smoothly. Even when I got poisoned by a mistake, I got humph. The unlucky one is you. I will immediately let you know how laughable your earlier words are. Chongming sneered. I said that you have an unlucky face, but you did not believe me. Why did you rush over in such a hurry? You are going to get beaten up again. Unlucky face. Long Wanyu said with disdain. Beat me up? Who dares to beat me up? Chongming looked at Long Wanyu in displeasure. Your father will beat you up, Long Wanyu said confidently. You dare to scold me? Chongming glared at her. Who scolded you? You unlucky thing. Stay away from me. Don't infect me. Long Wanyu shouted. Qin Zibai was speechless. Chongming had an unlucky face. This little girl must be crazy. He was blessed by the heavens, and everything went smoothly for him. You are the unlucky one. You are the unlucky one. Little girl, I will let you know what is unlucky and what is unlucky. You will be the unlucky one soon. Chongming roared. He waved his hand. Boom. All the bats behind him rose up violently as if they were going to rush towards Long Wanyu and teach her a lesson. Gu Hai's face sank as he stood in front of Long Wanyu. Brother-in-law, don't worry. He is going to be beaten up soon. He is just an unlucky guy. Why should we be afraid of him? Long Wanyu said proudly. Unlucky guy, I want you to be unlucky. Go. Chongming roared ferociously. Stop. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. It was so loud that it could be heard by everyone. All the bats were shocked by the loud roar. They were originally ferocious, but in the blink of an eye, they were terrified. Chongming's face darkened as he turned his head to look. He saw another black light coming from the sky. It was so fast that it reached the center of the crowd in an instant. Boom! A strong wind blew past, and the figure in the black light froze in the air. Jinmu of Scylla's face darkened. Changsheng? Grand Duke Changsheng? Qin Zibai also frowned. Father, why are you here? Why are you suppressing my bats with your blood? I want to teach this little girl a lesson. Why are you stopping me? Chongming opened his eyes wide. Slap! Changsheng slapped Chongming's face. Unfilial son, how dare you? Changsheng shouted. Chongming covered his mouth and widened his eyes in grievance. I told you, you are so unlucky that you will be beaten up by your father. You don't believe me. Ha ha. Long Wanyu said proudly. Chapter 337. Slap. Changsheng slapped Chongming in the face. You unfilial son, how dare you? Changsheng shouted. Chongming covered his mouth and widened his eyes in grievance. I told you that you were going to be slapped by your father, but you didn't believe me. Ha ha. Long Wanyu said proudly. Long Wanyu's proudness seemed to be sprinkling salt on Chang Ming's wound. Chang Ming was about to explode. Little girl, I won't. Chang Ming was furious. Slap. Chang Sheng slapped him again. You can't control your mouth, right? Chang Sheng shouted angrily. Chang Ming. Qin Zibai. Gu Hai was speechless. Jinmu of Silla. Everyone looked at the father and son in confusion. The situation was a little complicated. They didn't understand. Long Wanyu was the only one who had expected this. She looked proud and disdainful. Father. Chang Ming covered his mouth and felt conflicted. Father slapped me as soon as he came? What did I do wrong? Chang Ming seemed to want to say something, but Chang Sheng glared at Chang Ming, forcing him to swallow the words he was about to say. After dealing with his son, Chang Sheng looked at everyone again. When he saw Long Wanyu, he suddenly smiled warmly like spring. Princess Wanyu, we meet again. My son is insensible and offended you. Please forgive him. Princess Wanyu? Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. Although he didn't know that Long Wanyu was a prophet, Qin Zibai knew how much Daiqianqing treasured her. Was this Long Wanyu? Chang Ming covered his mouth and looked like he was going to vomit blood. He shouted in his heart, Am I your biological son? So, you slapped me for this little girl? Forget it, it's fine. He's just unlucky. Just discipline him in the future. Long Wanyu said like an old man. Chang Sheng smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, I will discipline him strictly. This time, it's all thanks to Princess Wanyu's matchmaking that Deqian and Daewon were able to shake hands and make peace. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent people would have died in the war between the two dynasties. Chang Sheng said gratefully. When Chang Sheng spoke, the surrounding people immediately understood. No wonder Chang Sheng was so polite to Long Wanyu. Daewon and Deqian shook hands and made peace. Was it because of Long Wanyu? Of course. If the old man doesn't agree, I'll pull out his beard. Long Wanyu said proudly. Qin Zibai. Old man, pluck his beard. In this world, who would dare to say that to Daiqianqing? Looking at Takashi Ryushin, Qin Zibai was speechless. Are you guys used to it? Chang Ming stared at Long Wanyu and hesitated for a while. Where did this girl come from? Chang Sheng thanked Long Wanyu and turned to look at Gu Hai and Jinmu of Silla. Chang Sheng greets Mr. Good and Jinmu of Silla. Chang Sheng bowed slightly and smiled. Gu Hai bowed back. Chang Sheng, His Holiness has given you a decree. Jinmu of Silla frowned and said, Yes, the war between the two countries is over. The imperial decree will be in Jinmu of Silla's hands soon. Right? I won't say much. Chang Sheng said with a smile. Mr. Good, my son has offended you previously. Please forgive him. Chang Sheng said politely again. Chang Ming, forget it. He didn't cause any losses to the Dahan. Gu Hai shook his head. Chang Sheng nodded. He turned to look at Qin Zibai. Marshal Qin, the war is over. Please withdraw your troops. I have an imperial decree from the great emperor. Please return to the court immediately. Other matters will be taken over by someone else. Chang Sheng looked at Qin Zibai solemnly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and said, Duke Chang Sheng, you went to the Deqian dynasty to negotiate peace, and no longer have any disputes with the Deqian. However, the Dahan is not included. The Dahan has taken 12 cities from us. We must get them back. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. It seemed that Qin Zibai had not given up. Chang Sheng shook his head and said, No, Marshal Qin, everything is over. The result of my negotiation is that other than returning all the Deqian cities in Yingzhou, no more weapons are to be used, including the Han dynasty. What do you mean by no more weapons are to be used, including the Han Dynasty? Qin Zibai's face darkened. From now on, no more weapons are to be used. The Day One is not allowed to send troops to the Deqian. Similarly, they are not allowed to send troops to the Dehan. Changsheng said, solemnly. What? Why? Qin Zibai glared and said, angrily. This was written in the treaty. It was the last sentence that the Daqianqing added. Changsheng said, solemnly. Qin Zibai's face darkened. Beside him, King Shenwu also revealed a trace of surprise. The Daqianqing added a sentence at the last minute that the Day One was not allowed to attack the Dehan. Why did His Holiness add this sentence? At the side, Gu Hai also showed some doubt as he turned his head to look to the north. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty, he was protecting the Dehan. Just one sentence. And the Day One imperial dynasty did not dare to attack him? Gu Hai understood that if not for the Daqianqing's words, the Day One and the Dehan would not stop fighting. Even if Qin Zibai returned empty-handed today, there would be more experts in the future. The Dehan would not have peace. The Han dynasty had just entered the Divine Continent. Although they had 24 cities, the people's hearts were not stable yet. Gu Hai needed time. Once the war continued, the people would complain. Now, Daqianqing's words gave him time. Unwillingness flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. However, Changsheng's eyes were filled with determination. He had to obey even if he did not want to. He could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Returned to court, Qin Zibai gloomily roared. The army behind Qin Zibai roared in unison. At the side, Changming covered his mouth, unwillingness written all over his face. Father! Changming looked at Changsheng, seeming to have something to say. Let's talk after we return. Changsheng's expression immediately turned cold. Changming, Princess Wanyu, Mr. Good, Jinmu of Silla, we will take our leave. Changsheng bowed to everyone again. Go. Long Wanyu said with a smile. Jinmu of Silla frowned and nodded. Gu Hai bowed slightly, sending them off. Just as Changsheng was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from Chaoga City. Young Changsheng. It was the great Miojin who was sitting in the pavilion on the floating island, holding a wine cup and looking out of the city. The voice was not loud, but it spread all over the place in an instant. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Who dares to insult my father? Changming suddenly shouted. Shut up! Changsheng immediately stopped Changming. Changming, why was he so unlucky? Why did his father have to scold him? There's another master? Qin Zibai's expression changed as he looked at the city. Changsheng's expression turned serious, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He suddenly bowed respectfully to Chaoga City and said, Young Changsheng greets the great Miojin. The great Miojin? Jinmu of Silla suddenly raised her eyelids. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. There was still the great Miojin in Chaoga City. With the great Miojin here, wasn't Chaoga City invulnerable to attacks? Then how did Gu Hai lose the city? Jinmu of Silla looked at Gu Hai, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. When did Gu Hai get on the good side of the great Miojin? Qin Zibai's expression also changed. Obviously, the information he received was not comprehensive enough, and he did not know that the great Miojin was here. When he heard that it was the great Miojin, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Gu Hai in shock. No wonder he was not afraid of me at all. However, what everyone did not know was that the great Miojin would not help Gu Hai at all. He wanted to see Gu Hai die. Go back and tell the Shiyu the Great that I will go to his place soon. It is time to settle the grudge between us. The great Miojin's voice rang out. Changsheng's and Qin Zibai's expressions sank. Yes, I will pass on your words to the great emperor, Changsheng said respectfully. The great Myojin acknowledged indifferently before falling silent. Changsheng and Qin Zibai looked at Chaoga City with complicated expressions. Return to the court, Qin Zibai shouted. Rumble. The flying ships slowly turned around and met up with the Yuan dynasty soldiers in the distance. Then, they slowly retreated from the Han dynasty. At this moment, the flying ship that Changsheng was on earlier also flew over. Changsheng brought the depressed Changming onto the flying ship and slowly left. The surging Yuan dynasty soldiers came with a strong momentum, but were blocked by Gu Hai outside the city. Now they all retreated. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The people in the city cheered. The Jinmu of Silla had a complicated expression as she turned her head to look at Chaoga City. Inside Chaoga City, the great Myojin suddenly appeared in front of Bingheim. Bingheim, since the Dahan is stable, I will not stay any longer. It is time to leave, the great Myojin said indifferently. However, Bingheim did not give the great Myojin any face as she said, You should have left long ago. Before I leave, I will remind you again. Remember your identity. The great Myojin let out a strange laugh. Boom. Suddenly, the great Myojin turned into a streak of green light and shot into the sky. The green light condensed into a huge peacock. It spread its wings and flew toward the west at an extremely fast speed, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Outside the city, Gu Hai, Jinmu of Silla, and the others saw this and frowned. Tell the people of the Han dynasty that the Yuan dynasty soldiers have retreated. The Dahan is safe now. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Gu Hai's voice instantly spread to the 24 cities and 9-5 Island. The people who lent their forces to Gu Hai were stunned at first, but then they became overjoyed. We are safe now. Long live the emperor. The people who did not lend their forces to Gu Hai were stunned. How is this possible? The emperor repelled the Yuan dynasty soldiers? Previously, they did not lend their forces because they did not think highly of the emperor. However, why did the emperor? No matter what the people thought, the war was indeed over. The Jinmu of Silla's army stayed outside the city. Gu Hai led the Jinmu of Silla's group and slowly headed toward the city. The flying boat flew past, heading straight for Huangfu Hall. Soon, they arrived at Huangfu Hall. Bingheim, Shangguan Hen, Gao Xianji by Liz Han, and the others were already waiting. Gao Xianji greets the emperor. Gao Xianji bowed respectfully. By Liz Han, and the others also bowed slightly. Dispense with the formalities. Gu Hai smiled. Gao Xianji greets Commander Jinan Daewon. Gao Xianji bowed again to Jinmu of Silla. General Gao, there is no need for such formalities. Jinmu of Silla immediately smiled. Your Majesty, I made a mistake when I led the troops to Zhaoga, which resulted in a deviation from our expectations. Please forgive me. Gao Xianji said, ashamed. Jinmu of Silla and the others frowned slightly. Gao Xianji's army was a miracle. How could she say that she made a mistake? Forget it. It's just a small flaw. It won't affect the overall situation. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji said respectfully. Commander Daewon, there was a tactical array just now. I have heard it. The war between Daewon, Deqian, and Dahan is over. Gao Xianji's mission is also completed. Here, I hand over the Tiger Seal to the Grand Marshal, resign as the commander of Legio 6, and return to Dahan. Gao Xianji took out the Tiger Seal that led Legio 6. Chapter 338. Gao Xianji resigned after the war. Furthermore, he was resigning in front of Gu Hai and his subordinates. Jinmu of Silla's face darkened. If it was any other time, Jinmu of Silla would not let Gao Xinji go. He would find an excuse to transfer her somewhere else and slowly subdue her. But now she was in Chaoga. In other words, she was in Gao Xianji's house. How could he transfer her away in front of the owner of this house? Grand Marshal, please grant my wish. Gao Xianji said respectfully again. Jinmu of Silla was silent. He did not want to agree. Jinmu of Silla, now that the war is over, it's time to return Gao Xianji that I lent you. Guhai said with a smile. Yes, Takashi Ryushin, hurry up. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Many people are waiting for you. Long One, you said. Jinmu of Silla looked at Gao Xianji again and sighed bitterly. If that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Mr. Gao, my mansion is always open to you. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Gao Xianji stepped forward and handed over the tiger seal. Jinmu of Silla was reluctant to part with it, but he still took it. Gao Xianji felt relieved after giving away the tiger seal and relinquishing her position as the Legio 6 commander of the Southern Battlefront Army. By Liz Han, Jinmu of Silla shouted. Here, Bai Lizhan stepped forward and showed a hint of bitterness. Since Gao Xianji has relinquished her position as the Legio 6 commander, you can continue to be the temporary commander, Jinmu of Silla said. Bai Lizhan didn't step forward. He looked at Gao Xianji with a complicated expression. Jinmu of Silla frowned. Thank you, Grand Marshal, for your kindness. Now that the nation war is over, I would like to retire and return home. I hope that Grand Marshal can grant my wish, Bai Lizhan said respectfully. Disarmed? Jinmu of Silla laughed angrily. Even if Jinmu of Silla couldn't tell, Sima Chongkong had mentioned it to Jinmu of Silla. How was Bai Lizhan in front of him a man who had just retired? Instead, he wanted to follow Gao Xianji. Grand Marshal, please forgive me. I have let down Grand Marshal's kindness, Bai Lizhan said bitterly. Jinmu of Silla took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She looked at Gao Xianji and then at Guhai, especially Guhai. Jinmu of Silla felt very uncomfortable. You introduced Gao Xianji to me just to kidnap my general? Fine, do as you wish. If you want to go back to Jinan City. If you don't want to, do as you wish. Jinmu of Silla suppressed her anger and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Grand Marshal, for granting my wish. Bai Lizhan also let out a long breath. Jinmu of Silla didn't look at them anymore. It was so frustrating. Guhai looked at Gao Xianji and revealed a satisfied smile. Turning his head, Guhai looked at Jinmu of Silla and said, Jinmu of Silla, would you like to sit in the hall for a while? No need. This time, the main purpose is to send Princess Wanyu here. Also, His Holiness wants to give you an imperial edict, Jinmu of Silla said in a deep voice. Oh, Guhai frowned slightly. It's nothing. Brother-in-law, take a look for yourself. Long Wanyu immediately took out an imperial edict and stuffed it into Guhai's hand. Jinmu of Silla opened her mouth and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. How could an imperial edict be stuffed into someone's hand? She had to shout, Long live 3 times at least. Moreover, this was Chaoga. If Guhai bowed to the Daiqianqing's imperial edict, it would definitely damage Guhai's prestige. However, Long Wanyu skipped all the steps and directly stuffed it into Guhai's hand. Takashi Ryushin couldn't do anything about it. Guhai frowned and opened the imperial edict. The hall master of Class 1 Hall, Guhai, received the order. Princess Wanyu is temporarily under your protection. In all matters, protecting Princess Wanyu is the first priority. With this imperial edict, you can mobilize all Deqian officials and military forces to cooperate and protect Princess Wanyu. If anything happens to Princess Wanyu, you will be severely punished. The imperial edict didn't have much content. It just asked Gu Hai to protect Long Wanyu. Moreover, it named Gu Hai as the Hall Master of Class 1 Hall and not the Emperor Dahan. It was giving Gu Hai a lot of face. Jinmu of Silla, don't worry. Without this imperial edict, I won't let anything happen to Wanyu. Gu Hai said, solemnly, if that's the case, then it's done. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Well, this king's imperial edict should have arrived in Jinan City. This king will also take his leave. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Because of Gao Xianji, Jinmu of Silla was in a very bad mood. She didn't want to stay here a moment longer. Go, or it will be dark soon. Long Wanyu waved her hand. Jinmu of Silla. At the side, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. He knew that Jinmu of Silla's anger had already reached its peak, so he didn't say anything. Rumble. Jinmu of Silla's group returned in disappointment. The 100 flying ships quickly disappeared into the horizon. Venerable Lu Nian and the subordinates in charge of Long Wanyu stayed behind. A great crisis was resolved in the blink of an eye. May the Dahan be blessed. Only then did the group of Dahan officials greet Gu Hai happily. Bingheim also looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Without the great Myojin's help, Gu Hai managed to safely survive this destructive crisis. When she was ordered to come, Bingheim still felt very dissatisfied. However, she calmed down now. Perhaps this was a different kind of life. From today on, Bingheim will be the commander of the Han Dynasty's Third Army. She will be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction of Chaoga City. Gu Hai ordered. Many officials looked at Bingheim. Bingheim was slightly stunned as well. Then she bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Hai nodded. On Changsheng's flying ship, Chongming stood unhappily behind him. Clearly, he was still brooding over the earlier 2 slaps. Are you unhappy? Changsheng asked indifferently. No, it is only right for a father to hit his son. Chongming said in a fit of pique. Changsheng turned his head and looked at his son. Then he showed a bitter smile and said, I hit you for your own good. Chongming was still unconvinced. Let's not talk about Long Wanyu's help this time in front of Daiqianqing. Of course, Long Wanyu wanted to stop the war between the 2 countries so that she could meet Gu Hai easily. I am grateful to her, but it is limited. After all, the peace talks between the 2 countries are only a matter of time. I hit you because you didn't consider the situation and didn't know the enemy's strength. You dared to act recklessly? Changsheng said in a low voice. Me? That Long Wanyu is definitely not my opponent. I didn't know about the great Myojin before. I recently cultivated a divine skill. At that time, I thought it through thoroughly. Chongming said unconvinced. Thoroughly thought it through? What thoroughly thought through? You don't even know who Long Wanyu is, and you want to deal with her? If I didn't slap you, you don't know if you can survive. Changsheng said in a low voice. How is that possible? I have cultivated a divine skill. Chongming said confidently. Bullshit divine skill. Can your divine skill deal with Daiqianqing? Changsheng said coldly. Chongming's face stiffened. What a joke. Who is the emperor of the great Qian dynasty? The most powerful people in the world, right? Not to mention that he cultivated that divine skill. Even the savage who taught him that divine skill can't be Daiqianqing's opponent. Do you know how much Daiqianqing treasures Long Wanyu? If she is hurt by you, Daiqianqing will kill you personally. Do you still think that I slapped you unjustly? Changsheng looked at Chongming. What? That's impossible, right? Chongming suddenly trembled. However, he also knew that his father would not lie to him. Long Wanyu? Thinking about it, Chang Ming also felt a lingering fear. When we came, I heard from the subordinates that you are going to drink the blood of all the people in Chaoga City for the first time. Chang Sheng looked at his son coldly. I haven't. Chang Ming looked embarrassed. Who taught you that? Are you the one who drank the blood of the people? Chang Sheng said coldly. The other members of the blood clan also drink it. Chang Ming said, somewhat unconvinced. Bastard, do you want me to slap you again? Chang Sheng glared at him. Father, why not? Didn't the vampires start from the beginning to drink human blood? If other vampires drink it, why can't I drink it? You can't force me to drink it even if you don't want to drink it. Chang Ming said unwillingly. They are them, and you are you. I have already told you that I allow you to drink the blood of the enemy, but you are not allowed to touch the blood of innocent people. You are not allowed to drink it. Chang Sheng said coldly. Why? Why can't I drink the blood of innocent people? You know, from the moment we become vampires, we are demons. Demons that the heavens condemn. Kindness is like water, and the heavens favor kindness. You are already a demon. If you commit any more sins, the heavens will destroy you. Perhaps no one knows that you drink the blood of innocent people, but the heavens do. That is a vast amount of karma. When you accumulate to a certain extent, it will be the time of your death. Chang Sheng said coldly. Father, don't scare me, Chang Ming said, feeling confused. I'm scaring you? Why don't you read more books? Look at history. Which spirit-assimilated human race can last long? When the time comes and you accumulate enough evil karma, it will be the time of the heavens' destruction. Chang Sheng said coldly. Chang Ming said, but you are blessed by the heavens. Ha. So what if you are blessed by the heavens? There are many people in the world who can kill you. The heavens favor you. That is a gift to you, not an excuse for you to be impudent. Chang Sheng shouted. Chang Ming bit his lip and remained silent for a while. Other vampires killing the innocent, even the other brothers of my Chang clan, were unable to restrain themselves, but I was able to restrain myself. I hope you can restrain yourself as well. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to escape when the day comes. Chang Sheng spoke in a low voice. Hey, but can't they control themselves? Chang Ming asked with a frown. Them? There is already no cure for them. Furthermore, the primogenitor is watching. The only thing that Father let you down is that you became a vampire after I passed on my bloodline to you. Chang Sheng sighed softly. Father, I don't think that the blood race is bad. The blood race gives us innate talents, Chang Ming said, feeling confused. Innate talents? That is the price of sacrificing one's soul. With your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls incomplete, your accomplishments in life will be limited. Chang Sheng sighed softly. Furthermore, you have a primogenitor above you. If the primogenitor wants you to live, you live. If the primogenitor wants you to die, you die. Chang Sheng sighed softly. Chang Ming frowned slightly, remaining silent for a while. Remember my words. You can drink the blood of your enemies, but you are not allowed to harm the innocent. The heavens are kind, but you are not allowed to commit great sins. This is Father's only request of you. Chang Sheng said solemnly. Yes. Chang Ming nodded in shock. Chapter 339. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty and the Daewon Celestial Dynasty reached a peace treaty. The alliance agreement was announced to the world. The war came to an end. The Daewon province soldiers retreated. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty returned to normal. However, the original Luoyang of Gojoseon no longer existed. The southern army remained in Ing province. Takeshi Ryushin sorted out the people's hearts. It seemed like the Daewon was the biggest winner in this war between the various countries. They subdued the great Huang dynasty's territory, the greedy wolf sect's territory, and the Gungjin sect's territory. The territory they obtained was nearly half that of the previous Daewon. The only unfortunate thing was that a Han dynasty rose up during this period, a dynasty that grew up in a crack. This Dahan seemed to have heaven-defying luck. After pulling a tooth out of the tiger's mouth, the Daewon Celestial dynasty managed to emerge unscathed. The Han dynasty subdued all the territory of the divine Lu dynasty. With Dai Qiansheng's orders, the Daewon Celestial dynasty did not dare to pursue this matter. Furthermore, the Daewon Celestial dynasty subdued a large territory this time. It would take a long time to digest it all. The Han dynasty fortunately managed to gain a foothold. This also gave Gu Hai a chance to catch his breath. Sorting out the 24 cities and reorganizing the people's hearts was the first priority. At 9-5 Island, Crown Prince Guqin continued to hold down the fort. The embroidered uniform guards commander, Montez, followed Gu Hai's orders and led large groups of embroidered uniform guards from 9-5 Island to Chaoga City. 4 flying boats anchored outside Chaoga City, full of cultivation practitioners from the Thousand Islands Sea. Many cultivators had never left the Thousand Islands Sea in their lives. When they saw the surging luck before them, they felt shocked. Craftsmen busied themselves inside and outside the city, repairing the large city walls. Many cultivators also goggled. The floating islands in the city were many times more luxurious than the barren 9-5 Island. After all, there were pitifully few floating islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. The entire Thousand Islands Sea counted them in single digits. However, there were thousands of them. Master, is this Chaoga City? No wonder the people of the divine continent say that our Thousand Islands Sea is a wasteland. This flourishing city belongs to our Han dynasty? A subordinate looked at Montez excitedly. Yes, it's mine to hands. Montez sighed. Back then, when he had gone to Silver Moon City, although he had shocked the number 1 Zither building on this street, he had not been as excited as he was now. That was only a shop, but this place was a city. An entire city. No, there are 24 such cities in Dahan. The embroidered uniform guards were excited. There were many sects in the Thousand Islands Sea, but could the Thousand Islands Sea compare to this place? Ever since the destruction of the Sky Chess Pavilion 800 years ago, it had become like a slum for cultivators. Even the entire Thousand Islands Sea could not compare to these 24 cities. Now, they all belong to the Dahan. According to the Emperor's decree, the Han dynasty has many things to do. Everyone must work together. Montez said with a solemn expression. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The Han dynasty was sandwiched between the Deqian and Daewon, surviving in the cracks. In the eyes of some people in the divine continent, it was weak, but in the eyes of this group of embroidered uniform guards, it was as tall as the sky. 2 years, the Han dynasty had already become so majestic. The embroidered uniform guards slowly entered the city. There were naturally officials in the city to receive them. They were directly brought to the outside of Huangfu Hall. Outside Huangfu Hall, Bingheim had a huge map in front of her. All around her, the officials were waiting for her orders. Gu Hai had ordered the commander of the 3rd Army, Bingheim, to be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction of Chaoga City. The destruction of the city's great formation was Bingheim's first task, so she naturally had to do her best. She continuously improved the city's formations and city walls on the map. When Montez and his group arrived, someone naturally notified Bingheim. Bingheim turned her head and immediately saw Montez. The commander of the Third Army, Bingheim, greets Lord Meng. Bingheim said calmly. The commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Montez, greets the commander of the Third Army. Montez also said, solemnly. At this time, Gao Xianji, Tang Chu, and the others also received the news and came to welcome Montez. Lord Meng. Gao Xianji smiled. Lord Gao. Montez also said politely, Lord Bing, leave Montez to me, you can do your work. Gao Xianji looked at Montez. Bingheim nodded and turned her head to continue looking at the map in front of her. That floating island is not suitable there. It will block Huangfu Hall's vision. Move it to the other side. Bingheim said calmly. As she spoke, Bingheim waved her hand. Boom. A floating island in the distance suddenly shook violently as it was slowly moved to the side by a powerful force. Kaitian Palace? Montez's expression suddenly changed. The commander of the Third Army? She has the strength of Kaitian Palace? How did the emperor develop in the past year? Has Kaitian Palace become the emperor's official? Montez became more cautious, clenching his fists. If he didn't work hard, would he be eliminated one day? Lord Meng, this way, please. Gao Xianji smiled. Oh, okay. Montez replied somewhat diffidently. The emperor asked me to report to the emperor as soon as I arrived. I wonder if the emperor... Montez asked doubtfully. The emperor? His Majesty is currently cultivating. Come with me. Gao Xianji said with a smile. Okay. Montez nodded. Chauga City, outside a large lake in the imperial palace. Outside the lake, a large number of troops were stationed to prevent outsiders from entering and disturbing. In a small pavilion by the lake, Long Wanyu was lying on a desk, using dried fruits to stack a luohan, a dull expression on her face. So boring, so boring, so boring. Long Wanyu muttered endlessly. A group of subordinates behind her showed a trace of bitterness, standing to the side, without speaking. At this moment, a red-crowned crane carriage carrying Gao Xianji and Montez flew over. Long Wanyu immediately sat up. Stop, what are you doing? Long Wanyu's small face suddenly became fierce. The red-crowned crane carriage stopped. Gao Xianji politely got off the flying boat. Montez looked curiously at Long Wanyu. Greetings to Princess Wanyu. This is the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guard, Montez. He just came from Jiwu Island. The emperor ordered that when Montez came, he should come to see the emperor. Gao Xianji explained. Master Meng, this is Long Wanqing's younger sister, Princess Wanyu of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Gao Xianji explained. The empress's younger sister? Montez's face suddenly became serious, and he instantly remembered who she was. After all, Montez had followed Long Xiaoye in the past, and could be considered to have seen the young Long Wanyu. Young. From then on, the Daqianqing treated her like a treasure. Montez greets Princess Wanyu. Montez's expression suddenly became serious, and he said respectfully, wait here. Brother-in-law is creating a knife technique, and I am responsible for guarding him. No one is allowed to disturb him. Long Wanyu nodded. Okay. Gao Xianji nodded. Okay. Montez also nodded. Creating a knife technique, the emperor was only in his 70s, and he was already creating a knife technique. How could he create one? Although he knew that the emperor was powerful, Montez felt that Gu Hai's creation of a knife technique was just SOSO. Maybe it was a little powerful, but just a little. What Montez found hard to understand was that in the current Junwei 24 immortal cities of the Han Dynasty, was it difficult to find a powerful knife technique? Why did he have to create one himself? At the bottom of the lake, Gu Hai was indeed creating a knife technique. Most of the people who created the knife technique had comprehended the way of the knife for many years before they dared to create a new knife technique. How many years had it been for Gu Hai? From the time he transmigrated from Earth, it was at most 40 years. More importantly, the profound knife technique was only seen after the establishment of the country in the later period. It was only a group of knife techniques that he had studied in the past 2 years. How could he create a knife technique? However, Gu Hai had something that ordinary people could not defeat. It was the chess soul clone. Nearly 10,000 Gu Hai had studied the knife technique day in and day out. Others had comprehended it for a year. But the chess soul clone's analysis ability was equivalent to 10,000 years. With this analysis, as long as Gu Hai had seen the knife technique, it could analyze it thoroughly in the blink of an eye. What was so difficult about creating a knife technique? Moreover, the knife technique that Gu Hai created was not an ordinary knife technique. It was related to chess. At the bottom of the lake, fish swam around. Gu Hai stood on a large rock at the bottom of the lake, holding a long knife in his hand. The blood knife had already exploded, and the bone knife was not used. Gu Hai grabbed an ordinary rank 1 long knife. The moment the long knife appeared, a huge manifested saber aura appeared. At the bottom of the lake, it looked like Gu Hai was holding a 30-meter-long saber. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. He used his veritable essence energy to control the manifested saber aura and the chess soul's terrifying analysis ability to capture the existence of the saber intent. The saber intent was very weak at the level of an ordinary saber cultivator. However, Gu Hai's saber intent was different from others. With Gu Hai as the center, 226 saber chi spread out around the bottom of the lake. The saber chi was divided into 2 types, one black and one white. The saber chi steadily formed a strange pattern. If a Go player was here, he would realize that the arrangement of these saber chis was a 19-line Go game. The white saber chi formed the white Go stones, and the black saber chi formed the black Go stones. The saber chi swayed. Clearly, it was being trained to control it accurately. It was waiting to reach perfection. It's finally done. I can use one of the 100,000 Go puzzles I brought from Earth to form this saber strike. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He suddenly chopped down with his saber. As the saber chopped down, the manifested saber aura seemed to form a suction force. The 226 saber chi did not charge out like others. Instead, they strangely followed the order of a Go game and charged at the manifested saber aura. Buzz. As the saber chi surged in, the manifested saber aura instantly gave off a dazzling purple light. Break! Gu Hai shouted. The manifested saber chopped down. Boom! The lake water seemed to have been sliced in half from the center, exploding towards the 2 sides of the blade. At the shore, Long Wanyu waited in boredom. Hey, look! Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a piercing purple light came from the bottom of the lake. It looked like there was a purple sun at the bottom of the lake. Then, there was a loud sound. A ferocious saber chi immediately chopped down. The lake exploded, and the manifested saber chopped the lake water in half. The sliced lake water could not merge back together after a long time. The lake water was sliced. This was not ice. Even if it was sliced, the saber intent would not dare to cross it. Again, confidence flashed in Gu Hai's eyes at the bottom of the lake. He succeeded. Xing. Once again, another Go game diagram from Earth gathered saber chi and chopped down as Gu Hai chopped down. Boom. The lake water was sliced again. Xing xing. Xing xing. Xing xing. Gu Hai used the various Go game diagrams with each saber strike. Each saber strike carried a strange, ferocious might. In the blink of an eye, the lake water looked like a spiderweb. This extremely strange scene made the people on the other side of the lake goggle. Every saber strike is a Go game diagram. A Go game diagram with 19 lines? That is 361 go pieces. I am standing at the divine prime position. Each saber strike is 360 saber chi merging with my manifested saber. 361 is the number of cycles. Let's call this saber technique the cycle. Guhai said seriously. Boom. Xiao Chun chopped down again. 100,000 go games. This is the basic cycle saber technique. I can make 100,000 types of this saber technique. That is 100,000 go games. Confidence flashed in Guhai's eyes. However, 80,000 of them have been combined and condensed into new, complicated go games. Let's give it a try. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Guhai stood on the divine prime position, and the manifested saber intent appeared in his hand again. Saber chi circled around Guhai again, looking like black and white go stones. Buzz, buzz. After the 4 go games merged, a condensed go game diagram appeared. Chop. Guhai chopped down again. Hong. A loud sound rang out. The entire lake exploded and soared into the sky. The water in the lake seemed to be instantly sent flying by the huge shock wave. The ground shook ferociously. With Guhai as the center, a vast earth trench rushed to the distant mountain peak. Outside, Montez, Gao Xinji, and Long Wanyu only heard a loud sound. All the water in the lake exploded. Then they could vaguely see a purple saber light charging out. Boom! In the distance, 3 mountains connected to each other were split in half by the saber. That was 3 mountains. 1 saber strike split them in half. All the water in the lake had been blasted away. Your Majesty, some of the guards said worriedly in horror. However, Xiao Chun saw the lake water exploding into the sky, revealing Guhai, who was standing on a large rock and holding a saber. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this one of the 4 go games merged? Its power is actually 100 times stronger than the previous one. Guhai's eyes flashed with excitement. The previous basic saber technique was called Zhou Tian 1. This saber technique is called Zhou Tian 2. Guhai took a deep breath. Walla lala! The water that exploded into the sky slowly fell back down. The water drenched Guhai, but Guhai did not care at all. He was still excited about the saber technique. I have 20,000 incomplete saber techniques from the first batch of 4 go games. Does that mean I have 20,000 Zhou Tian 2 saber techniques? Zhou Tian 2, its power is 100 times stronger than Zhou Tian 1, the second batch of 4 go games. Doesn't that mean it's Zhou Tian 3? I have 10,000 Zhou Tian 3, and among these 10,000 Zhou Tian 3, some of them are trying to merge into Zhou Tian 4. Doesn't that mean the power of the saber technique is getting stronger? Guhai's eyes flashed with excitement. Zhou Tian 2. With 1 slash, the lake exploded. In his excitement, Guhai prepared to slash Zhou Tian 3. Stepping on Tian Yuan, the saber intent condensed into chi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A frenzied saber intent rushed out in all directions. Countless soldiers suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Wherever Guhai was, it was as if a soul-stirring saber intent stabbed into their hearts. The falling lake water strangely avoided the saber intent. What saber technique is this? Montez was shocked. This was the first time Montez had seen such a strange saber technique. When the saber intent was activated, a strong, murderous intent filled the air, causing Montez to feel a chill run down his spine. Of course, my brother-in-law created it. Long Wanyu said proudly. Oh no, this is saber intent. How did such a strange saber intent appear in the hands of someone from the Yuanying state? Do you want to hide further away? The spirit of the fiend ghost was also shocked. It's fine. I don't feel any danger. By the way, is the saber technique created by my brother-in-law very powerful? Long One Yu asked excitedly. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen saber intent jump like that. The first jump is actually 100 times stronger than the previous one. How is that possible? The spirit of the fiend ghost was shocked. Heh, that's because you are ignorant. Long One Yu did not give it any face. The spirit of the fiend ghost was speechless. Gu Hai was preparing to slash Zhou Tian 3. Before he could do it, the consumption of quintessential essence made Gu Hai's face sink. Not only was the consumption of quintessential essence huge, but more importantly, the saber in his hand could not withstand the saber intent and started to crack. Ka, pung. The saber exploded from the saber intent. It turned into fragments. When the saber exploded, Gu Hai also released his saber intent. Pung. The surrounding lake water immediately flowed back. Phew. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. Forget it. Since Zhou Tian is feasible, it should be enough. 100,000 chapters of Zhou Tian 1 and 20,000 chapters of Zhou Tian 2 are enough to deal with daily life. But Zhou Tian 3? Without a good saber, I can't slash it. Throwing away the saber in his hand, Gu Hai rushed out and flew to the shore. Brother-in-law, you've mastered your saber technique? Long One Yu shouted excitedly. Chapter 340. Brother-in-law, your saber technique has reached great perfection? Long One Yu called out excitedly. Great perfection? Perhaps. However, the saber is not good enough. I need to reforge it later. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Huh. Brother-in-law, don't you have a powerful life ender saber? Why do you need to reforge it? Long One Yu asked, feeling surprised. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Indeed, the life ender saber should be able to withstand 3 cycles. However, how was he going to refine his saber technique after using the life ender saber? Although Xiao Chun had created the cycle saber technique, he still needed to familiarize himself with it. Every time he swung the saber, it would become an instinct. He did not need to think about it every time. If he used the life ender saber, there was no need to refine his saber technique. Once its strong attributes appeared, all saber techniques would kneel before it. Once the countless black energy skeletons appeared, Xiao Chun would not need to do anything. Gu Hai understood that it was not that his saber technique was useless. It was just that he had not reached a certain level yet. Hence, he needed to refine it. He could not keep thinking about the life ender saber. Life ender saber? I don't really want to use it. Gu Hai explained. Huh, that's true. The life ender saber is rather ugly. Long One Yu nodded, feeling confused. Gu Hai was speechless. By the way, brother-in-law, what kind of saber do you like? I'll help you choose from the old man's treasure trove next time. Long One Yu immediately said, excitedly. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Suddenly, he recalled the crimson saber from back then. When Long One Yu gave it to him, she said that her younger sister took it from Dai Qianqing's treasure trove. At this thought, Gu Hai gave Long One Yu a strange look. Dai Qianqing really pampered her too much. He allowed Long One Yu to enter the treasure trove as she pleased and take as she pleased. There's no need. I'll refine it myself. A new saber does not need any particularly strong attributes. It just needs to be very sturdy. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Sturdy? Demon Ghost Spirit, what is the strongest metal in the world that can be used to forge a saber for my brother-in-law? Long One Yu suddenly shouted in her heart. Demon Ghost. I'm asking you. Tell me. Long One Yu shouted. Sturdy? Where was the strongest metal? Every metal had its own unique characteristics. There was no strongest, only stronger. You can choose the sword you want, Demon Ghost said calmly. Eh, what was the use of a long lecture? If you don't know, just say that you don't know. Seriously, you're always telling me how amazing you are and how many things you know, but when I ask you something, you immediately say that you don't know anything. Long One, you rolled her eyes. Demon Ghost was so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. I'm telling the truth. Okay? Is there no sturdiest thing in this world? Hardness, toughness, corrosion resistance, melting point, freezing point, they were all different and involved a lot of knowledge. They were all different, okay? However, Long One, you had already determined that Yao Guiling was ignorant. Demon Ghost felt sullen for a while. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he possess her? All right, I know a medal. Whether you can find it or not is your problem. Do you want to hear it? Demon Ghost Spirit said, angrily. Who knows if you're deliberately making it up? Don't pretend to be something. If you don't know, then just don't know. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Tell me if you want. Long One, you said disdainfully. Demon Ghost Spirit was so depressed that it wanted to kneel down. Am I so unprincipled? It's called the Heavenly Punishment Stone, Demon Ghost Spirit explained. Heavenly Punishment Stone? Yes, this Heavenly Punishment Stone has its own consciousness. It can eat all kinds of metals to strengthen itself. The more metals it eats, the more it knows. It's as if even the heavens can't stand it. Wherever it goes, it will be struck by lightning. Anyway, this is the strongest. If Gu Hai has the ability, you can ask him to find it. Demon Ghost Spirit said, solemnly. Is there any in the old man's treasure vault? Long One, you asked. No. Demon Ghost Spirit recalled. Keep making it up. Do you think I'll believe you? Long One, you had a look of disbelief. Demon Ghost Spirit suddenly felt a headache. Why don't you believe me when I'm telling the truth? Where's the most basic trust between people? Why am I trapped in Long Wanyu's body? Why am I so unlucky? What are you making up? Gu Hai asked curiously. Gu Hai couldn't hear the conversation between the two. It was only when Long Wanyu showed a look of disdain that he looked over curiously. Nothing much. I just chatted with Demon Ghost Spirit for a while. He's a liar and pretends to be very knowledgeable. I asked him what metal is the best for refining a knife. He said something about the Heavenly Punishment Stone. He even said that the Heavenly Punishment Stone will eat metals by itself. The more it eats, the stronger it will be. He even said that the heavens are jealous of it and will strike it with lightning. Long Wanyu said with a look of disdain. The heavens are jealous of the Heavenly Punishment Stone. Gu Hai was stunned. I didn't say that the heavens are jealous. I didn't say that. Long Wanyu, if you want to introduce it, then just introduce it. Don't change the words so casually. Demon Ghost Spirit wanted to cry, but had no tears. Long Wanyu naturally ignored Demon Ghost Spirit. Gu Hai couldn't hear it either. Brother-in-law, don't listen to him. He's just a liar. He doesn't have much ability and always pretends to be an old man. Does he think that I'll believe him? Brother-in-law, don't bother with him. Long Wanyu said with disdain. Demon Ghost Spirit. Why am I so unlucky? Gu Hai nodded. Montez and Gao Xianji walked up to him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations to Your Majesty for mastering the knife technique. Gao Xianji said respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. This humble subject is late. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. Montez also said respectfully. It's good that you're here. Let's go. Follow me back to Huangfu Hall and tell me about the recent situation of the embroidered uniform guards. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Montez answered. Their group stepped onto the crane carriage and flew towards Huangfu Hall. Along the way, Meng Tai ceaselessly introduced his embroidered uniform guards. After all, he hadn't delayed in the slightest during this period of time, and he'd ceaselessly recruited and trained people. The number of embroidered uniform guards had increased by countless times. Along the way, Gu Hai listened patiently. When they were about to reach Huangfu Hall, Gu Hai nodded and said, "All in all, it's all right. However, every embroidered uniform guard must be strictly selected. We can't let a single black sheep ruin the fairness of the embroidered uniform guard." "Yes," Montez answered. "This time, I summoned you here to spread the embroidered uniform guard cloth to 24 cities. At the same time, the embroidered uniform guard will be divided into an external branch." Gu Hai said solemnly, "Oh, within the country, you will be in charge of monitoring the world. Outside the country, you will be in charge of collecting intelligence. I need you to quickly expand the embroidered uniform guard and write a report for me." Gu Hai said solemnly, "Yes." Montez suppressed his excitement. Not only monitoring the world, but the emperor also gave him authority. Collecting intelligence outside of the Han dynasty? Montez rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Your Majesty, the expansion requires a large amount of spirit stones." "What about the spirit stones?" "That's why I want you to write a report for me. I will give you the funds. As long as the embroidered uniform guard does a good job and sends over valuable items, I will not be stingy with any spirit stones. I will give you as much as you want." Gu Hai said solemnly. "Yes," Montez answered. Whoosh! The crane carriage landed in Huangfu Hall's square. Bingheim, who was not far away, immediately walked over. "Your Majesty," Bingheim said with a frown. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. "This subject went to the Ministry of Revenue to withdraw money, but the Ministry of Revenue asked me to use it sparingly. Will the spirit stones be enough? My post-disaster reconstruction cannot be stopped, right?" Bingheim said worriedly. "Don't worry. The post-disaster reconstruction cannot be stopped," Gu Hai said with a smile. "But this subject heard that Your Majesty has used all the taxes collected from the 12 cities that have just been conquered for the people's livelihood. Moreover, Your Majesty has promised to return all the spirit stones that the citizens of Chaoga City lent Your Majesty to deal with the fire locust deity. Will the taxes collected from the remaining cities be enough to manage so many cities?" Bingheim asked worriedly. "Don't worry. In a few days, the Imperial Casino Holiday Villa will open in 24 cities. At that time, we will have enough spirit stones." Gu Hai shook his head. Bingheim was slightly taken aback. She suddenly remembered the scene on 9-5 Island. The Imperial Casino Holiday Villa was a divine beast that swallowed gold. Now, it was going to be fully opened. Moreover, the first pavilion on this street was also stationed in the major cities. They were all powerful divine tools that could absorb gold. Why would they worry about not having enough spirit stones? "This subject is overthinking," Bingheim said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai nodded and did not blame her. Bingheim continued to be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction. In Huangfu Hall, Gu Hai gathered all the officials for a court meeting. After dealing with some administrative matters, he introduced Montez to the officials. The embroidered uniform guards had officially started to station in the 24 cities. Under Gu Hai's management, the Han dynasty had improved greatly in just 3 months. The citizens could see the difference with their naked eyes. Chaoga City's array formation had been repaired, and the injured citizens were taken care of. The first pavilion on this street, the Imperial Casino Holiday Villa, absorbed a large amount of spirit stones. A portion was transported back to 9-5 Island for Guqin to set up the array formation. A portion was used for the government and the military, a portion was stored by Gu Hai, and a large portion was used for the citizens. The citizens saw the continuous changes around them, and they suddenly recognized the Han dynasty. This was an emperor that could earn money, an emperor that was willing to spend money on the citizens. Naturally, the citizens recognized Gu Hai more and more. It's so boring. Brother-in-law, I'm tired of your Chaoga City every day. A while ago, the Imperial Casino opened, and I went to play for a while. It's so boring. Long Wanyu said, feeling bored. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu and smiled bitterly. Of course, you think it's boring? A prophet going to gamble? Who can win against you? Brother-in-law, why don't you bring me out to play? That old man didn't say that I can't go out with you, Long Wanyu said expectantly. Gu Hai was about to say something. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the study. Come in. Gu Hai said. A black-robed person slowly walked into the study. Jilu, you've also broken through? Gu Hai asked. The black-robed person said respectfully, Yes, I've broken through. That's why I can transform into a human form, like Shizun. That's good. What's the matter? Gu Hai asked. The black-robed person was silent for a while before saying, Your Majesty, may I know your grudge against Shizun? I'll definitely avenge Lu Shishun. Don't worry. I remember that the enemy is the former emperor of the great Huang dynasty. Xian, didn't I send you to investigate? Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes, there's news. Jilu said, Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, do you still remember the Valley of Death? Jilu asked. When Huangfu Chaoga was poisoned by the drought demon fire poison, I captured the fire locust deity. He said that the fire poison came from the Valley of Death. Gu Hai frowned. Yes, we just got the news that a city has been built in the Valley of Death. Rumor has it that there are dragon roars coming from there. It seems like a new dragon vein is about to be born. Countless cultivators are going there to fight for the dragon vein. And our people saw Shi Yan's figure there. Ju Lu said solemnly, Valley of Death, dragon vein. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He still remembered his dragon vein. When the news of the dragon vein on 9-5 Island spread, countless experts went there. Now, another dragon vein was about to be born? Yes, the newly built city is named Dragon Vein City. Your Majesty, our greatest enemy is right there. Xian, I am a peerless cultivator from the Celestial Palace. We are useless, but we must avenge Zun Zun. Your Majesty, please avenge Zun Zun. Ju Lu knelt down. Chapter 341. A few days later, a flying boat carrying Gu Hai and Long Wanyu left Chaoga City quietly. Gu Hai had arranged everything in the past few days. Gao Xianji, Shanghai Guanhen, Bingheim, and Montez stayed in Chaoga City. Gu Hai made some important decisions and brought along the Lu Rock Man, who could transform. Ju Lu, he went to the Valley of Death with a group of soldiers. Behind Long Wanyu were naturally the group of followers who served her. Sima Feng was the leader. Sima Feng was the calligraphy master of the Sima family who accompanied Long Wanyu to set up the calligraphy formation when she first met Gu Hai. He was the one who prepared to kill Gu Hai with Long Wanyu. He was in charge of Long Wanyu's safety as ordered by Daiqianqing. On the flying boat, Gu Hai stood at the front of the deck and looked into the distance. Valley of Death, Dragon Vein City? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ju Lu, the new Lu Rock Man Supreme who was appointed by Gu Hai, said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Now, there are 10 Lu Rock men watching over there. We just need to go over and help them. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ju Lu said gratefully. You don't have to do this. I have accepted your Earth God and promised Huangfu Chaoga. Naturally, I will take revenge for Lu Rock God. Shi Yan, entering the lower heavenly palace. I will do my best, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Lu said gratefully. All right, don't be so sentimental. Big Rock, go over there and wait. I want to talk to my brother-in-law. Long One, you shouted. Yes, Lu respectfully retreated to the side. Brother-in-law, we're finally out. You're the best, brother-in-law. Every time I told the old man that I wanted to go out, he wouldn't agree no matter what. When I asked that old baldy, he wouldn't let me go either. You're the best. Long One, you said happily. I promise to follow you out, but you have to promise me one thing. Don't forget, Guhai said, solemnly. Isn't it just listening to you? Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. I'll listen to you. Long One, you immediately squinted and smiled. No, don't you remember the last thing I said to you? Guhai frowned. I remember. You said to set a secret signal with me. As long as you say the secret signal, I will listen to you. Long One, you immediately nodded. What's the code? Guhai emphasized. Happy. Hee, am I right? Brother-in-law, why did you set such a secret signal? It's so funny. Long One, you immediately laughed. It's happy. I hope that you will always be happy in the future. However, remember this. If I say this, no matter what I say, you have to listen to me. This is a must. Guhai said, solemnly. Got it. Got it. Long One, you immediately nodded. Seeing that Long One, you remembered it. Guhai smiled faintly. All right, it's good that you remember. Oh, right. Venerable Lu Nian said that he was going to open the Heavenly Palace some time ago and has been in closed-door cultivation. Aren't you a prophet? Will he succeed this time? I don't know. It's not as far as the prediction. That old baldy should be able to break through, right? Long One, you said with a frown. All right. Guhai smiled bitterly. That guard captain of yours is Sima Feng? Previously, I saw that his calligraphy Dao formations were pretty good. Guhai said out of curiosity. Little Feng, come over here for a moment. Long One, you said like an old man. Not far away, a man quickly stepped forward. When he saw Long Wan Yu, he smiled bitterly and said, Cluster Lord, you called for me? Yes, my brother-in-law wants to ask you something. Answer properly. Long Wan Yu still sounded like an old man. Sima Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Mr. Sima, sorry for disturbing you. Guhai said with a bitter smile. Don't, Mr. Good. You can just call me Little Feng like the Cluster Lord. Sima Feng immediately shook his head. Guhai was too respectful to Sima Feng. If the Cluster Lord became unhappy with Sima Feng, he would be in trouble. All right, I'll call you Sima Feng. Then, previously, I saw you use the calligraphy Dao formations. The calligraphy Dao, can you tell me more about it? Guhai asked out of curiosity. The calligraphy Dao, actually, I'm just a beginner. I'll tell you what I know. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me, Mr. Good. You're too kind. Guhai smiled. That's what people say. The Tao of chess creates the world, the Tao of zither creates the soul, and the calligraphy Tao establishes order. Sima Feng said solemnly. Establishes order? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, it's order. It's also called rules or principles. One sentence can become a principle that can be used everywhere. In general, the calligraphy Tao masters discover the principles of heaven and earth, understand the existing order of heaven and earth, and use it as their own weapon. Very few people can create order. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a powerful calligraphy Tao master who created a new order and challenged the heavens. In the end, he was destroyed by the heavens like Old Man Guanxi. Sima Feng explained. Oh, the calligraphy Tao can defy the heavens? Create order? Guhai frowned slightly. Yes, the main thing is to discover the existing order of heaven and earth. Whoever discovers it first will be able to use it the best. It's similar to the Tao of zither. For example, when Mr. Good creates a zither Tao piece, no matter how others play it, his piece is the best, because you're the first to discover this arrangement of notes. Sima explained. The calligraphy Tao is the same? Yes, the Tao of Zither requires the Tao of Zither concept. The calligraphy Tao also requires the Tao of calligraphy Tao. When you write down the order of heaven and earth, the order of heaven and earth can be used by you. Just like the Yellow Springs Dharma destruction scripture that I wrote previously, that was the order of heaven and earth that my family discovered and created. That's why the head of family's writing is the most powerful. Those written by us bloodline descendants are less powerful. Of course, if the full text is known by outsiders, they can also use it, but the effect won't be as good as ours. Sima explained. Discover the order of heaven and earth, and write it down. Must one have the Tao of calligraphy Tao's intent? Guhai frowned. Of course, it's like the Tao of Zither. Without the Tao of Zither concept, how can one create little spirits? For the calligraphy Tao, without the Tao of calligraphy Tao's intent, how can one write down earth-shattering truths? The Tao of calligraphy Tao's intent connects heaven and earth. Sima explained. Without the intent, there's no other way? Guhai frowned. That's usually the case, but what? Mr. Good, do you still remember the heaven grade Zither? Sima asked solemnly. You mean Gauchen? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, Zither are divided into different grades. The strongest is the heaven grade Zither. The calligraphy Tao and the painting Tao require a brush. Brush is also divided into different grades. The strongest is the heaven grade brush, which is similar to the heaven grade Zither. I've never seen one before, but I've heard the head of family mention it once. It seems to be similar to the average person. Just like the heaven grade Zither, when you refine a heaven grade brush, you can also use it to write down famous sayings and order scriptures. You don't need to have the intent. But where can I find a heaven grade brush? Maybe it's just a legend? Sima shook his head. Guhai nodded. In the Valley of Death, a huge city had been built in a short period of time. Dragon Vein City. This was because there were frequent dragon roars coming from all directions. Sometimes fire dragons would rush out from the ground. They were incomparably ferocious, and fire filled the sky. When news of the dragon vein spread, countless cultivators heard the news and moved. To establish a dynasty, one had to raise dragons. Where could one find dragons? The lords of the various dynasties had them, but who could snatch them? That was the birth of a new one. In the barren land of the Thousand Islands Sea, it was extremely difficult to birth a dragon vein. However, in the divine continent, it was not difficult. Every 10 years, there would be news of new dragon veins. Every time a new dragon vein was born, there would be a bloodbath. Everyone would kill to obtain the dragon vein. Dragon Vein City was born. No one could find the exact location of the dragon vein. Hence, more and more people gathered here. And in a special place in the Valley of Death, it was like an underground palace. In the underground palace, there were two strange-looking people. One was extremely fat, as though he had to pant after taking 2 steps. The other was extremely thin, so thin that he was almost skin and bones. The two sat at a stone table in a daze. They stared at each other. Ziwei, it seems like there are more and more people above us. The thin man said, Chang Sheng, you still have the mood to care about them. The fat man said blankly. The underground palace suddenly fell into silence. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? We were sent here and sat here for 3,000 years. I got hemorrhoids from sitting here. The fat man, Ziwei, said gloomily. The thin man, Chang Sheng, also said strangely, that's because you only eat and don't poop. Think about it, you were thinner than me back then. How many books here were all eaten by you? Eat my ass. Isn't it your fault that I became so fat? If you didn't let me see your painting, would my stomach be so big? Ziwei immediately shouted. You blame me? I was very full back then. Wasn't it you who made me so thin? Changsheng said gloomily. The two were silent for a while. They looked at each other with disdain. Perhaps after being silent for too long, Ziwei spoke again. How about I recite a poem that I created for you? What do you think? It's guaranteed to be nice. Ziwei looked at Changsheng expectantly. Changsheng rolled his eyes. Do you think that it's good for us to hurt each other? How about you appraise one of my paintings too? Ziwei's expression stiffened. My poems are hard to get even with money. How many people beg me to compose poems for them? Ziwei was immediately unconvinced. Why did that old third Wu from our neighboring sect lose control of his bladder and bladder when he heard you recite a poem? Changsheng exposed. That was the first time he heard my poem. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Ziwei cried. Your family's excitement is expressed with incontinence. Changsheng continued to expose. Ziwei, after being silent for a while, Ziwei said angrily, that's because old third Wu doesn't know how to appreciate it. Brother, it's not the first or second time. The lethality of your poems, even the old guy can't stand it. Changsheng continued to expose. Aren't you the same? Otherwise, why would the old guy lock you up here, like avoiding the god of plague? Ziwei immediately retorted. Me? Isn't it all your fault? Who asked me to be close to you? The old guy can't stand you, and I'm also unlucky. Bah, I was harmed by you. Ziwei was immediately unconvinced. The two of them kept talking back and forth, constantly damaging each other. They even quarreled to the climax, rolled up their sleeves, and started to strangle each other's neck. Chapter 342. Outside the Dragon Vein city, in a forest, fog pervaded the area like a huge array. Countless bats were circling the array. Ding, 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 ding. A string of music sounded. If Guhai was here, he would be able to tell that this song was Les Miserables. Sitting in the middle of the array was Fairy Warner. Fairy Warner was playing a song. She watched as countless bats pounced on her under the control of more than 2,000 vampires. Fairy Warner was surrounded by Les Miserables. As long as the bats approached her, they would lose their five senses and flee in all directions. Two figures were standing on top of a mountain in the array. One of them was Daewon's commander, Qin Zibai. The other one was in a red robe. He had a dignified face and a pair of blood-red fangs in his mouth. The two of them were leading a group of vampires to surround Fairy Warner. Ding, ding, ding. Fairy Warner plucked the strings of her guqin. Under Les Miserables, she played another song. Guqin soldiers appeared one after another to resist the vampires. Xiyan, Qin Zibai, how dare you? Fairy Warner said coldly with a veil on her face. Qin Zibai looked down coldly. Fairy Warner, we don't want to make things difficult for you, but you know that the drought demon fire in the Death Valley is very poisonous. We have thought of many ways to neutralize it, but you can absorb the drought demon fire and refine it? We just want to know how to refine the drought demon fire poison. Refine the drought demon fire poison? That was because Fairy Warner had the fire cauldron physique. She could cultivate any fire in the world, but Fairy Warner couldn't reveal this secret. Hu Dongtian knew about Fairy Warner's physique, so he didn't care about anything. How could she reveal it? How can I tell you the secret of my sect? Xiyan, the former ruler of the great Huang dynasty, is now willing to be Daewon's slave. Your loyal subjects are all in the nascent soul realm, aren't they? You're actually willing to send them to Daewon for demonization? All of them had turned into vampires. Ha 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 ha, this dog is really thorough. Fairy Warner said coldly. The red-clothed man beside Qin Zibai, Xiyan, revealed a cold smile and said, "You better worry about yourself. Fairy Wanner? Ha! I'm only calling you fairy out of respect for the sect behind you. Now that you've lost your sect, you're just a little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Humph! The effect of your zither Tao has weakened, hasn't it? This array formation of mine is specially made to deal with Guqin Dao." Fairy One Er's eyes flashed with coldness. "Your master is really ambitious. He let you travel around by yourself? Huh. Fairy Wanner, tell me the method to refine the drought demon fire poison, and I'll let you go. Otherwise," Qin Zibai said coldly, "if you have the ability, then take me. If you don't, then don't talk nonsense." Humph. Fairy Wanner said coldly. The vampires in the surroundings kept rushing toward the center. However, they were blocked by the sound of the zither time and time again. Qin Zibai and Shi Yen frowned and looked at each other. "Lord Qin, why don't you do it yourself?" Fairy Wanner's strength should only be at the peak of the nascent soul realm. With the zither, her strength can only reach the lower celestial palace. I can't deal with her, but with your strength. Shi Yen looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and said, "Let's wait a little longer." "Wait a little longer? Ha, Lord Qin, you want my people to do it, but you want to stay out of it. There's no such good thing. The sect behind Fairy Wanner is indeed powerful, but you don't have to be so afraid, right? If she dies here, who will know?" Shi Yen said in a low voice. Qin Zibai was still a little afraid of the sect behind Fairy Wanner. He was still unwilling to do it now. "Let's wait a little longer and torture her." Qin Zibai shook his head. Shi Yen and Qin Zibai were dealing with Fairy Wanner in the formation. At this moment, in a forest outside the formation, there were 3 figures standing. The 3 people were standing in an extremely hidden position. The one in the lead was the battalion commander of the Shinji battalion, Li Shinji. The 2 people behind him seemed to be his subordinates. "Lord, Qin Zibai still doesn't dare to do it." One of the subordinates frowned and said. Li Shinji sneered and said, "Do it? Ha! Qin Zibai is still considered smart. Kill Fairy Wanner. Shi Yen thinks no one will know? How can he understand the significance of the sect behind Fairy Wanner? If something happens to Fairy Wanner, everything around her will be transmitted to the sect. Therefore, Qin Zibai doesn't dare to force her to death. Isn't this Fairy Wanner too stubborn?" Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes, this girl is also stubborn. Her sect has a secret method. As long as she sends a message for help, the nearby disciples will come to help. Coincidentally, a few days ago, we saw a person from her sect near Longmen City. As long as Fairy Wanner asks for help, he will immediately come to save her." "But why did she—" "I don't know. However, it doesn't matter whether he knows or not. Our target is not him," Li Shinji said coldly. "Yes. How is the news?" Li Shinji said in a low voice. "According to Lord's calculation, Gu Hai should have arrived at Longmen City during this period of time." One of the subordinates frowned and said, "What I'm asking is, have the Tenlu Rockmen who are wandering around here received any news?" Li Shinji said in a low voice. "Oh, Lord, don't worry. They have been led away by us. They already know that Shi Yen is here. Perhaps he is hiding somewhere underground nearby." That subordinate said respectfully. "Good. Since those 10 Lu Rockmen know about this place, they will definitely send a message to Gu Hai and lure Gu Hai here." "Ha!" Li Shinji's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. "Lord, this subordinate doesn't understand. With your methods, isn't it easy to kill Gu Hai? Why do you need others to do it? Why don't you do it yourself?" Li Shinji was silent for a while, because he is now His Holiness's favorite person. "Ah, how is that possible? His Holiness has never seen him before." "Yes, he has never seen him before." but His Holiness even handed over the long Wanyu to him. It can be seen that he trusts him. I can't do it, or else His Holiness will definitely know. However, if someone else kills Gu Hai, then it has nothing to do with me. It is Gu Hai's own incompetence. Killing my nephew, I can't kill him personally, but I have ways to kill him. Li Shinji said coldly. If Gu Hai is lured here, can he deal with Shi Yan? Qin Zibai? It would be best if he can kill Gu Hai. If he can't, it's fine. At least let me see Gu Hai's background. No wonder His Holiness cares about Gu Hai. His growth is too strange. After a period of time, he will have a big breakthrough. So I have to hurry. Li Shinji said coldly. Shi Yan opened the heavenly palace in the end. Without the crimson saber, Gu Hai is definitely no match for him. Furthermore, there is still Qin Zibai. My lord, Gu Hai is dead for sure. On another mountain peak outside the ritual array. At this moment, two figures stood there. They looked like a master and a servant. The leader was a delicate and pretty youth dressed in white. He carried a bronze sword on his back. The young man had a tender appearance, but his eyes were incomparably mature and sharp. There was an azure-colored lotus mark on this youth's forehead. There was a great will in this youth's eyes that ignored everything. The youth was the leader, but there was an azure-robed servant behind him. The azure-robed servant had a broad face and a wooden expression. He carried a broad sword on his back and looked at the ritual array not far away with sharp eyes. Qing Feng, is Wanner inside? The youth asked indifferently. Yes, young master. The azure-robed servant, Qing Feng, said respectfully. This girl is still stubborn. She is trapped, but she is not willing to ask for help. She is just like her master. The youth said indifferently. Qing Feng did not dare to say anything. After a moment of silence, Qing Feng said, Young master, although Fairy Wanner is not from the same lineage as us, we are from the same sect. Do we need to help her? The youth shook his head and said, No need. She is not asking for help. We do not need to interfere. Yes. During this time, have any sword cultivators come to Dragonvein City? The youth asked indifferently. There are a few sword cultivators, but none of them are your match. Young Master Sword Dao is probably unmatched here. Qing Feng shook his head. You have protected me while I set foot on the Divine Continent looking for exceptional sword cultivators to challenge and verify the sword techniques that I have created. Along the way, I have proven that my Sword Dao is correct. Are there really no exceptional sword cultivators here? The youth asked in a low voice. There was one previously, but that sword cultivator was a little special. Qing Feng frowned. Oh, that was not a real person. Perhaps he had an original form. He was a sword cultivator formed by a ritual array. A sword cultivator formed by a ritual array? The youth asked doubtfully. Sword demon, Duga Chobai, Qing Feng recalled. What battle achievements did he have? Oh, right. Before Duga Chobai was formed, there was a statement that was extremely arrogant. It went like this. I have roamed the pugilistic world for more than 30 years. I have killed all my enemies and defeated all my heroes. There is no one in the world who can match me. I have no choice but to live in seclusion in a deep valley and take eagles as my friends. Alas, I have never found a match in my life. How embarrassing. Qing Feng recalled. Never found a match in his life. What arrogance! Sword demon, Duga Chobai? A sharp light flashed across the youth's eyes. There seemed to be a burst of sword intent in the light. Outside Dragonvein City, beside a large river, Gu Hai's flying boat was parked there. This was the agreed meeting point of Lu Rockman. Rumble! Not far from the flying boat, the ground rumbled, and a huge Lu Rockman emerged from the ground. Is Shi Yan still here? Zhu Lu asked anxiously. Shi Yan is still here. He brought a large group of vampires to set up a ritual array in a valley. I don't know who they are dealing with. We were afraid of alerting the enemy, so we did not dare to make a move. That Lu Rockman said respectfully. It's good that he is still here. Ju Lu sighed. Valley? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, it seems like someone is trapped there. We listened quietly underground and vaguely heard something like Les Miserables. We did not dare to listen too much and avoided it. That Lu Rockman said respectfully. Les Miserables. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. I don't know who it is. Let's go. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Chapter 343. The valley where Shi Yan had set up the formation. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly moved forward. This is not good. Brother-in-law, I sense a calamity. Long Wanyu suddenly said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. I don't know either. Anyway, there seems to be danger as we move forward. However, it is not very dangerous. There is a bad omen. Long Wanyu said with a frown. Bad omen? Who can you foresee? Gu Hai said seriously. Long Wanyu felt a bad omen. It was not a simple matter. They had to be careful. Let me see. I haven't used the prophecy for this month yet. Long Wanyu said, seriously. His right eye suddenly emitted waves of blue light. It's him? The one outside Chaoga City last time. I remember now. Qin Zibai will come out again and cause trouble for us. Brother-in-law, Qin Zibai is there. Long Wanyu said worriedly. Qin Zibai? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Wanyu nodded. Stop. Gu Hai stopped the flying boat. Gu Hai was only in the Yuanying state, and he was only in the first layer of the Yuanying state. It was already risky for him to bring everyone to deal with Shi Yan. After all, Shi Yan was an expert who opened the Heavenly Palace. Even if he was in the lower layer of the Heavenly Palace, the Yuanying state could not compare to him. Gu Hai was thinking of a countermeasure along the way. Now, that Long Wanyu said that there was another Qin Zibai. He was the one who opened the Heavenly Palace. Last time in Chaoga City, they had to mobilize the power of the entire country to scare him. If Qin Zibai was there, all his previous plans would be for naught. Your Majesty, why don't we wait until Shi Yan is alone before we deal with him? Ju Lu advised. Gu Hai shook his head. Normally, Gu Hai would wait until Shi Yan was alone. However, he was worried now. Who was trapped in Shi Yan and Qin Zibai's array? Les Miserables. Could it be the Fairy Wanner? No matter what attitude Fairy Wanner had towards him, she was still his woman. There's no need for that. I'll arrange it. Just do as I say. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. All of you head to the Dragon Vein City immediately and spread the news that the Dragon Vein has appeared. It's at. Gu Hai instructed. Gu Hai's flying boat continued towards the valley. Before long, they could see the formation from afar. Brother-in-law, you can't go anymore. It's still very dangerous. I feel that it's still an omen. Long Wanyu said worriedly. I know, don't worry. Sima Feng, set up the Book Dao formation and protect Wanyu. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Brother-in-law, are you going alone? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head. Bang! Gu Hai jumped off the flying boat from afar. Underground, Lu Rockman was setting up the formation according to Gu Hai's request. The flying boat stopped at a hidden corner, and Sima Feng started setting up the Book Dao formation. However, Gu Hai walked alone, slowly walking towards the formation in the distance. Not far away, Li Shinji was on a mountain peak. My lord, he's here. Is it really Gu Hai? He's actually alone. A subordinate exclaimed in surprise. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. Alone? Huh, Gu Hai can't be alone. The others must be hiding. Ah, it doesn't matter. Qin Zibai and Shi Yan want to kill him. Gu Hai can't escape. Li Shunji said coldly. On another mountain peak, the white-robed youth also narrowed his eyes when he saw Gu Hai slowly walking towards the formation in the distance. Huh, it's him? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you know him? The white-robed youth asked in confusion. Young lord, it's him. I've seen his portrait. He's the one who set up the formation and trapped Dugu Qiubai, Qin Feng said in surprise. It's him? The white-robed youth raised his eyebrows. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to look for Gu Hai to see Dugu Qiubai's glory. Unexpectedly, Dugu Qiubai came by himself. Why is he here? It shouldn't be. Shouldn't he be in Chaoga City? Qin Feng asked in confusion. What's his name? Gu Hai. Qin Feng explained. Gu Hai. The white-robed youth's eyes flashed with anticipation. Gu Hai slowly walked to the outside of the formation. The formation had been set up. However, Gu Hai still had to confirm who was trapped in the formation. If it wasn't for Fairy Wan, he wouldn't have to take the risk. Great Huang Dynasty, Shi Yan, Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Boom! The sound rushed towards the formation. In the formation, Fairy Wan was plucking the strings of the zither to resist the surrounding vampires. However, after a few days and nights of plucking, Fairy Wan was a little tired. Her eyes flashed with depression. Fairy Wan, we don't ask for much. As long as you know how to refine the drought demon's fire poison, it shouldn't be difficult for you. If you delay any longer, my subordinates will be in front of you. Shi Yan sneered. Humph. Fairy Wan snorted. Lord Qin, and I can give you a chance. However, my subordinates have just been demonized, and their minds are still in a mess. They won't waste time talking nonsense with you. How long can you last under my great silencing formation? Shi Yan sneered. Fairy Wan's eyes flashed with depression. If she wanted to escape now, the only way was to send a signal for help. However, she had a bet with her master. This time, she definitely wouldn't ask for help. She had to overcome any difficulties by herself. However, in front of her, the ugly faces of these vampires were getting closer and closer. Fairy Wan was a little confused for a moment. What about Qin Zibai, who was eyeing her covetously? Fairy Wan's face was gloomy. After a few days, the anxiety in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, she felt helpless. Now, it would be good if someone came to save her. She didn't know why, but the first person she thought of was not her master. Instead, she thought of Gu Hai, who made her gnash her teeth. Bastard, don't you want to take responsibility? Why don't you come? You only know how to say nice things. Fairy Wan scolded Gu Hai in a low voice, hoping to drive out the figure of Gu Hai that kept jumping out of her mind. She kept thinking about Gu Hai's bad deeds, and was about to expel Gu Hai from her mind. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the formation. Great Huang Dynasty, Shi Yan. The formation isolated the sound from the inside, but the sound from the outside could be heard. Gu Hai's shout shocked everyone in the formation. It was Gu Hai's voice. That's right, it was definitely Gu Hai's voice. Fairy Wan had been scolding Gu Hai before, and now she was scolding him? Damn it, you really came? Fairy Wan's face changed. In the next moment, Fairy Wan found that her tone was wrong. Her face turned red, and she immediately changed her words. Bastard, why is he here? Previously, she had failed to expel the image of Gu Hai from her mind, but Gu Hai's voice seemed to have made the image more profound in an instant. In an instant, her scolding was in chaos. There was only one voice in her mind. He came to save me? He heard my voice and came to save me? He said he would take responsibility? The sense of helplessness in her heart immediately vanished. While feeling confused, Fairy One suddenly felt her heart thumping quickly. He came? He came? Fairy One zither music grew faster. The sound of the zither carried a sense of joy. Guhai? Why is he here? Qin Zibai's face sank. Qin Zibai had an extremely deep impression of Guhai. Back then, when Qin Zibai retreated from Chaoga City, he was extremely unwilling. How long had it been? And they were going to meet again. Looking for me? Xian raised his eyebrows. Whoosh! Xian waved his hand, and the fog in front of him immediately turned hazy. The outside world could not see inside, but the inside could see outside. It's really him? A strange light flashed in Fairy Wan's eyes. Qin Zibai's face turned sullen. Xian frowned slightly. Outside the formation, Guhai held a bronze saber in his right hand. He showed a cold expression as he stared at the formation. What's wrong? You don't even dare to respond. Guhai said coldly. The Han Dynasty's Guhai? What are you doing here? Xian asked coldly. Xian's voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, the zither music and the vampire's furious roars came out. Guhai's pupils constricted. Indeed, there was an intense battle going on inside. Ha! Ha ha ha! What am I doing here? You should be asking the person you trapped. You are really bold. Guhai's face sank. Huh. Fairy Wan's eyes lit up. Is Guhai really here for me? However, Qin Zibai and Xian's expressions sank slightly as they exchanged glances. Guhai knows? Qin Zibai said in surprise. Xian's expression turned strange. So what if he knows? However, is Guhai familiar with Fairy Wan? I remember from the past that they are enemies. The two of them looked at Fairy Wan. Guhai came for you? Xian asked solemnly. Humph. I am not familiar with him. Fairy Wan said stubbornly. Xian turned his head and looked outside the formation. Guhai, are you looking for trouble? Are you here to disturb me? Guhai wanted to find out who was trapped inside. He could only shout again. Huh, looking for trouble? Did you ask him? He said that I am looking for trouble. Xian looked at Fairy Wan. You said that you are not familiar with him. Who are you trying to fool? Let me talk to him. Fairy Wan said. Fairy Wan turned her head and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Guhai was the only one outside. If Guhai were to barge in, he would not be Qin Zibai's opponent. What if... Whoosh! Xian waved his hand. He let Fairy Wan's voice out. Guhai, who asked you to come? Scram back to where you came from. My business is none of your business. Fairy Wan shouted mercilessly. She hoped to chase Guhai away. However, when Guhai heard Fairy Wan's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was her. Since it was Fairy Wan, how could he leave? Touching the long saber in his hand, Guhai said coldly, Xian, not only is the great Huang Empire willing to be Daewon's dog, but you even set up a formation to deal with a weak girl? Good. Trap Fairy Wan, I will announce what you did to the world. Xian's face sank. They set up a formation to prevent the news from leaking out. If Guhai announced it to the world, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Guhai has just entered the Yuanying state. He is not in Chaoga City, so he can't do anything. We just need to be careful of his string puppet pole and undying divine fire. Qin Zibai said, We can't let him stay. All of you go and capture Guhai. Xian pointed at a group of vampires. Yes. Boom. 20 vampires rushed out of the formation. Chapter 344. Roar. 20 vampires rushed out of the formation and followed Xian's subordinates. Almost all of them were from the Yuanying state. Now that they had been demonized, their strength had increased. They rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with rolling black gas, and countless bats appeared in the black gas. On the mountain peak, where Li Xinji was, 20 ordinary Yuanying state cultivators. Gu Hai is alone. He will suffer. One of the subordinates sneered. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. 20 Yuanying state cultivators? Not necessarily. Gu Hai has many treasures. Also, I heard that he has the eternal divine fire. The two subordinates' faces darkened. These 20 vampires shouldn't be able to do anything to Gu Hai. I wonder if Gu Hai will use that marionette pole or the eternal divine fire. Li Xinji said in a low voice. On another mountain peak, the young man in white was also staring down. This Gu Hai seems to have just stepped into the Yuanying state. The young man in white frowned. 3 years ago, Gu Hai was still in the acquired realm. Qing Feng said respectfully. Oh, then his cultivation speed is not bad. The young man in white nodded. But these vampires are from the Yuanying state. Gu Hai might not be able to resist them, Qing Feng said with a frown. No, the young man in white shook his head. Oh, I told you before that when you look at a person, the cultivation level is just a surface. You have to look at his eyes. Look at Gu Hai's eyes. Do you see fear in them? The young man in white said lightly. Qing Feng looked at him and frowned. That's strange. Why does Gu Hai look down on these vampires from the Yuanying state? That shouldn't be the case. Remember, this is the heart of a powerhouse. He has the heart of a powerhouse that looks down on everything. With this kind of gaze and this kind of temperament, as long as they don't die young, they will become a peerless powerhouse in the end. The young man in white explained. Yes, Qing Feng answered respectfully. Since you said that Duga Chobai was the one who condensed Duga Chobai, then he should be an expert in the way of the sword, right? Why do you know how to use a saber? The white-clothed youth was puzzled. In the distance, in a remote valley. On the flying boat, Long One looked worried. Princess, you don't have to worry. Mr. Good's immortal divine fire isn't something these vampires can compare to. Sima Feng comforted her. Don't talk nonsense. Even if my brother-in-law loses a single strand of hair, I'll teach them a lesson. Humph. Long One said, angrily. Sima Feng smiled bitterly and no longer spoke. He patiently looked into the distance. Indestructible divine flame? Gu Hai was useless. A marionette pole? Gu Hai was also useless. As the group of vampires rushed over, Gu Hai raised the bronze longsword in his hand. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He took a step forward. He immediately unleashed the Sky Cycle Saber technique. He stepped on Divine Prime and condensed his saber will. Suddenly, 186 black and white saber cheese appeared around Gu Hai. The saber cheese surrounded Gu Hai as soon as they appeared, forming a huge field of saber cheese. Bam! The bats that rushed in were instantly annihilated by the saber cheese. The black and white saber cheese formed into two different saber forces. Under Gu Hai's control, they quickly converged into a vast sea. The powerful saber forces surged out. The vampires that were charging over suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. What saber technique is this? Li Xinji's eyes widened. Saber territory? The white-clothed youth on the other mountain narrowed his eyes. When Gu Hai swung his saber, the saber cheese suddenly surged into the energy sabers. They seemed to merge with the energy sabers as they slashed toward the 5 vampires at the front. The chessboard formed an unstoppable saber that headed toward the vampires. The vampires' expressions changed. They each took out their weapons and charged forward. The energy sabers shone brightly. A purple light bloomed between heaven and earth. An unstoppable aura rushed out of it. Boom! The purple light bloomed and was instantly extinguished. The saber swept past, stirring up 2 gusts of wind. The vampires that were charging forward suddenly stopped. They looked at the spot where Guhai had swung his saber in horror. The 5 vampires at the front exploded under Guhai's saber. In the air, there was still a rain of blood and minced meat falling. What? Qin Zibai and Shi Yen, who were in the formation, widened their eyes. What was with the purple saber light? How did he manage to kill 5 vampires from the Yuanying state with just 1 slash? 5 vampires from the Yuanying state. Fairy One Er's eyes lit up as she played the zither. She was pleasantly surprised. Impossible! What kind of saber technique is that? When we were in Chowga, he didn't have any saber technique. He was only relying on the Life Ender saber's sharpness. Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. Good. Brother-in-law is amazing. Long Wanyu exclaimed excitedly from afar. Guhai's saber technique was too cool. On the mountain peak, where Li Xinji was. That's impossible, right? My lord, Guhai didn't use the marionette pole or the undying divine flame. His saber technique, how is that possible? That's the Yuanying state we're talking about. Those 5 vampires are from the Yuanying state. Their cultivation bases are only stronger than Guhai's. How did they die under Guhai's saber? Is it because of that saber? Where did Guhai find a treasured saber? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. No, it's not because of the saber. That's just an ordinary saber. Is this a new saber technique? On another mountain peak, Qing Feng goggled. What saber technique is that? Was that saber move earlier? Was that saber chi condensed into a move? The white-clad youth's eyes lit up. Not bad. Good saber technique. What a strange saber technique. Young master, why can't I understand this saber technique? This saber technique is a new path. It's normal that you can't understand it. However, the saber chi that surrounded him earlier to form a domain are all interconnected. If I'm not wrong, this saber chi domain is a go game. The white-clad youth said, excitement flashing in his eyes. Go game? That's right. It is not difficult to learn this saber technique. However, ordinary saber cultivators can't fully grasp it. This is because the person wielding the saber needs to understand the Go game's move thoroughly. Only by understanding the Go game's move can one guide the saber move. Otherwise, one will only be able to scratch the surface. Does Gu Hai know how to play Go? The white-clad youth asked, feeling curious. I'm not sure. I heard that he is a great zither master. It seems that he is also very good at Go. Qing Feng shook his head. If this saber technique was created by Gu Hai, then this person is an exceptional talent, the white-clad youth said, a bright light flashing in his eyes. He is qualified to sharpen young master's sword. Qing Feng said in shock. That will depend on what he is going to do next. Is this the only saber move he knows? The white-clad youth said seriously. Below, Gu Hai executed the cycle of Heaven 1. The effect was pretty good. Gu Hai followed up with another attack. He stepped forward and used the cycle of Heaven again. A purple astral saber condensed. This time, 176 saber chi of black and white surrounded Gu Hai. Boom! The saber chi formed a domain, and the surrounding bats were instantly wiped out. Chop! Gu Hai stepped forward. The saber chi gathered and poured into the saber. Then, another beam of purple light illuminated the surroundings. Boom! The astral saber chopped down, and the 6 frantic vampires instantly exploded. They did not even have time to cry out. No, that's impossible. His aura is not as strong as ours. Why can't his saber block it? One of the vampires exclaimed. Indeed, the vampires could not block it. The sabers and swords of the earlier 11 vampires exploded. The explosive power of Gu Hai's saber was too ferocious. Chop! Once again, Gu Hai stepped on Tian Yuan and slashed out with Zhou Tian 1. Boom! A beam of purple light shot into the sky. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. How is that possible? Gu Hai's aura did not increase. He's only in the early stage of the Yuanying state. Why is his saber so powerful? My lord, didn't you say that it was an ordinary saber? Why is it so powerful? That's right. He killed 15 vampires with 3 slashes. Moreover, Gu Hai's face is not red, and he's not panting at all. Li Xinji's face darkened. Saber technique? What kind of saber technique is that? On another mountain peak, the white-clad youth narrowed his eyes. 3 slashes. The power is about the same, but they're 3 different Go games. Gu Hai has really created a unique saber technique. Every slash is different. His Go skills should be very strong, right? Qing Feng said blankly. Brother-in-law is awesome. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly in the distance. The remaining 5 vampires immediately realized that they were no match for Yi Shiwen. They could not even get close to him. They turned around and ran toward the array in fear. My lord, help! The 5 vampires ran toward the array in fear. Gu Hai once again stepped on Tian Yuan and slashed out with his saber. Gu Hai was too fast, and every slash was too stunning. The people inside the array could not react in time. When Gu Hai slashed again and was about to kill all of his subordinates, Shi Yan suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Gu Hai, how dare you? As he spoke, Shi Yan threw out a bronze hammer. The moment the bronze hammer appeared, it immediately charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile as he chopped down with his 4th saber strike. Boom! With a loud sound, the bronze hammer was cut in half. 2 of the remaining vampires were also killed by the remaining force. Only 3 escaped into the array, their faces full of fear. The battle in the great array suddenly stopped as well. Gu Hai? Qin Zibai's face darkened. Shi Yan was even more furious. Fairy Wanner's eyes widened. She never thought that Gu Hai's saber technique would be so fierce. Shi Yan, are your subordinates so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow? Or do you think that they can deal with me? Release Fairy Wanner. Gu Hai shouted. Hearing this, Fairy Wanner's eyes softened. When she looked at Gu Hai, she did not hate him so much. Shi Yan's face was gloomy. He looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai's face was also gloomy. I hate that I didn't kill him back then. In just a few months, his strength has increased again. Saber technique. What a strange saber technique. It seems that he had a fortuitous encounter again. This person grew from the acquired realm to the present in just 3 years. Could it be that he is also a person blessed by the heavens, like Changming? Qin Zibai said with a gloomy face. Not necessarily. If he was blessed by the heavens, he would not have wasted so many years as a mortal. Humph, he just got lucky these few years. This person cannot be left alive. I will kill him myself. Shi Yan said coldly. Chapter 345. Not necessarily. If he was blessed by the heavens, he wouldn't have wasted so many years as a mortal. Humph, he was just lucky these few years. This person cannot be left alive. I will deal with him personally. Shi Yan said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the vampires attacking Fairy Wanner stopped. Qin Zibai, I will leave this Fairy Wanner to you. I will deal with Gu Hai. Shi Yan said with a smile. Wait. Qin Zibai was annoyed. Follow me out. Shi Yan shouted loudly. Rumble! More than 2,000 vampires rushed out of the array. With Shi Yan, Qin Zibai was annoyed. What did Shi Yan mean? Obviously, He didn't want Qin Zibai to be a bystander. Let me deal with Fairy Wanner, and you will be a bystander? How could there be such a good thing? With this opportunity, Shi Yan naturally wanted to drag Qin Zibai down. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the vampires in the array were all gone. The pressure on Fairy Wanner was gone. She looked at Qin Zibai with a cold smile. Qin Zibai, you are going to make a move after all? Ha ha. Fairy Wanner stood up with a cold smile. Humph. Qin Zibai snorted. If you are not going to make a move, I am going to leave. Fairy Wanner said coldly, Do you think you can leave this array? Qin Zibai said coldly. Fairy Wanner flipped her hand and beckoned. Whoosh! She took out a coffin from her storage space. Qin Zibai was confused. Fairy Wanner flipped her hand and opened the lid of the coffin. A bronze figure appeared inside. Guqin figurine? Qin Zibai frowned. Yes, Guqin figurine. Humph, so what if it is a Guqin figurine? Your Guqin Dao has not reached that level. To control the Guqin figurine, you need to play a spirit. Qin Zibai said halfway. Ding, ding, ding. Fairy Wanner played the Guqin again. In an instant, a small spirit rushed out from the Guqin and into the Guqin figurine's body. Buzz! The bronze man in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes, and a green light shot out from his eyes. Boom! The bronze man immediately moved, blasted open the coffin, and walked out. The bronze man exuded an intense murderous aura, blowing away the sand and stones in the array. This is the Guqin figurine of the lower celestial palace. Qin Zibai's face darkened. On a mountain peak in the distance, the white-clothed youth narrowed his eyes. Oh, she actually made a breakthrough in the Tao of the Qin. Break the formation for me. Fairy Wanner shouted. Yes, master, the Guqin figurine answered. With the strength of Kai Tian Palace, it was naturally not too difficult to break the formation. He stretched out his hand and struck toward the base of the formation. You want to run? How could it be that easy? Humph! Qin Zibai glared at him and extended his palm to welcome him. Boom! The Guqin figurines were instantly beaten back. After all, Qin Zibai was a middle-level Celestial Palace expert. How could a low-level Celestial Palace Qin figurine be his match? Boom! The earth cracked. Qin Zibai's aura suddenly bloomed, immediately suppressing Fairy Wanner and forcing her to retreat. Instead of being afraid, Fairy Wanner revealed a cold smile. Qin Zibai finally made his move. Outside the formation, Shi Yan rushed out of the formation with more than 2,000 vampires. All of a sudden, countless bats blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the entire area. Shi Yan's aura bloomed, and a storm rushed in the direction of Gu Hai, as if to blow Gu Hai away, holding the bronze longsword. Gu Hai looked coldly at Shi Yan opposite him. Emperor De Huang? Gu Hai sneered. Shi Yan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Emperor De Han? Oh, I don't understand. What exactly do you rely on? You just entered the Yuanying state, and you want to deal with me? Squeak, 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 squeak. The surrounding bats all showed a ferocious expression, as if as long as Shi Yan gave the order, they would rush to Gu Hai together. When Shi Yan released the aura of opening the Celestial Palace, the terrifying pressure was much stronger than Gu Hai's. Gu Hai alone, just one person, and he wants to go against us? Not against you, but to kill you? Gu Hai said coldly. While speaking, he saw a chest-shaped spirit stone between Gu Hai's index and middle fingers. Ling Su pressed down. Boom! Suddenly, with Gu Hai as the center, rolling fog gushed out, instantly enveloping the sky full of bats. Is it the formation? Gu Hai has been clamoring to lure Shi Yan and the others out and into his ambush. Li Shenji's eyes were cold. Master, how is that possible? Didn't Guhai just arrive? How can there be a formation trap? Is it Lu Shuren? Before Guhai came, he asked Lu Shuren to bury the spirit stone underground, waiting for Guhai to activate it. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and looked down. I was wondering why Guhai dared to come here alone. It turns out that he had already set up a trap. Oh, unfortunately, Shi Yan is in the lower celestial palace. Unless he set up a super formation like the one in the Gungjin sect, it would be impossible to trap Shi Yan. And I heard that the formation in the Gungjin sect used to trap Duguchobai cost 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. Guhai definitely doesn't have so many spirit stones now. Guhai's trap is useless. His subordinate frowned and asked. On another mountain peak, the young man in white narrowed his eyes. A chess formation? Huh? Young master, are you sure it's a chess formation? It can't be wrong. Moreover, it's old man Guanxi's 28-line pair formation. Oh, this Guhai actually understood it thoroughly and added some elements to it. Oh, no wonder his saber technique carried the general momentum of the chess game. It turns out that his chess skills are so amazing. The young man in white said in a deep voice, in the 28-line pair formation, the moment Guhai set up the formation, the surrounding vampires and Shi Yan's expressions changed. Guhai didn't dare to delay. He stepped forward and slashed at the group of vampires. Stepping on the celestial origin stage, the saber chi formed a domain. Immediately, the saber slashed out, and a purple light soared into the sky. Boom! Under the heavenly cycle, 1. The power was unparalleled. 10 vampires who were close to each other exploded in an instant. Countless clouds of blood splattered in all directions. Humph, you're courting death. Shi Yan immediately pounced. Whoosh! Within the ritual array, Guhai took a step forward and strangely appeared in the distance. Heavenly Cycle 1. Guhai slashed again. Boom! Another 6 vampires were cut down by the saber. Bastard! Shi Yan's eyes were filled with anger. He slashed with the long sword in his hand. Boom! A huge, manifested sword arrived in front of Guhai from a long distance away. Guhai's figure flashed and disappeared again. He appeared in another group of vampires. Zhou Tianyi! Guhai slashed down with his saber again. Buzz! Purple light soared into the sky. Another 8 vampires exploded. In front of Guhai, the vampires seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. The young man in white was slightly puzzled. Heavenly Cycle 1. What a strange name. Li Shinji sneered. It's useless. Shi Yan opened the Sky Palace. When he uses his full strength, you're not as fast as him. Sure enough, Shi Yan was really angry. Humph, Guhai, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Shi Yan snorted. Whoosh! Shi Yan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Guhai at a strange speed. Guhai's eyelids twitched. Shi Yan had already slashed at him with his full strength. Guhai had no choice but to attack with his saber. Ha ha! That saber strike of yours is very strong. However, the one you killed was just an early-stage, nascent soul realm cultivator. Before me, even 100 saber strikes of Heavenly Cycle 1 are useless. Shi Yan showed a ferocious expression as his manifested sword shot towards Guhai with an indomitable will. Guhai stood on the sky origin stage. He glared and slashed with his long saber. A new saber chi domain condensed around him. However, it seemed different this time. The aura of the saber chi domain suddenly increased by several folds. No, this is not Heavenly Cycle 1. On the mountain peak, the young man in white narrowed his eyes. Li Shinji's face also sank. Sir, what's going on in the array? We can't see it. Only someone with your strength can see it clearly. Can you tell us? The subordinate at the side asked curiously. However, Li Shinji did not have time to explain. He watched as Gu Hai slashed again. This time, the saber aura was almost 100 times more ferocious than before. How is this possible? What saber technique is this? Li Shinji said in shock. Heavenly Cycle 2. Gu Hai shouted. The saber aura collided with the sword aura. There was a huge collision. The entire array was shrouded in a dazzling purple light. The surrounding vampires immediately fled in all directions. Boom. 30 vampires were blasted away by the shockwave. Shi Yan stood in place and did not move. However, his eyes widened. His earlier attack did not kill Gu Hai? How is this possible? When the saber and sword collided, Gu Hai was sent flying 50 feet away. Only after leaving behind 20 footprints did he finally stop. Ha ha ha! Gu Hai revealed a trace of laughter. How are you able to block my sword? Also, with the power of the collision just now with your Yuaniing state body, you would have been blown up by the recoil. How are you fine? Shi Yan stared at Gu Hai. Yes, I'm fine, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Gu Hai's corporeal body was formed from the cultivation of external techniques. How could this little bit of backlash hurt Gu Hai? Humph, so what if you're fine? You're not my opponent at all. Even if your strength skyrocketed, you're still not my opponent. You're not my match. Gu Hai, prepare to die, Shi Yan said with a cold expression. Prepare to die? Ha, I have a rough understanding of your strength. Ha, you're much weaker than Chui Tai. I've played enough. I'm not playing anymore. Gu Hai smiled coldly. However, Gu Hai stretched out his hand, and a marionette pole suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! He threw it out. Suddenly, countless transparent threads rushed toward all the vampires in the surroundings. Be careful! Shi Yan's expression changed, and he slashed his sword toward Gu Hai again. Come here! Gu Hai snorted and waved his hand. Boom! The surrounding vampires suddenly seemed to be under Gu Hai's control. They pulled ferociously and surged toward Shi Yan. Then they brandished their weapons and charged at Shi Yan. Ah, my lord, save me. I can't move anymore. My lord, I didn't swing my sword at you. I couldn't control myself. Ah. 2,000 vampires rushed toward Shi Yan's sword energy without any regard for their lives. Shi Yan's expression changed, and he immediately withdrew his sword. However, the sword energy was too powerful. Dozens of vampires were killed by the sword energy in an instant. The remaining vampires had arrived in front of Shi Yan. All the sabers and swords slashed toward Shi Yan. Chapter 346. All the vampires swarmed toward Shi Yan, and a large number of energy swords and sabers slashed at Shi Yan. Shi Yan's expression changed, and he retreated. Boom! Thousands of sabers and swords missed. Shi Yan retreated quickly, not because he was afraid of them, but because they were his subordinates. Now, they were all under his control. Open Heaven Palace. Heck, come on then, Gu Hai said coldly. Grabbing the marionette pole, Shi Yan hid in the array. The fog surrounded Gu Hai, hiding in a place that Shi Yan could not see clearly. Of course, perhaps this great formation was nothing before the Heavenly Opening Palace's experts. They could still see Gu Hai. However, with the fog blocking them, Gu Hai appeared to be drifting about. Humph! Gu Hai, where do you think you're going? Shi Yan snorted and slashed again. Whoosh! Master, save me! Master, this subordinate didn't mean it. The group of vampires once again stood in front of Shi Yan, blocking all of his movements. Gu Hai's eyes were cold, and he showed no mercy to these vampires who lived by sucking human blood. If he showed mercy to the vampires today, thousands of innocent people would become their dinner in the future. Boom! 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 The aftermath of Shi Yan's pauses caused the vampires to explode one after another. Shi Yan's eyes were cold. Humph. Guhai marionette pole? Do you really think that just by using them to threaten me, I can't do anything to you? Said Shi Yan coldly. This time, he didn't chase after Guhai. Instead, he waved his hand. Buzz. Open Heaven Palace's energy surged toward the 2,000 vampires. In an instant, under the icy blue energy, all the vampires seemed to be frozen. Young master, that marionette pole, is it a replica of annihilation? Qing Feng looked at the cross in Guhai's hand in surprise. That's right, it's an imitation of 10-direction annihilation. Unfortunately, the imitation is too crude. It's useless against Kai Tian Palace. Now, Shi Yan is taking action to force the transparent threads out of the vampires' bodies. The white-robed youth said solemnly. Buzz. Under Shi Yan's control, the vampires slowly broke free from the marionette's control. Shi Yan revealed a sinister smile. Guhai's lips curled into a cold smile. Now, I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. Suddenly, 10 voices of Xiang Yu rang out from the formation. Suddenly, 10 sky-piercer halberds appeared and slashed toward Shi Yan, who was trying his best to save the vampire. At the same time, the 10 Lu Rockmen also joined forces to attack Shi Yan from underground. The sky and the ground seemed to have sealed off all directions for Shi Yan in an instant. Shi Yan was in the midst of rescuing the vampires. How could he have thought that there would be so many ambushes? Li Shinji's face suddenly darkened. Young master, where's the ambush? Did Guhai arrange an ambush? Qing Feng asked in surprise. The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes and said, an ambush of this level is not enough for Open Heaven Palace's experts. Indeed, Shi Yan saved the vampires with one hand and swung his sword with the other. Suddenly, Sword Chi appeared in the surroundings. Boom! With a loud sound, the halberd and the palm strike of the Lu Rockmen were blocked at nearly the same time. Ha ha ha! With just you two, you are still far from enough. Shi Yan laughed sinisterly. It's over? Guhai's ambush fell through? Qing Feng said with a frown. No, you overlooked the most important person, Guhai. The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes. However, Guhai suddenly stepped forward. He raised his saber again. It won't work. Shi Yan blocked the halberd and the Lu Rockmen with his saber chi. However, the manifested sword is still there. Guhai's Cycle 2 cannot defeat Shi Yan, right? Did Guhai do something useless? Qing Feng said with a frown. It's not useless. At this moment, Guhai has already forced Shi Yan into a dead end. He can no longer move and can only clash head-on with Guhai. Shi Yan is restrained and cannot take a step back. The white-robed young man said sullenly. Yes, he cannot retreat. However, how strong is Guhai? How can he be a match for Shi Yan? There is no need for Shi Yan to retreat, unless the might of Guhai's saber technique increases explosively. Qing Feng said with a frown. Zhoutian, 3. Guhai shouted. Buzz. A vast storm of saber intent surged out. The saber intent was ferocious. All the vampires goggled, despair filling their eyes. This was a feeling of heavenly might. Outside the ritual array, the two subordinates behind Li Shinji could not see inside the ritual array. However, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They showed horrified expressions. This saber intent. What kind of saber intent is this? One of the subordinates exclaimed. Impossible. How can it increase by 100 times? There is no such saber technique. Li Shinji also exclaimed. Guhai had just entered the Yuanying state. but the power of the saber was beyond the scope of the Yuanying state. The saber did not slash down, but a terrifying saber aura was like a heavenly saber above their heads. A wave of cold intent rushed towards them. How can this be? This saber aura? Qing Feng widened his eyes in shock. Only the white-robed young man suddenly became excited. A strong fighting spirit surged from his eyes. Good saber technique. Cycle 3? I want to have a sword duel with this person. The white-robed young man's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Cycle 3? Before it had even slashed down, that aura suddenly pressed down on the entire valley, causing it to abruptly sink. In another ritual array outside the 28 ritual arrays, Qin Zibai was dealing with Fairy Wanner when a strong saber intent suddenly charged in from outside the ritual array. The expression of Qin Zibai, who was about to attack, changed. Who is it? This saber intent is not something that Shi Yan should have. When Qin Zibai turned his head to look, he happened to see Gu Hai's ferocious expression as he slashed down with his saber. That intense and explosive saber intent came from the saber in Gu Hai's hand. Gu Hai? That's impossible, Qin Zibai suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai. Fairy Wanner also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Before the saber slashed down, the saber intent soared into the sky. The purple light not only covered the entire valley, but also soared into the sky. Far away, countless cultivators were rushing over quickly. They were all cultivators from Dragon Vein City. All the peerless cultivators received news that a dragon vein had appeared outside the city. These peerless experts were all here for the dragon vein. Naturally, they fought to be the first to arrive. Before they reached the valley, they already saw the purple light soar into the sky. An extremely tyrannical saber, intent, burst out. Who is it? What a tyrannical saber, intent. What a strong saber intent. Who is this? The many cultivators goggled. At the flying ship where Sima Feng and Long Wanyu stood, Long Wanyu showed an anxious expression. She did not know what happened in the ritual array. This continued until Gu Hai executed the third chop of the heavenly cycle. The purple light broke through everything and erupted. The saber intent surging out startled Sima Feng into breaking out in a cold sweat. It's brother-in-law's saber technique. It's brother-in-law's. Long Wanyu said excitedly. What? This is Mr. Good's. Cluster Lord, stop joking. Why is Mr. Good? Sima Feng looked at Long Wanyu in shock. Move aside. Don't block my line of sight. Long Wanyu pushed Sima Feng away and looked excitedly at the ritual array in the distance. How powerful was the third chop of the heavenly cycle? No one understood it better than Shi Yan. Before that saber strike landed, it felt like the saber intent had already split Shi Yan in half. Shi Yan's first reaction against this tyrannical saber intent was to flee, abandon everything, and flee. However, Shi Yan could not flee. He could not let go. If he fled, the 10 halberds, the 10 stone hands, and the 2,000 subordinate sabers and swords would all land on him. Shi Yan had no choice but to fight. However, could Shi Yan block the saber strike? No, I can't. I can't block it. I can't block it. Shi Yan raised his sword energy to block with all his might. However, his heart sank. He was certain that he was finished. Am I going to die here? Shi Yan's eyes were bloodshot. It looked like he would be killed by this saber strike. His entire body trembled. His eyes widened as he roared in despair. No! Ka! 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 When Gu Hai's saber slashed down, cracks appeared on the saber. Huh! Shi Yan suddenly saw a trace of hope in his despairing eyes. Is Gu Hai's saber going to explode? Is it going to explode? Hung. Indeed, when the bronze saber was about to hit Shi Yan, it suddenly exploded. The saber energy shattered. Only a strong wind tore Shi Yan's clothes. Buzz. The purple light suddenly disappeared. The danger of death was eliminated. Shi Yan's expression changed drastically. Boom. Shi Yan disregarded everything and broke free from the halberds and stone hands. Then he abandoned the vampires and fled. Whoosh! Shi Yan retreated again and again in horror. In the outside world, Li Xinji, the white-clad youth, Qing Feng, and the others raised their eyebrows. The saber exploded? Qing Feng said in confusion. What a powerful Zhou Tian 3. Even the saber couldn't withstand it, and exploded? How can Gu Hai have such a powerful saber technique? Li Xinji's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. What is Zhou Tian 3? What is Zhou Tian 3? The battle intent in the white-clad youth's eyes intensified. Bang! The bronze saber's fragments filled the air. Gu Hai's expression sank. However, it wasn't that Gu Hai didn't expect the bronze saber to be weak. He had already considered it. Gu Hai's current strength wasn't enough to face Shi Yan head-on. Even if he had the saber technique, Zhou Tian 3, it wasn't enough. This was because this saber technique consumed a terrifying amount of energy. The moment the bronze saber exploded, Gu Hai's energy was almost depleted. In other words, Gu Hai still couldn't use Zhou Tian 3. He had done it on purpose. He had used the bronze saber to make others think that he could use Zhou Tian 3. It was just that the saber wasn't strong enough. At the very least, he had succeeded. When Shi Yan looked at Gu Hai, he no longer looked at him with contempt. Instead, he looked at him with horror. At this moment, when Gu Hai took out the Life Ender saber and used the marionette pole to pull the vampires, the Life Ender saber slashed open the vampires' bodies. Shi Yan didn't care about it anymore. Zhou Tian 3 was too shocking and horrifying. Ah, Lord, save me! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Save me! The vampires screamed in horror. However, Shi Yan didn't care about their lives and just let the Life Ender saber devour them all. Before Gu Hai came, he had already calculated everything. He would use Zhou Tian 3 to intimidate the other party and use the Life Ender saber to devour the energy of the vampire's flesh and blood. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Tian 3. No one noticed that after Gu Hai's earlier saber strike, his complexion had turned pale. However, after the Life Ender saber killed 2,000 vampires, Gu Hai's complexion turned rosy again. The halberd disappeared, and the stone golem sank into the ground again. The 28-line pair world ritual array also disappeared. All the vampires turned into withered bones. Gu Hai was still the same Gu Hai. However, the bronze saber was replaced by the Life Ender saber. Holding the Life Ender saber, Xiao Chun looked at Shi Yan again. Aside from the vampires, the scene was almost the same as before. However, now, everything was reversed. Earlier, Shi Yan looked down on Gu Hai. Now, Gu Hai looked down on him. When Shi Yan looked at Gu Hai, horror appeared in his eyes. Chapter 347. Crack! 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 Gu Hai held the Life Ender saber in his right hand as he coldly looked at the flustered Shi Yan. Although Xiao Chun did not execute Cycle 3, the earlier saber move shocked Shi Yan so much that he no longer felt confident of victory. If not for the saber exploding earlier, Shi Yan would have been blasted into pieces, right? Gu Hai! Shi Yan roared while glaring, venting the shock in his heart. It was not just Shi Yan. The others were also startled by Gu Hai's saber move. Inside the ritual array, Fairy 1's Qin figurine and Qin Zibai stopped as well. How can this be? What fortuitous encounter did Gu Hai get? What saber technique is this? Qin Zibai said, his eyelids twitching. However, Fairy 1 felt slightly excited. After the Life Ender saber swallowed the vampires, It gave back 1,000th of its energy to Gu Hai. Although it did not replenish Gu Hai's full energy, it did replenish 60%. Based on his appearance, Gu Hai no longer looked any different. Holding the life ender saber, Gu Hai looked at Shi Yan coldly. Shi Yan? Huh. Open the ritual array. Then, you can't stop me. Also, the one inside is Qin Zibai, right? Huh. Inside the ritual array, Qin Zibai's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai knows that I am here? How did he know? Even if he knew that I was here, he still dared to come? However, Shi Yan frowned heavily. How did you know? Qin Zibai, did you leak the information? Bastard, why would I leak it? Qin Zibai's angry voice came from the ritual array. All of a sudden, gusts of wind blew in from all directions. Many experts had finally rushed over from Dragon Vein City. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many experts arrived and quickly occupied the various peaks. Then, they held their sabers and swords as they looked coldly at the valley. After all, the scene of the saber intent soaring into the sky earlier made these experts feel threatened from a distance. Hence, the instant these experts arrived, they were ready to attack at any moment. Shi Yan's expression changed as he looked around. It was a purple-clothed Xiuzha who recklessly charged towards the mountain peak, where the white-clothed youth was. Get lost! The purple-clothed cultivator shouted coldly. The white-clothed youth didn't care at all and continued to look at the valley. The purple-clothed cultivator immediately slashed his sword towards the white-clothed youth and Qing Feng. The sword force was ferocious, and there were close to 1,000 strands of sword qi surrounding it. It was as though they wanted to slice the white-clad young man and Qing Feng into pieces in an instant. The young man in white was still indifferent, but Qing Feng narrowed his eyes and reached for the sword hilt on his back with his right hand. Xing. A beam of green light bloomed between heaven and earth. It was so dazzling that many of the surrounding Xiuzha could not open their eyes. When he regained his vision, Qing Feng's sword had already returned to its sheath. Then he turned his head, no longer paying attention to the purple-clothed Xiuzha, and looked towards the valley. Bang! The purple-clothed cultivator's sword energy exploded. The purple-clothed cultivator, who had been so arrogant just now, widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with despair. Blood seeped out of the purple-robed cultivator's forehead. Who? The purple-robed Xiuzha's body split in two and fell down. Hiss! That's the purple-robed esteemed cultivator, the peak of the Yuanying state. One sword strike. The surrounding Xiuzha, who had been yelling ferociously, immediately quieted down in shock. Qing Feng, a member of the fairy one or sect? So, he was already here? Li Shunji narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, Shi Yan also raised his eyebrows. Li Shunji recognized Qing Feng. Shi Yan also recognized Qing Feng, and even Qin Zibai from Great Shun. A member of your sect? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Ha! Fairy Wan sneered and did not speak. A member of the Fairy Wan sect? Previously, he had wanted to deal with Fairy Wan without anyone knowing. He couldn't let her sect know. But now, not only did Gu Hai know, but her sect had been waiting here for him the entire time, waiting for him to do something out of line. Then, they would have an excuse to deal with him. Qin Zibai and Shi Yan's eyelids twitched wildly. Where is the dragon vein? Is it in the ritual array? Are they using the ritual array to capture the dragon vein? There must be something in the ritual array. Why don't we try breaking it? The surrounding Xiuzha cultivators all had fervent looks in their eyes. They had waited long enough in Dragon Vein City. Furthermore, as time passed, more experts came, and more family clans settled in Dragon Vein City. The longer they waited, the smaller their chances of obtaining the dragon vein would be. Now that they suddenly heard about the dragon vein, they naturally felt fervent, wanting to open the ritual array immediately to see what was inside. Qin Zibai, that's enough. Is there any meaning in waiting in the ritual array? Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he looked coldly at Shi Yan. It seemed like he was warning Shi Yan with his gaze. Indeed, there was no point in continuing to hide it. Initially, Xiao Chen wanted to keep it a secret. Now everyone knew. Qin Zibai felt extremely frustrated. Boom! Qin Zibai flung his sleeve, and the ritual array shattered. Whoosh! The dust settled, revealing Qin Zibai, the fairy Wanner, and her zither figurine. Upon seeing that the fairy Wanner was fine, Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. Where is the dragon vein? Isn't the dragon vein in the ritual array? The fairy Wanner? Qin Zibai? Why is there no dragon vein? The surrounding Xiuzhi cultivators immediately asked anxiously. Qin Zibai looked up at the surrounding peaks and asked seriously, Everyone, are you here for the dragon vein? That's right. There is news from Dragon Vein City that there is a dragon vein here. Qin Zibai, why is there no dragon vein? A red-clad cultivator immediately shouted. The many Xiuzhi cultivators looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai shook his head and smiled coldly. Dragon vein? I think that everyone was fooled, right? How can there be a dragon vein here? Huh. The surrounding Xiuzhi cultivators' faces sank. In the past few months, the many Xiuzhi cultivators had memorized the surrounding peaks. However, the landscape here did not change at all. This meant that no dragon vein had appeared before. No dragon vein? The surrounding Xiuzhi cultivators showed unsightly expressions. We were fooled. We came here for nothing? When Qin Zibai saw that the crowd no longer cared about the dragon vein, he smiled faintly. Then he looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai? Huh, we meet again, Qin Zibai said with a sullen expression. Gu Hai, leave quickly. I'll help you block him. The fairy Wanner immediately exclaimed. Qin Zibai's eyes filled with murderous intent. He wants to kill Gu Hai? Since the fairy Wanner could tell, how could Gu Hai not? In fact, before coming here, Gu Hai had already guessed that he would have to face Qin Zibai. When facing Shi Yan, Gu Hai could scare him for a short time, preventing him from acting rashly. However, Qin Zibai was different. Qin Zibai was a Central Heavenly Palace expert. Although he had just entered the Central Heavenly Palace, he was still a powerful expert. Xiao Chen could not resist him. Previously in Chaoga City, Xiao Chen was only able to block Qin Zibai because he had Dahan's power, using the name of the nation to help him. That was why he could only scare Qin Zibai. However, what about now? That was impossible. Xiao Chen had many treasures. Even when dealing with a Central Heavenly Palace expert, he was already scared out of his wits. The difference between a Central Heavenly Palace expert and a Central Heavenly Palace expert was like heaven and earth. Furthermore, Gu Hai knew that Qin Zibai had a grudge with him previously and wanted to kill him immediately. That way, the Day One could easily snatch his city. Hence, before Gu Hai came, he had expected that Qin Zibai would kill him. However, since Xiao Chen had guessed that Fairy Wanner was trapped, could he pretend that he did not? Since the Fairy Wanner was trapped, how could Gu Hai not come? Gu Hai was here. However, fortunately, Long Wanyu had warned Gu Hai in advance that Qin Zibai was here. Hence, Gu Hai had time to prepare. Gu Hai's preparation was the various experts from Dragon Vein City. Leave quickly, Gu Hai. Fairy Wanner said anxiously. Huh, you want to leave now? Is it too late? Qin Zibai revealed a sinister smile. Turning his head, Qin Zibai looked at Shi Yan and said, Ha, Shi Yan, are you scared by Gu Hai? Humph, Gu Hai was just lucky. Why would I be scared? Shi Yan immediately retorted. Huh, is that so? Shi Yan, why don't you take another Zhou Tian 3 from me? Gu Hai looked at Shi Yan with a sinister expression. Shi Yan's eyelids twitched. Qin Zibai sneered and said, Don't force yourself. Shi Yan, you don't need to deal with Gu Hai. You just need to stop Fairy Wanner. Zhou Tian 3? I want to see what kind of a Zhou Tian 3 will be like before he dies. Qin Zibai took a step forward. Bastard! Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with anger. Whoosh! Shi Yan's figure flashed and blocked in front of Fairy Wanner's zither figurine. On the mountain peak, Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Sir, how about Zhou Tian 3? Can he deal with the Middle Sky Palace? A subordinate asked in confusion. Li Xinji shook his head and said, Not enough. The difference between the Middle Sky Palace and the Lower Sky Palace is like heaven and earth. Gu Hai doesn't have the power of a nation. Even if he has great abilities, it's useless. Then isn't Gu Hai dead? Another subordinate said, excitedly. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. On another mountain peak, Qing Feng said doubtfully, Young master, why is Gu Hai's eyes still so indifferent? He is only from the Yuanying state after all, right? The young man in white shook his head and didn't say anything. He just stared at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Gu Hai. The bones of the vampires that had fallen to the ground cracked under the pressure, and cracks appeared everywhere. Gu Hai didn't retreat. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and said, Qin Zibai? Shi Yan? Haha, what a good show. Toying with the experts and heroes of Dragon Vein City like fools? Dragon Vein. Ha 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 ha. Huh. The cultivators on the surrounding mountains narrowed their eyes. Qin Zibai, Shi Yan, what did they lie to us? What Dragon Vein? Gu Hai, what did you say? Qin Zibai said coldly. What did I say? Didn't I? Do you think that everyone is a fool? Or do you want to consign everyone in the Dragon Vein City to eternal damnation and die without a burial place? Gu Hai shouted with a glare. What? The surrounding cultivators stared at Gu Hai. Nonsense. What do you mean by dying without a burial place? Qin Zibai glared. Isn't that so? Ha ha, Shi Yan, what do you think? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. What did I say? Shi Yan stared blankly at Gu Hai. You were the ruler of the great Huang dynasty in the past. You had the Dragon Vein, right? You had the Dragon Vein, yet you brought your men to snatch it? Ha ha, isn't this self-contradictory? Don't tell me that you want your Dragon Vein to swallow the Dragon Vein here. If you had such ambition, why would you submit to the Day One Imperial Dynasty? Gu Hai said with a sinister smile. Huh. Shi Yan raised his eyebrows as he looked at Gu Hai in shock. The surrounding cultivators also narrowed their eyes. That's right. Shi Yan had the Dragon Vein. Why did he still come to snatch it? Gu Hai, you are misleading the crowd with your lies. Qin Zibai said coldly. Qin Zibai extended his hand and took out his sword. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Misleading the crowd with lies? Humph. You are the ones misleading the crowd with lies. Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein here isn't formed by heaven and earth. It's just Shi Yan's Dragon Vein. You're the one who's misleading people. 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 This is to achieve your unspeakable goals. Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. You are the one misleading the crowd with lies. Gu Hai, you are seeking death. Qin Zibai roared angrily. As Qin Zibai roared, he suddenly swung his sword at Gu Hai. A piercing White light illuminated the place. The sword manifested ferociously, looking like it would chop Gu Hai in half. "Brother-in-law, Long One," you exclaimed in the distance. "Bastard, quickly dodge!" Fairy One exclaimed. On the mountain peak, Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He seemed to expect that Gu Hai would be finished. Qing Feng felt somewhat anxious. Only the white-clad youth remained calm. While others focused on the sword, the white-clad youth focused on the heart and Gu Hai's eyes. However, Gu Hai did not seem to show any fear in his eyes. Suddenly, a golden chain shot down from a mountain peak and blocked Gu Hai, clashing with Qin Zibai's manifested sword. Boom! The golden chain and the manifested sword clashed. A huge force formed a storm that swept out in all directions. Trees fell, and sand and stones shot into the air. One of the experts who had rushed over from Dragon Vein City suddenly made a move. It was a golden-robed man with a ferocious appearance. There was even a bone protruding from his forehead, looking extremely ferocious. The golden-robed man suddenly made a move and blocked Qin Zibai's sure-kill strike. The strong wind from the clash blew past Gu Hai, lifting up Gu Hai's fluttering hair. Gu Hai did not move. However, he revealed a faint smile. It was as he thought. Someone had made a move. "Who is it?" Qin Zibai asked angrily as he glared. "Qin Zibai, Gu Hai hasn't finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to silence him? Huh." The golden-robed man revealed a cold smile. Not far away, Li Xinji's expression changed as he looked over hatefully. It looked like Gu Hai was about to be killed by Qin Zibai. Where did this person come from? To think that he actually blocked Gu Hai's attack for him. Li Xinji was enraged, and so was Qin Zibai. However, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators slowly turned cold. Strangely, they were all on the same page, looking coldly at Qin Zibai. It was as though everyone had become Gu Hai's bodyguards in an instant. Chapter 348. All the cultivators looked at Qin Zibai coldly. Furthermore, they recognized the golden-robed man who attacked earlier. "Great King Swan and you dare to oppose me?" Qin Zibai glared. The golden-robed man looked at Qin Zibai coldly. "Qin Zibai, you just entered the Central Heavenly Palace, and so did I. We came to Dragon Vein City to devour the Dragon Vein." "Huh, I found it strange earlier. You are a Day One Qin clan disciple. What qualifications do you have to fight for the Dragon Vein?" "Humph. It turns out that the Dragon Vein I am looking for was fabricated by you. And Shi Yan?" The group of cultivators looked at Shi Yan and Qin Zibai coldly. "Who said that I fabricated it? That bastard Gu Hai spouted nonsense. You believe him?" A meddlesome person appeared out of nowhere. Qin Zibai said, feeling extremely depressed. "Huh, I don't believe you now." Great King Swan and I sneered. "You don't believe me? Do you believe him?" Qin Zibai said, feeling depressed. "I don't believe him either." Great King Swan and I said coldly. "Huh." Qin Zibai frowned slightly. Indeed, Sovereign King Hessian's attitude represented everyone's attitude. They did not believe in Qin Zibai, but they also did not believe in Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai's question stuck in everyone's hearts. Could it be that someone really plotted against me on this trip? Qin Zibai looked at Gu Hai coldly. However, Gu Hai replied with a faint smile, "Qin Zibai, do you think you can hide it?" "Humph. What am I hiding?" "Gu Hai, just continue lying. They can protect you now. When they expose your lies, they will want to kill you even more than I do. Do you believe me?" Qin Zibai said with a cold smile. Qin Zibai was right. If Gu Hai could not give everyone an explanation, Qin Zibai would not be the only enemy. Gu Hai looked at the surrounding cultivators. The group of cultivators also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Mr. Good, you only said half of what you wanted to say. Can you please finish it? The new dragon vein is fake. Great King Swan, and I demanded coldly. How can the dragon vein be fake? It's not my dragon vein at all. Shi Yan roared gloomily. This time, Shi Yan wasn't lying. It really wasn't his dragon vein. But now, nobody believed him. However, Gu Hai nodded his head with certainty. Gu Hai, you're making things up. Shi Yan glared at him. He make it up? Shi Yan, why don't you call out your dragon vein and show everyone? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Even if he did, so what? However, it couldn't prove that the dragon roar earlier wasn't Shi Yan's dragon vein. Gu Hai had already thought of the wording. Humph! Shi Yan coldly snorted. Call out the dragon vein. As long as it was called out, it would definitely be snatched away by this group of people, especially by King Baiyan. Moreover, Shi Yan's dragon vein was still useful. When Gu Hai saw that Shi Yan was unwilling, he suddenly smiled and didn't mind. Gu Hai guessed that Shi Yan and Qin Zibai definitely had a reason for coming here. However, Gu Hai didn't know what it was. However, it didn't matter. If you want to hide it, then hide it. Even if I don't know, I can make things up for you. Gu Hai, is there really no dragon vein under Dragon Vein City? Another cultivator asked anxiously. If there was no dragon vein, wouldn't they have come here for nothing? They worked hard to come here, but gained nothing? Everyone was furious, not wanting to believe Gu Hai. They wanted to expose Gu Hai together. Gu Hai looked at the crowd and shook his head. There is no dragon vein. However, there is something even more precious under Dragon Vein City. It is 10 times or even 100 times more precious. Huh. The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. Qin Zibai's and Shi Yan's faces sank. However, King Bai and suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had been paying attention to Qin Zibai and Shi Yan. The sudden change in their expressions made King Bai and believe in Gu Hai. What is it? Everyone looked anxiously at Gu Hai. Treasure, right? However, I don't know what treasure it is, as I have never seen it before. Perhaps Shi Yan and Qin Zibai know? Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Oh. Everyone looked at the two. What treasure is there? Gu Hai, don't speak nonsense. Qin Zibai glared as though he was about to attack again. Whoosh! King Bai and instantly stood in front of Gu Hai and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai? Let Gu Hai finish speaking. Frustration flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. The surrounding cultivators eyed Gu Hai covetously. This made Qin Zibai feel even more depressed. Underground treasure? Who told you that there is one? King Bai and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Huh, drought demon fire? Everyone, if you have the ability to prove that I am lying, you can go down and take a look. Who went down before? No one, right? How many years has the Death Grave Valley been here? Have you seen anyone excavate the Death Grave Valley? Gu Hai said coldly. No one. No one has ever excavated it before, because the drought demon fire is too ferocious, right? Secondly, have you thought about the city? How did they build a Dragon Vein City in such a short time? Who built it? Gu Hai said coldly. The group of experts raised their eyebrows and looked at Shi Yan. I came early and saw the former great Huang dynasty soldiers building a city. I came even earlier and saw the Day One Imperial Dynasty soldiers building a city and renting it to us. As everyone spoke, they frowned and looked at Qin Zibai and Shi Yan. This was indeed strange. Why were they building a city for no reason? I don't know what is under the city. However, I believe Qin Zibai should know, right? Otherwise, why did you use Shi Yan's dragon vein to trick everyone into building a city? What is your motive? Gu Hai sneered. Nonsense. I did not use the dragon vein to lure everyone, Shi Yan retorted angrily. Gu Hai smiled coldly as he looked at Shi Yan. He did not say anything, just watching coldly. Indeed, no one believed Shi Yan's words. Instead, they believed Gu Hai's words a little more. Gu Hai, you really know how to make things up. There are treasures under the city? Where are the treasures? Why don't you find them for me? Qin Zibai immediately said, angrily. If you have the guts to find them for me, so what if I find them for you? You dare? Dragon Vein City is newly built. There shouldn't be many secrets, right? Do you dare to find them for me? Gu Hai said coldly. The surrounding people raised their eyebrows slightly. If Gu Hai was making things up, how could he be so confident? If he was making things up, shouldn't Gu Hai be trying to flee as soon as possible? Why would he barge in and enter Dragon Vein City? You still want to flee? Gu Hai did not flee, and even wanted to expose Qin Zibai's scheme. This made everyone believe in Gu Hai even more. Humph. Gu Hai, what if you can't find them? Qin Zibai demanded angrily while glaring. At the side, Sovereign King Hoenn said coldly, if Gu Hai can't find them, there is no need for you to do anything. I will tear off his head. Qin Zibai frowned as he looked at Sovereign King Hoenn's Sovereign King. Hoenn's attitude represented everyone's attitude. If Gu Hai was just lying, no one would give him a good time. What's wrong? Qin Zibai, you have a guilty conscience and don't dare to find them for me? Gu Hai sneered. Qin Zibai's eyes turned slightly red. Indeed, he did not want to help Gu Hai search Dragon Vein City. However, all the cultivators stared at Qin Zibai. If Qin Zibai did not agree, he would be going against everyone. Good. 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 So what if I let you search? Treasure? Let's see how you can find a treasure. The only thing you can find is your destruction, Qin Zibai said coldly while glaring. Since that is the case, I will not stand on ceremony. I will do my best to search. I only hope that everyone can cooperate with me. Gu Hai looked at the cultivators. Sovereign King Hoenn said coldly, cooperate with you? I will do my best to cooperate with you. Furthermore, I will follow you. If I cannot find your so-called treasure, I will tear off your head. The surrounding cultivators all looked coldly at Gu Hai. Worry flashed in Fairy Wan Er's eyes at the side. That would be for the best, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Humph. Qin Zibai snorted coldly. No matter how angry Qin Zibai and Shi Yan were, Gu Hai was indeed safe now. All the cultivators escorted Gu Hai, giving Gu Hai precious time to catch his breath. Fairy Wan, since you are fine, you can leave now, Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Fairy Wan. A complicated expression flashed in Fairy Wan Er's eyes. Gu Hai came to save her. Now that he saved her, she was safe. However, Gu Hai was in deep trouble. He could not leave. A life for a life. Fairy Wan opened her mouth, but she swallowed the words she was about to say. Humph. Who asked you to save me? I will not accept your kindness. Fairy Wan snorted coldly. Boom. Fairy Wan took the Qin figurine and flew into the sky. She flew far away and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Gu Hai, you racked your brains to save Fairy Wan. You want to win the heart of a beauty? Did you see? She did not accept your kindness? Ridiculous, ridiculous, Shi Yan said with a sneer. Gu Hai saw Fairy Wan flying far away. He let out a sigh of relief and did not care. Not far away, on a mountain peak, Qing Feng said with frown, Fairy Wan she is indeed Taishang's descendant. She wants to be Taishang's descendant in the future? She is indeed heartless. The white-clothed youngster shook his head and said, "Ha, you are wrong. Wan-er, she is smart. Only by heartlessly leaving at this time can she have the opportunity to save Gu-hai." "Oh," Qing Feng said in astonishment. "Let's go, Gu-hai. Let's go and find her." Then Qin Zibai said coldly. Gu-hai smiled faintly and ignored Qin Zibai. Instead, he looked behind and said, "Wanyu, you can come over now." "Coming," Long Wanyu immediately said excitedly. "Cluster Lord, that place is dangerous." Sima Feng blocked Long Wanyu worriedly. Gu-hai was already in prison. How could he drag the Cluster Lord into this? "Sima Feng, are you the Cluster Lord, or am I the Cluster Lord? If you continue to block me, go back to where you came from. I don't want you to protect me." Long Wanyu immediately said angrily. Sima Feng smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. He could only hope that Gu-hai was not risking his life. Gu-hai boarded Long Wanyu's flying ship. Under the supervision of Qin Zibai, Shiyen, Sovereign King Ho, and the group of cultivators, Xiao Chen slowly headed for Dragon Vein City. At the mountain peak where Li Xinji was, he dodged it again. "Humph!" Li Xinji snorted coldly as he looked at Gu-hai's back, feeling frustrated. At another mountain peak, the white-clothed youngster glanced at the nearby Li Xinji and revealed a cold smile. "The Deqian's Li Xinji? Huh, what a good plan." Unfortunately, someone outperformed him in the end. "Young master, what should we do now?" Qing Feng asked with a frown. "Let's go and take a look, then," the white-clothed youngster said in a tone that brooked no refusal. Chapter 349. King Bai and Qin Zibai, Shiyen, and a group of experts escorted Gu-hai to Dragon Vein City on the flying ship. On the flying ship, Gu-hai activated the soundproof array, so the outside world couldn't hear the conversation. "Mr. Good, is what you said earlier true? The Dragon Vein is fake?" Sima Feng asked anxiously. Gu-hai took a deep breath. "I don't know." "Huh, you don't know?" Sima Feng was shocked. "I was just trying to calm everyone down and give me a chance to breathe." Gu-hai smiled. But you're in more danger now. Once they enter Dragon Vein City and find out that you lied to them, won't they?" Sima Feng said worriedly. Gu-hai shook his head gently. "No, as long as I'm fine, there will be a chance to escape, right?" "Huh." Sima Feng was anxious. "Also, my guess might not be wrong." Gu-hai narrowed his eyes. "Huh. Qin Zibai and Shiyen must have a purpose for coming to Dragon Vein City. There must be something in the Death Valley under Dragon Vein City. As for whether it's something good or a disaster, I don't know." Gu-hai shook his head. "You don't know? Then how do you find it?" Sima Feng smiled bitterly. "I can't find it, but it doesn't mean that you can't find it." Gu-hai smiled. "Me? How do I find it?" "Brother-in-law, I've already used the prophecy. I can only use it once a month. I can't see the future anymore." Long Wanyu said worriedly. "It's fine. Can't you avoid misfortune? In the next period of time, we'll go around Dragon Vein City. I'll be in charge of finding a chance to leave, and you'll be in charge of finding a place of great misfortune and great fortune. You have to find it even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Gu-hai said solemnly. "Oh." Long Wanyu nodded blankly. Soon, the group arrived at Dragon Vein City. The Dragon Vein City was about the same as Immortal City. It only encompassed a few dozen mountains. Gu-hai narrowed his eyes. "Ha, such a small place. And you want to build a city? Now, I'm more and more sure of my guess." "Gu-hai, we're here. Tell me, where is it?" Qin Zibai suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. With a wave of his hand, Gu-hai removed the soundproof array on the flying boat. "Ha, Qin Zibai, why are you in such a hurry?" I haven't even started looking, and you're already feeling guilty? Gu Hai sneered. Humph. I'll see how you're going to find it, Qin Zibai said coldly. The flying ship slowly flew into Dragon Vein City. Close the formation. Prevent Gu Hai from escaping. Qin Zibai shouted. Rumble! A barrier suddenly formed above the city gate tower, enveloping the sky above Dragon Vein City. Gu Hai looked at the barrier and frowned. He then turned to look at the sealed Dragon Vein City. Dragon Vein City was divided into many regions. Each region had a large number of buildings and was filled with people. Gu Hai's group landed on a mountain peak. So many people, Long Wanyu said in surprise. Of course, every time the Dragon Vein appears, a large number of sects, family clans, and itinerant cultivators will gather. The various factions here all brought their own disciples and armies. Only for the Dragon Vein, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. All right, Gu Hai, you all start searching. I'll accompany you, King Taowu said coldly. Not just King Taowu. The surrounding group of sect masters, family heads, and various major itinerant cultivators all revealed gloomy expressions as they looked at Gu Hai. Furthermore, as time passed, more and more experts received the news. They either approached Gu Hai or stared at Gu Hai from afar. The gazes that each and every one of them looked at Gu Hai were not very friendly. Gu Hai looked at the crowd and said with a faint smile, Everyone, finding the treasure can't be done overnight. Next, I'll search slowly. Those who can't wait, don't follow. Humph. The group of cultivators snorted coldly. Then, I'll start searching area by area, Gu Hai said with a smile. Please, King Taowu said coldly. Wanyu, come with me. Gu Hai called out. After calling Long Wanyu, the group started searching the area. Dig up that mountain. Gu Hai pointed at a mountain. Why are you looking at me? A sect master asked with a frown. Everyone wants the treasure. Follow me and contribute. Is it difficult? Gu Hai looked at the sect master. That's right. That sect master frowned. Humph, if you can't find it, Gu Hai, I'll teach you a lesson. That sect master quickly ordered his disciples to dig up the mountain. After digging up more than half of the mountain, Long Wanyu shook her head. Gu Hai nodded and continued forward. Dig up that mountain. Gu Hai ordered another family head. That family head's face sank. Then he said coldly, I'll cooperate with you. However, if you can't find the treasure, Gu Hai, I'll teach you a lesson. Gu Hai ignored him. Long Wanyu, who stood beside him, did not care. That family head ordered his army to dig up the mountain. Gu Hai continued to order the family heads and sect heads around as though he was trying to infuriate the experts. Occasionally, Gu Hai glanced at Shi Yan, who was not far away. Shi Yan smiled coldly at Gu Hai. Earlier, Shi Yan worried that Gu Hai would curry favor with this group of cultivators and turn against him. Now, Gu Hai was courting death. If Shi Yan could not find the treasure, he would not need to do anything. The resentment of these people would kill him. With Dragon Vein City's ritual array activated, there would be nowhere to run. Oh, Shi Yan, where's Qin Zibai? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. There is no need to report Lord Qin's whereabouts to you, right? Shi Yan smiled coldly. Gu Hai glanced at Great King Bai and frowned slightly. Then Great King Bai and started to look around. Indeed, Qin Zibai had already disappeared. Gu Hai, quickly search. With your progress, how long will it take? Shi Yan said coldly. Gu Hai smiled coldly, ignoring Shi Yan. At the entrance of a palace in Dragon Vein City, Qin Zibai and a white-clad child stood there. Ha. Gu Hai? Oh, that little girl? She actually barged in. Ha. The white-clad child said with a sinister expression as he looked into the distance. The white-clad child was none other than the longevity master who helped Lu Yang of Gojoseon in the past, Mr. Dongfang. Back then, he was killed by Gu Hai on the battlefield, but was saved by his original body. Now, he had appeared in Dragon Vein City again. Mr. Dongfang, will Gu Hai ruin our plan if he comes? Qin Zibai asked in a low voice. No, the entire Dragon Vein City is a longevity array. Gu Hai can't escape even if he enters. Ha ha ha, good. Enemies often cross paths, Mr. Dongfang said with a sinister expression. Aren't there enough people now? Qin Zibai frowned. There's still a little more. Don't worry, more and more people will enter my blood dragon longevity array. Mr. Dongfang sneered. What's down there? Gu Hai said there's treasure. Is that so? Qin Zibai asked curiously. Treasure? Haha, maybe. You just need to cooperate with me. Mr. Dongfang said lightly. But Gu Hai, Haha, don't worry. No one will discover my blood dragon longevity array. Shiyu the Great promised to cooperate with me. Just cooperate with me. Don't ask any more questions. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly. He was obviously unhappy. Don't look at me like that. Haha, this time it's not just me. My original body personally promised Shiyu the Great to be in charge of helping him deal with Diqian. You should be satisfied. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. In an underground palace under Dragon Vein City, two people, one fat and one thin, lived in the underground palace. Ziwei, who was as fat as a mountain, and Changsheng, who was as thin as a skeleton. On this day, Ziwei was in a huge underground palace hall. A large amount of soft hair suddenly appeared on her hands. The soft hair brushed in the air as if it was dyed with ink. In the underground palace, her body shook, and the ink suddenly splashed out. Splash, splash, splash. The ink fell to the ground and immediately formed thousands of black runes. Buzz. Suddenly, the ground under the underground palace was red as if it had become a soldering iron. Endless flames seemed to be rushing out from the ground. However, the thousands of black runes suddenly bloomed with dazzling black light and instantly suppressed the fire. Oh my God, that was close. I was almost too late to draw the runes this time. It's all Changsheng's fault for being lazy. Otherwise, I would have been roasted into jerky. Ziwei exhaled deeply. Ziwei looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She slowly walked toward a small door in the main hall with her fat belly. Through the small door, she entered another underground palace. In that underground palace, Changsheng, who was as thin as firewood, also had a large amount of soft hair on his right hand. He was painstakingly drawing something on a piece of animal skin. What? Changsheng, what are you doing? Ziwei suddenly glared and shouted. Ah! Changsheng immediately hid the animal skin drawing behind his back. No, nothing. Ha ha! Changsheng laughed guiltily. You son of a bitch! Are you drawing again? I am so fat. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You still draw. You still draw. Ziwei was shocked and angry. I saw you drawing the runes just now. So, my hands were itchy. Itchy. Changsheng apologized. Bullsh asterisk T itchy hands. Your itchy hands are trying to harm me. I will fight it out with you. Ziwei glared and rushed forward. You don't come over. If you come over, I will show you the drawing. Changsheng suddenly shouted. Show it to me? Show it to me. If you show it to me, I will recite a poem for you. Do you believe me? Ziwei rushed forward. Don't. Brother, big brother, don't recite. I am already as thin as firewood. If you continue reciting, it will take my life. I won't show you my drawing. I won't show it to you. Changsheng suddenly said in fear. Bullsh*T. I don't believe you. You say that every time, and I fall for it every time. Bang! Ziwei grabbed Changsheng's neck. Aren't you the same? Every time I go to draw the runes, don't you also recite a poem? Changsheng also grabbed Ziwei's neck. Bullsh*T. Don't you know how to not listen? Why wouldn't I listen? The sound of your poem can penetrate everything. Even if I block my ears, it won't work. F***CK. I will beat you to death. Let your hands be dirty. Let your hands be dirty. You are different. Rumble. The two of them started rolling in the underground palace while they were strangling each other. Rumble. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the underground palace. What's that sound? Ziwei was slightly stunned. The two of them stopped strangling each other and listened to the outside world. Brother-in-law, you can't dig anymore. You can't dig anymore. Hurry up and leave this place. Long Wanyu's voice sounded anxiously. Someone found us. Changsheng's eyes widened. We are saved? Quick, someone come quickly. Dig quickly. Ziwei immediately said excitedly. Chapter 350. In Dragonvein City, Gu Hai brought Long Wanyu and searched the city, wantonly digging up mountains and clearing rivers. The entire Dragonvein City was in a foul atmosphere. Gu Hai wantonly commanded the various experts and factions, causing them to be resentful. Despite all kinds of threats and insults, Gu Hai still did as he pleased. As a result, after 2 days, fewer and fewer cultivators surrounded Gu Hai. No one wanted to be ordered around by Gu Hai. Moreover, what Gu Hai said might not be right. Hence, all the experts returned to their own territories. They only monitored Gu Hai from afar. Humph, if I can't find it, I will definitely kill him. Bastard, you want my sect to help you dig up mountains? No one has dared to order me around like this. Wait a few days, and I will take your life. Many experts looked at Gu Hai from afar with gloomy expressions. Gu Hai had fewer and fewer watchers around him. However, Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. As he searched around the city, he carefully studied the terrain of the city. Lou Rockman has worked hard to dig a huge tunnel outside the city these few days according to my request. As long as we find an opportunity, we can rush out of the city and use the flying ship to enter the underground tunnel. We can fly quickly in the tunnel. As we fly, the tunnel will collapse. With the speed of the flying ship, even if the experts of the Central Celestial Palace chase after us, they won't be able to catch up to us underground. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confidence. The tunnel has branches. Even if they chase after us, they won't know how. After these 2 days, there are fewer and fewer experts surrounding me. When you get impatient, it will be time for me to rush out of the city. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The city was shrouded in a large array, but the city gates were open. Gu Hai had calculated everything. He only needed an opportunity to create chaos. When the opportunity came, he would attract everyone's attention. That would be the time for him to escape quickly. There was only one chance. At that time, all he had to do was rush to the city gates, take the flying ship, and enter the underground. Then everything would be fine. It was impossible for King Bai and to follow Gu Hai all the time. He had already flown to the peak of a mountain and coldly looked at Gu Hai in the distance. There were fewer and fewer people around Gu Hai. Even those who stayed by his side were getting impatient. 2 days and 2 nights as a mountain digger? Qinghe River workers, I'm the head of the family. Why should I play around with you? Everyone slowly retreated. Only one person followed closely behind Gu Hai, and that was Shi Yan. Although he didn't know what Gu Hai was planning, Shi Yan was still very guarded against Gu Hai and followed him closely. The 3rd day, the complaints of the surrounding Xiuzha grew louder. Gu Hai, you can't find him, right? Ha ha ha, I'll see how you die later. Shi Yan revealed a sinister look as he said. After 3 days, none of the surrounding cultivators believed in Gu Hai anymore. Many of the cultivators that Gu Hai instructed to dig showed sullen expressions. They sharpened their weapons and glared at Gu Hai. Was this Gu Hai seeking death? Now, regardless of whether Shi Yan or Qin Zibai wanted to kill Gu Hai, the surrounding Xiuzhou would not help. They would even add insult to injury. Gu Hai ignored them and continued to direct an army to dig the mountain. It was digging the mountain again. However, this place was very close to the eastern city gate. Almost all of the surrounding Xiuzhou had left. No one expected Gu Hai to flee. This was because nearly everyone was watching. Flee? How could Gu Hai flee? However, everyone knew that Gu Hai had already planned out all the routes and was just waiting for an opportunity. If the opportunity did not come, then he had to think of a way to attract everyone's attention. In the distance, Gu Hai saw a black-robed person standing in the crowd. The black-robed person was not a bystander, but Zhu Lu. He was the new prime of the Stone Mountain people. Gu Hai had already made arrangements for him. Zhu Lu nodded at Gu Hai as though he was waiting for Gu Hai's orders. Gu Hai was about to nod and start to attract everyone's attention according to the plan. Ah, brother-in-law, something is wrong. Long Wanyu's expression suddenly changed. Ah, what's wrong? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. This is below. I sense great danger. Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Great danger. Sima Feng's expression changed. Oh, what great danger? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Below Dragon Vein City was the Death Valley. Every once in a while, some drought demon fire would appear. However, during the few days that Gu Hai was here, there was no movement underground. Gu Hai was preparing to escape, but Long Wanyu said that there was great danger underground. What great danger? Shi Yan asked with a frown. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at the mountain in front of him that was dug up. Below the mountain, there was nothing special. It was just black soil. There was nothing at all. Continue digging. We found the treasure. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz. The expressions of countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately brightened. During the past 3 days, everyone had lost confidence in Gu Hai and thought that Gu Hai was a liar. But now he said that he found it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large group of cultivators flew over. Where is it? Where is the treasure? Many cultivators asked anxiously. It's here. Hurry up and dig. Gu Hai shouted. Bullsh asterisk T. Where is the treasure? Shi Yan glared. Boom. King Bai and waved his hand. Suddenly, a large amount of soil and rocks flew up. A huge pit was revealed. There is nothing here. Gu Hai, are you lying to me? King Bai and said with a cold expression. Brother-in-law, it's below. It's below. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Continue digging. Gu Hai shouted. King Bai and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Humph. Gu Hai, if there is nothing below, I will take your life. A cultivator said with a ferocious expression. After saying that, he called over his subordinates and started digging. Humph! My sex disciples, come over and dig. If you can't find anything, use Gu Hai as a sacrifice. My army, dig for me. If you can't, kill Gu Hai. The surrounding experts called over their subordinates and disciples and quickly dug the huge pit. The huge pit was very deep. The soil that was dug out had piled up into 5 mountains in the blink of an eye. A dark pit was exposed in front of everyone, but there was still nothing. Brother-in-law, this is so ominous. It's so scary. We can't dig anymore. We can't dig anymore. Long Wanyu said in horror. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The movement here instantly spread throughout the entire Longmen city. More and more people gathered in the east of the city. In the west of the city, Mr. Dongfang and Qin Zibai looked coldly into the distance. Found it? Huh, what a joke. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Oh. Qin Zibai was puzzled. I have already found it. Every time the fire of drought appears, the source is in the west of the city. How can we find it in the east of the city? Mr. Dongfang sneered. But that's Guhai's scheme. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and nodded. Speaking of which, it was possible that Guhai was playing tricks. So many people are watching Guhai now. If he plays tricks now, he will be doomed. I don't need to do anything, right? Qin Zibai sneered. Yes, it's impossible to find the treasure in the east of the city. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Found it. There's really something. A surprised voice suddenly came from the distance. What? How is that possible? Mr. Dongfang's face darkened. No, Guhai did it on purpose. He has the Lu Rockman. Why did he bury it in advance? What is he trying to do? Qin Zibai's face turned cold. However, this was not Guhai's scheme. Guhai asked Zhu Lu to bury something underground, but it was not in the east of the city, but in the south of the city. He wanted to attract everyone's attention so that he could escape. How did he find something in the east of the city? Whoosh! Great King Bayan waved his hand, and a large amount of soil flew away, revealing an underground seal that looked like a tortoise shell. A few cultivators hit it, but the tortoise shell did not move at all. What is this? Everyone looked at Guhai. Guhai did not know. Brother-in-law, we can't dig anymore. Go away from here. Long One, you said anxiously. Guhai's face darkened, and he looked at the people around him. Great King Bai and everyone else. I found the thing for everyone, so I won't participate anymore. Do as you wish. Guhai shook his head. You want to run? Shi Yan suddenly roared. Everyone looked at Shi Yan in confusion. Humph, Guhai, you want to lie to us? You arranged this in advance, right? You asked the Lu Rockman to bury it, right? You want to leave? It's not that easy. How did you know there was something here? Shi Yan shouted angrily. The moment Shi Yan shouted, everyone frowned. Some were hesitant. Even Great King Bai, and also looked at Guhai coldly. Clearly, he did not let Guhai leave. Guhai, you outsmarted yourself, right? Ha. These few days, you played everyone for fools. Now, you also want to fool all of us with a fake thing? Dream on. Today is the day you die. The day you die, Shi Yan said with a ferocious face and a cold smile. Everyone looked at Guhai, their faces turning gloomy. Fool you all? Ho, you're so sure? Guhai said coldly. I'm so sure. These few days, I've been following by your side, waiting for an opportunity to expose you in public. Ha. A big tortoise shell? You want to lie to everyone? Dream on. Now, I'll destroy it in front of you and prove that there's nothing at all. After that, it will be the day of your death. Shi Yan said with a ferocious expression. In the crowd, Fairy One had an anxious expression. The surrounding people gradually surrounded Guhai, preparing to kill him. However, Shi Yan reached out and took out his sword, wanting to expose Guhai. He slashed at the huge tortoise shell below with a loud bang. Boom! Shi Yan used all of his strength in this full-powered sword strike. Under the tremendous force, the entire dragon vein city shook violently. It's so tough. After the sword strike, Shi Yan's expression changed. Under this full-powered sword strike, he only managed to cut open a small crack in the tortoise shell. Guhai, you really went all out, huh? This tortoise shell is even tougher than your bronze saber from before. You really went all out. Wait for me to destroy it. Shi Yan roared furiously. Boom, boom, boom. Shi Yan slashed down 10 times in a row. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on the tortoise shell. Bang! The huge tortoise shell seal suddenly exploded. That's not right. Is there something below? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The tortoise shell seal burst open. It revealed a huge underground palace. Strangely, there were 2 people in the underground palace. The instant the countless experts saw the 2, they froze at the same time. The expressions of Shi Yan and Sovereign King Hessian froze. One was as fat as a huge pig, and the other was as thin as a withered twig. The other's clothes were torn to shreds. The 2 rolled around together. The fat one pressed on the thin one, appearing to be intimate with each other. Their faces were close to each other, chest to chest. Shi Yan suddenly opened the underground palace. The 2 seemed to be disturbed. They looked up in shock at the 100,000 cultivators outside. Furthermore, the 2 still had their lustful smiles on their faces. The most important thing was that both of them were men. Suddenly, the surroundings turned incredibly quiet. Everyone was stunned. Did you blind me? 2 damn perverts, a cultivator said with a stiff expression. Ah, hooligans. Long Wanyu immediately covered her face and turned around. Chapter 351. Fat Ziwei and Skinny Changshan wrestled with each other. Their clothes were torn from the fight. No one was backing down. Suddenly, they heard Long Wanyu's voice. Brother-in-law, you can't dig anymore. You can't dig anymore. Go away from here. Long Wanyu's voice sounded anxiously. Someone found us. Changsheng's eyes widened. We're saved? Quick, someone come, quickly dig. Ziwei said excitedly. The 2 laughed excitedly. Then, Shi Yan continued to confront Gu Hai, taunting him again and again, saying that he was going to break the seal on the turtle shell. Break it, break it. Ziwei's oily face showed an excited smile. Boom. He broke it. He really broke it. That's great. Changsheng also laughed excitedly. The 2 had already forgotten their previous scuffle. At this moment, they waited excitedly, motionlessly, maintaining their previous posture, looking at the seal on the top with trembling hearts. Boom. Finally, under Shi Yan's hard work, the seal on the turtle shell suddenly exploded. It broke. We're saved. Ziwei and Changsheng's faces were filled with joy as if they had ascended to heaven. 3,000 years. Anyone who was locked up for 3,000 years would go crazy from boredom. Only the 2 of them were special and could hold it in. However, their hearts were also broken. Now that the cage was opened, this was an unprecedented great pleasure. That smile gradually disappeared. However, maybe one was too fat, and the other was too thin. That smile was so lascivious in the eyes of others. Ah, rogue. Long Wanyu immediately covered her face and turned around. My eyes are blinded. 2 damn perverts, a Xiozha said with a stiff expression. Everyone outside had the urge to wash their eyes. This scene was too beautiful. They couldn't bear to look at it directly. Shi Yan's expression stiffened. What was going on? Wasn't this a turtle shell set up by Lu Shi? Why was there an underground palace? Why were there 2 damn perverts? Where did Gu Hai find these 2 perverts? Brother-in-law, let's go. Quickly go. There's a great ominous feeling. Long Wanyu said, anxiously. Don't go. King Bai, and immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. What's going on? Is this a treasure trove? King Bai asked solemnly. I've already said that I don't know. You guys can research it yourselves. I'll find it. That's enough. Gu Hai said solemnly. Great King Bai, and frowned as he looked at the palace. What are those 2? King Bai, and pointed at Ziwei and longevity. damn perverts! The surrounding people scolded the two people below. Ziwei was slightly stunned. Who are you talking about? I'm talking to you, you damned pervert. Get up. Changsheng glared at him. Who are you calling a pervert? You're the freaking pervert. Little guy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Now that we can go out, I finally don't have to tolerate you anymore. Ziwei pinched Changsheng again. I don't have to tolerate you anymore. Changsheng also started pinching him. The two of them suddenly fought intensely. They were bare-chested, wrestling like shrews. The expressions of the 100,000 cultivators outside darkened. Bastard, who are you two? Are you still acting? Xian glared at them and shouted. The two of them paused for a moment and glanced at Xian. Then they turned their heads and continued to fight. Xian. The two of them fought even more intensely. Then their clothes became more tattered. It looked like they were about to be naked. Bang! Xian slapped them. Ah! The two of them were immediately knocked to the ground. Only then did they notice that there was a group of angry people. Brat, what are you doing? Ziwei glared and shouted angrily. That's right. You look shifty. You're obviously not a good person. Ziwei, recite a poem for him. Changsheng immediately shouted. No way. He hit me. I'm not reciting a poem for him. Ziwei glared. Poem. The surrounding people looked puzzled. Brat, let me ask you. What's going on with this underground palace? Did Guhai ask you to do it? Xian asked coldly. Guhai? Who is Guhai? Changsheng asked, puzzled. You're still pretending? Xian glared. Ziwei and Changsheng looked at each other. Is this person crazy? Changsheng asked, puzzled. Lower your voice. This psychopath's cultivation is higher. A handsome man won't fight when the odds are against him. Let's pretend we didn't hear him. Let's go. Ziwei lowered her voice and said to Changsheng. Changsheng nodded. Xian, the surrounding cultivators. You lowered your voice, and we couldn't hear you? Handsome man, you two are so perverted. Handsome man, Ziwei and Changsheng quietly walked to the side, wanting to leave the underground palace. The surrounding cultivators were speechless again. You two idiots, do you think we're blind? Tell me, what's going on here? Xian glared and said angrily, We don't know. We really don't know. Changsheng shook his head and wanted to leave. Everyone, you like this place. Take a look for yourself. I'll leave first. Ziwei immediately smiled and said, The surrounding cultivators. That's not right. The bricks of this palace are mixed together. Judging from the material, it has a history of more than 1,000 years. Wasn't this arranged by the ancient maritime administration? Was this an underground palace to begin with? King Bai and suddenly narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the two people who were about to leave. The two seemed to be about to jump out of the deep pit. Want to run? Huh, where are you going? What's going on here? Xian stretched out his hand, and two long whips suddenly flew out. The strength of the celestial palace? That's it. Humph. Changsheng snorted coldly. You want to show off in front of me when you're in the celestial palace? You overestimate yourself. Look at my Ziwei divine palm. Ziwei also showed a cold smile and stretched out her right hand. Huh. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately became alert. These two people had a mysterious background and were so arrogant. They didn't even care about the celestial palace. Just how strong was he? Huff. Ziwei and Changsheng were tied up by the two long whips. In the blink of an eye, they were wrapped up like dumplings. All the cultivators. Weren't they very powerful? They were caught just like that. Xian, were these two idiots? It's all your fault. You made me so fat. I can't use any strength. You're blaming me? It's all your fault. My strength is gone because of you. Ziwei and Chang Sheng started arguing. Stop arguing. If you keep arguing, I'll kill you. Xian glared and roared gloomily. The most troublesome thing was that it was difficult to communicate with these two idiots. Huff! At this moment, a folded animal skin fell from where Chang Sheng was tied up. Oh no, my painting! Chang Sheng exclaimed in shock. What painting? Xian asked in confusion. The animal skin painting fell shakily, as if it was about to unfold on the way down. Seeing that the painting was about to unfold, Ziwei suddenly showed a frightened expression. No, don't show it, don't. Ziwei's extreme fear stunned everyone who saw it. It was just a painting. What was there to be afraid of? Just as Xian was about to grab it in confusion, huff! Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by. However, at this critical moment, Guhai's figure moved. He rushed down at his fastest speed. In an instant, he grabbed the animal skin painting, preventing it from unfolding. Oh, huff, fortunately. Ziwei exhaled in horror. Guhai, what are you doing? Great King, Bai, and the other cultivators immediately glared. Before Guhai could speak, Fatty Ziwei suddenly looked at Guhai gratefully. Kid, you are my benefactor. Thank you. Thank you for grabbing that painting. Huh. Everyone looked at Fatty Ziwei in confusion. What painting is this? Xian asked with a glare. I drew it. Chang Sheng immediately said proudly. You drew it. Who would believe that? You drew it. That Fatty was so nervous. So nervous? You didn't want to show it to us. Wasn't it a treasure map? Guhai suddenly said with a smile. Huh. The eyes of the surrounding people lit up. Even Ziwei and Chang Sheng were suddenly filled with question marks. A treasure map? What is going on? Guhai grabbed the painting and looked at the surrounding people. Guhai, hand the painting to me. Great King, Bai and said coldly. Guhai, hand the painting to me. Give it to me. The surrounding cultivators' expressions turned sullen as they stared at the treasure map in Guhai's hand. That skinny fellow drew it. No one believed it. It was a treasure map. Was what Guhai said true? Everyone, I did not intend to take this painting. However, since we found it, can we leave now? Guhai asked with a smile as he looked at the crowd. Huh, you can't leave. Xian glared. We lured you to Dragon Vein City with great difficulty. How can we let you leave? Xian was not willing, but the others did not care. It was fine as long as they found it. If you want to leave, so be it. Furthermore, it is good that you are not interested in the treasure. Hand the painting to me, and I will let you go. Great King Bai said sullenly. Many thanks, Great King Bai, and unfortunately, I am still somewhat worried. If Qin Zibai comes, will Great King Bai and protect me? Guhai smiled. Huh, you don't trust me? Great King Bai countered coldly. Everyone, I have no conflict with any of you. This time, I am borrowing your hands to protect me. Guhai is very grateful. However, there is a beginning and an end to everything. Let my people go first. How about it? After we leave the city, I will return this treasure map to everyone. Guhai shouted. Bastard! A cultivator seemed to want to snatch the painting. Boom! Guhai glared, and a large flame came out of his body. It looked like the 100,000 people would burn the treasure map the moment they made a move. The surrounding experts widened their eyes and stopped what they were doing. Sima Feng, bring Wan Yu out of the city first. There will be people waiting for you outside the city. Go on, Guhai said. I'm not going. I'm going with brother-in-law. Long Wan Yu immediately insisted stubbornly. Wan Yu, quickly go. Gu Hai said with a frown. Cluster Lord, let's go out first. This place is too dangerous. Sima Feng urged. No, we are safe, but brother-in-law is not. This place is very dangerous. I can feel it. It is even more dangerous than last time. I cannot abandon brother-in-law. I will go with brother-in-law. Long Wanyu insisted stubbornly. Long Wanyu refused to go. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Wanyu, listen to me. Be happy, Gu Hai said seriously. Happy. The surrounding countless cultivators showed confused expressions. You are still happy at this time? I don't want to. Long Wanyu insisted stubbornly. Be happy, Gu Hai said anxiously. With this treasure map, he could escape safely. However, Long Wanyu still had a group of people with her. It was easy for accidents to happen. He had to let them go first. Long Wanyu felt irritated. What did you promise me? Be happy, Gu Hai said with a glare. Be happy? The surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai speechlessly. Be happy was the secret signal that Gu Hai and Long Wanyu set. As long as Gu Hai said be happy, Long Wanyu had to listen to him. Long Wanyu felt irritated. Be happy. Gu Hai glared at Long Wanyu. Let's go. Bad brother-in-law. Long Wanyu turned her head, feeling wronged. Sima Feng, protect Wanyu. Gu Hai called out. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Sima Feng answered, feeling fortunate. With a flip of his hand, he took out a flying ship and persuaded Long Wanyu to board. Then, the ship shot towards the city gates. After seeing Long Wanyu leave, Gu Hai released his bated breath. All right, everyone. I'll return the treasure map to you. Please make way. Gu Hai slowly flew out of the underground palace. There was clearly a small door in the underground palace that led to other places. However, although everyone saw it, they were more concerned about the treasure map in Gu Hai's hand. After all, the underground palace could not run away. If the treasure map disappeared, it would be terrible. Furthermore, if there were treasures in the underground palace, why did these two freaks not take them? Why did they care about the treasure map? Make way for him. Haha, I'm already giving you face by letting your people go. Gu Hai, give me the map. Great King, and said coldly, I'll give it to you. Wait for a moment. I'll give it to you as soon as I leave. Gu Hai shook his head and jumped into the underground palace, slowly retreating into the distance. My patience is limited. Great King, and said coldly, Don't come over. I'll burn anyone who comes. Gu Hai said sullenly, My painting is actually so popular. Chang Sheng looked at the group of people staring at his painting in shock. Popular my ass. Later, all of them will kill you. Ziwei said with a glare. Nonsense. They can't wait to like it. My painting is full of vitality. It's a painting of vitality. If one looks at it often, they can achieve longevity. Chang Sheng said sullenly. Longevity my ass. I think it's a short life. Ziwei scolded with a glare. Gu Hai slowly retreated. The surrounding cultivators all stared at Gu Hai. Great King, and looked at Gu Hai coldly. Seeing that Gu Hai dared to be so arrogant in front of him, he smiled coldly. He extended his hand and gently formed a hand seal in his sleeve. Oh no, be careful. Fairy Wan, who was in the crowd, suddenly exclaimed. Suddenly, Fairy Wan, and her Guqin figurine pounced on Gu Hai. At this moment, a large amount of ice crystals suddenly appeared in the void. The ice crystals instantly surrounded Gu Hai. The undying divine flame that Gu Hai released was suppressed by the ice. The ice crystals gathered and rushed toward Gu Hai. However, they were blocked by Fairy Wan Er's Guqin figurine. Boom! With a loud sound, the Guqin figurine instantly hugged Gu Hai and Fairy Wan and was knocked toward a mountain peak by the ice crystals. The ice instantly filled the surroundings and froze the surrounding forest. Ka 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 ka. Together with the mountain peak that Guhai was on, it was instantly frozen into an ice mountain. Fairy Wan, and Guhai were surrounded by the Guqin figurine and blocked the ice attack. Only their heads were exposed, and they were sealed in the ice mountain. This is, Guhai said in shock. You have the undying divine flame, and great king, and has the undying divine water. We are sealed. Fortunately, the Guqin figurine helped us block the cold attack. Fairy Wan said bitterly. Ka 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 ka. The Guqin figurine that was enveloping the two had dense cracks on its body. The Guqin figurine is about to be destroyed. This is a Guqin figurine with the strength of the lower celestial palace. Fairy Wan said bitterly. Lower celestial palace. Guhai's expression changed. He finally understood how powerful Great King, and was just now. The Guqin figurine, Guhai, and Fairy Wan were sealed in an ice mountain. The treasure map was previously thrown out by Guhai. It flew out. When Great King, and attacked, everyone's expression changed. However, in the next moment, they were attracted by the treasure map. Everyone looked over. Guhai, you have a day like this. Ha ha ha, this treasure map is mine. Shi Yan immediately rushed forward. He grabbed the treasure map and opened it. How dare you? Great King En's expression turned cold. It's over. They saw your painting. We are dead meat. Ziwei's expression changed. What's wrong with my painting? Maybe they know how to appreciate it. Chang Sheng said in dissatisfaction. Tell me, when they are all pregnant later, how will they deal with us? Ziwei said in despair. Chapter 352. Everyone was paying attention to the treasure map. No one heard Ziwei and Chang Sheng's words. Shi Yan was the first to take a look at the treasure map. Just as everyone rushed over. What is this thing? Shi Yan said with wide eyes. He saw that there was no terrain on the treasure map, only an egg. Yes, it was just an egg. As for what egg it was, Shi Yan could not tell for now. When he looked at the egg, he felt a vigorous vitality suddenly growing in his body. That's not right. Why do I feel something in my body when I look at this painting? Shi Yan showed some doubt. With surprise, Shi Yan took a second look at it. Buzz. Suddenly, a second vigorous vitality grew in his body. Scram! Great King, and extended his hand and pushed Shi Yan aside. He immediately grabbed the treasure map. An egg. Why is it an egg? Isn't this a treasure map? Bastard! What is this? Great King, and extended his hand and tossed the treasure map at the ice mountain where Guhai was. That treasure map was stuck to the ice mountain. The side with the egg on it faced everyone. The other side of the treasure map faced Guhai and Fairy Wan. What is in the painting? Guhai showed some curiosity. How would I know? Quickly think of a way to get out. Fairy Wan said anxiously. The moment Great King, and through the treasure map, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was there a vigorous vitality growing in his body? That's not right. What's going on in my body? Great King En's expression changed. That's not right. What's going on? Why does my stomach hurt? Shi Yan's expression changed. When he looked at the painting earlier, the two vigorous energies were continuously growing. They grew larger and larger, as though they were forcibly extracting his energy to condense something. Is there something wrong with that painting? Shi Yan's expression changed as he turned his head to take another look. The surrounding 100,000 cultivators scrambled to look over. Let me see. Bastard, don't block it. Let me see. What treasure map? What nonsense treasure map? There is only one egg on this map. Let me see. Let me see. The surrounding Xiozha scrambled to surround him. There were people in front of him, but he still quickly pushed them aside. It's over. What a sin, Zi Wei said with an ugly expression. So many people are watching? Is there not enough life force in my painting? Changsheng frowned. Life force my ass. Don't say that you drew it later, Zi Wei said anxiously. Oh, my stomach? Xiyan suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out in alarm. They saw that Xiyan's stomach was getting bigger and bigger. Xenomorph? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. My stomach hurts. Mine too. Why does it suddenly hurt? Mine hurts too. Everyone who had seen the painting clutched their stomachs. Ouch, it hurts. Help, what's wrong with me? My stomach is getting bigger and bigger. Why is this happening? My stomach, I don't want it. The Xiozha clutched their stomachs in alarm. Is it that painting? Xiyan turned his head and looked at the painting again. As the crowd continued to look, the color of the painting seemed to be fading away slowly. With one look, the color faded slightly. Xiyan took a fourth look. After the first 3 bursts of life force, a 4th burst of life force appeared. What's going on? What's wrong with my stomach? Am I being plotted against? Not good. Lord Qin, Mr. Dongfang, not good. Quickly save me. Xiyan staggered and flew away. His stomach was getting bigger and bigger, and his face was getting more and more frightened. Help, my stomach, my stomach. The surrounding 100,000 Xiozha clutched their stomachs in alarm and sat paralyzed on the ground. There seemed to be a strange force in their stomachs that was sucking in their strength and strengthening that force. That painting? It's that painting's doing, someone exclaimed. Great King, and was sweating profusely at this moment. He slowly sat on the top of a mountain and sat cross-legged. He used his consciousness to observe his body. What kind of power was in his body that made his stomach get bigger and bigger? When his consciousness entered his body, Great King, and immediately detected the changes in his stomach. His consciousness saw that an egg had suddenly appeared in his stomach at some point in time. This egg seemed to be connected to his internal organs. It seemed to be connected to every key part of his body. It was sucking in the energy from all directions to nourish the egg. Why is there an egg in my body? No, the shape of this egg is the same as the one in the painting just now. The painting just now? What kind of egg is this? Great King, and carefully probed the egg with his consciousness again. Finally, his consciousness saw the inside of the egg. As he looked, Great King, and seemed to be dumbfounded. How can this be? How can this be? What is this? Great King, and cried out in horror. My consciousness saw that egg. This egg. No, how is this possible? The 100,000 Xiozha fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs in horror. Each of them used their consciousness to probe their bodies. They saw an egg, a terrifying thing. That's not an egg. I drew an embryo. The origin of life. Changsheng said softly. There's a fetus in the egg. I'm pregnant, but I'm a man. At the ice mountain where Gu Hai was, the 100,000 Xiozha suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were dull. Gu Hai and Fairy Wan, who were left alone in the ice mountain, were confused. These people, why are they all down? Are their stomachs getting bigger and bigger? Fairy Wanner was confused. I don't know either. Their expressions seemed to be very frightened. Gu Hai was stunned. Silence. 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 10 breaths later. No, help. I don't want to be pregnant. I don't want to have a child. Sect Master, sob. I haven't married yet. What if I'm pregnant? Master, sob. I complain that my wife can't have a child. Please don't let me have one myself. Master, what should I do? Father, you're going to have a grandson. Ah, I'm going to have a brother too. I don't want to. In front of the ice mountain, there was a sudden burst of wailing and howling. The 100,000 Shouja all screamed in despair. This wasn't just physical damage. It was mental torture. Pregnant? F***CKU. Pregnant? That painting, where's that painting? The pregnant Shouja suddenly said anxiously. She turned her head to look at the painting. The vitality of the painting had completely disappeared. The egg in the painting was also gone. What a sin. Whoever looks at it will get pregnant, Ziwei said in despair. 100,000 people pregnant together. How spectacular. Changsheng said excitedly. Are you stupid? You made them pregnant. Won't they kill you? Ziwei stared at Changsheng. Pregnancy is a good thing. Changsheng said firmly. Ziwei lowered her head and did not dare to speak. However, her body was tied up. She could only move little by little, trying to escape. Master, my stomach is getting bigger and bigger. What kind of embryo is this? It's connected to my dantian and 5 orifices. Once the embryo is destroyed, my dantian and 5 orifices will also be destroyed. Then what should we do? Are we really going to give birth? The surrounding male Shouja all showed a horrified expression. Slap, slap, slap. In front of the ice mountain, a group of pregnant Shouja kept slapping their mouths. They hoped that this was a dream. On the other side, Shi Yan flew in Qin Zibai's direction with his belly that was getting bigger and bigger. Lord Qin, Mr. Dongfang, help, help. Shi Yan flew near and immediately fell with his big belly. Okay. Qin Zibai caught the falling Shi Yan. Shi Yan, who made you pregnant? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Quick, save me. There's something in my stomach. Quick, quick, Mr. Dongfang. Shi Yan said anxiously. Lie down, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Shi Yan immediately lay down. Mr. Dongfang put his hand on Shi Yan's right hand to feel the pulse. He closed his eyes and frowned. Shi Yan, your stomach is getting bigger and bigger. Can't you feel it? Ah, it's growing again. Qin Zibai's expression changed. Those 4 things are sucking all the energy in my body. All the energy in my body is being sucked away. What's wrong with me? Mr. Dongfang. Shi Yan looked at Mr. Dongfang anxiously. Mr. Dongfang felt the pulse for a while and suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Dongfang, what's wrong with Shi Yan? Qin Zibai asked in surprise. Mr. Dongfang, what's in my stomach? Shi Yan asked in horror. After a moment of silence, Mr. Dongfang had a strange expression on his face. Tell me, what's in my stomach? Tell me. Shi Yan roared impatiently. Mr. Dongfang held back for a while and finally spat out 3 words. Quadruplets. Huh. Qin Zibai was stunned and didn't understand for a while. What? Say it again. Shi Yan's face stiffened. Although he had guessed it on the way here, when he heard it from someone else, Shi Yan still couldn't accept it. You're pregnant, quadruplets, Mr. Dongfang said in confusion again. Qin Zibai's head turned, but he still couldn't understand. What the hell? Pregnant? Quadruplets? What quadruplets? Shi Yan was pregnant? The 3 of them suddenly fell silent. It was as if they were digesting this strange fact together. After a while, Qin Zibai finally understood. He opened his mouth and looked at Shi Yan in shock. You're pregnant? And quadruplets? No, I don't want to be pregnant. Mr. Dongfang, save me, I don't want to, no. Shi Yan screamed in despair. He used to be the emperor of the world, and he was a man. How could he say that he was pregnant? What would his former subjects think? What would they think? Oh, there was a reason why the emperor submitted to day 1. It was because the emperor went home to give birth to a child. That picture was too beautiful. Shi Yan was dumbfounded as he thought about it. Chapter 353. On the Ice Mountain Square. Ouch. My stomach is bigger again, bigger again. I don't want to have a child. I'm a man. On the square, there were countless cries and screams. The 100,000 cultivators all fell down, holding their stomachs, showing despair, grief, and indignation. Even King Bai and was sweating profusely. This was the first time he was having a child. He didn't know where to start. There was a little thing in his stomach. Good luck, this is great karma, Lanky Changsheng said excitedly. Fat Ziwei, who was tied up and trying to move out, stared at Lanky Changsheng. Are you crazy? Great karma? It's good enough that they don't kill us. I've been harmed by you all these years. All my strength was sucked away by your painting. Fortunately, I can refine those embryos into fatty meat. Are you willing to give birth to a child like you? I'm willing, but I'm immune to my painting. I can't give birth myself. You don't know how envious I am. Changsheng said agitatedly. Ziwei's face froze for a while. After that, Ziwei continued to move into the distance. After a while, this group of people reacted. They were dead meat. Fortunately, everyone was experimenting with methods to deal with the embryos in their stomachs and didn't have time to care about them. However, no matter how they tried, it was useless. They couldn't solve it. Despair spread, and the cries continued. More importantly, in other places in Dragon Vein City, the cultivators who hadn't come before finally heard the cries in the distance and approached. These people's cultivation were not high enough. They were all ordinary disciples of various sects and families. In Dragon Vein City, they only did logistics. At this moment, when they heard the cries, they immediately walked over. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Sect Master, what's wrong with you? Why is your stomach so big? Patriarch, why is your stomach so big? How are we going to explain this to Mistress when we go back? There were cries of surprise all around. The logistics disciples of all the factions widened their eyes. My stomach is so bloated that it hurts. It's so uncomfortable. I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth too. I'm a man. How am I going to give birth? 100,000 Shioja held their stomachs in pain. The embryo was growing extremely quickly. It was going to be born soon. Most importantly, how was she going to give birth? Most of the people here were men. It was fine for a man to carry a baby, but if you asked him to give birth, it would be like boiling dumplings in a teapot. The mouth of the teapot was too small, so it couldn't be poured out. The biological structure didn't allow it. Who's the midwife? Who is the midwife? A pregnant family head roared in pain. A middle-aged woman said bitterly, I can, but I don't know how to deliver a baby for a man. Ouch! Countless Shioja clutched their stomachs in despair. Inside the iceberg, Guhai and Fairy Wanner had their eyes wide open. It was obvious that this was the first time he had seen such a scene. She's pregnant? Fairy Wanner asked in astonishment. Guhai, on the other hand, was staring at Ziwei and longevity in the distance. Was it these two people? Could the disaster that one you was talking about be them? What do we do now? Fairy Wanner asked anxiously. I'll do it. Guhai took a deep breath and said, Guhai reached out his hand and sucked. Buzz. Suddenly, the surrounding cold air rushed into Guhai's body. The huge iceberg melted crazily. Waves of cold air were sucked into the water deity palace by Guhai and merged with his water elemental energy, becoming a part of it. This is the immortal divine water, the ice of faith. It's not ordinary ice. Fairy Wanner exclaimed. I know. What a coincidence. I also cultivate the water deity palace. Guhai smiled. You could escape earlier? Why? Fairy 1 was surprised. I can absorb the ice, but I can't deal with everyone here. Guhai smiled. You're hiding your strength. Fairy 1's eyelids suddenly twitched. Boom. Suddenly, all the cold air in the iceberg was absorbed by Guhai. Guhai and Fairy 1 were suddenly free. However, Fairy 1's Chin figurine was greatly damaged. After Guhai absorbed the cold air in the iceberg, the mountain behind him shook violently. The surrounding cultivators on the ground suddenly changed their expressions. What? Guhai is fine? He was faking it just now? It's over, this is bad. The 100,000 cultivators with big bellies suddenly changed their expressions wildly. One had to know that all of them were forcing Guhai to do something. They even swore many times that they would kill Guhai. Now, all of them had lost their ability to move and were lying on the ground. But Guhai was unscathed. Even the nearby Great King, Bai An's expression changed. At this moment, there was a fetus in his stomach, and it was about to be born. This was his weakest moment, so weak that he couldn't move at all. Previously, he had repeatedly forced Guhai, and now Guhai wanted to take revenge on him. What should he do? Sure enough, Guhai looked at everyone around and revealed a slight smile. Stop Guhai, stop Guhai! A family head suddenly exclaimed. Around, a group of logistics disciples immediately rushed to Guhai. With a flip of his hand, Guhai took out a marionette pole. Huff! He shook it violently. Ah, family head, I can't move. Sect head, help! A group of logistics disciples screamed as they were controlled by Guhai's marionette pole. Hiss! Guhai, what are you doing? If you dare to touch me, my children will not let you go. Guhai, are you going to be an enemy of my entire sect? Countless cultivators looked at Guhai with horror. Every dog has its day. Previously, it was everyone who forced Guhai, and everyone controlled Guhai's life and death. Now, it was the other way around. Guhai controlled everyone's life and death. Even the king Bai, and of Central Celestial Palace, was no match for Guhai now, right? Finished. Guhai slowly walked to Ziwei and Chang Sheng. You, what do you want to do? Ziwei stared and exclaimed, Don't come over. I'm very powerful. Chang Sheng also exclaimed. Guhai immediately took out a long bronze blade. The blade of the long blade glowed with a trace of cold light. Don't kill me, Master. I will kneel to you. Ziwei suddenly cried. Me too. I'll recognize you as my godfather. Don't kill me, Chang Sheng also exclaimed in horror. Yes, godfather. You can do whatever you want. Really? Ziwei also immediately promised. Guhai's face darkened. What kind of person do you think I am? Xing. The long blade suddenly slashed at the two of them. Ah, the two of them suddenly screamed. Guhai had already kept his blade. He had removed the bindings on the two of them with a single slash. Ah, the two of them screamed for a while and found that they were fine. They immediately got up in shock. I'm fine. This is great, my handsome face. Ziwei immediately touched his face and said in ecstasy. Guhai looked at his oily, bloated face and was speechless for a while. You're not going to kill me? Chang Sheng also looked at Guhai in shock. Both of you, I am Guhai of the Han Dynasty. It is fate that we meet. Thank you for your painting earlier, which saved me from danger. Guhai said with a smile. Painting? Ziwei was slightly stunned. Painting? My painting? Ha! Ziwei, I told you, I will meet a soulmate. This is a soulmate. Someone will thank me. You bunch of vulgar people don't know how to appreciate. Chang Sheng suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Guhai's hand, as if he had met a soulmate. Guhai withdrew his hand in shock. Guhai, Mr. Good, thank you for appreciating my painting. If you like it, I will specially draw one for you. No, 10 of them. I will let you appreciate them properly. Chang Sheng was so excited that he was incoherent. Appreciate them properly? Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the big belly that had fallen on the ground. Give me another painting? Gu Hai's face stiffened, and he forced a smile. Forget it, there is no need. Let's give it to those who need it more. They belong to them, and Mr. Good belongs to Mr. Good. One day, my paintings will be popular all over the world. Chang Sheng suddenly said with a face full of confidence. Gu Hai forced a smile. Yes, it would be popular all over the world. One day, it would be popular all over the world. Today, it was popular enough. Both of you, do you know what is under this underground palace? Gu Hai looked at the underground palace. This underground palace. Oh no, the underground palace is broken. Then the seal? Ziwei's face suddenly changed. Mr. Good, let's go, let's get out of here quickly. I will go first. Chang Sheng also had a look of horror on his face. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. There was danger under the underground palace. The great evil that Long One you said, it hadn't started yet. Ziwei and Chang Sheng panicked and wanted to run out of the city. Both of you go first. Gu Hai shook his head and said, Quick, let's go, Mr. Good. See you next time. See you next time, Mr. Good. Ziwei and Chang Sheng turned around and ran in the direction of the city gate in the distance with a great sense of horror. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Fairy Wan. Fairy Wan, please leave the city immediately. It is very dangerous here. Go quickly, Gu Hai said in a low voice. You are not leaving? Fairy Wan frowned and said, I will leave after I settle some things. You go first, don't wait for me. Gu Hai shook his head. Humph, who is waiting for you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Fairy Wan snorted coldly, took the Guqin figurine, and flew into the distance. Phew! In the blink of an eye, Fairy Wan, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng all left. Outside the underground palace, Gu Hai alone was enough to suppress everyone. The surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai in horror. Gu Hai did not leave. Did he want to take revenge? I am about to give birth, but I cannot. What should I do if he wants to kill me? All of them looked at Gu Hai in horror. However, Gu Hai slowly walked towards Great King. Hoenn, Gu Hai is going to take revenge on Great King. Hoenn, that makes sense. Previously, Great King, Hoenn kept pressuring Gu Hai. Is he going to be the first to kill Great King? Hoenn? At first, everyone rejoiced. However, disaster would soon befall them. Sooner or later, they would die at Gu Hai's hands. It's over. Great King Hoenn held its belly, sweating profusely as it watched Gu Hai walk over. Ha! Ha ha! You want to kill me? Great King, Hoenn said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 354. King Tao and clutched his big belly and looked at Gu Hai with sweat all over his forehead as he walked over step by step. Ha! Ha ha! You want to kill me? King Tao, and said indignantly. King Tao, and had never known that the most painful time was not when his bones were broken or when his body was disabled. Instead, it was when he was about to give birth and was blocked. It was so painful. It was so painful that his entire body was drained of energy. Furthermore, this fetus was connected to his nascent souls. If he forcefully destroyed it, he would also be severely injured. He could only give birth, but he could not. The pain was so painful that his whole body was drenched in sweat. It was so painful that his whole body went limp. At that moment, the deadly Gu Hai appeared. Previously, he had pressured Gu Hai time and time again, and even threatened to rip off Gu Hai's head. Now, Gu Hai was here for revenge. Could he still deal with him? Yuaning state. However, When he went to that valley back then, Gu Hai's saber force had definitely reached the lower celestial palace level. He was completely powerless and was completely at Gu Hai's mercy. Ha! Ha ha! I didn't expect that Tao, and would actually die here. Ha ha ha! King Tao, and said bitterly. Gu Hai stopped when he got close to them. He slowly took out a small knife. King Tao, and this is for you. Gu Hai handed over the small knife. What are you doing? King Tao, and stared at Gu Hai. I'm about to die, and you still want to humiliate me? You gave me a small knife and asked me to commit suicide. Back in the valley, I am indebted to King Tao, and for saving me from danger. I, Gu Hai, am a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Today, I will repay the kindness of the past. Gu Hai said, solemnly, repay, not revenge. King Tao, and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Not revenge. Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Countless people around looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Why are you giving me a small knife? King Tao, and said in shock. There's a fetus in her abdomen, so she probably can't come out. I have a way here, and I hope it can help everyone. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What method? Great King Bai, and's eyes lit up. Caesarean section. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Ah. It's disemboweling. Gu Hai explained. King Bai, and's expression changed, as he instantly understood what Gu Hai meant. Disembowel? In the past, when he was fighting, he was seriously injured to the point that his intestines were protruding out. This was a common occurrence. Even if his stomach was cut open, he wouldn't die. If the embryo couldn't come out, all he had to do was to cut open his stomach and dig it out. It was the habit of Xiuzha to not think about it before. They all thought about how to expel the embryo without harming their energy. They had never thought about using another kind of harm to exchange for one kind of harm. King Bai and looked at Gu Hai in astonishment as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. She nodded and took the small knife from Gu Hai. Then she slit her stomach. Relax your entire body. It's best to seal off the nerve pain in the abdomen. Gu Hai instructed. King Bai and nodded. Then he followed Gu Hai's method and performed a cesarean section. Although it was difficult to do this by himself, he couldn't let others do it. Cold sweat broke out on King Bai's head as he slit open his stomach bit by bit. Blood immediately flowed out. King Bai closed his eyes and reached into his bloody abdomen. All around, the 100,000 people with big stomachs in pain widened their eyes. Gurgle! Gurgle! Bang! King Bai groped around for a while before pulling. Immediately, a bloody embryo was pulled out. It's out! It's out! The countless cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. Everyone, Gu Hai has been under your protection for the past few days. I hope that this cesarean section method can help everyone. Gu Hai said. Everyone stared at Gu Hai for a while. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Mr. Good, I'll never forget your kindness. Mr. Good, I'm sorry for offending you earlier. At this time, not only did Gu Hai not add insult to injury, but he even guided everyone out of the sea of suffering. In an instant, everyone's impression of Gu Hai changed. Sounds of gratitude could be heard endlessly. King Bai was the best example. After the embryo was taken out, it no longer absorbed the energy in his body. King Bai swallowed a large number of pills, wiped his hand, and gently sealed the wound. He looked at the embryo in his palm with sweat all over his forehead. This was his fetus? It doesn't have 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. It's a stillborn. King Bai frowned. In that case, I'll take my leave too. Gu Hai glanced at the west and said in a deep voice. Qin Zibai was delayed for some reason. Why did he not come? He had to leave immediately. After bidding farewell, Gu Hai turned around and left quickly. King Bai and watched Gu Hai leave with a complicated expression. For a moment, he almost thought that Gu Hai would kill him. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would return good for evil? Seeing Gu Hai leave, an apologetic look flashed across King Bai's eyes. Quick, quick, give me a cesarean section. I want one too. Quick, aren't you the midwife? Take the fetus out for me. Oh, it's out, it's out. It's a stillborn. It's finally fine. The scene of 100,000 people performing a cesarean section together was spectacular. After the fetus was taken out, the pain immediately disappeared. It was like heaven on the other side of hell. The cultivator who had threatened Gu Hai earlier was immediately apologetic. He wanted to thank Gu Hai, but Gu Hai had already left. King Bai and reached out and burned the stillborn. He struggled to stand up and looked at the underground palace not far away. He waved his hand. Boom! A large amount of soil was immediately lifted. The entire underground palace was revealed. What had been dug out earlier was only a small part. This underground palace was 10 times larger. Below the underground palace, red light continued to emerge, as if there was an evil force that was about to rush out. However, there were a large number of black runes around it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It seemed that the underground palace had been destroyed. Traces of black runes were quickly melting, and the red light under the underground palace became brighter and brighter. There's something under the underground palace. This red light, is it the fire of drought? King Bai and raised his eyebrows. Qin Zibai did not appear. That was because Qin Zibai and Mr. Dongfang were studying Xian's stomach together. When Mr. Dongfang said that Xian was pregnant with quadruplets, the three of them were dumbfounded. Mr. Dongfang, save me, save me! Xian cried out in horror. Mr. Dongfang narrowed his eyes. There are 4 vital forces in your body that are forcibly extracting your strength. There are 2 ways to solve it. Oh, first, cut open your stomach and dig out the 4 embryos. This will greatly damage your vitality. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. What about the second way? Second, use the death aura to suppress the vital forces and force the power in the 4 embryos back to their original place. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Of course, it's the second way. How do I use the death aura to suppress the vital forces? Xian's face suddenly lit up. I have a lifespan array that can help you absorb the death aura, but you need to kill people. What do you mean? When you kill people, the death aura will be produced. You need to collect that death aura. Those who die unjustly in extreme fear have the strongest death aura. Mr. Dongfang explained. Then kill them, as long as they can help me recover. Xian immediately shouted. Those who die unjustly can only be your subordinates. You want to kill them? Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Xian was slightly stunned. Not long ago, more than 2,000 vampires were killed by Gu Hai outside the array. However, there was still a group of his subordinates in Longming City. Kill them? If they died in his hands, it would indeed be the most unjust thing. Who would have thought that they would be betrayed by the master they followed? You choose, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Let them die. Xian gritted his teeth and said, as long as he was fine, he could recruit more subordinates. Okay, you choose. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Dongfang sneered. All right, where are the others? Qin Zibai suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. They all fell into the trap. All fell into the trap. Xian said bitterly. All fell into the trap. Oh no. Mr. Dongfang's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? They want to run. They want to escape. How can they stay in the city after being humiliated like this? Mr. Dongfang's face darkened. Mr. Dongfang, What do you think we should do? Qin Zibai's face darkened. Quick, close the 4 city gates and completely seal the array. No one can go out. Mr. Dongfang's face darkened. But didn't you say that we don't have enough people? Qin Zibai frowned. Not enough people. No, it's enough. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. What? Don't you still have 100,000 soldiers stationed in Dragon Vein City? Even if it's not enough, we can try slowly. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. What? The people I brought are all my subordinates, the elites of my army. You want to scheme against them? Qin Zibai glared at him. Close the 4 city gates first. Completely seal the array. This is Shiyu the Great's order. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Qin Zibai stared at Mr. Dongfang. He was unwilling. Qin Zibai, I asked you to help the Blood Dragon Longevity Array and let you be in charge of opening and closing the array, but it doesn't mean that I can't do it myself. Mr. Dongfang snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Boom. The 4 gates closed with a bang. Then, waves of blood-colored energy immediately surrounded the city. The Blood Dragon Longevity Array was fully activated, and waves of blood-colored smoke slowly spread out. What's wrong? Array? What array is this? The 4 city gates are closed. Who? The cultivators who had just had a cesarean section all changed their expressions. Even King Bai, who was looking at the runes in the underground palace, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked to the west. Gu Hai naturally wanted to leave Dragon Vein City immediately. He rushed to a city gate with all his strength. He was about to go out. Bang! The gate closed with a bang. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. He quickly went forward. The long knife in his hand slashed at the gate. Sunday Day 2. Boom. The knife slashed, and a strong rebound force instantly knocked Gu Hai back. Bang! Gu Hai landed on the ground and looked at the gate in the distance in shock. The gate didn't move at all. He couldn't go out? Gu Hai's face darkened. Huff! Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared behind Gu Hai. Your Majesty, the black-robed man said respectfully. Julu, you didn't go out just now? Gu Hai asked curiously. I was chasing after Shi Yin. Unfortunately, he had many powerful cultivators, and I couldn't get close to him, Zhu Lu said with shame. Oh, Your Majesty, the city gates are closed. It seems like there is a large array enveloping them. Let me try. Zhu Lu suddenly turned into a giant stone man and brazenly slammed into the gate. Boom! A loud bang sounded, but the city gates still didn't move. What? Impossible. Why is there no movement at all? Zhu Lu said in shock. Forget it. We can't go out for now. Shi Yin? Let's go. Bring me to Shi Yin. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Chapter 355. Dragon Vein City. The city gates were closed, and the formation was activated. For a moment, a blood fog rose and enveloped the entire Dragon Vein City. Outside the underground palace, the expressions of the cultivators who had just suffered great losses after the cesarean section changed. Not good, something's wrong. Let's go. Many cultivators instantly ran toward the city gates. They didn't even care about the underground palace that was right in front of them. Boom, boom. Soon, rumbling sounds came from the nearby east and south city gates. The group of experts couldn't break the city gates at all. King Bai and frowned and looked at the formation in the sky. He stretched out his hand, and a chain rushed into the sky. Even though his vitality was greatly damaged, the power of the central celestial palace was still extremely vast. Boom! The chain collided with the formation with a loud bang. With a loud bang, the chain brazenly crashed back. What? King Bai An's expression changed. The surrounding cultivators also had gloomy expressions. Dragon Vein City has been sealed. Who? The surrounding cultivators' expressions changed. That was a strike from the central celestial palace. Even if this strike struck the barrier of an ordinary city, there should be a crack. But it was fine here? Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from afar. The sound of the dragon vein. In the west. Someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh. Immediately, a large number of cultivators rushed toward the west. In the west, where Qin Zibai and Mr. Dongfang lived. At this moment, the billowing smell of blood rushed over from the west. It was an area where the blood fog was so thick that it was liquid, enveloping that direction. It was as if it was covered by rolling blood water. The 10 cultivators at the front rushed over. From the blood water area, a dragon head suddenly emerged. Roar. The dragon head was huge, as big as 1,000 feet. The cultivators who rushed over didn't have time to shout. Awoo! In one bite, they were swallowed by the huge dragon head. What? The cultivators at the back paused with a change in expression. However, they saw human heads emerge from the dragon scales on the neck of the blood dragon. Is that the head of the Zhang family? Is that sect Master Qinghai? Someone recognized them. They were the 10 cultivators who were swallowed just now. They were refined, and their heads turned into the scales of the blood dragon. TT, this is? The dragon horn is damaged. That's right. This is Shi Yan's dragon vein. There's no mistake. Mr. Good didn't lie to us. So it's all true? The expressions of the surrounding Xiuzha changed dramatically. The blood dragon was ferocious, as if it was going to charge forward again. It was as if he was going to devour the people who were charging at him. More and more bodies emerged from the pool of blood. At this moment, there were many heads on the dragon scales. The Xiuzha who saw this felt a chill in their hearts. This is the dragon vein of the great earth. How can it be used to attack? A Xiuzha exclaimed. This is a longevity array. Shi Yan's dragon vein has already been refined into a ferocious object by a longevity master, King Bai, and said with a cold expression, Roar. The blood dragon rushed over, King Bai, and revealed a ferocious expression, and immediately struck out with his palm. Boom. The power of the central celestial palace was extraordinary, and it shook the blood dragon. He blocked the blood dragon. Great King, Bai. And are you saying that this is the longevity array? Have we all fallen into Master Show's trap? Someone exclaimed. Shi Yan, Qin Zibai, King Bai, and revealed a ferocious expression. He exerted force in his hand, but the blood dragon seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. King Bai and could not hold on for much longer. Find Master Show and kill him. Only then can we go out. Quick! King Bai and immediately shouted. In the pool of blood, Mr. Dongfang's voice suddenly came. Qin Zibai, what's the use of arguing with me? Why aren't you going to deal with King Bai? And if something goes wrong, how are you going to explain it to Shiyu the Great? Humph! Qin Zibai's cold snort came from the pool of blood. His figure flashed, and he rushed out. He slashed at King Bai, and with a long sword in his hand. King Bai An's expression changed. He loosened his grip, and the chain rushed toward Qin Zibai. Boom! The two central celestial palaces fought, and a rolling storm immediately swept up. The blood dragon was freed, and it immediately rushed toward the Xiuzha while roaring. Oh no! Retreat quickly! The Xiuzha exclaimed. Roar! The blood dragon opened its mouth, and a large number of Xiuzha with weak cultivation were immediately sucked into the blood dragon's mouth. Quick, run! Help! The Xiuzha in all directions changed their expressions and retreated. Humph! Wait until my blood dragon eats these people, then I'll eat all of you. He he he. Mr. Dongfang's voice suddenly sounded. No, don't eat us. My lord, help! My lord! Waves of cries came from the pool of blood. Qin Zibai's expression changed. Mr. Dongfang, eat the people outside first. Don't touch my troops. Otherwise, I won't care anymore. Qin Zibai, what's the use of your pity now? Ha ha ha. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Maybe the blood dragon's strength will be enough after eating the people outside. If you don't allow it, I won't care anymore. Qin Zibai roared angrily. Fine, fine, fine. Qin Zibai, I'll give you face this time, and eat the people outside first. Humph. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Boom. The blood dragon immediately surged out of the pool of blood and rushed in all directions. On the back of the blood dragon stood Mr. Dongfang in a white robe. Standing on the back of the blood dragon, he controlled the blood dragon to wreak havoc in all directions. Roar! The giant dragon opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, the fleeing Xiozha in front of it were sucked into its stomach. Quick, run! Scatter! Countless cultivators fled in horror. Rumble! The entire Dragon Vein city was in chaos. Kill Master Show! Kill that Master Show! A large number of Xiozha avoided the blood dragon, wanting to kill Mr. Dongfang on the back of the dragon. However, as soon as they got close to Mr. Dongfang, the scaled heads under Mr. Dongfang's feet seemed to be alive. Suddenly, their necks elongated, and like a human-headed snake, they rushed out with a bang. Immediately, the Xiozha that rushed overbit them. The Xiozha were bitten by the human heads in fear. They were even swallowed by a strange human head. The Xiozha that was swallowed by the scaled heads were also quickly digested by the blood dragon. A new scaled head appeared not far away. The surrounding Xiozha immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. As more and more Xiozha were swallowed, the fishy smell on the blood dragon became stronger and stronger. Even from afar, one could feel a chilling aura. Moreover, the blood dragon's power was getting stronger and stronger. Escape? Ordinary Xiozha couldn't escape at all. Not far away, Great King Bai An's expression changed. Longevity array? Superposition of power? You superimposed all the power of devouring Xiozha on the dragon vein? What are you doing? Great King Bai An exclaimed. It's none of your business. Qin Zibai blocked Great King Bai and said coldly, boom. Dragon Vein City was in chaos. Gu Hai and Zhu Lu stood in the blood pool, their eyelids twitching wildly. Mr. Dongfang? He's not dead. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Zhu Lu suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai turned his head and looked over. Your Majesty, I wanted to enter the blood pool, but this blood pool seemed to be very corrosive. My energy shield couldn't withstand it. Zhu Lu exclaimed. Oh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. He reached out and touched it. A black light enveloped his body. It was the black jade talisman that the unborn man gave to Long Wanyu. Gu Hai tried to touch it. The black light enveloped Gu Hai and blocked the blood pool's corrosion. Wait for me outside. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Your Majesty, why are you fine? Zhu Lu exclaimed. However, Gu Hai did not care. Instead, he suddenly stepped forward and charged in. The outside world was in chaos, but the inside world was clean. The inside world was a huge valley. Some buildings were dark and gloomy. There was a black foggy area in the distance, in a square not far away. At this moment, there were 80,000 people trapped in 8 blood-red spheres. There were 10,000 people in each sphere, and they all looked terrified. Help! Grand Marshal, We have followed the Grand Marshal for many years. Grand Marshal, please spare us. Someone save me! Someone save me! Qin Zibai's deployment? Gu Hai exclaimed. Gu Hai looked at this group of people in shock. At the same time, this group of people also saw Gu Hai. Gu Hai! Emperor Dahan! Emperor Dahan! Save us! Save us! Emperor Gu, we have sinned in the past. We sent troops to Dahan for Qin Zibai, but we were only following orders. Emperor Gu, please save us. I am willing to serve you, Emperor Gu. Please save me. Everyone started to plead in agitation. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Then he stepped forward. He looked at the blood-red sphere and poked it with the black light of the black jade talisman. Pop! Suddenly, a blood-red sphere popped like a bubble. Ah, we are saved? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Hai did the same and popped the bubbles one by one. Pop, pop, pop. In the blink of an eye, all 80,000 people were saved. All of them were overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good. Everyone thanked Gu Hai with fear. Everyone, I remember that you are Qin Zibai's subordinates? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Hearing Gu Hai's question, everyone suddenly fell silent. They clenched their fists, and their eyes were bloodshot. I was blind to follow Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai is an ingrate. My entire family is loyal to him, but he sold us to Master Shou. He even pretended to protect us. He ate the outsiders first. He, ha ha. Qin Zibai is a treacherous villain. Everyone was filled with grief and indignation. Qin Zibai helped Master Shou to scheme against us and didn't care about us. Everyone's heart turned cold. No matter what Qin Zibai thought, everyone's former loyalty had long since disappeared. Everyone, I want to find Shi Yan. Who knows? Gu Hai asked. He is over there, in the little longevity array. Shi Yan is not a good person. He tied up all his subordinates and wanted to kill them. We were secretly saying that Shi Yan was not a good person, but we didn't expect that Qin Zibai is also not a good person. A cultivator pointed the way for Gu Hai. Oh, over there? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Emperor Gu, are you going to deal with Shi Yan? I have a way. We will help you. Someone shouted excitedly. Chapter 356. Ancient Emperor, are you going to deal with Shi Yan? I have a way. We can help you. Someone shouted excitedly. Before Gu Hai could speak, the crowd kept shouting for help. Looking at the excited crowd, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Thank you, everyone. Ancient Emperor, you're too polite. Over there, follow me. A cultivator shouted. The crowd pointed at the black fog not far away. Within the black fog, it looked like a huge altar. The altar was transparent, and there was a large amount of red flames under it. It seemed like they were going to burst out, but they were completely suppressed by the altar. There were countless strange runes on the transparent altar. They were obviously set up by Mr. Dongfang, but no one could understand what they were. It was a huge altar, and there were more than 2,000 people tied up on it. They were separated from each other, and they couldn't move. Among them, 100 people were already dead. The 2,000 people who were tied up looked at Shi Yan, who was holding a long sword, in horror. My lord, I've followed you carefully and conscientiously. I've never been disloyal. Why do you want to kill us? Your Majesty, when you persuaded us to establish the great Huang dynasty, you promised to make my family strong and prosperous. My whole family is loyal to you. Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Don't kill me, Your Majesty. The 2,000 people who were tied up looked at Shi Yan in horror. Shi Yan, with a big belly, walked step by step to the front of a black-clothed man with a gloomy expression. Your Majesty, I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. When you went to a banquet at my residence there were assassins. My whole family helped you block the assassins, and countless people died. My wife was also killed by the assassins. Your Majesty." The man in black counted his achievements in horror and begged Shi Yan to spare his life. Shi Yan's face was ferocious. He grabbed the sword and said, "Minister Chun? Maybe you don't know? There were no assassins at that time." "What?" The man in black was shocked. "If you want to blame someone, blame it on your wife. She's too charming and too insensible. I doted on her, but she dared to resist. He. Shi Yan sneered. The man in black's face suddenly changed. "Not an assassin? You. No wonder my wife's clothes were disheveled when she died, and I even blocked the assassin's sword for you. So the assassin was arranged by you. Traitor, give me back my wife. Give me back my wife." "Ah." The black-clothed man roared in despair and unwillingness. He glared at Shi Yan as if he wanted to eat him alive. Shi Yan, however, revealed a trace of satisfaction. "Sure enough, the more grievances one has, the more death chi they give me. Chi." The blade pierced through the black-clothed man's forehead. Buzz. However, he saw that a force seemed to have condensed within the formation, and it immediately extracted the death chi that had condensed at the moment the black-clothed man was killed. The death chi was pitch black, and 90% of it was absorbed by the runes on the altar below. Buzz. The runes became denser and denser, suppressing the flames beneath the altar. Only 1/10 of the energy was transferred into Shi Yan's body, and the pain in Shi Yan's stomach was immediately suppressed. Just a little. Shi Yan's face darkened. "Humph, Mr. Dongfang? You even schemed against me? You want to take 90% of my death aura?" Although Shi Yan was very angry, he still had to continue killing. Shi Yan slowly moved on to the next person. "No, Your Majesty, don't kill me. I haven't told you some things yet." Shi Yan shook his head and walked over. Demon, Shi Yan, you will die a horrible death. Shi Yan, I was blind to be your subject. You are a demon." All around, Shi Yan's former subjects revealed expressions of despair and unwillingness as they looked at Shi Yan. They ate his flesh, gnawed on his bones, and drank his blood. They all felt like they were blind in the past. "Save me. Who can save me? Demon, don't kill me. Demon." The person who was about to be killed roared in horror. "Who can save you? No one can save you. I have treated you well over the years. It is time to repay me. No need to shout. No one can save you. Everyone in Dragon Vein City is going to die. No one can save you. Just accept your fate." Shi Yan said coldly, "Oh, who said that?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Shi Yan. Shi Yan's expression changed as he turned his head to look. "Guhai," the bound people in the surroundings exclaimed. "Guhai, how can it be you?" Shi Yan exclaimed. It was not just Guhai. Qin Zibai's former subordinates followed behind him. At this moment, several thousand people stood behind Guhai. "Shi Yan? How capable. You can kill people with such a big belly?" Guhai said coldly. However, Shi Yan's expression changed. At this moment, he was no match for Guhai. "Mr. Dongfang, Qin Zibai." Shi Yan roared in shock. However, there was no reply from the outside. "You really can do it. These are your subordinates, right? How loyal are they to you? You are indeed not fit to be the emperor." Guhai took out his bronze saber and slowly walked towards Shi Yan. "Kill him! Ancient Emperor, kill him! Kill him!" Shi Yan's old subordinates shouted with hatred. "Everyone, please help me rescue this group of people." Guhai ordered. "Ancient Emperor is merciful." Qin Zibai's old subordinates immediately took out their weapons and cut off the chains on Xian's old subordinates, unlocking the seals on them. The speed was very fast. In just a short while, the chains on everyone's bodies were unlocked. Thank you, ancient emperor. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you. Xian's old subordinates bowed to Gu Hai together. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and guilt. How about this? I don't care about Xi Yan anymore. I will leave him to you. However, I want his head, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, ancient emperor. You traitor, I will kill you. I will kill you. A group of Xi Yan's old subordinates immediately took out their weapons and slashed at Xi Yan. Xi Yan's current strength was not even on par with the Yuanying state. He stuck out his big belly and said ferociously, How dare you? I am your emperor. Bullsh *T emperor. You are a traitor. You killed my brother. I will kill you. Kill him. Boom. More than 2,000 people charged at Xi Yan together. Xi Yan could not dodge their swords at all. Ah, if I am going to die, let's die together. Xi Yan, who was in despair, shouted and slashed at the altar below. Boom. All of a sudden, a crack appeared on the altar, and traces of red flames emerged from it. Ah, some people were tainted by the red flames and were immediately burned. However, in the chaos, Xi Yan was chopped into minced meat by his subordinates in the blink of an eye. Only his head was left intact. The drought demon fire is coming out. Oh no, let's go. Qin Zibai's old subordinates were shocked. Ancient Emperor, thank you for your help. This is the head of the traitor, Xi Yan. Keep it well. One of Xi Yan's old subordinates handed over Xi Yan's head respectfully. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Ancient Emperor, I am the head of the Ma family in 3 Yuan City. If you have any orders in the future, just let me know. If I can do it, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Ancient Emperor, if you have any orders in the future, I will do my best. Me too. Both Xi Yan's old subordinates and Qin Zibai's old subordinates bowed to Gu Hai gratefully. Looking at the crowd, Gu Hai did not reject them. He nodded and said, Thank you very much. Ancient Emperor, let's go. The drought demon fire is coming out again. It will get bigger and bigger. The seal of the altar can't suppress it anymore. One of Xi Yan's old subordinates said anxiously, Oh, the Valley of Death. Every once in a while, the drought demon fire will appear from here. I don't know what is inside that made Master Shou so concerned. Qin Zibai and Xi Yan tried to go down several times, but they were stopped by the drought demon fire. There are also dragon roars coming from inside, but it was sealed by Master Shou. It seems like it is coming out now. The drought demon fire is coming out here. Gu Hai was puzzled. One had to know that there was also a seal in the east of Dragon Vein City. But this was the west of the city. 2 places? Boom. Suddenly, a large amount of flames came out again, shooting in all directions. Quick dodge. Everyone said anxiously, Ancient Emperor, let's go. I saw Master Shou setting up the blood array that day. I know how to break the blood array outside. One of Qin Zibai's old subordinates shouted. As he said that, he hit a rock in the distance. Boom. The rock shattered, and cracks appeared on the blood array. Ancient Emperor, we will meet again. We will leave first. Go, go, go. The fire is getting bigger. Ancient Emperor, let's go. Qin Zibai's old subordinates and Xi Yan's old subordinates quickly escaped through the blood array's cracks. Xi Yan was already dead, and Gu Hai put away his head. This trip went rather smoothly. Just as Gu Hai was about to leave with the others, his expression changed. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Then he saw 2 figures standing not far away, staring at him. The drought demon fire rushed out of the altar's cracks, looking like it would burn everything in the surroundings. However, the strange thing was that while the two people stood there, the fire easily bypassed them. This included avoiding Gu-hai. The fire seemed to form a huge ring of flames surrounding Gu-hai and the two people opposite him. They were the sword cultivator Qing Feng and the white-clad youth outside the city. Qing Feng stared at Gu-hai with an extremely sharp gaze, preventing Gu-hai from escaping. The other person was the white-clad youth. The white-clad youth smiled faintly. Although the white-clad youth smiled faintly, Gu-hai saw arrogance in his eyes. Han Dynasty, Gu-hai, greetings both of you. May I know who you are? Gu-hai said with a sullen expression. Wanshou Taoism, Tongtian lineage, Qi, the white-clad youth said softly. His tone was not heavy, but there was a sharp aura. Wanshou Taoism, Tongtian lineage, Qi. Chapter 357. Wanshou Taoism. The Tongtian sect. The Tongtian sect. Gu-hai raised his eyebrows as surprise flashed in his eyes. Gu-hai was already surprised by the appearance of Tai, because Gu-hai had heard of ancient legends when he was on Earth. Now, there was the Tongtian sect. Wasn't he a character in the Investiture of the Gods novel? Oh, you have doubts? You seem to have seen through Gu-hai's surprise. Yes, I'm curious. Wanshou Taoism? I've heard of it. It's one of the 3 holy lands in the world, along with Solar Palace and Lingshan Holy Land. Wanshou Taoism. The Tongtian sect. Is there a Taishang sect or Yuanshi sect? Gu-hai asked, puzzled. Qing Feng's eyes widened, showing a trace of surprise. Where did you hear that? You was also puzzled. Really? Then the sect leader of Wanshou Taoism is... Gu-hai was surprised. In this generation, it's the Tongtian sect master. You looked at Gu-hai doubtfully and did not hide it. Tongtian sect master? For immortal slaying swords? Gu-hai was surprised. This is too strange, isn't it? Qing Feng's pupils shrank, and he looked at Gu-hai in surprise. Then at you. The surprise in his eyes was self-evident. You stared at Gu-hai and said, You know a lot. Everyone knows that the immortal slaying sword is ranked 7th among the 16 magic treasures of ancient times, but they don't know that it's a set. Not 1, but 7. That's not right. In my memory, it seems to be the immortal slaying sword, the immortal slaying sword, the immortal slaughtering sword, the immortal trapping sword, and the immortal slashing sword. Gu-hai frowned. You looked solemnly at Gu-hai and said, Oh, it seems that you've reincarnated like me? Perhaps in your generation there were only 4 of them. Slayer, annihilation, void annihilation. Slayer, annihilation, void annihilation. 3 more. Immortal slaying swords. Immortal vanquishing sword. Empty immortal sword. The Tongtian sect master? He didn't refine 4, but 7? Gu-hai's brows furrowed tightly as he asked. Young master. Qing Feng, who was standing aside, suddenly opened his mouth as if he wanted to stop Zhao from explaining to Gu-hai. It doesn't matter. Since he knows the secret, it's not a big deal. You shook his head. Tongtian sect master? The Tongtian sect master of the everlasting Dao Palace, number 1 in the way of the sword? Gu-hai asked with a frown. The best swordsmanship in the world. Qi's pupils suddenly shrank as he revealed a faint smile. Now, it is. Now, what do you mean? Gu-hai asked in confusion. The Tongtian sect master's way of the sword has been passed down from generation to generation, accumulating from generation to generation. His way of the sword has indeed become more ferocious and stronger, but who knows what will happen in the future? She said calmly. Although he said it with certainty, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Generation to generation? Wait, Did you just say the Tongtian lineage? One lineage? Since ancient times, the Tongtian sect master has not been alone? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Of course not. As long as one doesn't become an immortal, one's lifespan is at most 10,000 years. How can he be alone? Tongtian is a title passed down from generation to generation. The Tongtian sect master of Wansho Taoism is the new Tongtian, Qi explained. So, it's not the Tongtian from the Jie sect? Gu Hai looked puzzled. Jie sect? What's that? Qi asked in confusion. Gu Hai was speechless. Just the same name? But isn't this too much of a coincidence? Even the immortal slaying sword is the same, the 7th of the 16 magic treasures of ancient times, the 7 immortal slaying swords. Maybe I heard the wrong introduction. I've heard of the Jie sect, the Chan sect, and the Rin sect, but they're all wrong. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Qi nodded. Based on his understanding of the everlasting Dao Palace, he had never heard of the Jie sect. Clearly, Gu Hai had misheard. Thank you for telling me. Gu Hai said politely. It's nothing. Almost everyone who goes to the Celestial Palace knows. It's fine if you know in advance. Qi shook his head. I wonder why you two are blocking my way. Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I've heard that you used a formation to form the sword cultivator Dugu Chobai. Not long ago, I saw your saber technique, Cycle of Heaven. Today, I'm here to learn. I hope you'll give me a saber for me to learn. Solemnly Chung said. Cycle of Heaven. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes, Cycle of Heaven. I know that you were limited by your cultivation that day, so you couldn't use your final saber move? She said in a low voice. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. At that time, his saber had exploded because he had used up all his strength. He thought that he had fooled everyone, but Qi had seen through it. I want to see your final saber move. Solemnly Chung said. Cycle of Heaven? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, Cycle of Heaven. Qi nodded. Ha! Since you know that I can't use it, aren't you making things difficult for me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. I don't judge a person's saber technique by cultivation, but by saber intent, saber force, and saber heart. You're different from others. I'm looking forward to your Cycle of Heaven. Can't use it? No, I have a way to make you use it. Look into my eyes. She said in a low voice. Huh. Gu Hai looked over. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light shot out from Bai's eyes. It crashed into Gu Hai's soul. Boom. Suddenly, Gu Hai's mind shook, and he appeared in a vast expanse of white space. In the white space, there were only 2 people. Himself and Chi stood not far away with a bronze longsword on his back, looking at him quietly. Huh. Gu Hai's face darkened. Don't worry, this is a spiritual space I created. You and I entered with our consciousness, so it's not difficult to go back. However, in here, you can use your full strength. Don't worry about not having enough strength, because this is only a spiritual world. Anything is possible. Solemnly Chung said. Attack? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows, and his face turned gloomy. Qi, in front of him, came out of nowhere. Or had he been watching him for a long time? Attack? Gu Hai was not the kind of person who liked to show off, so naturally he did not want to. He seemed to see Gu Hai's reluctance. Qi suddenly cupped his fists. Qi traveled around the countries and fought with various sections. I wanted to hone a peerless sword. I rarely met an opponent. I am very happy to meet you this time. Please teach me. I will thank you. Qi said sincerely. Gu Hai stared at Qi. For a while, there was a long silence. Qi cupped his fists and waited. After a while, Gu Hai said, solemnly, Chung, okay. Qi smiled slightly. Thank you. Gu Hai stretched out his hand, and a long saber suddenly appeared in his hand. This saber. Gu Hai looked at the long saber condensed by his consciousness. It won't explode. Don't worry, condense your consciousness, and do as you wish, solemnly Chung said. Gu Hai nodded, holding the long saber. Gu Hai suddenly focused his eyes and took a step forward with his right foot. He stepped on Tian Yuan. Buzz. The saber intent condensed, and 221 black and white sabers suddenly appeared in the surroundings. They formed an extremely complicated chess game that surrounded Gu Hai. Zhou Tian San. Gu Hai's expression darkened. The long saber suddenly slashed out an energy saber that shot toward Qi. The 221 black and white sabers suddenly gathered toward the long saber. The surrounding void seemed to tremble as a majestic saber aura suddenly formed. The energy saber was like an ocean, and the saber Qi was like a river. Tens of thousands of rivers converged into an ocean. An enormous force surged toward Qi. Roar! A wave of indomitable blade rushed straight toward him. Qi stood on the spot. His eyes were wide open, but he did not draw his sword. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Qi's eyes. Buzz! The sword intent condensed in his eyes suddenly condensed into the sword energy of a bronze longsword in the void. The sword intent condensed into energy and shot toward Zhou Tiansan's saber energy. Hung! The saber energy and sword energy collided. Under the huge impact, the spiritual world shook violently. Buzz! A large amount of sword Qi shot out from the sword energy in the form of a green lotus. The petals of the lotus scattered as though they were slowly dispersing Zhou Tiansan's power. Rumble! As the spiritual world shook, the saber energy and sword energy disappeared. Evenly matched, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. It was not that they were evenly matched. This was because Qi did not even draw his sword. His Zhou Tiansen had been neutralized. Just a look and a surge of sword intent. Just like that, this person's sword Dao is so powerful. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Qi raised an eyebrow. What a powerful saber intent. You even neutralized my sword Lotus. The saber is sharp, and yin and yang are harmonious. It's a perfect saber technique. It makes me feel that my sword Dao is incomplete. Harmonious yin and yang, perhaps it can make up for my shortcomings. Thank you, Gu Hai. Thank you? Did I feed my saber technique to your sword? Ha, since you want to meet me, then meet me. I still have a saber technique. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Oh, is it Zhou Tiansen again? I knew you can't only have one saber technique in your Zhou Tiansan. Come on. Qi chuckled. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Be careful, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he stepped on Divine Prime again. Suddenly, 281 saber Qis condensed in the surroundings. However, the saber Qis were too fierce this time. They seemed to have condensed into a physical form. 281 saber Qis. As soon as the new chess game was played, a fearsome might shook the entire spiritual world, causing it to shake violently. Qi's pupils suddenly shrank. This time, Gu Hai held the hilt of his saber with both hands. With a ferocious expression, he slashed with his saber. As he slashed, the void suddenly turned upside down. The saber seemed to have torn a hole in the void. The power gathered from 281 saber Qis seemed to be able to destroy the world as it slashed toward Qi. Wherever the saber passed, the spiritual world collapsed. Zhou Tiansan! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! The spiritual world was torn apart as the saber rushed toward Qi's face. An energy sword shot out from Qi's eyes. Boom! The energy sword was shattered by the energy saber. The energy saber continued to charge toward Qi. Good saber. Qi was overjoyed. Finally, Qi drew his sword. Xing! When the long sword was unsheathed, A green light shot into the sky. Chi was excited. He slashed with his sword with a ferocious expression. A vast, illusory green sword lotus condensed in the void and collided with the energy saber. Hum! The energy saber and energy sword collided. Under the huge impact, the entire spiritual world exploded with a bang. Hum! Qi and Qi's consciousness returned to their bodies. In Qing Feng's eyes, Ho and Gu Hai had not moved from the start to the end. Although Qing Feng knew what was going on, he did not know how the battle was going in their spiritual worlds. However, in Qing Feng's heart, Qi was the most powerful. Naturally, he did not think highly of Gu Hai even though Gu Hai had been so outstanding on Zhou Tiansan. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the void between Gu Hai and Qi. Their consciousnesses returned to their bodies. A large amount of smoke and dust rose from the ground. Qi, you're the most powerful person in the sword Dao I've ever seen. Gu Hai gasped in shock. Qi was also shocked. Thank you for your guidance. This time, we'll draw. What do you think? Draw. Qing Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi had never drawn with anyone before. Never. Ever since he started practicing the sword, he had only won. He had never lost or drawn. Draw. Impossible. With this Gu Hai? All right. Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 358. Thank you for your guidance. My sword Dao has yet to reach greater mastery, but your saber Dao can still be improved. When our saber Dao and sword Dao reach greater mastery, I will come again. Solemnly Bai said. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Boom. At the side, a huge fire rushed toward the three of them. When it got closer, Gu Hai realized that there seemed to be green sword Qi blocking the fire. The green sword Qi seemed to be in the shape of green lotus petals. Once the sword lotus appeared, no fire could penetrate it. Bai turned around and looked at the fire. Drought demon fire? Is she coming out? It has been 3,000 years. Bai raised his eyebrows. Her? Who? Gu Hai was puzzled. Let's go, Gu Hai. We can't stay here for long. Mr. Dongfang? Ha! He was courting death by alarming her. You're even better. You directly broke through the main palace. Those people will suffer. Let's go. Bai said with a slight smile. As he spoke, the green lotus sword Qi shot out and forced the fire away, forming a passage. They walked to the outside of the bloody area. Gu Hai turned around and looked at the altar that was broken by Shi Yan. The altar was getting more and more shattered by the fire. More and more fire surged out. They were all drought demon fire. The three of them quickly walked out. Your Majesty, are you okay? Not far away, Zhu Lu rushed over anxiously. Outside, blood mist filled the air. Only the sounds of killing could be heard. It was hazy. They seemed to be able to see many figures, but they were not very clear. Gu Hai, thank you for your guidance. These two sword talismans are for you. They were made by me in my previous life. It will be convenient for you to leave Dragon Vein City. Solemnly Bai said. Oh. Gu Hai took it. It was two sword-shaped jade talismans. Qing Feng and I will leave first. That woman is coming out. Ha! With my current strength, I can't do anything to her. Goodbye. Solemnly Bai said. Then Bai rushed into the sky with Qing Feng. Soon, they were close to the boundary of Dragon Vein City. The two of them took out a sword talisman each. He gently crushed it. Buzz. The sword talisman suddenly turned into a sharp sword-shaped green light, enveloping the two of them. Boom. The green sword-shaped light suddenly tore through the formation and shot out. Buzz. The array was restored in an instant, but Ho and Qing Feng were already outside the array. Sword talisman? Using this to leave. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, the 4 directions are extremely chaotic, but no one can get out, including that king, and forget it, I can't even protect myself now, let alone save them. 2 sword talismans, 1 for each of us. Let's go, let's get out of here, first. They're still waiting for us outside. Guhai said, solemnly. Yes. After receiving Guhai's sword talisman, the 2 of them took a step and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were at the edge of the formation. Buzz. Zhu Lu crushed the sword talisman, which suddenly formed a sword-shaped green light that enveloped his entire body. Who? The sword-shaped green light brought Zhu Lu out of the formation. The formation was quickly restored. Sword-shaped green light. It can only envelop one person? What a pity! Guhai sighed softly. Boom. Suddenly, there was another deafening sound from below. It was the blood water area below that suddenly exploded. Flames soared into the sky and exploded in all directions. It was like a volcano eruption, instantly burning the formation in all directions. Oh no, the sacrificial altar is completely destroyed. The drought demon fire has completely exploded. Guhai's face darkened. Suddenly, a trace of the drought demon fire touched Guhai's arm. Buzz. The fire instantly burned Guhai's skin. Fire God. Guhai's face darkened. He immediately activated the power of the Fire God Palace to absorb the drought demon fire. Buzz, buzz. The nascent soul in the Fire God Palace rotated quickly and absorbed the drought demon fire bit by bit. However, the drought demon fire was too strong. It was very difficult to absorb it. There was only a small strand of the drought demon flame. After absorbing it for a while, Guhai finally absorbed it. However, his arm burned red. SSS. What a powerful drought demon fire. Only a small trace of the drought demon fire was burned red on his arm. If the flames were bigger, even his fire god, nascent soul, would not be able to withstand it. Below, it was like a volcano eruption. Guhai did not dare to stay. He was about to crush the sword talisman and leave. Guhai. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar in the distance. It was Mr. Dongfang. He was furious when he saw the longevity array that he had set up explode. How was that possible? No one could enter his blood water array. They would be melted if they touched it. Inside, everyone was trapped. Only Shi Yan was there killing people to seal the sacrificial altar for him. Now, the blood water array had exploded. It's over. The seal is open. It's over. I just want to get the treasures inside. I don't want to destroy the seal. No. Mr. Dongfang said in horror. But why did the array explode? How? The fire soared into the sky, illuminating that direction. Suddenly, he saw Guhai high in the sky. The moment he saw Guhai, Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that when he met Guhai last time, Guhai had also entered his longevity array unimpeded. Blood water array. Did Guhai also enter unimpeded? Did Guhai do all this? Did Guhai also destroy the sacrificial altar seal? Thinking of this, Mr. Dongfang suddenly shivered. If this was known by his original body, how could he explain it to him? Guhai. Mr. Dongfang roared in grief and indignation. Guhai did not know what was going on. He ignored Mr. Dongfang's anger, but he still turned his head and looked into the distance. It was a gigantic blood dragon, covered in scales, and had a terrifying human head. On the dragon's back stood the ferocious Mr. Dongfang. And at the dragon's head, there was a woman. She was being cornered by the human heads and had nowhere to go. She was crying in fear. Wanyu. Guhai's expression suddenly changed. Didn't she go out? Didn't she go out? Why was she caught by Mr. Dongfang? Sis brother-in-law? Long Wanyu cried in fear in the distance. Seeing that Zhu Lu had gone out in the distance, and seeing that Guhai was about to go out as well, Long Wanyu's eyes were full of fear and regret. Why didn't she listen to her brother-in-law? Earlier, Long Wanyu had been forced out of the city by Gu Hai's secret signal. Happy? Outside the city, she was very irritated. No, I want to go in. I want to go in. It's very dangerous inside. Long Wanyu said, anxiously. You can't go in. Princess, what did Mr. Good say? You forgot. Listen to him. Sima Feng immediately said, anxiously. We can't see inside from the east gate. Let's go to the south gate. I want to see from there. Long Wanyu said, anxiously. Sima Feng didn't refuse this request. He steered the flying boat and quickly brought Long Wanyu to the south gate. From afar, they seemed to see Gu Hai sealed in the ice mountain. Oh no, brother-in-law is in danger. Long Wanyu was about to jump in. Princess, don't go. Listen to Mr. Good. He won't be wrong. Sima Feng anxiously stopped Long Wanyu. Yes, it's very dangerous inside. Don't cause trouble. The demon spirit in her body also advised. But my brother-in-law is in danger. 100,000 of them want to deal with my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu said anxiously. What's wrong with them? Are they pregnant? Sima Feng exclaimed. Long Wanyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the 100,000 people in shock. All of them had fallen. Everyone outside the city rubbed their eyes. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Pregnant? A man is pregnant. Mr. Good is fine. Mr. Good is out. Sima Feng exclaimed in surprise. As expected, Gu Hai and Fairy came out of the ice mountain. Sima Feng and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Hai released the fat and thin people. He also forced Fairy to leave and began to deal with the people inside. Sima Feng was pleasantly surprised, but Long Wanyu was anxious. This ominous feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Brother-in-law, why aren't you out yet? Come out quickly. Long Wanyu exclaimed in fear. Ah. Sima Feng looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. Monster ghost, do you think anything will happen to my brother-in-law? Will he? Long Wanyu exclaimed in fear. I don't know. However, this level of ominous feeling is basically impossible to survive. It's even worse than the last time. However, you don't have to worry. You are out of the city and have avoided the danger. Just leave this place immediately. Monster Ghost advised. Bullsh *T. My brother-in-law is still inside. My brother-in-law is still inside. I have to inform him. Brother-in-law, come out quickly. Long Wanyu was extremely anxious. It's over. The people inside are all going to die. Fatty, run quickly. Changsheng anxiously ran towards the city gate. Fatty, your sister. It's all your fault. Changsheng, if you call me Fatty again, I will beat you up. Ziwei suddenly roared. I won't say it. I won't say it. Let's go quickly. If we don't go out now, we will also die in there. Changsheng said anxiously. Die in there. Brother-in-law was going to die in there. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu anxiously jumped towards the gate. Little girl, you can't be serious, right? You want to die? Don't. I will kneel to you, okay? Don't go. You are courting death. Monster Ghost exclaimed. Kneel to your grandmother. If you don't help me, I will go by myself. Long Wanyu suddenly scolded. Don't. It's not that I don't want to help. I can't help. This level of ominous feeling is basically finished. I look at my broken mouth. Little girl, it's okay. Gu Hai will definitely be fine. Don't worry. He will definitely survive. Monster Ghost advised. Bah, who are you trying to lie to? Long Wanyu naturally refused to believe Monster Ghost. Sima Feng, get out of the way. I want to go in. Long Wanyu said, anxiously. Princess, you can't. You can't go in. Did you forget what you promised, Mr. Good? Sima Feng exclaimed. Long Wanyu bit her lip. Her eyes were still anxious. I didn't forget, but I can't watch brother-in-law die. He is my only family member, but you can't help him even if you go. Besides, Mr. Good might not want your help. Sima Fong advised anxiously. It doesn't matter if he wants my help or not. As long as brother-in-law is fine, I will go. I can seek luck and avoid disaster. Maybe I can help him, as long as he is fine. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Ah, he is finally out. Zi Wei suddenly panted heavily. Sima Fong and the others turned to look at the two of them curiously. At this moment, Long Wanyu suddenly hit Sima Fong with her palm. Bang! Sima Fong staggered from the hit. Xiao! Long Wanyu immediately jumped into the city. What? Princess! Sima Fong exclaimed. And at that moment, boom! The 4 city gates suddenly closed. Except for Long Wanyu, who jumped in, everyone else was blocked outside the city gates. Chapter 359. High up in the sky, Gu Hai saw Long Wanyu trapped on top of the blood dragon's head, and his face darkened. He didn't know how she got trapped there, but it wasn't important now. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu cried in fear in the distance. Gu Hai, you want to run? If you run, I'll kill this little girl right away. You believe me? Run. Run. Mr. Dongfang roared with a ferocious expression. Roar! The blood dragon roared fiercely, as if it was going to charge at Gu Hai. In the outside world, Sima Fong and the others had already flown high up in the sky. When they saw the situation inside, their expressions changed drastically. However, the protective barrier formed by the blood dragon longevity array was too strong and couldn't be broken. Zhao and Qing Feng had already left. At this moment, it seemed that everything was hopeless. Gu Hai's face darkened. He shouted, Master Dongfang, you're not running anymore. You're not running anymore. Why aren't you running? Last time, you risked your life for this little girl. This time, you're going to die with her? Mr. Dongfang said with a ferocious expression. Die? Not necessarily, Gu Hai said coldly. Mr. Dongfang rode the blood dragon closer and closer. He didn't push too hard because Gu Hai was right beside the protective barrier. Previously, Zhu Lu had escaped with a sword talisman in his hand. Mr. Dongfang was worried that if he pushed too hard, Gu Hai would also escape. Whoosh! Not only did Gu Hai not run, but he also watched Long Wanyu descend slowly. Mr. Good, how did that person get out? Ancient Emperor, do you have a way to get out? Mr. Good, help! The people who were being chased immediately flew toward Gu Hai, looking at this last straw of hope. The dragon vein was the reason they came here. But at this moment, no one cared about this goal, as long as they could escape. Gu Hai was everyone's hope. Mr. Dongfang was also staring at Gu Hai. He didn't know how Gu Hai was able to pass through his longevity array so easily. I can't bring everyone out. Gu Hai shook his head. All around, the expressions of the experts who were preparing to fly overchanged. However, I can try to fight this blood dragon. I hope that everyone can help me. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Gu Hai, help. How do we help? The people flying over were slightly stunned. His previous disappointment was instantly reinvigorated. With me as the medium, everyone pour your power into my body. Let us deal with this blood dragon together, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Medium? Ha, 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 ha. Gu Hai, are you stupid? This is not your Chaoga city. You have the protection of Providence and can mobilize the power of the people of a country. This is the Dragon Vein city. How can they lend you their power? Mr. Dongfang controlled the giant dragon to fly over slowly. Family masters, sect masters, don't worry about my physique. Come, pour your power into my body. This is the only chance now. Everyone, hurry! Gu Hai shouted. I'll do it. Suddenly, a family master flew over. Ancient Emperor, thank you for repaying evil with kindness. I'm willing to believe you and fight with you. Anyway, even if I don't fight, I'll still die. The family master flew behind Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Boom. He pressed his palm on Gu Hai's back, and a huge force rushed into Gu Hai's body. Cooperating with Gu Hai was facing the blood dragon head-on. Everyone couldn't even avoid the blood dragon, so who would dare to face it head-on? If the blood dragon rushed over, it could swallow you in one bite. However, there were still many people who were willing to try. Mr. Good, thank you for saving my life. Anyway, I've already died once. I'm willing to try with you. Ancient Emperor, I'll help you. Ancient Emperor, I'll help you. You must succeed. Suddenly, half of the cultivators near Gu Hai flew over. Waves of power entered Gu Hai's body from behind. The people in the back were pressed against the backs of the people in the second row, and the people in the fourth row were pressed against the backs of the people in the third row. Everyone became the channel for the power transmission. Gu Hai was the point where the power gathered. The rolling power surged, and a grand aura surged around Gu Hai. What? How is that possible? With so much power entering your body, and no providence, you didn't explode? Mr. Dongfang said in surprise. The sect leaders, family heads, and former subordinates of Qin Zibai also widened their eyes. However, Gu Hai's strong body did it. He completely withstood such a huge power. Everyone suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. The hesitant cultivators around them were surprised when they saw Gu Hai's aura surging crazily. They quickly poured power into Gu Hai one by one. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 5,000 people behind Gu Hai. The power of 5,000 people all gathered around Gu Hai. Gu Hai took out the Life Ender Saber and poured power into it. Humph clowns! That saves me the trouble of searching for them. Mr. Dongfang had a look of disdain on his face. He controlled the blood dragon to charge forward, wanting to swallow the 5,000 people in one gulp. Zhou Tian. Stepping on Tian Yuan, 291 saber cheese suddenly formed a huge saber domain. An extremely powerful aura burst out. Before the blood dragon got close, a strong bloody aura had already surged into the saber domain, as if it was going to melt the entire saber domain. Roar! The blood dragon roared. 3. Gu Hai shouted. With 5,000 experts pouring power into Gu Hai was no longer worried about not having enough power. He slashed down, and the saber domain's aura condensed. A purple light instantly lit up the entire Dragon Vein city. The saber aura turned into a 300-meter-long saber river, crashing into the ferocious dragon head. The world was instantly covered by bloody and purple light. The 5,000 people felt a huge recoil. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they immediately revealed expressions of ecstasy. He blocked it. He blocked it. I didn't get eaten by the blood dragon. I didn't get swallowed in one bite. Everyone immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Zhou Tian Saber 3 was too fierce. It actually blocked the blood dragon. Humph, did you block it? Ha! You only borrowed the power of 5,000 people. The blood dragon has already eaten 30,000 people. Do you think you're the only one who can stack the power of so many people? The blood dragon is stronger than you, Mr. Dongfang said ferociously. A huge force burst out. Boom. The 5,000 people were immediately sent flying by this huge impact. Poof. No, all 5,000 people were sent flying. In an instant, the people who did not participate saw hope and regretted it. It worked. It worked. Only 5,000 people gathered power. If we gathered power together just now, wouldn't it? If I knew, I would have helped just now. If all of us had stopped running and worked together to assist Gu Hai. Wouldn't we have succeeded just now? Ancient Emperor, do it again. Do it again. Countless cultivators were excited. Hey, you're quite capable. Do it again. Do you think I'll give you another chance? Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, I won't let you gather power again. You're indeed a scourge. Damn it, I'll kill you first, Mr. Dongfang said with a ferocious expression. Ha! Gu Hai sneered at the blood dragon's head. In that instant, the life ender saber had cut a hole in the blood dragon's head. If Gu Hai was alone, the fishy smell and energy around the blood dragon would have prevented Gu Hai from getting close. However, with the help of 5,000 people, he finally cut a wound on the blood dragon. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly, rolling black gas rushed toward the blood dragon. With the life ender saber's attributes, as long as the wound was cut, the skeleton in the black gas would crazily gnaw at it. In an instant, the black gas surged and quickly gnawed at the blood dragon's head. The black gas grew more and more. In an instant, it enveloped the entire blood dragon's head. Skeleton sorcery. From the netherworld again, it almost destroyed me last time. Again, Mr. Dongfang's expression darkened. The cultivators around widened their eyes. Skeleton sorcery? Was this black gas useful? It's useless. Ha! The main body has already told me its drawbacks. It's useful against others, but the blood dragon can force them away with its flames. Break! Mr. Dongfang's expression turned cold. He reached out and pressed down. Roar! The blood dragon suddenly roared, and a huge burst of flames burst out. It seemed to form blood-red flames on the surface of its body, and all the black gas exploded with a bang. Boom! The black gas and countless skeletons immediately exploded and scattered in all directions. The scarred blood dragon's head was revealed. Huh! Countless cultivators around looked desperate. They had hoped that Gu Hai could save everyone, but he still failed. Bastard, Gu Hai! Mr. Dongfang suddenly glared. He saw Gu Hai carrying Long Wanyu and soaring into the sky from the blood dragon's head with the big explosion. Gu Hai's previous actions were all to save Long Wanyu. His attention was actually diverted, and Gu Hai, he succeeded? In Gu Hai's arms, Long Wanyu's tears stopped. She looked at Gu Hai in a daze. In an instant, she suddenly felt that Gu Hai was so great. He was such a good person. He saved her from the bad guys again. Brother-in-law, I should have listened to you. I'm sorry. Long Wanyu suddenly wanted to cry. This time, the cry was not the fear from before, but the warmth in her heart. It was an inexplicable feeling. It was so warm that Long Wanyu seemed to be incomparably happy. They flew up to the barrier of the array in the sky. Crush it and go out. Gu Hai handed the sword talisman to Long Wanyu. This can go out. Brother-in-law, how many do you have? Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Gu Hai shouted. Is there only one? Only one? Brother-in-law, if you give it to me, what will you do? Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu's expression suddenly changed. Happy. Gu Hai stared and shouted. When Gu Hai mentioned the code word, happy, Long Wanyu had to agree to Gu Hai's words. Last time, Long Wanyu did not care about this happy. Now, she and her brother-in-law were in a desperate situation. Now, Gu Hai said it again. I'm not leaving. If I leave, what will happen to brother-in-law? Long Wanyu suddenly cried. I don't have time to explain to you. Do you want to do what you did last time? Gu Hai stared and shouted. After being shouted at by Gu Hai, Long Wanyu suddenly felt sad. Last time, she was not obedient, which led to the current situation. She could not be entangled anymore. She had to listen to her brother-in-law. She had to listen to her brother-in-law. Yes. Long Wanyu nodded hard and cried, I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I didn't expect it to be so bad. The blood dragon behind them had already rushed over. Hurry up, Guhai urged. Pa! Long One You crushed the sword talisman. She suddenly jumped up. Bang! The sword talisman formed a sword-shaped green light that immediately tore open the barrier and shot out. Princess! Sima Fong pulled Long Wan Yu into the flying boat in surprise. Brother-in-law! Long Wan Yu looked down anxiously. Below, Gu Hai flew to the entrance of the barrier. The torn opening had already been restored. He grabbed the black jade talisman left by the unborn man and slammed it. Boom! Gu Hai was bounced back. Useless? Can't get out. Gu Hai revealed a bitter expression. Below, the blood dragon had already opened its mouth and arrived in front of Gu Hai. Chapter 360. Roar! The blood dragon opened its mouth and charged at Gu Hai. Can't get out. Gu Hai didn't want to try again. Instead, he took out a flying boat and quickly escaped into the city. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai flew into the distance. Escape? Where are you going? Do you think you can escape from the blood dragon longevity array? Mr. Dongfang said with a ferocious expression. Boom! The blood dragon quickly shuttled through the city. It didn't care about the others anymore. Mr. Dongfang wanted to eat Gu Hai quickly. Brother-in-law, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Long One You stood on the flying boat outside the array. She looked anxious. Princess, don't worry. Since Mr. Good asked you to go first, he must have a plan. Sima Fong comforted her. Long One You didn't care. Instead, she looked at Ju Lu and asked, Brother-in-law, do you have any more sword talismans? No, they were given to me by the previous two. There are 2 in total. Ju Lu shook his head. Sima Fong glared at him. Will you die if you say more? What if the princess takes things too hard? Only 2? Used all of them? Brother-in-law, nothing must happen to you. Long One You clenched her fists. She looked anxious. Rumble! Within the array, flames erupted in the west of the city. A large amount of drought demon fire surged out. The blood dragon only chased after Gu Hai. The surrounding cultivators were able to catch their breaths. On the other side, Qin Zibai and King Bai, and were still in a stalemate. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the blood dragon was already in front of them. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. Suddenly, Gu Hai thought of what Bai had said before. Qing Feng, and I will leave first. That woman is coming out. Ha! With my current strength, I can't do anything to her. Goodbye. Seal, who was under Dragon Vein City? West of the city? East of the city? Everyone, do you want to go out? Gu Hai shouted. The surrounding cultivators paused slightly. There is an underground palace seal in the east of the city. I believe everyone knows where it is. If we break it, we will be saved. I will lead the blood dragon. You guys break the underground palace. Gu Hai shouted. Boom! His voice instantly spread throughout the city. Seal, underground palace? Immediately, a large number of cultivators rushed to the underground palace in the east of the city without hesitation. Mr. Dongfang's eyelids suddenly twitched. What do you know? Bastard, you can't. Why not? Gu Hai asked coldly. Humph, I'll kill you first. If you don't die, you'll always be trouble. Mr. Dongfang seemed to be possessed. He controlled the blood dragon to rush toward Gu Hai. It was Gu Hai who discovered that the blood dragon was deliberately avoiding the drought demon fire in the west of the city. You're afraid of fire? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Who? The flying boat flew above the fire. The blood dragon also flew high, trying to avoid the fire. Ha! It's good that you have something you're afraid of. Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai circled around the flames that were constantly erupting. The blood dragon's huge body was immediately restrained. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As expected, when the drought demon fire touched the blood dragon's body immediately emitted bursts of black smoke as if it was burned. You're really afraid of fire? Ha ha! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. As long as the blood dragon was afraid of fire, he could slowly lead the blood dragon to suffer. Sooner or later, the blood dragon's power would be exhausted. Gu Hai flew above the fire. In the distance, a group of cultivators opened the underground palace in the east of the city and destroyed the seal. Mr. Dongfang had an anxious expression. He gritted his teeth and revealed a ferocious expression. Roar! Suddenly, the blood dragon seemed to ignore everything and let the fire burn on its body. Its entire body coiled, forming a large encirclement that surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat, making it impossible for it to escape. The dragon had pressed down from above, pressing the flying boat towards the center of the flames below. Perish together? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Roar! Above them was a huge mouth that covered the sky. If they went up, they would be instantly swallowed. The blood dragon's body was everywhere. There was nowhere to go. They could only go down. Below them was a raging fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blood dragon was completely burned by the fire and immediately emitted billowing black smoke. However, it seemed to not care about Gu Hai at all. The flying boat could only be pressed towards the sea of fire by the circling blood dragon. Perish together? You underestimate my blood dragon too much. Indeed, this fire can hurt the blood dragon, but it can only hurt it. The blood dragon swallowed everyone and accumulated its strength so that it could burn in the fire for a while longer and enter the fire underground. Drought demon fire? Gu Hai, if you don't die today, all my efforts will be in vain. Although I've also lost a lot of energy. As long as you die, the blood dragon can eat others and return to its peak. Go to hell. Mr. Dongfang roared. Boom. The blood dragon's head slammed down and instantly crushed the flying boat in the fire. The fire was at the altar's suppression point. It was like the mouth of a volcano, and the drought demon fire was gushing out. The flying boat shattered, and Gu Hai was knocked deep into the mouth of the volcano. No, brother-in-law. In the outside world, Long Wanyu cried out in horror. Gu Hai was knocked into the mouth of the volcano. Your Majesty? Zhu Lu exclaimed. Drought demon fire? Doesn't that mean Mr. Good? Sima Feng's expression changed. However, he glanced at Long Wanyu in the next moment, worried that she would act rashly again. Sima Feng pretended to be calm and said, Mr. Good should be fine, right? Brother-in-law is burned to death. Brother-in-law, woo-woo. Long Wanyu revealed a look of despair. Princess, the emperor is still alive. Someone at the side said. Brother-in-law was swallowed by the fire. How is he still alive? How do you know? Long Wanyu said in grief. I am an official of the Han dynasty. The fate of the Dahan is on me. If anything happens to the emperor, the fate of the Han dynasty will collapse. I can sense it too. Now, the fate is still there. Hence, the emperor is still alive. That person said. Really? Long Wanyu said excitedly. I don't dare to lie. That Dahan official nodded. Brother-in-law, you must come out. You must. I will listen to you from now on. Long Wanyu looked at the mouth of the volcano below and prayed. The mouth of the volcano was west of the city, and the underground palace was east of the city. A large number of cultivators rushed to the underground palace to destroy it. The blood dragon pressed Gu Hai into the mouth of the volcano. Mr. Dongfang was sure that Gu Hai was dead. He controlled the blood dragon and immediately rushed to the sky toward the east of the city. Roar! The blood dragon's body was burned. It was obvious that the fire had damaged the blood dragon. Be asterisk starred. Don't touch the underground palace. I will eat you. Mr. Dongfang roared with a ferocious expression. The burned blood dragon immediately rushed toward the underground palace with a roar. What Mr. Dongfang didn't notice was that the moment Gu Hai was pressed toward the mouth of the volcano, a figure in red also rushed into the fire. Inside the mouth of the volcano, Gu Hai's clothes were burned in an instant. Ah! The fire burned his body, and he was in extreme pain. Crack, 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 crack. A large number of bones appeared on the surface of his body, trying to resist the drought demon fire. Buzz. The bones that used to be extremely strong were vaporized in the blink of an eye under the fire. The fire god palace was fully activated to absorb the fire on the surface of his body. However, there was too much fire. The previous spark took half a day to absorb, and it even burned his arm. Now, there was fire in all directions. He couldn't block it at all. Was it over? Was he going to burn to death here? The fire was too strong. Gu Hai's consciousness suddenly became a little blurry. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Gu Hai and grabbed Gu Hai. In a blur, Gu Hai saw the face of the person. Fairy One, why didn't you leave the city? Hurry up and leave. It's dangerous here, Gu Hai said weakly. It was Fairy One, at this moment. She was biting her lips and looking at Gu Hai in the fire. The fire couldn't do anything to Fairy One, but because she had a fire cauldron body. Previously, Qin Zibai and Shi Yan were dealing with Fairy One, because of this. Later, they were saved by Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai in front of her was already burned to a pulp. The fire of drought demon has entered your body. Even if you go out, you will be burned to death. Unless my nascent soul enters your body and helps you absorb and refine the fire. Fairy One-er's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. However, after struggling for a while, Fairy One-er's eyes suddenly became firm. She suddenly went forward and hugged Gu Hai. Her wet and hot lips suddenly pressed against Gu Hai's burned lips. Buzz. Fairy One-er's clothes also disappeared in an instant. She hugged Gu Hai. In a daze, Gu Hai suddenly felt that his great compassion of heaven and earth was automatically activated. Automatically activated? The great compassion of heaven and earth would only activate when he was doing the deed between a man and a woman. At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly felt a cooling sensation in his body. Instinctively, he moved. Buzz. The source of the cooling sensation in his lower body seemed to be a lump of something that entered his body. Wherever it went, the fire in his body would rush into that lump of cooling sensation. Gu Hai gradually regained consciousness. A trace of his consciousness entered the fire god palace. He saw that it was Fairy One-er's nascent soul. It was her that entered his body and his fire god palace again. Fairy One-er's nascent soul settled in the fire god palace. At the embryo of Gu Hai's nascent soul, they seemed to be communicating with each other. The fire of drought demon in his body was completely absorbed. A part of it was absorbed by Fairy One-er's nascent soul, while the other part was refined and transferred to the embryo. Crack! Suddenly, Gu Hai's nascent soul embryo cracked open. A large amount of fire was crazily absorbed by that crack. Boom! In the outside world, Gu Hai and Fairy One-er were naked together. With Gu Hai as the center, the surrounding fire of drought demon was madly rushing into Gu Hai's body. Under the protection of Fairy One-er's nascent soul, the fire of drought demon could no longer hurt Gu Hai. Instead, it was nourishing Gu Hai's body and strengthening the power of Gu Hai's nascent soul. Crack, 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 crack. The burnt parts of Gu Hai's body quickly scabbed and fell off. Slowly, his skin returned to its original state. In fact, it was even fairer. Embryo break, Yuanying State's second tier, and it's still growing? This power? Gu Hai's consciousness was getting clearer. Gu Hai finally understood what was going on. Fairy One was trying to save him. His body was moving instinctively, but his eyes were wide open as he looked at Fairy One. At this moment, Fairy One-er's eyes were blurred. It was as though she was intoxicated by the changes in her body. She was letting out soft, sounds. After a while, Fairy One-er's body suddenly trembled and spasmed. Boom! A loud sound came from Fairy One-er's body as a different kind of strong aura was emitted. In a daze, Fairy One-er opened her eyes. Me? Why did I suddenly open the Heaven Palace? Chapter 361. The Fairy One-er had been suspicious of his inexplicable breakthrough for a long time. Now he had broken through again, and it was the rare Celestial Palace. Opening the Celestial Palace? He had opened the Celestial Palace for no reason? Inexplicable. The Fairy One-er woke up from her dazed state and looked at Gu Hai. The Fairy One-er had broken through, and so had Gu Hai, the second level of the Yuanying State, the third level of the Yuanying State. In the Fire God Palace, Gu Hai's nascent soul embryo was completely gone, and only a small, red, transparent baby was left standing there. Gu Hai's nascent soul was still quite small, but when Gu Hai channeled his consciousness into it, the small fire baby seemed to come alive and hugged the Fairy One-er's nascent soul, which was one size bigger than it. A man and a woman, one big and one small. The two nascent souls looked at each other, just like how two people in the outside world looked at each other. Under the effect of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the two nascent souls seemed to be growing crazily as they looked at each other. As they merged, they became stronger. The rolling fire of drought demon around them was the best nourishment for the two nascent souls, and it kept making them stronger. Gu Hai was no longer afraid of the fire of drought demon. In fact, under the absorption of the nascent souls, the rolling fire of drought demon had become a great supplement. The Fairy One-er looked at Gu Hai, and Gu Hai looked at the Fairy One-er. Their eyes were filled with emotions. However, neither of them spoke first. Only the sounds of collision were rich in their feelings. From the first time they met, the two of them fought, and the Fairy One-er was defeated gloomily. Later on, they made the Fairy One-er suffer losses several times. From then on, the two of them seemed to have formed an indissoluble bond. Until the last time at the Heaven Mending Sect, they finally broke through that level. After that, Gu Hai saved the Fairy One-er, and the Fairy One-er saved Gu Hai. It was an indescribable process, but he seemed to have experienced a lot. Fairy One-er's cultivation base slowly stabilized. Gu Hai's cultivation had reached the peak of the third tier of the Yuanying State, and it seemed to have reached its limit. Perhaps he could still break through because of the great compassion of heaven and earth, but the level of the fire of drought demon was clearly no longer enough to satisfy the needs of the two of them. The two of them maintained this state for a day before One-er's nascent soul slowly withdrew from Gu Hai's Fire God Palace. The two of them slowly separated. He stood in the middle of the fire. The two of them were like fish in water, not feeling the slightest bit of discomfort. As they looked at each other, their gazes softened. Gently, Gu Hai touched Fairy One-er's hair. Yes. Fairy One-er suddenly frowned and turned her head away, not letting Gu Hai touch her. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked gently. We can't be together. Fairy One-er shook her head. With a flip of her hand, Fairy One-er took out a set of clothes and put them on. The fire burned, but the fire cauldron's physique controlled the fire, so the clothes were unaffected. Why? Gu Hai frowned and asked. Fairy One-er bit her lip and did not speak. Instead, she suddenly took out a set of men's clothes, which were suitable for Gu Hai. It was as if she had already stored it in her storage space. Don't ask, okay? Fairy Wanner's eyes revealed a hint of longing. Guhai looked at Fairy Wanner's frightened eyes, and his heart softened. He nodded and said, "All right, I won't ask. You can come back whenever you want." Fairy Wanner nodded. Fairy Wanner revealed a bitter smile and did not speak. Instead, she slowly put on the clothes for Guhai. The two no longer spoke, allowing Guhai to slowly put on the black robes. The drought demon fire could no longer do anything to Guhai. Guhai lowered his head and looked at the endless flames below. "What's down there?" Guhai asked, feeling puzzled. He stepped forward and pulled Fairy Wanner's hand as they went down. "How about I call you Wano in the future?" Guhai said gently as they went down. "I am Lin Wanner." Fairy Wanna nodded. "Lin Wanner." Guhai nodded. The two quickly reached the bottom of the flames. Rumble! At the bottom of the volcano, aside from the drought demon fire, there was also a large amount of lightning flashing. Oh! The two of them looked down in surprise. However, they saw a piercing light coming from below. The drought demon fire was just the condensation of this piercing light. That light had an extremely piercing light. Guhai and Fairy Wanner found it difficult to open their eyes because of the piercing light. After a while, they slowly adapted to it. That is, Fairy Wanner suddenly opened her eyes wide. However, she saw that under the piercing light, lightning flashed. In the center of the lightning, there was a huge purple rock. Below the huge rock, there seemed to be a group of golden runes floating in the void. The huge purple rock was pressing down on the runes and suppressing the light below together with the runes. As for the boundless lightning, it was this purple boulder that was emitting the boundless lightning. This is the stone of heavenly punishment. Fairy Wanner's expression suddenly changed. Stone of heavenly punishment. Guhai raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered the information that Long Wanyu had obtained from the demon ghost spirit. What was the strongest rock in the world? Stone of heavenly punishment. There really was such a rock. Is it really the stone of heavenly punishment? Then what's suppressing below is? Lin Wanner said in surprise. What's wrong? Is the stone of heavenly punishment very rare? Guhai asked curiously. Stone of heavenly punishment. There are only 2 pieces in the world. One is used to forge the fairy slaying sword, and this is the second one. Fairy Wanner said with a bitter smile, "Oh, I finally understand. That Dongfang Shaoxi formed the blood dragon in order to obtain the heavenly retribution earthly annihilation stone and the treasure beneath it. No, he is not qualified for that treasure." Fairy Wanner said with a change of expression. "What do you mean? What treasure is not qualified for? Is he qualified for the stone of heavenly punishment?" Guhai was puzzled. The stone of heavenly punishment and earthly annihilation is extremely hard and cannot be refined into a magic treasure. Although the strongest people in the world know of its value, they are not crazy about it. After all, the fairy slaying sword is not that easy to refine. However, the thing below is different. Although it is not one of the 16 great magic treasures of history, perhaps it is, Lin Wanner said bitterly. You know about it? Guhai was surprised. Lin Wanner nodded and said, I read a book in Wancho Taoism. With the stone of heavenly punishment as the seal, it goes without saying who is sealed in the valley of death. Oh, is it her? Is it her? Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's grave. Jiang Yao? Who? Guhai asked curiously. 3,000 years ago, Jiang Yao was the most beautiful demoness of her generation. The world trembled for her. She was the most talented woman in the Jiang family besides the family leader. She was proficient in Buddhism, demons, and all kinds of spells. The fire of drought was also created by her. All the drought demons in the world originated from her. She is the ancestor of drought demons. Linwana was shocked. The fire of drought demon was created by her creation? Guhai revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, there was no such flame in the world in the past. She combined Buddhist fire, Tao fire, and demonic fire to form it. However, 3,000 years ago, it was sealed for some reason. So it is here. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once she comes out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Under the stone of heavenly punishment should be the treasure that Jiang Yao refined before she was sealed. The book did not say what it was, but it was said that once the treasure appeared, the strongest person in the world would act immediately. Lin Wanner said worriedly. Oh, Guhai narrowed his eyes. Shall we leave first? Fairy Wanner said worriedly. Since we are here, how can we just leave? I don't want that treasure either. However, I want this heavenly execution, earthly extermination stone. Guhai said seriously. But if I don't take it, should I let Master Shou of Dongfang take it by force? Don't worry, we will be fine. Guhai comforted her. Stone of heavenly punishment. Guhai reached out his hand to grab the stone of heavenly punishment. Boom! A large amount of lightning rushed toward Guhai. Wang. In the fire god palace, the nascent soul of the fire god stared and reached out his hand. Rumble! The rolling lightning was caught and absorbed into his body. Lightning fire was also a type of fire. The fire god was patiently absorbing the lightning. Guhai was slowly approaching the stone of heavenly punishment. Roar! Suddenly, the stone of heavenly punishment let out a human-like roar, as if warning Guhai to stay away. Oh, a living stone! Guhai's eyes narrowed. His hand did not stop and reached out again. Finally, he touched the stone of heavenly punishment. Boom! The lightning that was 1,000 times stronger than before rushed into Guhai's body. Be careful! Lin Wanner suddenly exclaimed. 1,000 times stronger lightning was so powerful that even the fire god could not withstand it. The lightning rushed into the space between his eyebrows as if it wanted to destroy Guhai. Wang! Boom! However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in the space between his eyebrows suddenly trembled, and a strong suppressive force suppressed all the lightning in his body. The emperor's majesty was not to be blasphemed. Previously, the fire of drought did not rush into Guhai's space between his eyebrows, so it did not provoke the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. At this moment, the lightning found its own way. However, it seemed to have angered the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Under the suppression, the black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal released a black light that pressed toward the stone of heavenly punishment. Wang! The stone of heavenly punishment released a dazzling purple light that seemed to be resisting the black light. Rumble! The black light and the purple light did not give in, but it was obvious that the black light had the upper hand. The purple light was unconvinced and wanted to resist, but it could not do so. Since you are not convinced, why don't you enter my space between my eyebrows and fight? Guhai said in a low voice. The stone of heavenly punishment seemed to understand Guhai's words. It actually stopped resisting Guhai's right hand and allowed Guhai to grab it. Wang! Suddenly, the stone of heavenly punishment strangely entered Guhai's space between his eyebrows. Huh, you put it away? Fairy Wan said in surprise. Let's go. Guhai's expression sank. The stone of heavenly punishment had been put away. Suddenly, the golden rune that was with the stone of heavenly punishment finally could not withstand the resistance of the treasure below. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden rune suddenly exploded. In an instant, the seal was removed, and the endless light was no longer a little bit like before. Instead, it was completely released. The light shone and instantly condensed into the drought demon fire, which exploded with 1,000 times stronger flames and rushed into the sky. Gu Hai and Lin, were not afraid of the drought demon fire, but they could feel that there was a ball of heat chasing after them from below. This heat was too fierce. It was 10,000 times or even 100,000 times stronger than the drought demon fire. The two believed that even if they were immune to the drought demon fire, they would still be burned by it. Quick! Fairy Er's expression changed. She grabbed Gu Hai's arm and rushed into the sky. Rumble! Roar! Roar! The flames below exploded, condensing into many fire dragons that roared and rushed into the sky. Chapter 362. Dragonvein City. Gu Hai was sent into the crater of the volcano by the blood dragon. The situation of the surrounding cultivators became even more difficult. The underground palace in the east of the city was also broken open one after another. More and more of the underground situation was exposed in front of everyone. Fire! The rolling drought demon fire slowly appeared as the surrounding ruins dissipated. Originally, some experts wanted to continue breaking open, but the rolling flames that appeared from below shocked everyone so much that they fled in all directions. The blood dragon flew to the entrance of the underground palace in the east of the city. It did not have the rolling drought demon fire in the west of the city, but there was still a thick layer. All the runes disappeared, and flames covered the ground. Mr. Dongfang's expression changed drastically on the blood dragon. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. The seal has been undone. She's going to wake up. My main body is in trouble. Mr. Dongfang's face was filled with shock. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the flames in the west of the city paused slightly and retracted. Crack, crack, crack. A series of tremors came from the ground, as if something stiff had suddenly moved. The drought demon fire in the crater of the west of the city was also attracted and slowly poured into the ground. Mr. Dongfang's eyelids twitched. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. She's going to wake up. She's going to wake up. Mr. Dongfang looked around ferociously. Boom! The blood dragon rushed out and rushed towards the surrounding cultivators. Mr. Good is right. The thing in the underground palace in the east of the city can restrain the blood dragon. Someone shouted, let's go. The blood dragon became more and more irritable. The surrounding cultivators quickly fled. As long as the blood dragon left the underground palace, someone would immediately come to destroy the underground palace. As long as the blood dragon returned, everyone would scatter and flee. Just like that, a day passed. The blood dragon ate another 30,000 cultivators. The stench became stronger, and a rolling blood mist surrounded it. However, at this moment, the battle came to an abrupt halt. The underground palace had stopped absorbing the drought demon fire. The surrounding drought demon fire was also absorbed, revealing the interior. Another huge underground palace was laid out in front of them. However, there were 100,000 fiery red monsters kneeling on one knee. All of them were covered in flames, their mouths full of fangs, and they were wearing armor. Is this a drought demon? Zombies? Someone exclaimed. The drought demon was a type of zombie. At this moment, the army of 100,000 flaming zombies was kneeling on one knee with their eyes closed. He knelt in front of a woman in a red dragon robe. The woman's body was surrounded by flames. She held a fiery red longsword in her hand. She leaned against the ground and wore a flat imperial crown on her head. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was sleeping while standing. However, even though he was sleeping, there was still an intimidating aura about him. Between his eyebrows, there was a dot of cinnabar. His eyebrows were vertical, and his killing intent was extraordinary. This was an underground palace on the lower level. There was a transparent barrier above, and the cracks that had been destroyed by the Xiozha were everywhere. Is the seal really going to break? Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. Countless Xiozha in the surroundings revealed bewildered expressions. The drought demon army? How is that possible? Drought demons are rare in the world. They're a type of zombie. They're only common in the netherworld. No, not even the netherworld has so many of them. 100,000? There are actually 100,000 drought demons. Isn't drought demon arrogant and unyielding? Why are these 100,000 drought demons all dressed in armor and kneeling to that dragon-robed woman? Dragon robe? She's the Empress? Who is she? Countless Xiozha looked surprised. Even King Bai and Qin Zibai, who were in a stalemate, were confused. Mr. Dongfang, who is he? Qin Zibai asked in surprise. This was because even with Qin Zibai's strength in the heavenly palace, he could feel a soul-stirring aura emanating from the sleeping Empress. Crack! 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 More and more cracks appeared on the transparent barrier above, and the seal was quickly breaking. Inhale! The Empress closed her eyes and suddenly took a deep breath. The moment she took a deep breath, almost all the drought demon fire in Dragon Vein City seemed to have received an order and surged crazily toward the broken barrier. Bang! A large amount of drought demon fire surged in, and the barrier exploded. When the rolling drought demon fire reached the inside, it suddenly shrank and actually all went into the Empress's nose. The raging fire of drought demon, the raging fire that could burn everyone here, was actually sucked into the Empress's stomach with a single breath. Qin Zibai's expression changed. The fire of drought demon was something that even he had to avoid, yet this Empress actually treated it like air. Crack! 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 The army of 100,000 drought demons shuddered slightly, as if they were slowly waking up from a deep sleep. Was she going to wake up? But at this moment, no one dared to approach. This was because the Empress was emitting an aura that made one's soul tremble. Mr. Dongfang, who is she? Qin Zibai's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. Mr. Dongfang looked at the Empress in the underground palace in horror. Is it over? She's going to wake up. No, we have to hurry. Hurry, we can't delay. Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. Roar! The blood dragon roared and suddenly soared into the sky. It no longer rushed toward the cultivators in all directions, but suddenly rushed toward Qin Zibai and King Bai, and who were in a stalemate. A strong smell of blood rushed over. What? Mr. Dongfang, are you crazy? What are you doing? Qin Zibai shouted in shock. He wants to kill you too. King Bai An's expression changed. The two of them suddenly loosened their palms, and their expressions changed drastically. There's no time, Qin Zibai. You and King Bai and are the central celestial palace. Only you can make me hurry up. Hurry up. Mr. Dongfang roared anxiously. Be *starred. No. The two of them cried out in horror. Ah, the blood dragon opened its mouth and sucked. The two of them had just let go and had no time to resist. They were immediately swallowed into its mouth. Countless cultivators in all directions trembled. The two of them entered the blood dragon's body and immediately felt a huge force disintegrating their bodies. No, the two of them roared in shock in the blood dragon's body. But Mr. Dongfang didn't care so much. He controlled the blood dragon to quickly rush to the crater of the volcano in the west of the city. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Mr. Dongfang shouted anxiously. Roar! The blood dragon roared as if it wanted to rush to the crater of the volcano and enter the billowing flames. Roar! 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 At this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly came from the crater of the volcano. Boom! However, with a loud bang, flames soared into the sky from the bottom like a huge explosion. The terrifying flames even condensed into dozens of dragon-shaped flames. They let out roars and led the billowing sea of flames over. The blood dragon suddenly collided head-on. The flames that were 1,000 times stronger than before instantly drowned the entire blood dragon. No, how could this be? Mr. Dongfang roared in shock. Rumble! The incomparably domineering blood dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was completely burned away. The flames soared into the sky and instantly filled the entire Dragon Vein city. Countless cultivators cried out in shock. However, there were too many flames this time, so much so that everyone was terrified. They could drown the entire Dragon Vein city in an instant. At that time, everyone would be finished. Suck. Suddenly, in the underground palace, the Empress took a deep breath again. Rumble! The churning and surging drought demon flame was once again strangely sucked into his nose. Even the dozens of dragon-shaped flames were all sucked into his nose. In an instant, all the flames disappeared. Countless cultivators immediately heaved a sigh of relief in fear. The flames disappeared, and the blood dragon was burned into nothingness. Immediately, Qin Zibai and King Taowu, who had not been completely decomposed, escaped. The two of them were covered in blood and were extremely weak. They watched this scene in horror. "Old Dongfang, I'm going to kill you!" Qin Zibai roared as soon as he escaped. However, there was no need for Qin Zibai to do anything now, because Mr. Dongfang was caught. It was Gu Hai. He grabbed Mr. Dongfang's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Fairy Wan stood beside him. Brother-in-law is still alive." Long Wanyu shouted in surprise. "Gu Hai!" Qin Zibai and King Taowu were slightly stunned. Wasn't he knocked into the crater of the volcano? He was fine. It's the ancient emperor. It's Mr. Good. Mr. Good caught that demon. Kill that demon, kill him. Countless Xiozha in the surroundings shouted in surprise. "You're fine? Lin Wan, it's you?" Mr. Dongfang's expression changed drastically. "We meet again, Mr. Dongfang," Gu Hai said with a cold expression. "What do you want to do? Gu Hai, what do you want to do?" Mr. Dongfang finally showed a trace of panic. In panic, his fingers moved slightly. Suddenly, a large amount of blood fog gathered around him again, as if it was going to rush toward Gu Hai. "I didn't check last time. This time, I won't give you a chance. If you die, everyone will be saved," Gu Hai said in a low voice. "What are you doing? How dare you? My original body won't let you go," Mr. Dongfang said in horror. The blood fog behind Gu Hai was getting closer and closer. Boom! Rolling flames suddenly burst out of Gu Hai's hand and rushed into Mr. Dongfang's body from his neck. No, Gu Hai, you can't kill me. My original body won't let you go. She won't let you go. I'll come back for revenge, Mr. Dongfang shouted in fear. Buzz, the eternal divine, fire, mixed with the fire of drought. Under Gu Hai's full power, Mr. Dongfang was burned to ashes almost instantly. Not even ashes were left. Whoosh! The blood fog behind him suddenly disappeared. Boom! The enchantment of Long My City suddenly burst open. As soon as Mr. Dongfang died, the blood dragon longevity array was broken. "No one can save the people I killed with my own hands," Gu Hai said coldly. Mr. Dongfang's soul had already entered the pool of healing in Gu Hai's body and was being crazily converted into the sky-mending power. The sky-mending power suddenly surged out of the sky-mending pool. What a heavy evil karma. You alone are equal to the evil karma of millions of evil people. The sky-mending power is still increasing. Guhai was surprised. The demon is dead. The array is broken. Run, run, run. Countless cultivators were so happy that they cried and ran crazily toward the outside. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Ancient Emperor. Countless cultivators were running and feeling grateful. Whoosh! Long Wanyu's flying boat suddenly flew to Guhai's side. Brother-in-law, you're out? Come up quickly. Long Wanyu was pleasantly surprised. Fairy Wan looked at Fairy Wan with a complicated expression. Let's go, Lin Wan said worriedly. The treasure under the flame mouth is coming out. Jiang Yan is about to wake up. Okay, whoosh! The flying boat carried everyone and flew quickly into the distance. At that moment, almost everyone in the city was running in panic. They wanted to get out of the city as quickly as possible. That was because the volcano mouth was still spewing fire, a fire that was several times stronger than before suddenly erupted again. This time, the Empress did not breathe it in. The fire erupted and rushed to the sky. Boom! Within 10,000 miles, the ground suddenly dried up. The trees were instantly drained of water, and the fire started everywhere. The fire of Drought Demon was an ordinary fire, but it spread in all directions in an instant. In the fire that rushed to the sky, everyone saw a blazing light rush out, emitting rolling heat. It was like a fiery red sun was rising slowly, and it was getting higher and higher. Buzz! The intense heat shone in all directions, and the red sun was getting bigger and bigger. Rolling flames surrounded the red sun as if countless fire dragons were circling it. It was noon, and the golden sun in the sky shone on the world. However, as the red sun slowly rose, it seemed to have dyed countless places red in an instant. At least from where Guhai was, it seemed like there were two suns in the sky, one golden and one red. I know. Hiss! Lin Wan-er's expression changed. Huh! Guhai was puzzled. I know what treasure this is. I read the ancient records in the past, but I didn't understand. Now I understand. The ancient records said Jiang Yan created the sun, and it was suppressed in the underground palace. Sun created? I always thought it was a riot. So it was really creating the sun? Creating the sun? No wonder this treasure is comparable to the 16 great treasures of history. Creating the sun? It can't be real, right? Lin Wan was shocked. Creating the sun? Guhai's expression changed. Long Wanyu didn't understand, but Sima Feng and the others beside her sucked in a breath of cold air. How is that possible? How can the sun be created? Sima Feng exclaimed. Rumble! The red sun rose to the sky, emitting rolling heat. In a short while, it seemed to have illuminated countless places in the world. At least, it resonated with the golden sun, and their light shone together. Guhai and the others retreated again and again. Everyone was retreating. After an incense stick's worth of time, the golden sun in the distant sky suddenly trembled. A terrifying aura pressed down on Guhai's surroundings. Everyone's heart palpitated, and their expressions changed. Wah! A huge crow's cry instantly spread in all directions. Above the golden sun, rolling golden flames suddenly shot out in all directions. Guhai and the others looked up and saw that there seemed to be a huge bird-shaped figure in the golden sun spreading its wings. Three-legged golden crow? Guhai's expression suddenly changed. Wasn't this the legend of the three-legged golden crow on Earth? The red sun rose to the sky, and alarmed Tai Lin Wan-er's expression darkened. Wah! The crow's cry on the golden sun sounded again. Suddenly, a golden ray of light shot down from the sun, heading straight for the red sun. That golden ray of light seemed to be traveling through time and space. It was extremely fast, so fast that it was shocking. In just a short while, it had already arrived at the red sun. The golden light transformed into the claws of a golden crow. It seemed to be coveting the red sun and grabbing at it. Tai wants to steal the red sun? Lin Wanner's expression changed. Hiss! Suddenly, in the distant south, the sound of a sword rang out. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a purple light rushing from the south. There seemed to be countless sword chi circling in the purple light. Even from a distance, Gu Hai suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Sword of execution? The Tong Tian sect master also wants to fight for this red sun? Lin Wanner's expression changed. Chapter 363. Retreat. Sima Feng yelled as he quickly steered the flying boat to the back. The immortal slaying sword's aura was too ferocious. It was so ferocious that wherever it passed, the accompanying sword aura washed the mountains and rivers on the ground into the shape of swords. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The long swords on Sima Feng and the Dahan officials suddenly hummed as if they were responding to the arrival of the immortal slaying sword and worshipping the King of Swords. As the aura passed by, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Even Gu Hai's expression changed as a ferocious, destructive aura rushed into his heart. The Tongtian sect master? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. In the distance, the immortal slaying sword aura had already approached and was heading straight for the red sun. Wah! The golden crow's huge claw descended from the sky with a scorching aura. As the golden crow's golden claw descended, many cultivators who had escaped the city were suppressed and couldn't even lift their heads. They could only look terrified as they fled in all directions. The golden crow's claw and the immortal slaying sword aura reached the red sun at almost the same time. The golden crow's huge claw brazenly grabbed the top of the red sun. The immortal slaying sword aura also brazenly blocked the south of the red sun. Billowing flames spewed out from the huge claw around the immortal slaying sword aura. Billions of small sword auras floated and surrounded the sword as if they were trying to drag the red sun away. Rumble! The red sun trembled slightly as if it was being pulled in two different directions by two huge forces. Suddenly, from the southwest direction, another huge blood-red handprint rushed straight at them. Boom! Where the blood-red handprint reached, the void was suddenly dyed blood-red. An overwhelming blood-red cloud shrouded the right hand as it brazenly grabbed the red sun. The great blood cloud hand, Shiyu, the great of the Day One Imperial Dynasty, he wants to fight for the red sun too? Sima Changkong said in shock. Lin Wanner narrowed her eyes. Shiyu the Great, with his cultivation base, he can project himself far away? This is the power of projection? Shiyu the Great was still in the capital, just like the Tongtian sect master and Tai. A projection? Does that mean he has already broken through the bottleneck? Sima Feng's expression changed. Go to Heaven Palace. Wan Er's face darkened. Boom. The three forces were in a deadlock. All of them wanted to seize the red sun. The red sun trembled slightly, as if it was unmoved. Buzz. Suddenly, the red sun exploded with rolling red light. Thousands of fire of drought demon once again erupted, covering the sky and earth. It was as if it wanted to break free from the competition between the three great powerhouses. Suck. Suddenly, the Empress in the underground palace sucked in another breath. Rumble. The rolling drought demon fire was suddenly sucked into the Empress's nose. Jiang Yao. Lin Wanner's face darkened. Jiang Yao's eyes were closed, but her eyeballs were moving slightly, as if she was about to wake up. Tai, Your cultivation has improved again? Suddenly, a cold snort came from the south. The voice was so loud that it seemed to explode between heaven and earth. Billions of sword chi trembled violently. Everyone's heart palpitated, as if a hand had suddenly grasped their hearts. Is that the Tongtian sect master's voice? Gu Hai's face darkened. He was already at the third level of the Yuanying state, but compared to the Tongtian sect master's strength, the difference was too great. That infinite distance between them made his heart feel heavy. Improved? Ha! Tongtian. I once tore apart 3 Tongtian sect masters. Do you want to be the 4th? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. Boom! The voice once again suppressed everyone, making it difficult to breathe. Gu Hai looked at Fairy Wanner in shock. What does Tai mean? Lin Wanner smiled bitterly and nodded. It's true. There were 3 Tongtian sect masters in the past. They fought with Tai and were torn apart by him. However, those were the weakest Tongtian masters. As for Tai, he is the reincarnation of a divine soul. There is only one Tai. Oh, reincarnation? Yes, fiend beasts have fiend beast special abilities. Solar divine palaces, 3 palace masters have existed since ancient times. However, they kept reincarnating. Take Queen Hua, for example. Queen Hua's name is Taiwa. I heard that she reincarnated into the innate puzzle world. However, I heard that Taiwa took a risk. When she reincarnated, her earthly soul and divine soul separated. Oh, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He immediately recalled Queen Hua. Xiaorou's earthly soul was Queen Hua's reincarnation. Solar Divine Palace has extremely deep accumulations, as its 3 palace masters have existed since ancient times. Hence, this Tai is extremely powerful. He killed 3 Tongtian sect masters in the past. Lin Wanner said bitterly. The 4th? Ha ha ha. You can try. Don't you remember who I am? It looks like you forgot about the battle with Wu Hai. Back then, I could kill you. I can do the same now. Humph. The Tongtian sect master's cold snort rang out. Buzz. The golden crow's claw suddenly trembled. You are? It's you? The first generation Tongtian sect master? Tai's voice suddenly grew louder. What? Lin Wanner's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. First generation? The Tongtian sect master is actually the first generation reincarnation, the strongest Tongtian sect master in the legends. This? Lin Wanner said in shock. The strongest Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. According to the records of Wanshou Taoism, the first generation Tongtian sect master was the strongest. Rumor has it that he was so powerful that he could reach the immortal realm, but he didn't. Instead, he chose to be reincarnated and left a sword seed, which was passed down to the next generation of Tongtian sect masters. That sword seed carried the first generation sword will. It was passed down from generation to generation, accumulating from generation to generation. All the Tongtian sect masters' sword will be passed down, but the new Tongtian sect master can only absorb a small portion. He can't comprehend most of it. Not only did he come back, but he also absorbed the sword will of the previous Tongtian masters. Isn't he the strongest Tongtian master? Lin Wanner said, solemnly. You're from Wanshou Taoism, and you don't know? Gu Hai asked, confused. I don't know. I only know that the current Tongtian sect master is very cold and powerful. I didn't expect him to be. Fairy Wanner said bitterly, back off. Tongtian sect master shouted coldly. Humph, how can I be the same person now? If I can tear 3 Tongtian masters apart, I can tear you apart too. You're the one who's backing off. Tai snorted. The two masters didn't back off. You've crossed the line. This is the territory of the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Day One, don't even think about it. Go back to where you came from. Shiyu the Great's voice suddenly came from the bloody palm. Both Skirich and Tai's voices carried a hint of anger. Emperor of Imperial Dynasty? Humph, you want to fight with me? Tai, he said coldly. You overestimate yourself. Humph. Tongtian sect master snorted. Boom. The three sides attacked at the same time. Shiyu the Great's bloody palm was actually not weaker than the other two. This is the territory of the Day One Imperial Dynasty. It's the closest to me, so my projection is naturally the strongest. Humph, I respect the two of you as seniors, but my Imperial Dynasty won't tolerate others' impudence. Shiyu the Great's voice carried a domineering air. Impudent! How dare you? Tongtian Master and Tai both roared. You're not afraid that I'll flatten your Day One Imperial Dynasty? Tai's voice was extremely cold. Come, I'll be waiting for the two of you in Day One. But now this red sun is mine. No one can take it away from my Day One Imperial Dynasty. Humph! Shiyu the Great snorted. Rumble! The three experts did not give in. They pulled at the red sun in the sky, wanting to take it away. The red sun trembled, and the void shook. At this moment, Jiang Yao's body suddenly trembled in the underground palace. Wang! Jiang Yao suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a blazing red light gushed out from his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, almost all the cultivators in the surroundings suddenly froze in place. It was as if in that instant, everyone's soul shook violently, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Fortunately, it was only a short time. Everyone could see their surroundings clearly again. Guhai's soul also almost shook. However, the heaven suppression divine seal in the space between his eyebrows suddenly suppressed the heavenly punishment earthly annihilation stone and also stabilized Guhai's soul. Even so, Guhai's face darkened when he looked at the ferocious Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. Then he raised his head to look at the red sun in the sky, the golden crow claw, the immortal extermination sword, and the bloody palm were pulling at the red sun. They were fighting for Jiang Yao's treasure. Jiang Yao's eyes gradually became cold. Tai, Tongtian, and this unknown thing. You guys sure have guts. Today, you dare to steal my treasure? In that case, no one can leave. Jiang Yao said coldly. While speaking, Jiang Yao suddenly opened his mouth and spat out two bloody fangs. His eyes were shining with red light. Roar! Suddenly, there was a loud roar that shook the sky. There seemed to be a strong suction force in Jiang Yao's mouth. In an instant, it sucked in the immortal extermination sword, the golden crow claw, and the bloody palm. Rumble! Time and space seemed to be distorted. That part of the world was sucked into Jiang Yao's mouth. Wang, 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 wang! The immortal extermination sword, the golden crow claw, and the bloody palm all trembled. Jiang Yao, how dare you? Jiang Yao, you are courting death. Tai and Tongtian's angry voices sounded again. Roar! Jiang Yao opened his mouth and sucked. The immortal extermination sword and thousands of sword energies, the golden crow claw and endless golden flames, and the bloody palm and rolling blood clouds were all swallowed by Jiang Yao in an instant. Hiss! She swallowed the projections of Tai, Tongtian, and Shiyu. Lin Wan are said in surprise. The projections of the three powerhouses, who had suppressed countless cultivators in all directions, were swallowed by this empress. Qin Zibai, King Bai, and countless cultivators felt their scalps go numb at this moment. Those were the Tongtian sect master, Tai, and Shiyu the Great. Who was this woman? However, they saw Jiang Yao open his mouth again, and suck in the sky. Wang, the huge red sun, slowly fell into Jiang Yao's mouth. It was as if Jiang Yao had opened his mouth and swallowed the sun. Jiang Yao. Guhai raised his eyebrows. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Jiang Yan in shock. This woman's appearance had brought countless disasters to the world. Chapter 364. Swallowing the red sun with its mouth. The moment Jiang Yan appeared, it swallowed Tai Yi Tong Tian, and she used projections. Roar. After swallowing the red sun, Jiang Yan suddenly revealed a ferocious expression and roared. Its roar shook the sky, causing countless cultivators to fall to the ground in pain while covering their ears. Arg! Save me! Stop shouting! Countless cultivators screamed in horror. However, Jiang Yan's roar was too loud, drowning out everyone's voices. At this moment, only one sound could be heard: Jiang Yan's roar. Boom, boom, boom. The 100,000-strong drought demon army at the side slowly regained consciousness. They all looked up at Jiang Yan, who was in the center, with respectful expressions. Guhai's flying ship was in the distance. He activated his energy shield, but the loud roar still shook the flying ship. Boom! Jiang Yan's roar immediately shattered the flying ship's energy shield. Lin Wanner and the others immediately covered their ears. What a loud roar! Long Wanyu also covered her ears and shouted in pain. However, Jiang Yan's roar was too loud. No one could hear what they were shouting. Buzz! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal trembled, and a force rushed to Guhai's ears, protecting Guhai's sense of hearing. Guhai's ears were not affected by Jiang Yan's roar. However, his clothes shook. His strong physical body blocked the sound waves. Unlike the others, his insides shook. The loud roar seemed to vent Jiang Yan's boundless resentment. Tai Yi Tong Tian and Shiyu, Jiang Yan swallowed their projections, but they did not make a move. Why did they not send their projections over? Lin Wanner said in shock. What Lin Wanner did not know was that the crowd was not the only one who heard the loud roar. Jiang Yan's earth-shaking roar echoed throughout the entire divine continent. The Wanshou Taoism in the south, the Deqian celestial dynasty in the north, the spiritual mountain Holy Land in the west, and the solar divine palace in the northeast heard Jiang Yan's roar. On 9-5 Island, Guqin was commanding the soldiers to set up the formation. When he heard the roar, his expression changed. He turned to look in the direction of the divine continent. Zhaoga City, Shangguan Hen, stepped out of his residence and turned to look towards the southwest. His face suddenly sank. Ginger? She came out? Hee, ha, this is going to be troublesome. Jiang Yao, you're so resentful. Shangguan Hen sneered. Huangfu Jianko. Bingheim's expression also darkened as she looked towards the southwest. She came out? Was it revenge? What a disaster. Bingheim said with an ugly expression. The west, in a mountain forest. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng led Guhan to an abandoned temple with dilapidated walls. There were weeds and rocks everywhere. The two of them slowly cleared the surroundings and found a plaque with the words Nalanda Temple written on it. Just as Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was about to speak, Jiang En's roar came from Dongfang. Master, where did that sound come from? Guhan asked in shock. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Dongfang. Ginger? She came out? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng suddenly frowned. Ginger? You saw her in your previous life. She came to the West to cultivate the Buddhist Tao. She is proficient in all kinds of Buddhist demonic Tao and spirit Tao. Now that she came out, perhaps more lives will be lost. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly. roar. Jiang Yao's roar lasted for the time it took an incense stick to burn before it finally stopped. Ginger looked up at the sky and looked around. Then she showed a ruthless expression. It was like she had not vented all her resentment earlier. I know that you old fogies are all looking at me and can hear me. He can also hear my voice. Jiang Yao snorted coldly. Jiang Yao seemed to be talking to the air, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Back then, you could not kill me. Now, you still cannot kill me. Humph. Conferring me 3,000 years? Giving you 3,000 years to develop? So, what if you have 3,000 years of development? Back then, I suppressed you. Now, I can suppress you all again. Ginger shouted coldly, with a ferocious expression. As the surrounding cultivators fled, they looked at Ginger in shock. Who is she speaking to? However, the cultivators did not dare to get close. They could only flee quickly. In Ginger's eyes, she did not care about these people at all. That was why they had the chance to flee. They could not even withstand her roar, much less others. Flee, flee, flee. On Guhai's flying ship, Fairy One Earth's face sank. Who is she referring to? Guhai asked out of curiosity. Of the 3 heavenly dynasties in the world, only the Deqian heavenly dynasty does not have any karmic connection with Ginger. The other 2 heavenly dynasties have grudges with her. She should be referring to them, right? Lin One frowned. The G clan? Matriarch G? Ha ha. I am back. I will slowly settle the score from back then. I can help you obtain something, but I can also make you lose something. Ginger looked to the southwest with a ferocious expression. Ginger turned her head and looked to the south. Jiang clan? Old thing. Ha. Back then, I did not expect that you would work together with Matriarch G to deal with me. Jiang clan? I am from the Jiang clan. No matter when or where, I will always leave some leeway for the Jiang clan. It has always been like this, and it has never changed. However, how did you treat me 3,000 years ago? I will slowly settle this score. Slowly. Ginger said coldly as she looked to the southeast. However, since the Jiang family has treated me so badly, I won't keep the Jiang family any longer. From that day onwards, I have sorted out my bloodline, and there is no more Jiang family blood. This time, I will return the surname to you. From today onwards, I am no longer called Jiang Yin. I am me, and my name is Yun. Ginger? Jiang clan? In the distance, Guhai raised his eyebrows and looked at Fairy Wan. Fairy Wana remained silent for a while. In the end, she bit her lip and said, the Jiang clan and the Ji clan each control a heavenly dynasty. They are one of the 3 heavenly dynasties, along with the Long clan. Among them, the Qing Emperor you are looking for is also a member of the Jiang clan. The Qing Emperor? Guhai's pupils suddenly shrank. Don't look for him now. Now, Fairy Wanner said worriedly. She blamed herself for talking too much. Taking a deep breath, Guhai suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He nodded and said, I know. Don't worry. I will not act rashly. I still need to keep a useful body to take revenge. Okay. Fairy Wanner nodded. On the other side, Ginger said everything and smiled coldly. It was as if she was talking to the air. However, everyone knew that Ginger's voice had reached the 2 heavenly dynasties through some means. Was she challenging 2 heavenly dynasties at the same time? Most people did not know Ginger's background. When they heard Ginger's cold shout, they all opened their mouths wide. Only Qin Zibai and King Miaoui guessed something. Who was this woman? Was it important? From then on, she challenged the Jiang clan and the Ji clan. The The two of them consciously kept backing away. This woman's strength was obvious. Tong Tian, Tai, and Shi Yu, the three great experts, were silent at this moment. Ginger finished drinking and turned to look at her 100,000 subordinates who were kneeling on one knee. At this moment, all the drought demon soldiers were awake. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! The 100,000 drought demon soldiers bowed respectfully. On the flying ship in the distance, Guhai raised his eyebrows. Ginger, she is the emperor of the Imperial Dynasty? Imperial Dynasty, and Heavenly Dynasty were divided into different levels. The monarchs were addressed differently. Imperial Dynasty was addressed as Emperor. Imperial Dynasty was addressed as Emperor. Heavenly Dynasty was addressed as His Holiness. These 100,000 drought demon soldiers addressed Ginger as Her Majesty. Yes, she did have an imperial dynasty in the past. It seems to have fallen apart later. Also, I read in the records that Ginger's old subordinates were independent and started their own dynasty when she was sealed. Even if they didn't, the descendants of her old subordinates started their own dynasty. Maybe Fairy One frowned and stopped. Wait for Ginger to come out of her seal. If she comes out of her seal, she can quickly restore the imperial dynasty with one order. Guhai's expression darkened. Maybe. Lin Wan nodded with a grimace. The 100,000 drought demon soldiers knelt. Ginger's eyes slowly calmed. The fangs in her mouth slowly retracted. Her expression returned to normal as she looked coldly at the drought demon soldiers. Rise. Ginger said gravely. Yes. The 100,000 drought demon soldiers responded. Crack, 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 crack. The 100,000 drought demon soldiers stood up in unison. The flames coming off their bodies burned the ground around them. All of Dragon Vein City had been burned to the color of glass. Ginger did not care about the Xiozha fleeing in all directions. Maybe these people were just ants in her eyes. Ginger reached out with her right hand, her index finger slightly curved. Her pitch-black fingernail lightly sliced through the air. Whoosh! It was as if a crack had been cut open in the void, and billowing black gas surged out. That is, in the distance, Lin Wan's expression changed. Inchi? Is this the Inchi of the Netherworld? She opened the gates to the Netherworld? Sima Feng exclaimed. No, that's not right. Ginger, she is not only skilled in Buddhism, demonic Tao, and spirit Tao. She even knows the methods of longevity masters. How much did she learn? Lin Wan said in shock. In the distance, Qin Zibai's expression changed drastically. There was only one kind of person who could travel between the two worlds, longevity masters. There were only 8 longevity masters in the world. Ginger could do it too. She was the 9th. Traveling between the two worlds, she can bring people in with just a wave of her hand. Even Mr. Dongfang, who Guhai killed earlier, could not do that, right? Qin Zibai said in shock. In the distance, Great King Ginger's expression changed drastically. Back when he fought for the Dragon Vein, he thought that he was the most invincible. However, what was he in front of this Ginger now? Let's go. Ginger said coldly. As she spoke, she stepped into the Terran space and entered the environment surrounded by Inchi. Yes, Your Majesty, the 100,000 drought demon soldiers shouted in response. Rumble. The 100,000 drought demon soldiers slowly entered the entrance to the two worlds. They slowly entered the netherworld. Only when all of the drought demon soldiers had entered did the crack slowly close. Boom. The tear closed. A gust of wind blew out of the void. Ginger and her 100,000 drought demon soldiers disappeared. However, the fleeing cultivators could not calm down for a long time. They were still immersed in the shock from before. Ginger has appeared. We have to report to His Holiness immediately. Sima Feng said with a change in expression. The old man definitely knows already. Do you still need to report? Long One, you said disdainfully. Chapter 365. The Ho led the 100,000 strong drought demon army into the netherworld. The surrounding cultivators fell silent for a moment. Flames shot out from the barren land for 5,000 kilometers. There was drought everywhere, and countless cracks appeared in the ground. Now that the drought demons had left, the surrounding rivers flowed in, slowly extinguishing the flames on the ground and nourishing the cracked land after the drought. Gu Hai. Suddenly, a shout came from afar. It was Qin Zibai, who was covered in blood as he looked at Gu Hai. Earlier, he had been swallowed by the blood dragon and was severely injured. Even so, he still had the might of a central celestial palace. Gu Hai turned his head and looked over coldly. Qin Zibai's shout attracted the attention of all the cultivators who had stopped in their tracks. Huh, Qin Zibai, what else do you want? Great King, Hoenn said coldly. Great King Hoenn's injuries were about the same as Qin Zibai's. After the Ho left with the drought demon army, Great King Hoenn's strength was at its peak. Qin Zibai had always wanted to kill Gu Hai. If it were in the past, Great King Hoenn would not have cared. However, Gu Hai saved him 3 times this time. The first time, Gu Hai repaid evil with kindness and taught Great King Hoenn how to perform a cesarean section. The second time, Great King Hoenn was swallowed by the blood dragon. Life and death were on the line. However, Gu Hai detonated the volcano and destroyed the blood dragon, allowing Great King Hoenn to escape. The third time, Great King Hoenn killed Mr. Dongfang and broke through the blood dragon longevity array to escape. Great King Hoenn clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. He did not like to owe others anything. At this moment, if he could repay Gu Hai, he naturally wanted to immediately return this favor. Not only Great King Hoenn, but almost everyone in the surroundings looked at Qin Zibai coldly. Among the 100,000-odd people, be it the pregnant cultivators, Xian's old subordinates, or Qin Zibai's old subordinates, they had all received great kindness from Gu Hai. If they could, they naturally wanted to return this favor and stand against Qin Zibai. Great King Hoenn looked at Qin Zibai coldly. However, Qin Zibai ignored him. Grand Marshal Qin? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. At the side, Fairy Wanner's face sank. She stretched out her hand and suddenly grabbed a zither, as if guarding against Qin Zibai's sudden attack. Qin Zibai looked at Gu Hai, and after a moment of silence, he said, Gu Hai, you can't take advantage of national interests. I should have done my best to kill you, but because you saved me, I owe you a favor. I'll pay you back in the future. Qin Zibai did not attack. Countless Xiozha in the surroundings exhaled. At the side, King Bian narrowed his eyes and did not ask any more questions. Who? Turning his head, Qin Zibai instantly shot off into the distance, disappearing before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. Seeing Qin Zibai leave, Gu Hai frowned. At the entrance of a dry valley in the distance, there were 3 figures standing there. They were Li Xinji and his 2 subordinates. Li Xinji's face darkened as he watched Qin Zibai leave. Trash, Central Celestial Palace. You actually failed to kill Gu Hai in the end. Li Xinji's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Lord, should we report to His Holiness immediately after the appearance of Bian? His Holiness already knows there is no need to report. Unfortunately, that Gu Hai is really good. Before entering the city, everyone is his enemy. After leaving the city, Everyone is indebted? Li Shinji's face was gloomy. Then what should we do now? A subordinate frowned. Gu Hai has escaped this disaster. Forget it. Let's find another opportunity. Li Shinji sighed slightly. In the distance, Gu Hai watched Qin Zibai leave, then turned to look at King Bai and the others. Mr. Good, farewell. King Bai, and said in a low voice. King Bai, and did not say any polite words, and quickly flew away. Obviously, like Qin Zibai, his injuries were quite serious. The most important thing now was to find a place to heal. Otherwise, if he was discovered by his enemies, he would be in trouble. Mr. Good, farewell. Ancient Emperor, see you later. Ancient Emperor, we will go back first. All the cultivators bowed, slightly in the direction of Gu Hai. Obviously, this place would soon become a new focus. It was not good to stay here for long, and they had to leave immediately. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the people and did not say anything. I'm leaving. I should go too, Lin Warner suddenly said. You're leaving now? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Lin Warner looked at Gu Hai with some reluctance, and finally revealed a wry smile. Her eyes flashed with determination. Sorry, I still have something to do. Do you need my help? Where are you going? Gu Hai asked softly. Lin Warner shook her head and said, I will go to the capital to do what Master asked me to do. You are not suitable to go, and I don't need you to go. The capital city? The capital city of the Day One Imperial Dynasty? Gu Hai frowned slightly. I'm leaving. Fairy Warner took a deep breath, as if she did not dare to look at Gu Hai. She took out a flying boat and jumped onto it. Warner, when will we meet again? Gu Hai called out. Swish! Lin Warner steered the flying boat and flew into the distance. She turned her back to Gu Hai and did not answer. Her face showed a trace of sadness. Meet again. Ha! It's best not to meet. I'm training in the Taishang lineage. The Taishang is the most emotionless and can only break through by severing one's emotions. If I were to be with you again, they would not let you go. Lin Warner's eyes flashed with sadness. Swish! The flying boat shot into the distance in an instant. Gu Hai watched Lin Warner leave and frowned. He felt that Lin Warner had not finished speaking, but he did not want to force her. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed softly. Brother-in-law, they are all gone. Shall we go as well? There is a drought here, and it looks scary. Long one, you said. Gu Hai shook his head and said, Wait a little longer. Gu Hai's gaze began to search around. Soon, he saw two figures in the distance. Those two figures had already walked to the periphery of the drought zone and seemed to be resting in a mountain forest. Let's go. Let's go there, Gu Hai said with a smile. Swish! Someone steered the flying boat, and it instantly flew in the direction Gu Hai pointed at. There were two figures running in the mountain forest. They were Ziwei and Changsheng. At this moment, the two of them had changed their clothes and put on hats. They held long swords in their hands. They looked like two chivalrous warriors walking around. However, their figures were too special. How could such a disguise fool others? Especially a master of disguise like Gu Hai. Ziwei, what are you wearing this for? It's so ugly. Changsheng said gloomily as he tied the rope on his hat in dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Do you know how much those people who made you pregnant want to kill you now? And me, why am I so unlucky? It's not my painting at all. It's all your fault. So we have to dress up so that we won't be recognized. You and I only have the strength of the golden elixir realm now. How can we fight with them? Ziwei glared. This outfit is so uncomfortable. They might even be grateful to me. What are you worried about? Changsheng complained. Grateful my ass. Shut up and go. I've been hungry for 3,000 years. I still want to find a place and have a good meal. I hope they didn't come after us, Ziwei said anxiously. Swish! Suddenly, a strong wind blew. It was Guhai's flying boat. It arrived at the two of them in an instant at an extremely fast speed. It's over. They found out. They want to kill us. Ziwei suddenly showed a look of horror. It's Mr. Good? Changsheng's eyes lit up. After all, Gu Hai was the only one who appreciated his painting. It was hard to find a soulmate. When he saw Gu Hai, he was overjoyed. Mr. Good. Ziwei's fear disappeared immediately. She let out a long sigh. The two of you? Where are you going? Why don't you come to my flying boat and have some food? I'll send you off. Gu Hai said with a smile. Okay. I'm starving. The two of them nodded with bright eyes. Ju Lu, set up the banquet. Gu Hai ordered. Okay, Ju Lu answered. On the flying boat, the banquet was quickly set up. The two of you, please, Gu Hai said with a smile. The two of them suddenly lit up. This, Mr. Good, are you treating us to a meal? Ziwei was surprised. These dishes were all sealed in the past. The taste might be a little bad. Please help yourself, Gu Hai said with a smile. D*MN, I haven't eaten for 3,000 years. I miss it so much. Ziwei picked up a pig leg excitedly and started chewing. Gulp. Changsheng picked up the wine jar and started drinking. He didn't care about Gu Hai and the rest at the side. Gu Hai's face stiffened as he watched the two of them eat inhumanely. He wanted to say something a few times, but couldn't. This was because Changsheng and Ziwei were too engrossed in eating. Gulp, gulp, gulp. When Gu Hai and the others saw this, black lines appeared on their foreheads. Brother-in-law, are the two of them reincarnated from starvation? Long Wanyu said in shock. This was because the banquet was meant for 20 people. The two of them were going to finish it in a short while. Your Majesty? Ju Lu also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Continue to set up the banquet. Let them eat. Gu Hai shook his head and signaled to the others not to say anything. Let the two of them eat. Gulp. Immediately, the officials of the Dahan set up a new banquet. There's more? Haha, that's great. Mr. Good, you are so generous. I like this pig leg, and this deer leg, and this pig head meat, and this. Ziwei ate while counting incoherently. Changsheng was about the same. He choked and drank a mouthful of wine. Long Wanyu's face darkened. They are really good-for-nothings. This is meant for 50 people. They didn't stop eating? How big is their stomach? Gu Hai waited for a while, but didn't wait for them to finish eating. He smiled bitterly. Starving for 3,000 years? Was that it? They were going to eat for 3,000 years? Too good for nothings. Long Wanyu curled her lips. Your Majesty! The officials of the Dahan looked at Gu Hai. Obviously, they were also frightened by Ziwei and Changsheng's appetite. Let them eat. Give them as much as they want. The Dahan doesn't lack food. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, the officials continued to set up the banquet. Gu Hai looked at the two of them and ignored them for the time being. The flying boat flew quickly and soon stopped in another mountain forest. There were 10 Lu Rock men standing there, waiting respectfully. Greetings to the Supreme Being and Your Majesty. The 10 Lushur people greeted respectfully. Your Majesty, they have been waiting for a long time. It's a pity that we didn't use the underground tunnel earlier. Ju Lu smiled bitterly. It's fine as long as they are fine. All right, this is Shi Yan's head. Gu Hai took out Shi Yan's head and handed it over. Swoosh! All the Lushur people raised their heads and looked at Gu Hai's right hand. Shi Yan's head? Chapter 366. Shi Yan's head? The group of Lu Rock people were stunned. The peerless expert who opened up the Heaven Palace. The Emperor did it. The murderer who killed the old supreme Lu Rock god was killed by the Emperor? In an instant, the group of Lu Rock people's eyes turned red. Ka 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 ka. The group of Lu Rock people suddenly had tears in their eyes as they knelt down on one knee. Ju Lu also knelt down and said with a slightly choked voice, "On the day the Supreme died, we thought that we would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Opened up the Heaven Palace, the Yuanying State. Just one layer, but it's two different worlds. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for taking revenge for the Supreme. Thank you." Ju Lu bowed, sincerely. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The group of Lu Rock people also said with a choked voice. The day Lu Rock God died was the darkest day of the Lu Rock people's lives. They were killed by Shi Yan and would never be able to take revenge. Today, the Emperor did it. The old Supreme and Huangfu Chaoga asked the Lu Rock people to submit to Gu Hai. Although the Lu Rock people did, as they were told, they still felt a little resentment in their hearts. At this moment, that resentment had completely turned into recognition, gratitude, and worship for Gu Hai. At this moment, the Lu Rock people completely belonged to the Han Dynasty. Ju Lu, this is Shi Yan's head. I'll leave it to you. All the Lu Stone tribe members have resentment in their hearts. I helped you all take revenge. Do your best to let all the Lu Stone tribe members vent this resentment. Gu Hai handed over Shi Yan's head. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will give this head to every Lu Rock person. Ju Lu said with gratitude. Gu Hai nodded. Letting Ju Lu do this would help him establish his prestige among the Lu Rock people. On the other hand, it would make all of the Lu Rock people completely submit to him. After Gu Hai gave some instructions, the group of Lu Rock people slowly sank into the ground. The flying boat continued to fly towards Chaoga City. The sky gradually darkened. Gu Hai walked to the front of the deck again. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. Ziwei and Chang Sheng were still eating nonstop. A large number of Dahan officials were standing by the side, serving them delicious food and wine. At the same time, he kept wiping his cold sweat. Long Wanyu stared at the two of them from the side. Her face was stiff, and she gulped, not knowing what to say. Your Majesty." A Dahan official immediately walked up with a bitter expression. "What's wrong?" Gu Hai was puzzled. That official blamed Ziwei and Changsheng. "Gu Hengsheng, Guji, you are too late. There's more here." Ziwei shouted as she ate. "No need. You guys eat. I'm not hungry." Gu Hai said with a strange expression. Ziwei nodded and continued eating. "Delicious, delicious. I haven't eaten for 3,000 years. The taste in my mouth has faded." Chang Sheng exclaimed after drinking a mouthful of wine. "Your Majesty, the food is almost gone." An official at the side whispered. What do you mean the food is almost gone?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. In any case, he had invited Ziwei and Chang Sheng to this banquet. He had already said that he wanted them to eat to their heart's content. How could his subordinates say that the food was almost gone? Wasn't this incompetence? "Your Majesty, this subject is also helpless. This food is only for our consumption, so we didn't prepare much. But even if it's not much, it's enough for 10,000 people. 10,000 people, it's 10,000 people." The official said with a hint of fear. Gu Hai was speechless. 10,000 people's rations? 10,000 people. Suddenly, Gu Hai didn't blame these officials. They did try their best. How long has it been? These two ate so much. Rice bucket? No, rice bucket monster? Brother-in-law, don't bring these two monsters back to Zhaoga. They will make Zhaoga poor in a few days. Long Wanyu shouted with her eyes wide open. Long Wanyu had witnessed the birth of two super rice buckets. No, were they rice buckets? They were monsters. It was already dark but the two of them didn't stop eating. What kind of stomach was that? Your Majesty, we don't have enough food. What should we do? The official from before asked anxiously. Guhai was speechless. Seeing the two of them eating so enthusiastically, was he going to tell them that there was no more food? Your Majesty, these are the last 20 portions of food. The official looked bitterly at the last bit of beef that was brought up. I know. Guhai nodded speechlessly. Looking at the two of them, Guhai slowly stepped forward. Both of you. Boo-hoo, Mr. Good, you eat. If you don't eat, it's just the two of us. It's so embarrassing. Changsheng shouted. Guhai was speechless. Long Wanyu was speechless. Sima Feng was speechless. Are you embarrassed? Both of you, you should eat and rest. Otherwise, it'll hurt your stomachs. Guhai said with a wry smile. It's okay. We used to eat like this. Yes, we've been eating like this for so many years. The two of them immediately ate the last 20 portions of food without a care. Seeing that it was almost empty, Guhai said with a wry smile, Both of you, I said to rest because I have something to ask both of you. Oh, Mr. Good, go ahead. Yes, you saved us and asked us to eat as much as we want. We're definitely friends. Go ahead and ask. The two of them immediately agreed. As they ate, they looked at Guhai. Guhai smiled bitterly and didn't bother about their appetite. Instead, he asked, Both of you, what happened just now? Can you explain it to me? Also, 3,000 years? The lifespan of an ordinary person, isn't it? 3,000 years. That wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve. The two of them hadn't eaten for 3,000 years, so they must be over 3,000 years old. Oh, you're talking about this. We're both heaven-grade brushes. I'm a calligraphy brush, and he's a painting brush. Ziwei explained while chewing on a cow. Heaven-grade brushes? Sima Feng suddenly exclaimed. The two of them glanced at Sima Feng as if to say, You've never heard of this before. That's not right. I heard that heaven-grade brushes absorb the principles of calligraphy and painting. All of them are knowledgeable. But why did both of you? Sima Feng was confused. Knowledgeable? We're very knowledgeable, Ziwei said doubtfully. Yes, you can't explain clearly. We're scholars. Changsheng also glared at him. You're well-educated and well-mannered. You've gotten so many people pregnant. Knowledgeable. Why are you guys so careless with your food? Sima Feng was about to say something with disdain. Sima Feng. Guhai reached out and stopped Sima Feng. Sima Feng looked at Guhai and could only suppress the depression in his heart. He didn't say anything. Heaven-grade brushes can extend one's lifespan. Guhai asked doubtfully. Of course. Our lifespan is different from yours. As for what you asked about the underground palace, Sai, we don't know either. Anyway, we don't know what's wrong with the old man. He made us follow the runes they made and strengthen them every once in a while. We'll sit here for 3,000 years, Ziwei explained. Old man? Guhai asked doubtfully. Our master. Unfortunately, we sense that he's already dead. So we're free now. Changsheng explained. The old man was really stingy back then. We're heaven-grade brushes. Whoever refined them would treat them as treasures. The old man was the Jiang clan's guest of honor. He was so rich, but he still let us starve. Ziwei complained. Oh, dead. Let you starve? Guhai asked doubtfully. That's right. The two of us ate a little too much, but we did a lot of things. We could help him write calligraphy and painting as much as possible. We just ate a little of his food, and he actually wanted to kill us. In the end, he even locked us in the underground palace and made us seal that demon Jiang Yan. Changsheng complained. A little too much. Long Wanyu, who was at the side, widened her eyes. You call that a little too much? That old man was the Jiang clan's guest of honor? He shouldn't be lacking in food. right? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. We said so too, but he just wouldn't give it to us. He complained to us every day that he was poor. He even said that he didn't care, and that we could eat whatever we wanted from the 100 Mountains where he lived. Then he went out for a month, and even scolded us when he came back. Ziwei recalled. Scolded? That's right. Didn't we just eat all the 10,000 demonic beasts in his 100 Mountains? He said that we could eat whatever we wanted. Changsheng recalled that bad memory. Gu Hai was speechless. 10,000 demonic beasts in a month. Long Wanyu widened her eyes. That's right. We even ate them sparingly. Ziwei nodded. Gu Hai was speechless. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Forget it. I'm not eating anymore. Ziwei swallowed the last piece of beef into her stomach and drank a jar of wine before stopping. Ziwei, are you really not eating anymore? I'm only 30% full. Changsheng hugged the last jar of wine and asked, 30% full? Everyone's expression suddenly froze again. I'm not eating anymore. Damn it, the old man didn't let us eat and hid delicious things in Dadu. Did you forget? It's been 3,000 years. That thing by now should be... Ziwei's eyes lit up. Changsheng's eyes also suddenly lit up. That's right, that's right. Ha 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 ha. The old man is dead. That thing, won't only the two of us know about it. As he said that, a trace of saliva actually hung from the corner of Changsheng's mouth. Mr. Good, we won't disturb you anymore. See you again in the future. Thank you for your hospitality. Ziwei immediately stood up and said excitedly. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai wasn't clear about the abilities of these two people, but the abnormal ability of Changsheng's painting made Gu Hai have the urge to seek talents. These two people must be recruited into Dahan. That strange ability, if used in the right place, could be extremely powerful. Even the king of the Central Celestial Palace couldn't stand it. So how could he let it go? Therefore, the first thing he wanted to do when he was about to leave was to look for these two people. However, the appetite of these two people completely made Gu Hai give up on this idea. Foodies? They ate 10,000 monsters in a month. 10,000 monsters. If he brought them back, he didn't know how much trouble it would cause. Therefore, when these two people said that they were leaving, Gu Hai actually didn't ask them to stay for the first time. That's right, Mr. Good, we're going to Dadu soon. Goodbye. Changsheng also called out. Gu Hai was about to say goodbye when his expression suddenly changed. Both of you, there's something I might need to trouble the two of you with. Oh, the two of them looked at Gu Hai in confusion. The fairy one, and Lin one, who were with me earlier, did you see them? Gu Hai said, solemnly. Of course, the way that little girl looks at you is different. Ziwei nodded. She's also gone to Dadu. If you meet her on this trip, and she's in any danger, please help as much as you can. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Mr. Good, you're too polite. Don't worry about such a small matter. That's right. Not only did you save us, but you also treated us to a big meal. We'll definitely remember this small matter. Changsheng also guaranteed. Thank you very much, Gu Hai said with a smile, after sending the two of them off. When the two of them were far away in the sky, almost everyone on the flying boat suddenly let out a long sigh. What a good-for-nothing demon. Everyone unconsciously scolded. Are they going to harm the people of Dadu? Long Wanyu said with a strange expression. Chapter 367. After sending off Ziwei and Changsheng, Gu Hai gave some instructions to the crowd and started his closed-door cultivation. The flying ship headed towards Chaoga. Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation. On one hand, it was to consolidate his cultivation. On the other hand, it was to deal with the heaven's retribution stone in the space between his eyebrows. Wung, wung, boom, boom. The heaven's retribution stone emitted dazzling purple light again and again, attacking the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal emitted a dazzling black light, completely suppressing it. No matter how the heaven's retribution stone released its aura, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was always able to suppress it. In fact, the heaven's retribution stone even hit the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal time and time again. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal suppression was stronger, suppressing the heaven's retribution stone time and time again. Perhaps it was the first time the heaven's retribution stone met such a tough opponent. Roar! The heaven's retribution stone even let out a loud roar. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of the stone as if it wanted to swallow the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. The previous suppression might have been a joke by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. At this moment, the heaven's retribution stone actually did not care. The heaven's retribution stone suddenly emitted a black light that was 100 times stronger than before. Boom! It brazenly suppressed the heaven's retribution stone. Wong, wong, wong! The heaven's retribution stone was instantly unable to move. Boom, boom, boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal did not give up. Its suppression grew stronger and stronger. The heaven's retribution stone could not withstand it for a while. Wong! Guhai's consciousness formed a body of consciousness at the side. Only you can do this. Why did you provoke the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal for no reason? Guhai revealed a cold smile. Roar, roar, roar. The heaven's retribution stone anxiously refused to accept it. Wong! Guhai's consciousness body immediately scuttled towards the heaven's retribution stone. In an instant, it drilled into the heaven's retribution stone. Roar, roar, roar! The heaven's retribution stone anxiously continued suppressing the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. I want to refine it, Guhai said. Boom! The heaven's suppressing divine imperial seal was the heaven's retribution stone, the retribution divine imperial seal. Retribution divine imperial retribution. 3 days later. Who? The stones in the latrine pit are smelly and hard. No wonder those peerless experts didn't refine you. It turns out that you can't refine them at all. Your consciousness has fused with the stone body. Guhai's voice sounded with a hint of unwillingness. Since I can't separate your consciousness, then forget it. I'll merge my consciousness with yours. Buzz, buzz. The strand of consciousness that Guhai had separated slowly merged with the heavenly retribution stone. This fusion lasted for 10 days. Roar! The heavenly punishment, earthly annihilation stone roared again. Pooh! In the outside world, Guhai's physical body suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open. Not only did my wisp of consciousness fail to refine you, it was even eaten by you. The backlash damaged my mind. Guhai revealed a look of shock. That's not right. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Although that strand of his consciousness had been eaten, he felt a sense of closeness to the heavenly retribution stone. Closeness? A sense of closeness? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Guhai felt a sense of closeness to the heavenly punishment, earthly annihilation stone, and the heavenly punishment, earthly annihilation stone also felt a sense of closeness to Guhai. Heavenly punishment, earthly annihilation stone. Guhai called, but the heavenly punishment, earthly annihilation stone ignored him. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Closeness? Only a little. You still don't care about my closeness? Oh, that's fine. I'll let you care about it later. Only when you're severely bullied will you realize the benefits of this closeness. Heaven, suppressing divine imperial seal, teach it a good lesson. Boom, 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 boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal began to suppress inhumanely. Roar, roar, roar. The heavenly punishment, earthly annihilation stone seemed to be depressed, but the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal didn't care at all. It continued to suppress and bully the heavenly punishment, earthly annihilation stone. Guhai waited patiently outside the original Dragon Vein city. After Guhai and the other cultivators left, another group of new cultivators rushed over. After all, the commotion caused by Hui was too big. Countless experts in the world heard the news and moved. Thousands of miles of barren land. The scene was horrifying. The cultivators were anxious to find someone to understand the situation, but the previous group of people had already left. Li Shunji stood in a valley, looking coldly at the countless cultivators in front of him. "Sir, are we really going to do this?" A subordinate asked doubtfully. "That's right. Release the news that Guhai has experienced everything, and that Guhai has obtained the treasure that sealed Hui," Li Shinji said coldly. "What treasure did he obtain?" Li Shinji's face darkened as he looked at the subordinate. "Sir, you mean to frame him? Who cares what it is, even if there is nothing? So what? It's fine as long as we create trouble for Guhai. Moreover, with the countless new cultivators, even if they find out the truth, they will only be more certain that we are framing him," another subordinate said in a low voice. Li Shinji nodded. Obviously, this was what he meant. Just as the three of them were secretly plotting how to create trouble for Guhai. Xiao. Suddenly, a figure flew over quickly from afar and landed in the valley where Li Shinji was. It was an average-looking cultivator in gray. His clothes and sword were extremely ordinary, so ordinary that one would not be able to find him in a crowd. Li Shinji's face darkened. "Who are you?" The two subordinates' faces also turned cold as they pulled out their swords. "De Qian Celestial Empire, Knight Divine Guard, Baihu, greetings to Li Shinji, Sir Li," solemnly, the cultivator in gray said. "Knight Divine Guard?" The two subordinates' faces changed. "Knight Divine Guard? A secret organization in the De Qian Celestial Empire that is responsible for collecting the world's information and passing it to His Holiness. They are only responsible to His Holiness." Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. "Before Qi was born, I was also in Dragon Vein City. Or rather, I was already in Dragon Vein City when Sir Li set up a trap to lure Guhai into the trap and set up Xian and Qin Zibai to kill Guhai," the cultivator in gray said respectfully. "Oh," Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. This person knew that he was plotting to frame Guhai. The Knight Divine Guard was the eyes and ears of the De Qiansheng. Wouldn't that mean that the De Qiansheng also knew about it? His Holiness gave a new decree and asked me to deliver it to Sir Li. The cultivator in gray respectfully handed over an imperial decree. After handing it over, the cultivator in gray left and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Knight Divine Guard? How could there be a Knight Divine Guard? How did he know that we were here? He even knew what we were going to do, a subordinate said with an ugly expression. Li Shunji watched the Knight Divine Guard leave with a gloomy expression. "Ha! He. Someone in my Shinji battalion actually started to betray me," Li Shinji said with a cold expression. "Sir, it wasn't me. Sir, it definitely wasn't me. It should be someone else. I have always been by Sir's side." The two immediately swore. Li Shinji's expression was gloomy. He did not continue to dig deeper. Instead, he took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He turned his head and looked to the north. "Imperial decree? Sir, His Holiness found out about the news so quickly, and the imperial decree was sent so quickly. How could it be so fast? A subordinate said in confusion. The Night Divine Guard has a way to send messages. Humph. Li Shinji snorted coldly. Slowly, Li Shinji opened the imperial decree. As he read it, his face sank. Sir, what did His Holiness say? After taking a deep breath, Li Shinji looked at Dongfang and let out a long sigh of unwillingness. Although His Holiness did not say it clearly, I understand that this is a warning to me? Guhai? You are really lucky. The two revealed confused expressions. Cancel the previous plan. Don't frame Guhai for now, Li Shinji said coldly. Yes, gather the others and prepare to head to Morning Glory. Li Shinji said seriously. Yes, sir, why are we going to Morning Glory? His Holiness ordered me and Guhai to escort Long Wanyu to Dada City as a representative of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty to the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Li Shinji said seriously. Escort Princess Wanyu to the Day One Imperial Dynasty? I understand. It is my fault for not thinking it through. His Holiness blames me for not caring about Princess Wanyu's safety and setting up such a dead end? Li Shinji frowned deeply. Escort Princess Wanyu. Guhai is going as well. Then, who is the leader? A subordinate asked blankly. Long Wanyu, Li Shinji said with a frown. Princess Wanyu? Then, doesn't Princess Wanyu listen to her brother-in-law? Then, aren't we still under Guhai's control? Li Shinji said with a gloomy expression. So, His Holiness is warning me. All right, go and gather them. Yes, the two of them nodded unhappily. After the two left, Li Shinji turned to look at the crowd. Night God Guards? You guys are really everywhere. I just don't know if there are any of your people around Guhai. Li Shinji whispered with a trace of unhappiness. Guhai's flying boat was about to reach Chaoga. Rumble! After the heaven-suppressing divine, imperial seal suppressed for a while, it suddenly stopped. Woo 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 woo. The heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone, let out a whining sound. It seemed to be extremely wronged. It had been bullied badly these days. Heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone. All right, I have stopped the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Now it won't bully you, Guhai said gently. As he spoke, he took out the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone. At the same time, a large amount of metal and sword fragments appeared in his palm. It seemed to fill the entire room. Wang! A crack slowly appeared on the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone. Xiao! All the metal fragments were immediately sucked into its mouth. Woo 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 woo. After the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone ate the metal, it seemed to be closer to Guhai in an instant. However, it was still very wronged when it was bullied by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Guhai continued to take out all kinds of metal, and the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone, kept eating. Can you change the shape? Guhai asked softly. At this moment, Guhai's words seemed to be more pleasing to the ear. The heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone, actually did not refuse. Phew! Guhai took out a model of a long blade. It's the shape of this blade. Can you please change it? Guhai said gently. It was as if he was coaxing a child. Woo 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 woo. After the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone made a whining sound, it suddenly released a purple lightning. Boom! The long blade was instantly blown into pieces, and then it was sucked in by the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone's crack and swallowed. Then the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone slowly changed shape. It slowly condensed and became thin. Guhai waited patiently. This wait lasted for 10 days. The outside world had already reached Chaoga. However, Gu Hai was in seclusion, and no one dared to disturb him. After 10 days, the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone, completely changed shape and became a long purple blade. Its shape was very similar to the Tang blade that Gu Hai had seen on Earth, but it was longer. Buzz. The heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone trembled slightly. It was completely fixed. Slowly, Gu Hai held it in his hand. At this moment, the heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone, seemed to be very close to Gu Hai. Hee, I will always use you in the future. You and I will get closer and closer. The heavenly punishment, earthly extermination stone. The first one made the fairy slaying sword, and you are the second one? Then, from today onwards, you will be called the Life Destroyer Saber. Don't worry, I will keep training you. One day, you will not lose to the fairy slaying sword. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Buzz. Suddenly, a lightning bolt flowed on the Life Destroyer Saber, as if it was responding to the person closest to it. Chapter 368. Clang. Gu Hai pushed open the door and came out of closed-door cultivation with the purple life slaying saber on his back. Brother-in-law, you finally came out. Long Wanyu immediately jumped over. Montez, Tang Chu, Bingheim, and the other officials immediately surrounded Xiao Chun. Welcome, Your Majesty. The officials stood respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked at a gray-robed man not far away. The man looked very ordinary, but he was very eye-catching. Gu Hai did not know who he was. Greetings, Elite Hall Master, Knight Divine Guards of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. The gray-robed man said respectfully. Knight Divine Guards? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. His Holiness has an imperial edict for Hall Master Gu. The gray-robed man handed over an imperial edict. I knew it. You should have given it to me earlier. How troublesome. Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. Please forgive me, Princess. I do not dare to disobey His Holiness's edict. Now that I have given the imperial edict to Mr. Good, I will not disturb you anymore. The gray-robed man said respectfully. Gu Hai received the imperial edict in confusion. The gray-robed man bowed slightly and took a step forward, flying out of the palace. Knight Divine Guards? This was the first time Gu Hai heard of them. After the gray-robed man left, Gu Hai opened the imperial edict. Whoosh! Gu Hai opened the imperial edict and carefully read it. As he read, he raised his eyebrows. Brother-in-law, what did the old man say? Long Wanyu asked curiously. Rip. Gu Hai tore the imperial edict in half. Then, he handed one half to Long Wanyu. Everyone felt confused. However, they were all Gu Hai's subordinates, so no one said anything. Long Wanyu immediately snatched the imperial edict and carefully read it. As she read, her eyes suddenly lit up. Ha 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 ha, this old man is finally enlightened. You want me to go to Dada City to play? That's great. Brother-in-law, when are we leaving? Long Wanyu said excitedly. Gu Hai was silent for a moment as he pondered. In the end, he nodded. Let's wait a little longer. The higher-ups said that Li Shinji will be coming in a few days. We will set off then. You just returned. Rest for a while first. Then go and see if Venerable Lu Nian has come out of closed-door cultivation, Gu Hai said with a smile. I've been in Chaoga for a while now. You're the only one who hasn't come out of seclusion yet. I've gone to take a look. That old baldy is still in seclusion. Long Wanyu shook her head. All right, but you'll have to wait for a few more days. I've just returned, and I need to settle some affairs. All right. Long Wanyu nodded, after comforting Long Wanyu for a while. Gu Hai dismissed the officials and returned to the upper study room to deal with some backlog of government affairs. A few important officials accompanied him. When they encountered a problem, they immediately explained it. Gu Hai spent 2 days reading memorials and quickly replied to them. Some of the accompanying officials also left, leaving only Bingheim, Montez, and Tang Chu behind. Bingheim handled some emergency matters well. Gu Hai said with a smile, "Many thanks, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this official has trained a jackdaw army over the past few days." Bingheim said solemnly. "Oh," Gu Hai said, feeling confused. "Since this official is the commander of the Third Army, how can this official be a commander without a legion? Your Majesty, this is this official's memorial to the army. Your Majesty, please approve." Bingheim took out another memorial. "There's no need. The commander of the Han Dynasty's army has the right to form a 1 million strong private army. You can ask for my approval if you have more than 1 million soldiers," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Yes." Bingheim nodded. Her face was still as cold as ice. "Bingheim, you once told us that you know all the major powers in the world. What about the Day One Imperial Dynasty?" Gu Hai asked. This official knows a little about the Day One Imperial Dynasty. The Day One Imperial Dynasty was founded by Shiyu the Great. Within the Day One Imperial Dynasty, there are 4 great clans, Bingheim explained. "Oh, they are the Chang clan, Emo clan, Qin clan, and Shi clan," Bingheim explained. "For great clans?" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "Yes, the Chang clan's patriarch, Chang Sheng. The vampire clan. Your Majesty has seen them before. That Chang Ming is also a member of the Chang clan. The Mo family. The Mo family had many descendants and officials all over Daiyuan. Unfortunately, the Mo family had very few descendants. Most of them only had one heir. The old master passed away 50 years ago when he reached the end of his lifespan. Everyone thought that the Mo family would be in decline. Unexpectedly, the second generation of the Mo family produced Mo Yike. Your Majesty also knows him," Bingheim explained. "Chang Sheng, Chang Ming, Mo Yike." Gu Hai frowned. "The Qin clan. Your Majesty has seen a second-generation disciple, Qin Zibai. He is the most outstanding representative of the second generation of the Qin clan," Bingheim explained. "What about the Shi clan? Not a member of the Day One Imperial Dynasty?" Gu Hai was puzzled. "No, Shiyu the Great is the same as Huangfu Chaoga. They are unmarried, so they have no descendants. However, the Shi clan is a cousin of Shiyu the Great. They formed their own clan. The patriarch of the Shi clan is He Kang of Silla. He is also the headmaster of the Wuyue Academy. In the Day One Imperial Dynasty, he is highly respected and has great power," Bingheim explained. "He Kang of Silla, Wuyue Academy." Gu Hai frowned. He flipped his hand and took out the imperial edict sent by the Daiqianqing. He tore it in half and gave one half to Long Wanyu. The other half was in Gu Hai's hands. Wuyue Academy is not the best. However, because He Kang of Silla is a master of calligraphy, he is able to support this academy. He Kang of Silla is proficient in poetry and songs. He once traveled around the countries and even went to the Imperial College of the Deqian Celestial Empire to challenge the Imperial College. Unfortunately, he was defeated and left. After that, the Imperial College of the Deqian Celestial Empire traveled around the countries and went to Wuyue Academy. However, there was no news of him on the way back. Bingheim recalled. Deqian Celestial Empire, Imperial College of the Imperial College, Ram Saint? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "That's right. It is Ram Saint. Unfortunately, he disappeared." Bingheim nodded. Gu Hai took a deep breath and looked at the half of the imperial edict in his hand. He saw that there was a row of words on the half of the imperial edict. Deqian Celestial Empire, Imperial College of the Imperial College. Ram Saint was trapped in Wuyue Academy. Rescuing Ram Saint is a great achievement for the Deqian Celestial Empire. Most of the cities are garrisoned with the Knight Divine Guards. Cooperate fully with Gu Hai and Li Xinji. This was the message that Gu Hai tore out. Go to the capital city. Stop the war between the two countries and have friendly exchanges. In order to save Ram Saint, Gu Hai looked at it for a while. He turned his hand and kept the half of the imperial edict. Wuyue Academy. How far is it from the capital city? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. Wuyue Academy is just outside the capital city. It is close to the capital city. Bingheim recalled. Gu Hai nodded. Bingheim, since you are familiar with the capital city, follow me. Yes, Bingheim answered. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Tang Chu and Montez. Tang Chu, Montez, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The two replied. You should know about what happened in Longmen City, right? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty has been in seclusion for a few days. Your Majesty is invincible, the two immediately said respectfully. Ha! I saved more than 100,000 people. They are all powerful people in the four cities. They have more or less received my kindness. Most of them should be able to help me with some of my requests, Gu Hai said with a smile. They should remember the kindness of saving their lives. Montez said with a smile. I am not asking for repayment, nor do I want them to do too much. Tang Chu is in charge of opening the best restaurant in Longmen City. Montez, your embroidered uniform guard, is in charge of using this relationship to quickly set up an informant. Gu Hai looked at the two and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint Your Majesty. Montez said with a solemn expression. Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Chu also answered. The kindness of saving their lives was such a huge favor. If they could not handle such a small matter, the two should just resign. Gu Hai nodded. Outside the study, Long Wanyu was lying on a hammock with a fishing net in the courtyard. She looked at the big tree above her head and ate candied fruits. She seemed to be enjoying it very much. Strange, strange, strange. Demon Ghost's gloomy voice came from inside her body. What's wrong? Long Wanyu asked, leisurely. The purple saber on Gu Hai's back. Why does it look so familiar? Demon Ghost was confused. You've seen it before? Long Wanyu asked doubtfully. No, I've never seen it before. It's just that the material. Why does it look a little like the Heavenly Punishment Stone? It looks like it, so what? Long Wanyu said carelessly. No. If it's really the Heavenly Punishment Stone, this Gu Hai is too strange. Demon Ghost said gloomily. Twice in a situation of certain death, Gu Hai actually turned the situation around. Last time, I mentioned the Heavenly Punishment Stone to you, and he got it so quickly. It's fine if he got it, but he actually had the ability to refine it. Is this Gu Hai not strange? Is he a monster? Demon Ghost was confused. Hey, Demon Ghost, if you say bad things about my brother-in-law again, I'll ignore you in the future. You won't have anyone to talk to, so you'll feel uncomfortable. Long Wanyu glared. Okay, I won't say it, but this Gu Hai is really strange. You're still talking about it. Long Wanyu glared. More than 10 days passed. Gu Hai arranged everything. Li Shunji's flying boat also arrived at the imperial capital. Mr. Good, long time no see. Li Shunji smiled and greeted Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai led Long Wanyu and the others to welcome Li Shunji. Looking at Li Shunji's seemingly amiable smile, Gu Hai sneered and said, Battalion Commander Li, long time no see. Last time in Dragon Vein City. It was all thanks to you. Li Shunji raised his eyebrows. How could Gu Hai know? Dai Qianqing mentioned it. Impossible. Dai Qianqing couldn't have said it. Gu Hai had been pondering over the abnormality of that day, especially the words of the group of Lu Rock people. Shi Yen and Qin Zibai besieging Fairy Wanner was such a secretive matter, but the Lu Rock people found it in the blink of an eye. It was too coincidental and too illogical. After all, according to Gu Hai's analysis, the Lu Rock people weren't that smart. Gu Hai seemed to feel a pair of hands adding fuel to the fire from behind. He guessed a few people, and this Li Shinji was only one of them. He was just testing just now, and it was indeed him. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai's smile returned slightly, and Li Shinji's expression also returned to normal. However, from this moment on, Gu Hai became even more wary of Li Shinji. Li Shinji also instantly became wary of Gu Hai. Regardless of whether Gu Hai was testing him or not, to be able to guess his intentions was also a skill. Mr. Good is wise. I am escorting Princess Wan Yu on this trip. If you have any doubts along the way, I hope Mr. Good will not be stingy with your guidance. Li Shinji said with a smile, I dare not accept your guidance. I am just a small cultivator from the Yuanying state, and I can't compare to Battalion Commander Li. If we encounter some inexplicable attacks on this trip, I hope Battalion Commander Li can help. Gu Hai said with a smile. The two of them were talking, and Long Wanyu didn't see through them. They're here, let's go, Long Wanyu said excitedly. Chapter 369. They're here, let's go, Long Wanyu said excitedly. Go. Naturally, that will not be a problem. However, our trip might not go smoothly. Right now, Mr. Gu's reputation in the capital is already at rock bottom. At that time, you have to be careful, Li Shinji said with a smile. Oh, be careful? Reputation ruined? Gu Hai was puzzled. Doesn't Mr. Good know? Li Shinji said with a smile. Know what? Daewon's Northern Expedition Army returned to the Imperial Court. It was supposed to be a great victory, but they suffered a series of setbacks in Zhaoga City, especially the millions of soldiers who were captured by the Dahan. They were ashamed of it. After returning to the Imperial Court, they lost all face. However, the dean of Wuyue Academy, Shikong, composed a 7-word poem to comfort them. Li Shinji said with a smile. Shikong composed a poem? The poem is called The Returning Army of the Great Han. It's a good poem. At that time, when the poem was written, the wind and clouds changed. A wave of righteousness came out of the paper. The millions of defeated soldiers were all stirred up. The poem spread throughout the capital and was sung by the entire capital. Li Shinji said with a smile. The returning army of the Great Han? What did it say? Long Wanyu asked curiously. Li Shinji glanced at Gu Hai. He read it out slowly. How can a gentleman kill a villain? A villain is like a grass that comes back to life. But to encourage people to return to their homeland, there's no need to fight for anything. Li Shinji read it out one by one. What? Bastard! Damn Shikong! The officials behind Gu Hai immediately shouted angrily. They were calling Gu Hai a villain. That group of defeated soldiers and captives were actually gentlemen. So the invading army was a gentleman? They lost to the emperor time and time again because the emperor defended the Dahan's territory. But in Shikong's mouth, they were treacherous villains. All the officials were furious, and their eyes were filled with anger. What does this poem mean? Long Wanyu was confused. Li Shinji looked at Gu Hai and explained with a smile. The meaning of the poem is, why would a gentleman want to make life difficult for a villain? Villains are like weeds. Once you get rid of them, they'll reappear. You just have to encourage yourself. There's no need to fight for mere villains. The returning army of Jihan is written for the defeated army, and they lost to Mr. Good. So the villain is talking about Mr. Good. What? That bastard Shikong scolded my brother-in-law? You old bastard. Long Wanyu immediately became angry. Li Shinji looked at Gu Hai. However, he saw that Gu Hai's expression was rather calm. Thank you for your concern, Battalion Commander Li. It's time for us to leave. When Li Shinji saw that Gu Hai was not angry, he felt like he had punched cotton. He felt displeased and nodded. The Shunji Battalion's disciples stayed on Li Shinji's flying boat. On Gu Hai's flying boat, he brought Bingheim, Ju Lu, some Dahan officials, and Long Wanyu's group out of Chaoga City, respectfully sending off the emperor. The officials sent the flying boat off. 1 month later, in the royal palace on 95 Island, Guqin was looking at a huge model of the entire 95 Island. Many officials stood at the side. Guqin pointed at the model. Here, there are no spirit stones here. We need to send people there as soon as possible. Guqin said, Yes, this emperor has already promised Imperial Father that we will finish setting up the ritual array within half a year. Then we can take to the air and enter the divine continent. We are in a hurry to move the capital. We need to speed up the process. We are not allowed to make any more mistakes. Guqin said coldly. Yes, the group of officials shouted in response. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from outside the royal palace. Is there news from the emperor? Guqin's expression changed as he walked out of the hall. The group of officials followed anxiously. 80 flying boats stopped in the sky. Gao Xianji stood on the leading boat. Gao Xianji greets the crown prince. Gao Xianji greeted, Lord Gao, there is no need to be so polite. Imperial Father sent a letter. Anticipation flashed in Guqin's eyes. Gao Xianji jumped off the flying boat and landed before Guqin. Then she smiled faintly and said, Yes, the emperor asked me to lead the First Legion back and station them at 95 Island to prevent any changes. Oh, an 800,000-strong army? Guqin looked up. These 800,000-strong army all gave off extraordinary auras. They were even more austere than the Thousand Islands sea cultivators that Chen Tianshan recruited. That's right. Gao Xianji laughed. Most of the 800,000-strong army was brought back by Gao Xianji from Jinmu of Silla. Only a small portion of the former 6th Army of the South, led by Bailey Zhan, had returned to Yingzhou. The majority remained under Gao Xianji's command. At this moment, they came to 95 Island with Gao Xianji. What else did Imperial Father say? The emperor is heading to the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. He instructed you to make arrangements as soon as possible. When the emperor returns from the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, it will be time to move the capital. 95 Island will then enter the divine continent. Gao Xianji said, NNLY. All right. Guqin nodded. The capital of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Before the flying ship of Gu Hai's group arrived, the earliest messenger had already brought the news to the capital. At this moment, a large number of officials gathered outside the royal court in the capital, divided into 4 groups. One group was led by Chang Sheng, and the other group was led by Mo Yike. The other group was led by Qin Zibai. In the center of the other group was a middle-aged man wearing golden-threaded python robes. This man had a broad face, and his long hair was combed back. He appeared dignified, and his eyes gleamed with pride. The Deqian emissary will arrive in my capital soon? Qin Zibai frowned. Lord Mo, what did the emissary say? Chang Sheng asked with a frown. Everyone looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, He did not say much. He only said that Cluster Lord Wanyu is representing the Deqian as an emissary to Day 1 to establish good relations between the two nations. Cluster Lord Wanyu? Everyone frowned. They only sent Cluster, Lord Wanyu, not the Crown Prince. Isn't the standard sent by the Deqian too low? Just a Cluster Lord? Qin Zibai frowned. Mo Yike shook his head and said, Lord Qin, Cluster Lord Wanyu is more important than the Deqian Crown Prince. Qin Zibai was slightly startled. Everyone nodded in agreement. Who was Cluster Lord Wanyu? She was the most favored Cluster Lord of the Deqian Sheng. If her status was lower, then no one was higher. Who was accompanying them? The middle-aged man in the golden-threaded python robe asked, in a deep voice. Li Shinji Guhai? Mo Yike said these two names solemnly. When he said these two people, Mo Yike's eyes narrowed. Obviously, he was very familiar with these two people. Oh, Chang Sheng and Qin Zibai both raised their eyebrows. The middle-aged man in the golden-threaded python robe sneered. Ha, Li Shinji Guhai? A scoundrel, a vile person. The officials at the side all laughed and shouted in agreement. Mo Yike shook his head and said, Hikang of Silla, I know that you just rode a returning army of the great not long ago. You scolded Guhai, but this official still has to remind you. Oh, the middle-aged man in the golden-threaded python robe looked at Mo Yike in confusion. This Guhai, don't underestimate him. Mo Yike said solemnly. Ha 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 ha. Hikang of Silla suddenly burst into laughter. Lord Mo, you think too much. You have interacted with Guhai before. Do you think this king has not studied him? Indeed, this person is extraordinary. But I scolded him as a vile person. What was wrong with that? He stole from Shenlu dynasty. Isn't he a vile person? He took advantage of the war between Daewon and Deqian to fish in troubled waters and attack from behind. Isn't he a vile person? What was wrong with what I said? Yes, he has some ability. But so what? This is Deqian. My Daewon's Deqian. Even if he is a dragon, he will coil up for me. Besides, he is not one. Hikang of Silla said coldly. Mo Yike was slightly worried. An official at the side shouted, Yes, Lord Mo. His Highness wrote a poem to reveal his true colors. Guhai is a vile person. He knows 2 songs, he knows how to play chess, but does he know how to write? He came from the barren Thousand Islands Sea. How many books has he read? Does he have the ability to compete with His Highness? Condemning him in speech and writing. His Highness didn't say anything to him. If he overestimates himself, he will only be humiliating himself. Mr. Mo, you worry too much. His Highness is right. Guhai is a vile person. He doesn't deserve what he has today. To the army returning from the Great Han was written very well. His Highness pointed out Guhai's true nature. This poem has benefited us a lot. Calligraphy is not something an ignorant child like Guhai can touch. If he dares to be presumptuous, he will become a joke. The officials all agreed with Hikang of Silla. Obviously, the effect of the army returning from the Great Han was great. Moreover, it was written by Hikang of Silla himself. Most of the officials stood on Hikang of Silla's side. They thought that Guhai was a shameless, vile person. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and didn't explain further. Calligraphy was indeed magical, at least in terms of bewitching people's minds. It was better than music, chess, and painting. We don't know how to welcome the Deqian envoy. His Majesty has been in seclusion. What should we do now? Qin Zibai frowned and asked worriedly. Everyone waited patiently for a while. A eunuch slowly stepped out of the hall. My lords, His Majesty seems to have made a breakthrough in his seclusion. He can't come out for the time being. Please go back. The old eunuch smiled bitterly. His Majesty made a breakthrough. The officials were delighted. However, His Majesty was in seclusion for such an important matter. Since His Majesty is in seclusion, Let the Ministry of Rights welcome the Deqian envoy. He Kang of Silla said, lightly. Yes. Everyone nodded helplessly. Only Mo Yike and Chang Sheng frowned slightly and looked at He Kang of Silla. The Ministry of Rights. Wasn't the Minister of the Ministry of Rights a student of He Kang of Silla? Then this matter. Mo Yike and Chang Sheng looked at each other with a wry smile in their eyes. He Kang of Silla had interfered in this matter. The two of them felt helpless and didn't dare to intervene. After all, according to the rules, this was how it should be done. Your Highness, this is a matter of state affairs. I hope that peace is the most important thing. Chang Sheng smiled. He Kang of Silla shook his head and said, it's precisely because this is a matter of state affairs that we must not give in. The envoy represents the Deqian. Naturally, we can't let Daewon's prestige fall. Moreover, we have to get back the humiliation we suffered in Dahan in the past. But Chang Sheng was slightly worried. Do you think that I'm taking it for granted? I have my reasons for saying that Gu Hai is a despicable person. Birds of a feather flock together. Just yesterday, I caught two friends who claimed to be Gu Hai's friends. Two despicable people who plotted against us. He Kang of Silla said coldly. Gu Hai's friends? Two despicable people who plotted against us. Who are they? Mo Yike was puzzled. One is called Ziwei, and the other is called Changsheng. He Kang of Silla said coldly. Chapter 370. The messenger of the Deqian Celestial Empire would arrive into Du City soon. The news quickly spread throughout the city. In a restaurant, some drinkers were chatting. What? The messenger of the Deqian? Gu Hai? That villain? Villain? How do you know that Gu Hai is a villain? Master Shi Kong has already written it. Don't you know? To the returning army. Ah, that villain is Gu Hai? Yes, Master Shi Kong is a master of calligraphy. He is full of righteousness. Why would he lie? Qinglu City, Batian City, and the other 12 cities were originally Daewon's. Gu Hai took advantage of the battle between the Deqian and Daewon to backstab them. Isn't that the conduct of a villain? Oh, right. I heard that two villains who backstab were caught in Wuyue Academy. Are they also Gu Hai's friends? Birds of a feather flock together. This Gu Hai is indeed an evil and vile person. In the restaurant, there were discussions about Gu Hai everywhere. In a private room upstairs, He Kang of Silla sat in the private room and revealed a slight smile. Beside him sat a group of men in white robes. Your Highness, one of the men in white robes spoke. Oh, this is not the imperial court. There is no need to be so formal. Shi Kong shook his head. Yes, Dean, the news has been spread. Now, the whole city is talking about it. The man in white robes laughed. Shi Kong nodded. Gu Hai, my Daewon's Northern Expedition Army's only failure. Gu Hai's reputation has fallen. It will make it easier for my Daewon to take back the 24 cities in the future. Dean, you have exhausted yourself for the Daewon. With you here, it is my blessing. The man in white robes laughed. It is my duty to share His Majesty's burden. Shi Kong shook his head and laughed. Dean, but what about those two people? The man in white robes suddenly frowned. Ziwei and longevity? Shi Kong asked doubtfully. That's right. Ever since they were controlled by us, they have been locked up in Wuyue Academy. Although I don't care about the internal affairs, I heard from the internal affairs that these two people have a huge appetite. The white-robed man frowned. Eat? Shi Kong asked doubtfully. Yes, the chief steward in charge of the food supply has come to complain to me several times, but I don't know. The white-robed man was puzzled. Bastard. Shi Kang's face darkened. Everyone fell silent. Li Gang is in charge of the meals, right? Do you think I don't know all the little tricks he's been up to all these years? I only tolerated it because his father was an instructor of my Five Mountains Academy. Now, he actually dares to complain to me about providing food for two people? Shi Kang's expression turned cold. Huh. Everyone nodded. That's right. How big of a deal was that? If they want to eat, let them eat. There were only two of them. How much could they eat? This Li Gang was getting more and more outrageous. Ziwei and Chang Sheng, I will need these two despicable people in a few days to avenge Daiyuan. I'm counting on these two people. Don't cause any trouble for me. If they can eat, let them eat. Give them as much as they can. Also, don't report to me for such trivial matters in the future. I have to deal with the matters of Wuyue Academy and the affairs of the imperial court. Why would they come to me for a meal? If I don't do anything else, will I teach them how to eat? Shi Kang said coldly. Yes. The white-robed man nodded guiltily. Keep an eye on them at all times. When the Deqian diplomatic mission arrives, lead them to Wuyue Academy, He Kang of Silla said in a low voice. Yes. 20 days later, the Deqian diplomatic mission finally arrived at the capital city. Far outside the capital city, Gu Hai's flying boat and Li Xinji's flying boat stopped together. Everyone looked in the direction of the capital city. Standing on the deck, Gu Hai squinted his eyes. This is the Emperor Dynasty's aura. He saw a huge city that was 3 times the size of Chaoga City. The white city walls stretched endlessly. In the sky above the capital city, the sea of aura clouds churned. The amount of aura covered the entire capital city. It was vast and boundless. Golden light shone everywhere. The amount of aura was more than 10 times that of the Han Dynasty. In the sky above the sea of aura clouds, it was different from the Han Dynasty. Above the sea of aura clouds, there was a 10,000-mile-long golden dragon. The 10,000-mile-long dragon lay on top of the sea of aura clouds as if it was in deep sleep. When it breathed and while it was asleep, endless aura rolled towards the dragon's nose. When it exhaled, the aura rolled out of the dragon's mouth. Just lying there, it seemed to be emitting a fearful aura. It was as if it was the sky. It looked down on all living things. This is the golden dragon of aura that only the Emperor Dynasty has. It swallows the aura of heaven and earth and guards the Emperor Dynasty's aura. The appearance of the golden dragon, Di Tiancheng, Bingheim explained from the side. Compared to the Han Dynasty, the Han Dynasty still had a long way to go. It's indeed spectacular. Gu Hai nodded. It's far inferior to the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's aura. Long Wanyu curled her lips. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu and smiled bitterly. The Emperor Dynasty's aura couldn't be compared to the Imperial Dynasty's aura. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the Celestial Dynasty's aura. From a different perspective, one would see the situation differently. Mr. Good, send an envoy to the capital city. We'll wait here and let them open the 4 doors to welcome us. Li Xinji stood on another flying boat and said. Gu Hai looked at Li Xinji and nodded. He was about to give the order. Suddenly, a white-robed man flew over from afar. Is this the arrival of the Deqian envoy? The white-robed man said. That's right, it's us. Long Wanyu immediately shouted, Everyone please follow me. Solemnly, the white-robed man said, Huh. Long Wanyu looked confused. She was about to call for someone to drive the flying boat and follow them. Gu Hai suddenly stopped Long Wanyu. Ha! The Day One Celestial Dynasty? Shiyu the Great. What arrogance, sending a nameless person like you to welcome the Deqian envoy. Gu Hai sneered. Li Xinji also looked at the white-robed man coldly. Obviously, this was against the rules. Moreover, such a cold welcome was a serious disrespect to the Han Dynasty. Everyone, you've misunderstood. The white-robed man immediately smiled. "Oh," Guhai said coldly. "His Majesty is currently in seclusion, so he doesn't know that you're here. The Day One Celestial Dynasty's Ministry of Rites, have taken over this important matter and prepared for many days. A large number of officials have already arrived at Wuyu Academy and are waiting to welcome the Deqian envoy. I'm just a guide." The white-robed man smiled. "Oh, a grand welcome? Ha, why not the capital city, but the Wuyu Academy outside the city?" Guhai asked in a deep voice. "He Kang of Silla said that His Majesty is currently in seclusion. When he invites you into the city, he will only stay in the embassy. The embassy is quiet and can't be compared to the Wuyu Academy. In order to welcome the Deqian envoy, he has already set aside the best area for you to stay." The white-robed man smiled. Guhai looked at Li Shinji. Li Shinji also frowned and looked at Guhai. In the end, the two of them nodded. "Then lead the way." Long Wanyu shouted. "All right, please." Under the guidance of the white-robed man, the two flying boats flew towards an area in the north of the city that was shrouded in clouds. That forest was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was faintly discernible and looked like a fairyland. The flying boat flew all the way to the peak of a huge mountain in the middle of the fog. There was a huge square at the peak of the mountain and a large number of buildings around it. On the square, there was indeed a large number of officials waiting. However, with Guhai's eyesight, he could see that these officials seemed to be in a hurry, and some of them were not dressed properly. Guhai didn't expose them and allowed the white-robed man to lead the flying boat to the square. Guhai looked at the officials on the square and recognized three of them: Mo Yike, Qin Zibai, and Chang Sheng. All three of them were here. However, the three of them were standing behind a man in a golden embroidered robe. The man stood at the front with a smile on his face. However, Guhai felt that there was something hidden behind that smile. Day One Imperial Dynasty, Shi Kong leading the Day One officials to greet the Deqian emissary. Shi Kong stepped forward with a smile. All right, you may rise." Long Wanyu said with a smile. Shi Kang's smile froze. "Did I say something wrong? I said greet, not greet. Rise. We need you to rise." If it was someone else, Shi Kong would definitely teach them a lesson. However, Long Wanyu represented the Deqian Celestial Empire after all. Shi Kong could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Under Guhai's lead, Long Wanyu jumped off the flying boat. Sima Feng and Li Shinji also approached. Shi Kong had seen Long Wanyu before. He also looked at the person behind Long Wanyu and suddenly saw Guhai. Shi Kong suddenly smiled. This must be the Dehan Emperor, Guhai, right? As expected of a young hero. Guhai smiled. "He Kang of Silla, you're too polite. I'm now the Hall Master of Elite Hall. I'm just accompanying Princess Wanyu this time." As he spoke, Guhai looked at the crowd. Mr. Mo, long time no see." Guhai skipped He Kang of Silla and looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. At this moment, Shi Kong was the one welcoming the emissary. He couldn't steal the limelight. Guhai specifically greeted him, but he was digging a hole for him. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Guhai, but didn't say anything. "He Kang of Silla, I remember that you wrote a poem about Hall Master Gu." Li Shinji suddenly interrupted with a smile. After he finished speaking, Li Shinji looked at Guhai with a smile, as if he was waiting for Guhai's reaction. At the same time, he was provoking the conflict between He Kang of Silla and Guhai. "Poem? Yes, I wrote a poem." Since Master Li already knows, Mr. Good should also know, right? What does Mr. Good think of my poor work? He Kang of Silla looked at Guhai. "I called you a villain. What do you think?" He Kang of Silla had a smug smile in his eyes. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at He Kang of Silla. Poor work? Ha! Since He Kang of Silla said that it was a poor work, I won't comment. Gu Hai shook his head and laughed. Everyone was talking harmoniously, but Gu Hai's words made He Kang of Silla panic. I'm being modest when I say that my poem is a poor work. Do you really think that it's a poor work? Oh, right. The person who led the way just now said that He Kang of Silla is here and has been preparing for many days to welcome us with a grand reception. Hee, I see that some officials. Gu Hai looked at an official. That official might have come in a hurry, so he wore his official hat backwards. Obviously, if they were to welcome them at the city gate, there would be time to prepare. However, if they were to welcome them at Wuyue Academy, the officials would rush over as soon as they heard the news. He Kang of Silla's face darkened, and he stared at that official. That's right, we have been preparing for many days. How can I, the day one, be rude when the Deqian emissary arrives? The welcome banquet will naturally be grand. Let's set up the banquet. He Kang of Silla shouted. There was silence behind him. He Kang of Silla waited for a while, but there was still no movement behind him. The officials behind him were also at a loss. We have just arrived with the prince, but Wuyue Academy has already become a system. How can we neglect such a thing? There was no movement for a long time. He Kang of Silla was depressed. Li Gang, come out. Soon, a man in a white robe walked in front with a bitter face. I asked you to set up the banquet. Didn't you hear me? He Kang of Silla said coldly. Yes, I heard you. Li Gang said bitterly. Then why aren't you doing it? He Kang of Silla said gloomily. He knew that Li Gang was not reliable, but he should not have dropped the ball on such an important occasion, right? I can't set up the banquet. Li Gang said bitterly. What do you mean you can't set up the banquet? He Kang of Silla raised his eyebrows and asked. After this, Li Gang, the black sheep, must not stay in the academy. This is too much. How dare you talk back to me at this time? Don't you see that there are foreign emissaries? All the food has been eaten by those two people. There is nothing left to set up the banquet. Li Gang said bitterly. He Kang of Silla did not understand for a while. After a while, he seemed to understand. What do you mean by eaten? Those two people. How did they eat it all? How dare you? No, Your Highness, you said to let them eat. So I let them eat. They ate it all. I really ate it all. Li Gang said bitterly. What do you mean they ate it all? Isn't the food of Wuyue Academy enough for them? He Kang of Silla shouted. It's really not enough. We went to the capital to buy a lot of ingredients, but they still ate it all. Li Gang said bitterly. How dare you? He Kang of Silla was in disbelief. It's true. They were transformed by the good-for-nothing demon. Your Highness, there is really nothing left. Li Gang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 371. The Capital City. Moments before Gu Hai arrived outside the capital city, He Kang of Silla, Mo Yike, Qin Zibai, and Chang Sheng sat in a hall drinking tea. Your Highness, are you really going to show your power to Ambassador Qian? Qin Zibai frowned. He Kang of Silla drank his tea and said in a low voice, That's right. His Majesty is in seclusion, but we can't be weak. The Northern Expedition Army has suffered setbacks at the front lines. We even lost 12 cities. We compromised with Deqian, but we can't take this lying down. Do they really think that day one is a pushover? Moreover, we're in the capital this time. Are we going to lower our heads? But Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. He was the one who led the Northern Expedition Army. If they suffered setbacks again and again, it would mean that he didn't lead the army well. However, He Kang of Silla was already giving him face by not mentioning his name. If he continued to refute, it would mean that he didn't want face. Your Highness, is this really okay? We Changsheng frowned. He Kang of Silla sneered. Deqian is the celestial empire, and we're the imperial empire. Although there's a huge difference in levels, His Majesty has the luck of a dynasty. Unless Dai Qianqing comes personally, why would Day One be afraid of Deqian? So, what if he leads the army personally? His Majesty challenged Dai Qianqing and Tong Tian not long ago. His Majesty has the power of a country. Would he be afraid of Dai Qianqing? Would Dai Qianqing dare to lead the army personally? You have to know that we're not the only imperial empire that's eyeing Deqian. Huh. Changsheng frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. The battle between countries is about power and military power. If I support Deqian, I'll be strengthening Daewon's power. What's wrong with that? He Kang of Silla said in a low voice. Your Highness is so radical. Will Daewon, which has just calmed down, be dragged into the dispute again? Changsheng frowned. He Kang of Silla said confidently, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll take action from the side. Not only will I strengthen my Daewon's momentum, I'll also make Deqian speechless. Attack from the side. He Kang of Silla is targeting Gu Hai, right? Mo Yike took a sip of tea and narrowed his eyes. Mo Yike? You are even more quick-witted than your father. No wonder your father strongly recommended you to go to Yingzhou. Looks like it was also a great training. He Kang of Silla looked at Mo Yike in surprise. Your Highness is too polite. Let's talk about the matter as it is. With Gu Hai accompanying Princess Wanyu, suppressing Gu Hai was equivalent to suppressing Envoy Qian. It would strengthen Daewon's momentum and make Deqian speechless. The plan is good, but isn't your Highness making too much of a commotion? Mo Yike said calmly. Too much? I want all the citizens in the city to observe the grand ceremony of the envoy's welcome. The important matters of the country are in the court and in the field. With such a grand occasion, the citizens would be happy to see it. Why not? He Kang of Silla smiled. Mo Yike shook his head. I'm just worried that your Highness will have the opposite effect. He Kang of Silla raised his eyebrows. Your Highness thinks that Gu Hai is a pushover that can be manipulated at will? How many people thought that way in the past? Lu Yang of Gojoseon, Lu En, Ao Shun, Chongming, Qin Zibai, Xian. I won't give you any more examples. Your Highness should know what the result is. You think that Gu Hai is unsightly. If the result is the opposite of what you think, then you won't be strengthening Daewon's momentum. Instead, you'll be strengthening Gu Hai's momentum. Mo Yike said calmly. Official Mo, do you think that I'm inferior to a brat like him in terms of calligraphy? He Kang of Silla laughed coldly and confidently. Mo Yike shook his head. This official doesn't dare to say that. How about this? Since your Highness has already made up your mind, it's useless for this official to persuade you. This official will not participate in your Highness's plan. This official will keep my mouth shut and will only be a spectator. This official will also keep my mouth shut and will only be a spectator. Changsheng and Qin Zibai also said. Shi Kong looked at the crowd and narrowed his eyes. He felt displeased. However, the three's attitude was very clear. They would cooperate with him, but not participate. They had already given him enough face. Although his official rank was higher than theirs, the four families of the four families were all factions. However, the four great clans had their own factions, and none of them were afraid of him. This time, for the sake of strengthening Daewon's momentum, the three families wouldn't participate and wouldn't oppose him. Good, that's good. I've already set up the profound light mirror. Let's wait for Envoy Gon to arrive. He Kang of Silla said, solemnly. Report. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall. Your Highness, We found 2 flying ships in the north of the city. They correspond to the reports from before. It should be Envoy Gon's team. The guard said anxiously. They're here so soon? Why didn't they discover them earlier? How much longer until they arrive? Hikang of Scylla's expression changed. About 2 hours. The guard said, immediately inform the officials to head to Wuyue Academy immediately. Hurry, Hikang of Scylla said with a glare. Yes, in the capital. Hum, hum, hum. Suddenly, beams of light shot into the sky from all directions. Slowly, they were projected on the white clouds in the various districts in the city. It was as if 1,000 light screens were formed, projecting the same image in the sky. Almost all the citizens in the city could see it clearly. In the image, there was a mountain peak surrounded by clouds. At this moment, a large number of Daewon's officials were standing. The profound light mirror is activated. Is Hikang of Scylla telling the truth? Is the process of welcoming the Deqian envoy really open to the public? Look, that's Hikang of Scylla. He's bringing the officials to Wuyue Academy. The image in the profound light mirror is too clear. There's even sound. Look, the Deqian envoy is here. Only 2 flying ships. Isn't that too shabby? In all directions of the city, countless citizens were in an uproar. They looked up at the huge light screen in the sky. In the light screen, it was the image of Wuyue Academy. This kind of scene where the entire city was celebrating in the profound light mirror was hard to come by in 100 years. Many citizens had put down everything and were watching curiously. At the window of a restaurant, a woman in red was sitting. It was Fairy Wan, looking at the image in the sky. Fairy Wan, eyes were fixed on Gu Hai. Why are you here? Lin Wan, showed a hint of hesitation. In a small courtyard in the city, there were still 2 figures sitting there, Takashi Ryushin and Sima Changkong. There were guards stationed around. The 2 of them were holding wine glasses and looking at the image in the sky. Oh, Hikang of Scylla? He wants to make things difficult for Princess Wanyu, right? Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. Princess Wanyu is in the light, and we are in the dark. I hope we can find the Imperial College Chancellor. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Hikang of Scylla's target is already focused on Wanyu and Gu Hai. Oh, I only hope that Gu Hai won't be humiliated too badly. The dragon god said in a deep voice. Sima Changkong frowned and did not answer. In the image, Gu Hai arrived, and the 2 sides began to officially meet. After Hikang of Scylla and Princess Wanyu met, the hairy head pointed to Gu Hai. That's Gu Hai. The villain into the army of the Han was written about him. He looks like Zhou Zheng? No, under this Zhou Zheng's appearance, there must be a treacherous villain's heart. Ha ha ha. Look, that's Li Shinji of the Shinji Battalion. He actually took the initiative to mention to the army of the Han. He also can't stand Gu Hai's despicable actions. Hikang of Scylla wants Gu Hai to evaluate. Let's see what Gu Hai has to say. Clumsy? Bah, that's Hikang of Scylla being modest. His writing style is awe-inspiring. Do you really think it's clumsy? He wants to have a grand, welcoming banquet. Humph, this kind of villain shouldn't be entertained. His Highness is going to hold a banquet. Why is there no movement? Li Gang, what do you mean it can't be held? Didn't he prepare for a few days? The scene in the image made countless people in the city extremely worried, especially the literary cultivators of the Wuyue Academy who worship them. Their expressions were ugly. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Hikang of Scylla to not hold a banquet at this time? On the screen. It's true. The 2 of them are transformed from the good-for-nothing demon. Your Highness, there's really nothing left. Li Gang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Hikang of Scylla looked at Li Gang coldly. Why didn't you say anything about such a big thing? You told me not to report it. Let them eat. Give me as much as you have. Li Gang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He Kang of Silla. The entire court, at such a critical juncture, at such an important event, at such a banquet, you dropped the ball? Wouldn't this put Daewon's ministers in an awkward position? Nearly 200 million people in the city were still staring at them. How could they say that there was no food at the banquet? Wasn't this an international joke? Mo Yike and Chong Ming looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They retreated behind the people and ignored this matter. He Kang of Silla's face was dark, and he wanted to kill Li Gang. Who would have thought that the situation he set up would be ruined at such a critical juncture? It had just started, and he was already embarrassed. Gu Hai's expression was slightly cold. Was this against the Deqian envoy? No, this was not good for them, and their expressions did not seem to be fake. Forget it. Since Daewon is so stingy with the banquet, why don't I, Deqian, treat everyone? Gu Hai said. He Kang of Silla's face stiffened, and he glared fiercely at Li Gang, who wanted to cry but had no tears. Now that the whole city was watching, it would take at least half an hour for the Wuyue Academy to buy from the city. How could they make it in time? Since Gu Hai had spoken, he could only nod. Someone come, cooperate with Mr. Li Gang to set up the banquet. Gu Hai shouted. Yes, there was a response from behind. Kill some of the monsters from the Wuyue Academy. He Kang of Silla ordered. Your Highness, those are the auspicious beasts of my academy, not ingredients. Li Gang shouted. Huh. He Kang of Silla stared. Did he really let Gu Hai set up the banquet? So what if they were auspicious beasts? At this time, if you drop the ball again, I will kill you. Yes, yes, someone come. Catch the ox monster and goat monster, kill them and set up the banquet. Li Gang immediately shouted. The banquet could finally be held as usual. Long Wanyu pursed her lips. So stingy treating us to a meal, and you still want to contribute. He Kang of Silla's face suddenly turned green, red, and white. However, it was broadcasted to the whole city, and 200 million people were watching, so it was not good to get angry, and he could only pretend not to hear. He Kang of Silla pretended not to hear, but the people in the city heard it clearly. Hearing Long Wanyu's soft complaint, countless people's faces changed. They were obviously very ashamed. He Kang of Silla did not do it openly. Chapter 372. Hearing Long Wanyu's soft complaint, countless people's expressions changed. Obviously, they were also extremely ashamed. He Kang of Silla did not handle this matter well. It shouldn't be. How could He Kang of Silla make a mistake in this matter? When two countries meet, how can they ask the other party to contribute? That's too rude. He Kang of Silla doesn't have to be stingy with such a small amount of food, right? The whole city was in a heated discussion. Sima Chongkong and Takashi Ryushin also looked at the image in the sky in confusion. What was going on? In Wuyue Academy, after killing the auspicious beasts for a while, the banquet slowly started. However, at this moment, Daewon's ministers were all embarrassed and did not speak at this moment. Gu Hai, Long Wanyu, Sima Feng, Li Shinji, and the others were also very confused and did not understand what was going on. Everyone, please sit down. He Kang of Silla sat down and invited everyone. Everyone nodded and sat down. He Kang of Silla was also nervous. After all, the banquet just now was not well done. He did not manage to suppress Deqian, and instead, he lowered his head. Next, he could not make any more mistakes. This time, I did not think it through. Here, I toast to Deqian's envoy to compensate for my rudeness just now. He Kang of Silla raised his wine cup. Everyone raised their cups. Everyone drank together. Mr. Good, thank you for the banquet. But speaking of which, the reason why Wuyuer Academy is having a banquet without food today is because of Mr. Good, Hikang of Silla said with a smile. Oh, Hikang of Silla, I didn't expect this. I've just arrived at the capital with the princess, and you're blaming me for not receiving you well? Are you the only one who is like this? Or is Daewon's wind also like this? Guhai was so angry that he laughed. Shikong, brother-in-law, and I just arrived. You can't hold a banquet, and now you're blaming us? What the hell? Long Wanyu glared. Li Shinji sat at the side, smiling without saying a word. At this moment, the people in the city also looked at Hikang of Silla speechlessly. Yes, was this all Guhai's fault? Wasn't this a joke? Hikang of Silla said, unhurriedly. Just a few weeks ago, Wuyue Academy caught 2 treacherous villains. Evil should be eradicated. However, they said that they were Mr. Good's best friends, and that Mr. Good asked them to do so. I thought that Mr. Good is also the master of Dahan, so for Mr. Good's sake, I didn't punish them. I arranged for them to stay in Wuyue Academy and provided them with good food and drinks. Unexpectedly, they ate all the food in Wuyue Academy, which led to today's embarrassment. Oh, Guhai was confused. Bring them up, Hikang of Silla shouted. Everyone looked over in confusion. They saw 2 figures, one fat and one thin, being chained up and brought to the square. Shikong, you old thing, why did you tie us up? You promised to serve us good food and wine, but you locked us up. You didn't keep your word. The 2 of them cursed angrily. Huh, are they Ziwei and Chang Sheng? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Hearing Long Wanyu's words, Hikang of Silla's eyes lit up. Princess Wanyu, you know them? Of course. Long Wanyu shouted. Mr. Good, you know them too? Hikang of Silla suddenly looked at Guhai with a smile. Guhai saw the 2 of them. The 2 of them also saw Guhai. Guhai, you're here? Guhai, quickly tell him to remove this chain. It's 500 kilograms. It's very uncomfortable. Ziwei and Chang Sheng shouted immediately. Guhai looked at the 2 of them. At this moment, Hikang of Silla was staring at Guhai, waiting for Guhai's reply. Yes, they are my friends. Guhai nodded. Ha 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 ha, then I didn't wrong Mr. Good. Hikang of Silla laughed. Can you release the chains on my 2 friends first? Guhai frowned. Release them, Hikang of Silla said straightforwardly. Whoosh! After the chains were released, Ziwei and Chang Sheng immediately jumped to Guhai's side. Guhai, he's not a good person. The 2 of them complained to Guhai. Oh, not a good person? I think the 2 of you are the bad people. Hikang of Silla's eyes turned cold. What did you say? Ziwei glared. Oh, Hikang of Silla, how did my 2 friends offend you? Guhai frowned. Mr. Good, do you really want to hear it? Hikang of Silla sneered. I'd like to hear the details. Although my 2 friends are more carefree, they can't be slandered at will, right? Guhai sneered. Guhai had long felt that Hikang of Silla was deliberately targeting him, but he didn't back down. Instead, he faced him with a cold expression. Let's talk about today's banquet first. Li Gang, you tell me. Hikang of Silla said in a low voice. Yes. Li Gang, who had arranged the banquet earlier, stepped forward. I couldn't arrange the banquet because of these 2 people. They said that they were Mr. Good's friends. So your Highness did everything you could to entertain them. Hence, Wuyue Academy allowed them to eat as much as they wanted. Li Gang explained. Allowed them to eat as much as they wanted? Long Wanyu's eyes widened. Long Wanyu knew the appetite of these 2 people. Hikang of Silla was too generous, wasn't he? Allowed them to eat as much as they wanted? Hikang of Silla saw Long Wanyu's expression and immediately calmed down. Yes, Your Highness allowed them to eat as much as they wanted. However, the food stored in Wuyuer Academy for millions of people was all eaten by them in the past month. Not a single bit was left. Not a single bit was left. Li Gang explained. Hiss. All the officials present gasped in shock. Millions of portions of food were eaten by these two people in a month. Was this a joke? Not only the officials, but the people in the city who were watching the live broadcast also widened their eyes, as if they wanted to see what these two people were doing. Were these two people a glutton? Long Wanyu blushed slightly. Gu Hai was slightly surprised, but he quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. Fortunately, he did not bring these two people back to Chaoga. Mr. Good, tell me, do you have a part to play in this matter? He Kang of Silla looked at Gu Hai with a smile. Gu Hai looked at the two of them. The two of them hesitated for a moment and did not speak. Gu Hai immediately understood, but at this moment he could not let He Kang of Silla take them away. Ziwei, Chong Sheng, have you eaten enough these days? Gu Hai said with a smile. Eaten enough? How is that possible? When have they ever fed me? Wei suddenly shouted with widened eyes. Gu Hai turned to He Kang of Silla and said, He Kang of Silla, thank you for your hospitality. For nearly a month, you have been chained up and not fed them enough. It has been hard on you. Ha! You can even make up millions of portions of food for them to eat. What a great imagination. 2 people eating the food of 1,000,000 people? Ha ha ha! Gu Hai laughed lightly, but the meaning was obvious. Who are you kidding? As expected, more than half of the 200 million people who were watching the live broadcast looked at He Kang of Silla with a dark face. How can He Kang of Silla do this? Even if you want to slander 2 people, you can't do this. Yes, isn't this a breach of etiquette of the day one? 2 people eating the food of 1,000,000 people? What a joke. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. The officials discussed animatedly. In the square of Wuyuer Academy, the officials were also in disbelief. They frowned and looked at Li Gang and He Kang of Silla. He Kang of Silla's face stiffened, and he stared at Li Gang fiercely. He was almost fooled by Li Gang. Who would believe this excuse? Your Highness, what I said is true. They really ate all of it. Li Gang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Take him away. He Kang of Silla stared and shouted. He would never believe Li Gang again. You two, say something. I am not lying, I did not. Li Gang was dragged away by a group of soldiers. Ziwei and Chong Sheng picked their teeth and ignored Li Gang's cry for help. Do you really think we are stupid? The truth is out. However, I am still curious. Why did you lock up my 2 friends? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. That's right. Why? Longevity Immortal immediately shouted. Ha ha ha, why? A few months ago, a demoness came to the mortal district in the west of the city. I don't know what kind of demonic arts she cultivated, but she caused evil everywhere. That area was in a drought for thousands of miles. Locusts flew everywhere, and the people bartered for food. It was a horrible sight. When I received the news, I brought a large amount of food to provide relief. I suddenly encountered the demoness. I wanted to get rid of the evil for the people, so I drew my bow and shot the demoness. However, these 2 people hit my head with a golden hammer, and the arrow was deflected, allowing the demoness to escape. Do you know that there are millions of people there? These 2 people secretly attacked people from behind. Instead of being ashamed, they were proud of it. They even said that it was Mr. Good who ordered them. For Mr. Good's sake, I kept them alive until now. Mr. Good, don't you think these 2 friends are sinister villains? He Kang of Silla sneered. Gu Hai ordered them? The surrounding officials were puzzled. The demoness harmed the common people. I heard that the common people have a descendant of a distant relative of mine. The Lord went to provide relief, but he was attacked by villains. The culprit escaped, Gu Hai ordered them, as expected, like people like friends. Gu Hai is also a villain. The 200 million people in the city were instantly filled with righteous indignation. Gu Hai looked at Ziwei and Changsheng in confusion. I ordered you to do it? Yes, the demoness he's talking about is Fairy One. Ziwei explained. After Ziwei's explanation, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. He turned to look at He Kang of Silla. Mr. Good, you ordered them? Huh, I ordered them. Gu Hai sneered. In the city, Fairy One bit her lip. Her expression was ugly, because at this moment, almost everyone in the restaurant was cursing Gu Hai and calling Gu Hai a villain. Oh, He Kang of Silla's eyes showed a hint of joy. But He Kang of Silla is sure that the disaster in the Mortal District was caused by my friend, Gu Hai said in a low voice. That demoness is your friend. He Kang of Silla smiled, even more proudly. She's my friend, but I think you've misunderstood her. She wouldn't do such a thing, Gu Hai said coldly. Ha! Since she's your friend, then forget it. Let's not talk about that for now. I have nothing to do, so I like to write. This time, Mr. Good came from afar, so I'll give Mr. Good and the two of you a piece of calligraphy. He Kang of Silla sneered. He clapped his hands. Immediately, someone brought a scroll and handed it to Gu Hai. Ah, isn't this that piece of calligraphy? To the returning army of the Han? Yes, it's that piece of calligraphy. When His Highness wrote it, I was beside him. This is a poem to scold Gu Hai. Giving this poem to scold Gu Hai to Gu Hai in front of Gu Hai, the surrounding officials started to talk among themselves. They looked at He Kang of Silla in surprise. He was going to scold Gu Hai, and the two of them as villains. Now that the map was unrolled, the dagger was revealed.